Look, Mrs. Rodriguez, I don't know your family dynamic, and quite frankly, that's not important to me. The truth of the matter is that those are his siblings, not his kids, and they're not his responsibility, they're yours. I get that you need to help family, but asking your eldest son to give up his dream and drop everything whenever you want him to is absolutely selfish of you as a parent. And who do you think you are to be telling me this? I'm his teammate and a friend. Carlos is an essential part of our team and performance. Without him, we wouldn't be able to succeed in our performance today. I already told you this over the phone repeatedly. Stop calling and harassing him to come back. You're loco. I think you're the crazy one to come here and act like this while your son is trying to achieve his dreams. Carlos' mom snorted as she shook her head. What dreams? You're talking about the nonsense of him waking up one day and deciding he wants to be an idol? I thought he had finally outgrown that nonsense and knew I should have said no to him coming here. It's gotten to his head, and he thinks he's above his family now, even though he's not achieved anything. It's not even guaranteed that he'll succeed by doing this. He's just a little better singer than some people. If it's something he really wants to do, he can join the church choir again. He should be helping out his family instead of wasting time on this little hobby. If it were academics, I could understand, but an idol? It's truly nonsense. At the words that put down Carlos' dream as nonsense and his talent as just a little better at singing than some people, Ari blinked before responding in an even tone as he could manage. I think that's a very cruel thing to think, and most especially to say to your child. And I think it's sad to trivialize his skill and dream as a little hobby. What does a little brat like you know? Enough to know that what you're doing to Carlos is wrong. His siblings are not his children, and he shouldn't have to sacrifice his dreams for his family. You trivialize his dreams and talent, calling them nonsense. Have you ever seen him perform? Seen him on stage? Heard him sing recently? In the time we've been on the show, have you ever bothered to watch your son perform at all? Or is his only value to you what he can do to help his family? When you can call him and he drops everything to run home, abandoning his team and previous commitments for something that wasn't even an emergency. Does that sound right to you? At Ari's rude questions, Carlos' mom snapped her mouth shut as her facial expression waffled between guilt and anger. In the end, anger won, and she glared at Ari. I'd like to speak to your parents and tell them they've raised a very mouthy child with no respect. My parents are dead, so please watch your mouth. But even if they weren't, they have always told me to speak my mind without worrying about any consequences, especially when someone was rude to me first. I am trying to be as respectful as I can because of Carlos, but I'd appreciate you keeping my parents out of your mouth if you want to insult me. At Ari's blunt words, everyone's faces turned pale. Ari continued his words. Personally, I think you and Carlos need to have a conversation, and obviously, this is not the time or location for it. As I mentioned earlier, we have a performance and you're interrupting. You're the adult here, but I recommend you find some composure and, for once, watch your son do what he loves and find some empathy to support him. If you can't even do that, then at least don't do things that would put him in a bad position. Once the performance is done, you can probably make time to talk since our schedule should be clearer. Before Ari could say anything more, someone knocked on the door before opening it, and as he glanced back, he saw that it was Carlos standing there with an apologetic Jamie. Ari, I'll take it from here. Seeing that Carlos looked calm, Ari nodded and stood up. Got it. Regardless, I'm the outsider here, so I'll let you both have a brief, very brief conversation. Mrs. Rodriguez, take my words to heart and watch your son do what he loves to do. Nodding at Carlos once more, Ari stepped out of the room with Levi and silently took a spot against the wall by the door. He planned to wait for the conversation to finish or interrupt if it seemed to run too long. Levi and Jamie joined him in leaning the wall on either side of him, and all three boys were silent before Levi unexpectedly broke it. Do you have any siblings? At the unexpected question from Levi, Ari didn't have to think about his response at all, since his stance on the matter had never changed. Me? I have never wanted siblings a day in my life, and both of my parents are dead, so clearly it will never happen. He was very proudly and very intentionally an only child and had truly never seen the appeal of having siblings. The three of them leaned quietly on the wall, each having their own thoughts as they waited. And finally, thankfully, things seemed to go well, and after about 15 minutes, Mrs. Rodriguez stomped out while Gabriela, Luis, and Antonio. Good. Yeah. I'm good. Sorry and thanks. To all of you. Although his eyes were a bit red, Carlos' face looked determined without a hint of fear and anxiety. Yep. Now let's go prep to nail this performance. Ari clasped hands with Carlos before turning to Levi. Thanks for your help, too. I didn't do anything. Your face is enough. Let's go, Levi. What the hell was that supposed to mean? And what about me? You know Carlos is stronger than he looks? My arms hurt. Jamie complained as he rubbed his sore arms. Of course he's strong. He works part-time as a mechanic. Ari replied nonchalantly. And you asked me to hold him back? You're always bragging about those muscles, right? Put them to good use. I'll get you 4. This later. Jamie glared lightly at Ari before shrugging as if to loosen his body, then shooting a not-so-secret glance at Carlos. Let's have a good performance and show your mom how amazing of a job you do. Haha, okay. Let's do it. With all 4 of them in agreement, they went back to join their teammates. Carlos apologized for the issue to both their team and staff members, and after a quick warm-up, they prepared to head onto the stage. Chapter 192, Watch Your Son 3. They're finally coming out. Justine cheered in excitement at the little crowd that had gathered around the stage. Due to the early time, it was mainly students from UCLA who weren't in class, a few adults and children, older people who attended the cultural festival, since it was a community event, and of course, fans of the show who could spare an hour or two to come watch the free performance. A decent-sized crowd of close to 200 people had gathered around the small stage area as the student MC began greeting the crowd and introducing the afternoon performances. As the student MC spoke, the Pop Star Academy contestants began arriving and grouping up behind or around the stage, with groups of them wearing different costumes and camera crews recording their every move. When some of the boys waved, cheers rang out as people recorded and waved back, but Grace stared in concern, wondering why the only security for the large number of boys was 2 campus police officers standing far away. There weren't even that many staff shirt-wearing members for the number of contestants present, and even though they weren't famous yet, she thought the production team should do more, especially considering some of the hate the boys had been receiving online. Personally, she didn't think that was enough for protection, but seeing that the audience was calm and not trying to swarm the boys, she relaxed as she, Justine, and Rachel began scanning the faces of the boys while on their tippy toes, looking for one particular face. The contestants were dressed in a variety of costumes, ranging from hip-hop-style clothes to Western-style suits, kimonos, and traditional Korean hanboks. And towards the very back of the group of boys in a variety of suits that featured a mixture of red and black with gold embroidery and buttons. The person in the lead was a handsome Brazilian boy with long hair tied into a ponytail, then a Spanish boy with curly caramel brown hair, a blonde boy with a bowl cut, and a boy with freshly dyed red hair that seemed to be bleeding a little. There was a bit of a gap until the next person, who was a tall pale boy with a golden blonde buzz cut, holding his jacket over his shoulder, a handsome boy with golden skin with doe brown eyes, and a gentle smile as he looked around. Ears. Even if she couldn't see all of their faces, Grace immediately recognized them as Levi, Carlos, Jamie, and Ari from their distinct profiles. Something funny seemed to have been said because Levi's eyebrow twitched, Carlos laughed lightly, and Jamie threw his head back and roared with laughter while patting Ari's back, almost sending him flying forward. As Ari turned to expose his face, exposing his furrowed eyebrows, slightly slanted sea-green eyes framed by thick black lashes that were narrowed in irritation, his pouting full red lips, and the single black curl that fell over his face, Grace heard an audible gasp from the people around her as they looked at Ari's face. Someone whispered, "Snow White," and she could hear the sound of camera shutters flashing. Even she had to do a double take because he looked even prettier than the last time she saw him. What the heck were they feeding him on the show? Actually, what were they feeding all of them? Carlos seemed more handsome. Levi's jaw looked like it could cut a diamond. And Jamie, he seemed to have gotten even more handsome, or maybe it was because he was smiling so much. His blonde hair seemed to have gotten lighter by the sun and fell around his face and shoulders in a thick beach curl wave that was held in place by a white cowboy hat. Compared to others, he wore his red suit with the sleeves rolled up, exposing muscular forearms, and when he smiled, his blue eyes sparkled like a little kid in a candy store. When Jamie wrapped one arm around Ari's shoulders and said something, causing Ari to smile reluctantly. Grace heard Justine's breath hitch as she choked and began patting her chest to calm down. After ensuring she was okay, Grace brought out her semi-professional camera and began taking photos, while Justine and Rachel whipped out their phones to capture the moment. Oh my gosh, they're walking together. Ari, he's so much prettier in real life. That face is insane. The height difference. The height difference. Photo, video, photo. Let's get his attention. No, let's no dash. Before Grace could interrupt them, the two girls started shouting with all of their might. Ari, Ariel. As Rachel and Justine screamed his name, both Ari and Jamie turned and looked around, Jamie smiling his usual bright smile, while Ari was squinting as he tried to find who was screaming his name. His eyes quickly scanned the audience until he caught sight of and met Grace's eyes before meeting his eyes. Oh, he's looking this way. Oh my gosh. Grace. Even if she couldn't hear his voice, she could clearly read his lips, so she nodded. Ari arched a brow at her, tilting his head up to look at the sun high in the sky before glancing at her again while mouthing school and miming getting hit on the head, while Jamie waved enthusiastically from the side when he saw where Ari was looking. Ari was clearly referencing her grandmother, knowing full well how she felt about skipping school. Immediately, avoiding eye contact, she turned to Rachel and Justine, who were staring at her with sparkling eyes. Do you know each other? He was clearly talking to you dating? No, absolutely not. He's an employee at my family's Korean restaurant. Grace immediately denied it, even though she had a slightly guilty conscience. She felt as if she were giving out details about Ari's life when she had boldly proclaimed that she would become his PR manager, but she also didn't want to leave others with the impression that she was in any kind of relationship with him and get caught up in weird drama with someone trying to become an idol. She knew how rabid online fans could be, and she absolutely didn't want to be involved with that. You should come by sometimes. My grandpa makes good food, and Jamie's eaten there too and liked it. But please keep it on the low. I'm not sure I'm supposed to be sharing employee information. My grandmother might really kill me. Really? Please give me the name and address. If you have a flyer or business card, I'll take it as well. Of course, we will keep it a secret. Thank you for sharing that with us. As the two girls accepted her reasoning and refocused on recording the boys, some of whom were getting dangerously close to the audience members, Grace let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that she would have to have another conversation with Ari about speaking with female fans in front of others. But for now, though, all she planned to do was watch the performance, capture as many good pictures and videos as possible for her blog and secret fan accounts to push the agenda so that the two contestants that she knew personally would win. Welcome to the UCLA Culture Festival. Our first 8 performances will feature these handsome young men, currently on a show called Pop Star Academy, where they are vying to become the next male global boy group. Each group today will be performing a song from the different regions of the globe, from Latin America to South America, and of course, Japan and Korea. So, please give a hand to the first group that will be performing the loved K-pop song by Shining Stars, Replay. As the audience clapped to the MC's words, Grace focused her camera on the group coming up on stage. They were dressed in hip-hop style clothing, and as the 8 boys arranged themselves on stage with handheld microphones, Grace noticed that this was a group of not-so-popular contestants that were in the lower ranks. Wondering how the stage order had been chosen, Grace watched with neutral eyes, taking a photo when she saw a good angle. But for the most part, she wasn't too impressed with the song choice, especially when it was one of the most covered K-pop songs ever, and she had seen much better cover performances. Additionally, the instrumental track was a bit too loud, and the microphone volume was not high enough and kept breaking, making the performance somewhat messy, especially when the tech team managing the stage scrambled to adjust it right then and there. Adding in the fact that somebody fell off the stage mid-performance, it was a bit bad. Still, the audience was kind and clapped for the first team when they bowed before stepping off the stage. As the next team to perform was arranging themselves on the stage, a short young girl with pigtails, 2 young boys who looked quite similar, and a pretty middle-aged woman shoved themselves next to their group. As Grace was about to say something since she almost dropped her camera from being bumped, the girl turned to apologize with red eyes immediately. I'm so sorry. Please forgive us. We're just trying to watch my brother perform. It's fine. As Grace moved over, she heard the girl's mother mutter quietly, I told you this is a waste of time, Gabriella. I have to go to work, and I have no plans to support your brother's nonsense. Mommy, just this once, just watch Carlos perform, okay? Please. I won't ask or complain again. Just please. The girl with the pigtails pleaded until her mom reluctantly nodded her head with a frown. Chapter 194, Truancy 2. Ari really thought that his life was funny because it seemed that the universe was always conspiring against him. With the Crouch family, the moment he no longer wanted to deal with them, he peacefully left without bothering them again. Even when he was somehow stuck with an annoying system, he didn't go out of his way to harm anybody unless they were being harmful first. As he had told his previous teammates, if he could just dance and sing on this program without any drama, he would be fine with that. Sure, he planned on getting back at William Forbes, but that was because he deserved it by causing him to die in the first place, and it wasn't like he planned on killing William. Getting William to fess up to his crimes, ruining his dream, and sending him to jail would be enough for Ari. So the fact that the two separate groups who should have nothing to do with each other seemed to have joined forces to come mess with him instead of minding their own lives and business was genuinely crazy. Ari quickly glanced at the smug William as well as Annalise Crouch, who stared at him with a self-satisfied smile in the audience, before turning to the two police officers, whom he recognized from that fateful day when he and William's paths intersected. And as Ari met the eyes of the police officer who had not only chased him, but eliminated him and an old man at William's orders, the only thing he could do was laugh at the ridiculousness of the situation he was in. Seriously, what had he done to deserve this? Could this all be a horrible coincidence, or was it well planned? And was there a way to get out of this peacefully? The moment Ari saw the flash of recognition on the man's face, he knew the jig was up, so rather than giving them the satisfaction of him looking afraid, he let the mocking words he had been holding fly out. With a wide smile. Hello, Mr. Fake Police Officers. You look pretty healed from that chemical attack. Still afraid of cheese and potatoes, or do you still get nightmares? At Ari's words, both men's faces turned red, and then white as people around them began murmuring, wondering what was going on. Seeing PD Emily begin walking towards him as well, and the staff members muttering that his microphone should be seized and turned off, Ari quickly said what he needed to say. Before I get arrested, I'd like to see your badge, get your badge number, and your name, because I don't think you're real cops. I think you're trying to kidnap me. Shut up. Put your microphone down now, and your hands up. The officer in the lead yelled, and Ari turned to PD Emily. Please don't let them take me away without someone you trust going with them. If I die or go missing, it's their fault. I said, put your hands up or you're under arrest. Hey, calm down. You can't yell at a kid like that. The few staff members nearby tried to calm the police officers, only to be shoved away. Seeing the officers shoving the staff members around, people screaming, and the confused expression on his teammates' faces, Ari stepped forward, tucked the microphone into the collar of his shirt, put both hands in the air, and continued speaking in an unbothered tone. That's a redundant statement because aren't you arresting me anyway? Also, you have no proof that I'm truant. You didn't ask for my ID, you don't know. If I'm 18, for all you know, I could be here with guardian permission, Mr. Fake Police Officers. At his words, the two officers paused before glancing off to the side. I am his mother, and I didn't give my permission at all, and he is under 18. In fact, Ari is such a troubled child, skipping school, fighting other students, getting bad grades, and who knows what else. He doesn't listen at all, and I'm at my wit's end. I'm pregnant with his sibling, and he doesn't even care about the stress he's causing me. I was the one who called these police officers here to get him back to school where he belongs, and these kind officers are only doing the job that I asked them to do. Annalise Crouch yelled as she pushed her way toward the front of the crowd while rubbing her pregnant belly. As people focused on her, she began to shed tears, dabbing at her face and sobbing loudly, only to be comforted by some people in the crowd. Seeing Annalise Crouch step up and start spouting lies and straight nonsense while glancing in the direction William Forbes was standing as she dabbed away her tears, Ari could only laugh. Because if she thought that this would force him to cave into her delusional wishes, she truly didn't take his warning seriously. You're not my mother, you're a state-appointed legal guardian. And according to state and federal law, the police officers, if they're even real ones, need to take me back to school since I'm supposedly truant and a minor, and you need to be arrested thrown in jail, and dragged to court since you're the legal guardian and responsible for my actions. Have fun with that." At Ari's words, Annalise Crouch's face turned pale, and her fake tears turned to real ones as she began taking several steps back while shaking her head. No, not me, just him. Just arrest him. Have fun at the station, Mrs. Legal Guardian." Before Ari could say anything else, he was tackled to the ground, flipped over, with his hands shoved behind his back, and handcuffed. And the area turned into a mess. Hearing several people screaming, he focused on keeping his head off the ground since he didn't particularly want his face to be bruised again, while the person above him kept kneeing him in the back. When he was finally allowed to get up from lying on the dirty stage floor, it was to see PD Emily yelling at one of the officers who dragged him to his feet, while his teammates had been shoved away and were staring with shocked faces. "If you don't have your badges even though you're in uniform, then what are your names so I can call the police station and verify your identities?" "Ma'am, lower your voice and step back, or you'll be detained. If you think I'm letting you take an underage contestant from my program without you verifying your identities, you have another thing coming. And if you want to detain me, go for it. I hope your entire police department has enough money to fight an entertainment company for wrongful actions that have been captured not only by public witnesses, but also by our camera crew. Don't try me. Don't try her. She's scary," Ari added, laughing again when the officer holding him shook him around. "You, keep your mouth shut and stop antagonizing them. You're making things worse, and haven't you heard that anything you say will be used against you?" PD Emily immediately turned to glare at him, the whites of her eyes turning red from the shot blood vessels. "I'm sorry." Ari immediately shut his mouth. Without paying him any mind, PD Emily turned to glare back at the officer. "Name, badge, and badge number. Now, you're making a mistake." The police officer warned her while trying to look intimidating, but PD Emily simply snorted. "I'm making a mistake? You're trying to seize an underage contestant on my show without your badge or any other information, and you want me to be okay with it? Name, badge, and badge number now, or I'll call the police department and have them bring other officers to get you both for impersonation." The officer facing PD Emily glanced in Ari's direction and, seemingly resigned, brought out a gold 7-point star. "I am Officer John Doe, badge number 353-4237. He's Officer Joe Smith, badge number 728-2625. 1. Those names. How convenient." PD Emily sneered at the generic-sounding names. "Look it up. If that's all, we'll be taking the arrested persons and leaving." The officer facing her replied coldly, while the one holding onto Ariel yanked him by his collar, causing him to groan. "And where are you taking him?" "Back to his high school to attend class, since that's what you're arresting him for, correct?" As the police officer in front of her sputtered, PD Emily turned to Ari. "Ariel, what high school do you attend?" "LA Central High School." Ari spoke out before immediately shutting his mouth once more. "Right. So you're taking the supposed truant student to LA Central High for the rest of his classes for the day, and you'll be arresting his guardian according to the law, correct?" PD Emily asked sharply as she glared at the officer. The police officer looked as if he didn't want to agree, but eventually nodded. "Excellent. Then I'll personally follow behind to make sure he gets there. Feel free to go arrest his guardian. Then we can all leave together." PD Emily gestured to Annalise Crouch, who was being held by 2 staff members, while the crowd of people who were still around were recording the situation with their phones. While everything was happening, Ari kept his gaze focused on William, noting his wrinkled forehead as he glared at the officers before looking at Ari. As their eyes met, Ari gave him a mocking smile while whispering status. There was no point in not alerting William about Nova since he was sure that the officers would probably tell William that he recognized him. Unfortunately, nothing happened, and Nova still didn't respond, so he just stood there while the chaotic situation around him began to resolve itself. And that was how Ari ended up in the back of a police car, handcuffed and sitting next to the sobbing Annalise Crouch, who was also in handcuffs. "Why? Hick, why am I arrested too? He said it would be only you who got taken, Hick. This isn't supposed to happen. If this was supposed to happen, I should have taken more money, Hick dash. Who said it? How much did you get? Who paid you?" Ari asked in a gentle tone, trying to coax some information out of her. "Don't act like you don't know, you brat. It was Willie a dash." "Shut up, woman," As one of the officers interrupted and slammed his hand on the plastic windows separating them, Ari laughed before telling Annalise Crouch the truth. You're not the brightest tool in the shed, are you? You should have just stayed away from me. But you made a deal with someone who has no qualms beating people until they're almost dead and using dirty police officers to throw them in a dumpster and then forgetting about them entirely. Wadash. Annalise gasped in shock before beginning to cry harder as she stared at the officers in the front of the car. Bang, 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 bang. Officer John Doe smashed his hand against the plastic partition and began shouting, "If you keep spreading lies about me, I'll make you regret it." Ever heard that hit dogs holler? I never said it was you. You better watch your mouth before something unfortunate happens to you. Or what? You plan on beating me to death? Oh, scary. I hope your body and dash cam are recording that threat because I'd love to get a lawyer and see you in court. Ari replied without backing down. The police officer stared at him, his nostrils flaring as his face turned red before slamming his fist on the plastic divider once more as he gritted his teeth. You're insane. Thank you, I try. As the officer looked at Ari as if he couldn't believe his eyes and ears, Ari just laughed before looking out the window and admiring the scenery. After all, there was no point in being scared at this point. What had happened had happened. He just needed to not panic and figure out what to do once he got dropped off at his school. The rest of the drive to Ari's school was accompanied by the soundtrack of Annalise Crouch weeping the entire time as the police officers drove them around. A trip that should have taken a maximum of 2 hours took well over 4, and by the time they arrived at Ari's high school, the sun was beginning to set. The moment the police car parked in front of the school, a familiar black minivan pulled up right behind it, and PD Emily stepped out of it with a lit cigarette on her lips and her cell phone pointed at the police car. Seeing Ari being dragged out of the car and reluctantly unhandcuffed and released, PD Emily let out a quiet sigh as Ari walked quietly to her vehicle. Apart from the small bruise near his lips and the vicious look in his eyes, he looked unharmed and mainly disheveled. Sure took your time bringing him to school. The school day is over. So much about caring for his education. There was traffic. John Doe replied insincerely, and PD Emily snorted. I'm sure. You better watch your back, Ariel Matisse. The next time you skip school, it won't end like this, I can promise you that. Before Ari could say anything, PD Emily shot back in her characteristic sharp tone. And you better do your I's and cross your T's and actually book the legal guardian of the truant kid since you made such a big deal about taking him. It's Friday, so it looks like she'll be spending the weekend in jail. I'll definitely be calling your station to double-check that it goes through. The two people had a short staring contest before the cop sneered at PD Emily, got into his car, and drove away. Sighing in relief, PD Emily got into the car that was low on gasoline to stare at the slim boy staring ahead with furious eyes. Before she could say anything, he turned to her and bowed his head. I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble, and thank you so much for your help. Can I use your phone? Curious as to what he wanted, PD Emily held back her questions to ask a simpler one. Why? Since Mrs. Crouch called the cops on me, publicly lied about my name, and has tarnished my reputation, I have to call CPS. A family with 12 children living in a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house with a baby on the way and a foster child that they don't take care of is grounds for concern, no? Especially if the mom will be in jail for the weekend. And there will be nobody to take care of the 10 kids left with the deadbeat dad, who watches sports all day. I just don't think it's fair that only I have a bad day. Ari replied calmly. PD Emily stared at him for a moment before putting out her cigarette. You're a very wicked child. You'll do quite well in the entertainment industry as long as you don't offend people with too much power and high egos. It's a bit too late for that, don't you think? I can see that. PD Emily replied calmly before tossing Ari her phone. Call away and then let's talk. Chapter 195, Suspended. After Ari finished his very detailed complaint to the overly concerned lady on the phone, he handed PD Emily her phone and stared blankly out of the window while she continued driving, the only sound in the car being her fingers tapping the steering wheel. After a long moment of silence, she finally spoke out. You know I have to suspend you from the program. For the foreseeable future. Why? None of what she said is true. Ari asked, even though he could guess the answer. After all, what happened today was a mess. Don't ask me stupid questions, you're smarter than that. This was a public mess. You basically got arrested, Your guardian made a lot of problematic accusations and also got arrested, and it ruined the performance opportunity for other contestants. And then I wasted the rest of my day following you around with cops who are wasting my tax dollars because they clearly have nothing better to do. Not to mention you yelling at staff members earlier. Today was an entire shit show. Ari remained silent, as he couldn't really disagree, but it seemed that PD Emily wanted him to say something, as she began nagging. Why so quiet? You usually have something to say. At least I'm not kicking you out of the program, right? I don't know what the difference is between getting kicked out and suspended. The difference is that as long as your rank is not within the elimination level, I will argue for you to stay on the program. However, you can't be back on the show until you turn 18, and you have to clear your name yourself since we will not put out a statement. Lucky for you, we're about to get a little break. Ari thought over the schedule before getting to the main point. But my birthday is in 2 weeks. I'll miss the next performance and the elimination that comes after it, and I don't know if I can clear my name. Then withdraw if you don't want to tough it out. It'll save me the trouble of going back to argue your case so that you don't get immediately kicked off. I'm not going to withdraw. Then pack your things, attend school, clear up your name while avoiding that legal guardian of yours, and wait to be contacted. I don't plan on letting you go without a fight, so you'll be back to suffering, as you like to put it, during your interviews sooner than you think. Why are you being helpful? Ari couldn't help but look at the PD suspiciously. This was somebody who maliciously edited him, twisted his words, and didn't seem to care if the public hated him, as long as it fit whatever picture she was imagining. The fact that she was gently given advice, saying she would fight to keep him on, and even trying to comfort him, was weird and unnatural. You think I'm being helpful? PD Emily gave Ari a pitying glance as she pulled into the parking lot before generously giving him a detailed explanation. You are a very polarizing, very popular individual who makes great TV without me having to try too hard. Whether or not it was a PR stunt, from the moment you showed up with that strange makeup and mask, doing that strange dance, and even when you finally showed your face, you have constantly been the topic of conversation. There are a few diehard supporters who love you, many who hate you, but almost all of them can't stop mentioning you. In all the online communities, there isn't a day when several posts aren't being made about you. It's gotten to a point where you're mentioned more than the people in the top rankings. When eliminated contestants are interviewed, they're always asked about you. Even though it hasn't been officially revealed, people have gone to great lengths to uncover your identity and determine if the photos of your face that were circulated were genuine. They are harassing your school, plastic surgeons, and others to see if it's real. The raw photo of your face briefly trended and is the most liked photo in all communities to date. The production staff are being bombarded with requests to update your profile picture daily, and we are being asked when your official face reveal will be. Even with today's incident, the communities are abuzz, digging up information about you and what happened, while a few people are already trying to clear your name. I'm not being helpful. I'm looking out for the ratings of my show using the power that I have to keep one of the most talked about people here, the same way I did for Carlos. Getting rid of you now would devastate the popularity of the show because there's nobody as controversially popular as you. Your presence alone is bringing in the eyes of those who would normally not even care because they're curious about the drama. Ari found himself pretty shocked at the PD's words. He knew his rank had risen to at least rank 50 due to him completing a mission on his mission board. But the last time he had checked anything about himself online, it had been pretty negative for the most part, so hearing PD Emily's words that he was popular was a bit odd. Of course, it seemed that the popularity was attached to negativity, but still, if I'm so popular, why are you always giving me a bad edit? That's television, baby. People claim they want to see talented kids, but they would never watch if it wasn't entertaining. And if you didn't say it, I wouldn't have anything to edit and show. Besides, I clear it up each time, don't I? Ari, not enough. You're not clearing it up enough. Or use someone else as your television drama. Please. There's that judgmental expression of yours again. You said your birthday is April 21st? I've never been a person who fits the Aries-Taurus traits perfectly. Such an angry, stubborn personality. TSK. At the PD's mocking words, Ari decided to change the subject. Since we're being generous with me, do you think I'll be eliminated? If this had been before you removed your mask, I would say you're absolutely getting eliminated. But now, PD Emily paused to critically examine the curious face of the boy staring, which was, without a doubt, one of the best-looking faces she had seen in the entertainment industry. Your rank will drop, especially because the international audience in Asia hates issues like this, but you'll probably survive. Even if you're not religious, say a prayer of thanks to your parents for giving you an exceptionally beautiful face and charming appearance that people like. And you're still young, which means that unless something egregious happens, you'll only get more handsome. I'm actually surprised you haven't been scouted by now. People pay money for a face like that. I used to get scouted when I was younger, so I usually have my hair covering my face or wear a mask and hat whenever I can. And when I lived in France, nobody really cared, which was nice. France, huh? You did say you were a dual citizen. Is that why you have a French accent? You used to live there? PD Emily asked curiously. While there were a lot of foreign kids in the program who had an accent, especially from South Korea and Japan, a good number of them tried to speak English with an American accent. Since day one, Ari had spoken with a very apparent French accent that he never bothered to change. Basically, I partially attended school and spent holidays in France, and I learned that people try to bully and treat you badly in France if you have an American accent, but are nicer to you in America if you have a French accent. So, I just stuck to the French one. I can take it off, though, Ari explained, switching to a more neutral accent. I just don't bother. Huh. Well, keep the French one. It's part of the reason people like you. I know. Ari gave her a cheeky smile, to which the PD just sighed as she rubbed her head, as it began throbbing again. Get out of my car. Go get your stuff and get out. Keep an eye on your email and refrain from sharing any information about the situation with anyone. Don't tell your friends, not your pillow, no one. Got it? Okay. Ari was silent for a moment as he considered holding his tongue, but since they were having an open conversation, he decided to ask what he wanted to anyway. You're not going to ask why what happened today happened. In Hollywood, you have to be careful what kind of questions you ask and who you offend. My interest in you only goes as far as making a good show to satisfy the audience and myself. Anything else is none of my business. Okay, after I pack, mind giving me a ride back? I can't drive, and my ride will still be here. Since he was already pushing his luck, Ari thought he might as well ask. Don't push your luck, contestant Ari. Grab your stuff. Don't say anything to anyone, and call a ride home. We'll contact you if your suspension is permanent or if anything changes. But please, for the love of God, stay out of trouble and make sure your face heals without a scar. PD Emily glared at him before intentionally unlocking the car door once more. It was a sign for him to get out. Sure. Thanks again, PD. Laughing to himself, Ari entered the surprisingly empty dormitory, packed his small duffel bag, and used the computer room one last time to order a very expensive ride back to the Choi family restaurant. Ari stood in front of the store for a minute, wondering if he should go in or go somewhere else. Not that he had anywhere to go, but before he could move, Grace ran through the door and began speaking as fast as she could without taking a breath. Ari, are you okay? Arrested di dugo to jailer get kicked out, have you seen the headlines? I can't believe it they that and what the heck is wrong with that woman who shoots wabuttery of the Prague dash. Thud. Oh. Before Grace could continue harassing him, a wooden spoon smacked the back of her head, making her squat down and groan with pain. The culprit of the act of violence slowly walked forward, tucking her wooden spoon into her yellow apron while looking him over and staring at his face once more. Stop standing outside like a stranger. Are you hungry? As Ari's stomach rumbled loudly, Ari couldn't help but laugh. I could eat. Come take a seat. Chapter 196, Exoneration 1. Tell me, what happened? Are you still on the show? Did you go to jail? Did they bail you out? Grace Choi, future entertainment journalist and PR firm owner, began grilling Ari the moment her grandmother left piles of food for him to eat at the back table. Can't talk about it. No jail, just went on a long drive. Not applicable. Ari replied as he grabbed a piece of spicy radish and ate it with some tender beef. As the flavors melted together in his mouth with some rice, he could only nod in approval. Even if he wasn't super picky about food, as always, the meals at the Choi family restaurant were as fantastic as usual after the bland meals given by Popstar Academy. Grace waited until Ari swallowed his bit of food before continuing to grill him. If you're saying that, It means they haven't eliminated you yet, which is good. Who was that woman who was saying all those things about you? Foster mom. The one who kicked you out? Why would she say all those things about you? She's a terrible person. I agree. That's why she's spending her weekend in prison. Seriously? Yep. Ari's dry response made it clear that he didn't want to continue talking about that woman. So Grace changed the subject. Have you seen the online communities? The place was a mess after you left, and people went ballistic online. No. How bad is it? Ari asked as he wrapped his beef in lettuce before taking a satisfactory bite. There are crazy posts about you, and some local reporters wrote about the situation as well. Look, Grace held out her tablet so that Ari could see some of the headlines. Pop Star Academy contestant Ariel arrested for truancy. Bad apple trying to be an idol. Family drama? Both mother and child arrested. Pop Star Academy contestant accused of skipping school, bullying, and worse by his own mother. Contestant Caleb says it was only a matter of time before contestant Ariel's true colors come out. Calls for contestant Ariel to be eliminated. It was a mess. Wow. Guess the PD was right. I am pretty popular. Bang. 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 That's what you got out of this. Really? You need to be angrier. People are taking the opportunity to slander you even more. As your PR representative and the first and most important member of your fan club, we need to clear your name. Immediately, Grace slammed her hand on the table to emphasize her point, but Ari simply blinked at her. I'm thinking about what I should do. What part of your PR representative did you not understand? I am your PR, so I should be thinking, not you. Well, what do you suggest that I should future PR firm owner? Grace's demeanor immediately became crafty as she began, tapping on her tablet with the pen. What will you give me if I help you? What do you want? If you debut, give me a VIP ticket to your very first fan meet and concert, as well as a special interview with you and the team for my blog and channel. That's a big if. I trust and am willing to bet on your face card that you'll make it. Even if you're eliminated, I'd like to conduct your first public interview. Now, do you agree, yes or no? Seeing how serious Grace looked, Ari decided to humor her. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to hear a second opinion. Sure. Excellent. I'll make you sign a contract regarding that later. Now I've made several plans addressing the two main issues, which were truancy and the claims made by your foster mom. With her being arrested and thrown in prison and mugshots being public record, I can pull those records and... No. What dash? Whatever you do, don't touch her. Don't post about her. Pretend she doesn't exist. I mean it. But dash. Seriously, it's very dangerous. Just leave her be. You're acting like she has some big band gang behind her. She does, and dirty cops are the least of it. I don't want you to get killed and your body thrown in a dumpster. You don't have to scare me like that. Do you see me laughing? I'm being very serious. Don't touch her, or this whole thing is off. Grace's smile froze as she stared at Ari, wondering if he was joking, but his eyes looked dead serious. Fine. I won't touch her, then. Regarding your truancy, is there anything proving that you're a good student, helping your community, feeding homeless animals, etc.? We can spin it that you're a student pursuing your dream and made an innocent mistake of skipping school. Ari thought about the date before answering. I was truant, but it was with permission from the principal since he didn't want me to drop out. I didn't do community service, but I used to tutor other students, and my grades are pretty good. I think they're releasing the final class rank this week or next week. I have a couple of tests to make up, but I'm likely to be the valedictorian, and if not, then the salutatorian. Does that help? Grace froze, blinking at Ari as she tried to process the information. You're the valedictorian? Of your high school class? Or the salutatorian? I don't think it's lower than that. If it is, I should still be in the top 5. As in your rank number 1 or number 2? Yes. In your senior class? Yes. Of how many students? Around 1,000? More or less. I don't remember. Even after missing weeks of school? Yeah. Grace, can I ask what your GPA is? Ari thought about it before replying casually. Last time I checked, it was around 4.5? 4.6? It's somewhere around there, plus or minus 0.05. Crack. With a strength that she didn't even know she had, Grace snapped the tablet pencil in her hand in half, causing bits of plastic and metal to fly around. Ari quickly dodged a piece flying toward his face before stuffing another piece of beef into his mouth as he stared at her while counting down in his head for the imminent screaming that was just like her father. 3, 2, 1. Ah, you think you're better than me? No. Then how the hell are you above a 4.0? Huh. I only have a 4.1 after suffering through so many AP and IB classes. How? Explain yourself, or the deal is off. Oh, when he was alive, my dad was constantly forcing me to take a lot of different courses in community college to figure out what I wanted to do with my life, because I had no plans but to laze around. Since it's weighted higher and I did well in the classes, my GPA got a big boost. And this school I'm at now pays you $200 per class if you score above a 4 on the AP exams. So even if I don't like the class, I just took everything they had to offer. Between that and getting straight A's, my GPA naturally went up. Hearing Ari mention his dead parents, Grace winced but charged ahead. Once again, I am sorry for your loss. May your father rest in peace. But still, how are you getting straight A's? I've never seen you study. You've literally not been in school. I just memorized the general concepts of the textbook at the beginning of the year, did my homework, and paid attention in class. I used to tutor for money, you know. If you pay me, I can tutor you too. Grace just stared at Ari's earnest, money-grubbing smile in disgust. Handsome, smart, talented, with his only flaw. Being a bad dancer and being overly concerned about money. It simply wasn't fair. It really wasn't fair at all. I hate you. And I want you to know that I'm saying this because I'm jealous. At her honest confession, Ari burst out laughing. Why? Your honor roll certificates are all over the walls. You literally have a 4.1. It's the principle of the matter. I have to study to pass. You just memorize the freaking textbook and coast along. Aga! Grace screamed while clutching her head, and Ari continued eating until she finally calmed herself down. Anyways, I got it. As the head of the journalism club in my school, and the premier blogger for Popstar Academy, I am prepared to help you exonerate yourself. Look forward to my hard work. Once you deliver your school rank and transcript to me, I will begin the process of clearing up this issue. Your reputation will be spick, span, and polished. As she began tapping away on her tablet, Ari got her attention. Grace, you know, you really don't have to do this. I'll figure it out myself. Seriously, I don't want you to get dragged into my mess. And I don't want your blog to be affected by my issues. You should just focus on posting fun stuff. You think I'm joking around here? You think my blog is a joke? Are my dreams of being a journalist and a PR firm owner a joke? Or is it that you don't believe that I can accomplish anything with my little blog and I should just post fun stuff? I'm sensing that I should say no. Wash your neck and wait for me, Ariel Matisse. I'll make you get on your knees and kiss my feet in thanks. Matter of fact, I'll make you beg for me to take you on as a client and an interviewer. Seeing Grace's glare, Ari laughed. I'll look forward to it. Until then, even if it doesn't work, what can I do to help you out? Bathroom duty while you're back. And if you could give me a timeline on that? 1 week. A couple days? I can't tell you that, but I will clean the bathrooms. Anything else? Please let me tell my friends that you work here. They're big fans and just want to see you in real life and maybe ask for a picture, but they won't bother you at all. Is that okay? Ari thought it over before shrugging. Sure. Phew. Grateful that Ari had agreed, Grace wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling less guilty about selling Ari's personal information to her new friends Justine and Rachel. Seeing that Ari wasn't paying attention, just staring blankly into the air while moving his lips, Grace quickly sent a text to her newly made group chat, letting them know that everything was a-okay. Then she began organizing drafts that she would need to send to several media sites once she got information, as well as contacting the journalism club at Ari's school for a joint article. She meant what she had told Ari. She fully planned on clearing his reputation from the slander that he was receiving from the event that had happened today. And even though Ari had told her not to touch his foster mother, she planned on putting her on blast, too. Everyone who spoke badly about Ari would feel it. As Grace was typing, she got a scheduled alert about Popstar Academy. Oh, Ari, if you're not going back, watch episode 4 with me. It comes out tomorrow. Okay. Chapter 197. Exoneration 2. PD Emily, the board of directors has been calling you all dash. Ignore it. PD Emily, parents of contestants have been calling to ask what dash. Ignore them too, unless they come in person. Their kids are about to go home. As PD Emily Raleigh strode through the hallways, Numerous production staff members began to swarm her with updates that she had missed from spending her afternoon and evening following the police officers who had taken Ari. Although she had been making calls throughout her little chase, it was only to put out immediate fires while pushing off the bigger issues that needed an in-person meeting. PD Emily, we dash. Save it. Where's Jiho? He's in the conference room with the other high-level staff. Okay, gimme. Emily took the tablet from the panicked assistant writer before stepping into the conference room, where PD Jiho, Assistant PD David, Assistant PD Claire, and the main writers of the show were gathered, sipping coffee and looking exhausted. Seeing Emily come in, there was a collective release of tension and not one to waste time. PD Emily took the empty seat beside PD Jiho and began speaking. First, the contestant is safe, his bags are packed, and he's not on the premises, so legal should be happy. Phew. Everyone let out a sigh, and seeing it, Emily continued. Now, to your main concerns, what to do about contestant Ari. I'd like to hear your thoughts on how you think we should handle this situation. Eliminate him. He's a contestant who's embarrassing the dignity of the show. Getting arrested? Family conflict? Get rid of him immediately. Assistant PD David immediately spoke out, his voice passionate with a hidden anger. PD Emily leveled a glance at him that made David flinch before continuing to glance around the room. Anyone else? There's no right or wrong answer. So speak up. I want to hear everyone's opinion. I agree with David that we should just get rid of him. Plus, the board of directors of the show agrees, right? That he should be eliminated. Another writer who was close to David spoke up in agreement with him. Is that so? Anyone else? PD Emily commented in a neutral tone, mentally making a note of those mentioning things and people they should not have access to. Seeing her being so amicable, others began to speak up in agreement with David, resulting in about a quarter of the staff across various roles speaking up for the elimination of Ari. Their reasons ran from dislike of his rudeness to his rule-breaking to the issue that cropped up today. So you all agree that he should be eliminated? PD Emily asked while looking around the room. No way. Are you guys crazy? Kate, who was one of the writers who had been having a lot of interaction with Ari's team and had secretly become a fan of him and his small friend group. Although he was a bit cheeky, it was quite charming, and he was always polite to the staff members and most contestants. Additionally, even if his words could be harsh, he was someone who took care of his teammates around him and was extremely considerate, especially for those who normally didn't speak up. He was someone who didn't act sneaky behind anyone's back, as his expressions clearly revealed how he felt about others. That bit of honesty and care was something she really appreciated, as it was so rare in the entertainment industry. What do you mean by crazy? If anything, he's the crazy one. He needs to go. David shot back. He had no plans on giving in when the opportunity to get rid of a contestant that was a thorn in his side had finally shown up. But Kate wasn't having it. Do none of you check any of the data sheets we make and pass out? Statistically, he is one of the most talked about contestants on here. He has literally gone viral from his first performance where a sound snippet of his original song leaked to the most recent performance. Mind you, we all know that his guardian is a little bit crazy and lots of other contestants have crazy parents. I don't think it's enough to eliminate him. He lied about parental consent. He had a church guardian sign it because, according to him, he's estranged from his foster mother who kicked him out of the house. The word foster should tell you a lot. He's essential to the show, and the arrest was for skipping school. Which one of us hasn't done that? As soon as his 18th birthday comes, it's a moot point. Essential? Well then, isn't that the fault of all of you writers for making it so that the show was dependent on one person? If you had spread the focus out to other contestants and edited them well, then you wouldn't be so tied to and dependent on only one contestant. David shot back, irritated that someone was fighting so hard to keep Ari. It wasn't like it was the end days of the show. There were 79 other contestants they could focus on, but Kate wasn't having it. Statistically, Ariel has one of the least amounts of screen time compared to certain contestants, especially a certain boring blonde that you keep pushing. It's not his fault that he's always in the middle of doing something interesting. Kate shot back. If you gave him a better storyline dash. What storyline? That he's a rude, arrogant brat with a power dash. Clap. Clap. Okay. Enough. PD Emily quickly clapped to stop the two of them before it devolved into a shouting match. I've heard your opinions and have noted them down. At the end of the day, The board will decide, so for now, let's move on. Has the editing proceeded the way I asked? You mean minimizing contestant Ari's presence in scenes? Yes. Yes. Claire pulled up something on her tablet before she continued to speak. We've cut out as much as we could from his team selection, even though he was the person who chose his teammates, and moved everything involving his team's busking to future episodes. But in return, the drama and other teams had to be brought to the forefront to fill in the gap. Wait, you cut out the footage of William's team busking? Why am I only now hearing of this? David asked incredulously, while his stomach was filled with dread. Of course. The DJ for that event was Ari. The highlight was Ari's interaction with his teammates and the opposing team. William basically did nothing. Since we're not sure how the directors will vote about Ari's issue, we'll table it for now. Additionally, we're still looking into William's lip-syncing allegations and who helped him do that. As for you hearing it now, well, now you know. PD Emily said lightly, watching Assistant PD carefully. Unfortunately, he managed his expression well, so she could only click her tongue and continue talking. We can start editing the next episode with Ari as the forefront of the busking and his team's performance, making that the first thing that people see. Then add in the other team's performance. I don't understand why we have to do that. Because he's popular. PD Park Jiho spoke slowly, and seeing that some of the staff members didn't seem to understand, he exchanged glances with PD Emily and just shook his head pitifully. It seemed that even those who worked in entertainment didn't understand the first simple rule. There was no such thing as bad press in the entertainment industry. Controversies and scandals occurred on a near-daily basis, and celebrities had to overcome them. And how they overcame it was one of two ways. Either they had a strong and loud fan base that drowned out the noise, or another bigger issue took the attention away. Judging by the trajectory of this contestant, Ariel was slowly building a strong and vocal fan base, similar to contestants like Benjamin, Levi, and Matthew, whose fans were accustomed to defending their contestant aggressively against any issue that arose. From the beginning, the people who supported such a peculiar character, who appeared at an idol survival show with his entire face covered in weird makeup, were bound to be somewhat unusual. They might have originally supported him because he acted strangely or he looked different, but seeing the contestant they liked grow in real time and continually show off his talent and stand out in a space that made it easy to blend in with others, would make more hardcore fans, especially for those who could see themselves in his strangeness. Add in the fact that he was visually attractive, which was one of the most important features needed in the entertainment industry, and those fans would only grow. Although he was a controversial contestant, his constant controversy kept him in the spotlight, and as a production team, they would be foolish not to capitalize on it. It was similar to the noise marketing tactic that some companies use to advertise the product they were trying to sell. However, fortunately or unfortunately, this contestant seemed to be gaining skills at a rapid pace and had a certain something that made people, judges, and even executives like him enough to keep him around. It was obvious by the way his rank was exponentially rising compared to other contestants who had plateaued or had a steady incline. And since he was a main pillar of interest, they, as production staff, had to do what was needed to keep him on the show, even if it meant editing him out and taking their views for a couple of episodes. Edit it the way PD Emily says. We'll carefully track the metrics of this episode, and she and I will meet with the directors on Monday. Understood. Good. Get back to work. And Kate, go get contestant Carrot Top for me. I have something to ask him. And it seemed that the PD's thoughts were true. Because of the synergy of Ari's issue cropping up in addition to Benjamin and William being on the same team after their big fight from the last episode, and being baited by a trailer that showed their team, yet not a single scene of any of their team being shown, people were upset and the forum was up in flames. Episode 4 had the lowest rating and the highest number of complaints, with viewers calling it boring despite its usual editing style. There were numerous petitions for the production team to issue a statement about Ari's, which were ignored, and the discussion around Ari grew bigger and bigger. Meanwhile, internet detectives began their investigations, and Ari's defenders fought back online. Benjamin and William's fandoms continued their Cold War, while supporters of contestants who were not close to Ari had a wait-and-see attitude to see how things would pan out. Ari himself had a peaceful weekend. He helped at the restaurant, cleaned the church and the bathhouse, performed his repeat missions even though Nova wasn't responding to him, recorded a couple of French song covers, and posted them on his account, and finally caught up on some long-needed sleep. As for the strange numbers that repeatedly called and left screaming voicemails on his phone, the voicemails were saved, and the phone numbers were blocked, while he went about his day peacefully. And when Monday arrived, he was driven to school by priest Stephen Choi, along with Grace, who had severe shadows and eye bags under her eyes and had not stopped nagging him the entire weekend. I mean it, Ari. Straight home after school, with your full official transcript and a yearbook. Additionally, request recommendation letters from all your teachers and contact information for all the students you have tutored. Hand out my business card to them and tell them to reach out to me immediately. And stop touching your hair. Grace complained as she crossed the aisle to fix Ari's curls that he kept pushing out of his eyes. She had forcibly made him change into the utterly adorable tracksuit he usually wore for practice instead of the regular clothes he planned on wearing to school, and had forcibly frayed his sneakers because he had to push an image. Yeah, I got it. I'll give it to you when I get back. Listen to me, Ariel. Transcript must be sealed. With an official school seal. Don't look at it. Don't open it. I don't even want your fingerprints on it. Got it. And if you come back with even a single business card left, I'll tell Grandpa you're going on a vegetarian diet, so you can't eat meat for the foreseeable future. And leave the hair alone. Hearing his beef supply being threatened, Ari shoved Grace's face away with 2 fingers and began squeezing it in irritation until her cheeks puffed up angrily. I said I got it, so stop nagging like an old lady. Humph yourself. Good luck. Remember, act pitiful. And the transcript. Yeah. With a lazy wave, he got out of the church bus, only to stop as a small camera crew and a woman dressed in a skirt suit, while holding a microphone that said News 7. Students who were being dropped off as well stopped and stared curiously before moving out of the way and watching what was happening with their phones. Ah, there he is. He's here. Ariel. As somebody screamed and the camera turned to face him, the news reporter had a bright smile on her face as she and the 2 cameramen with her rushed toward him. Ari. What kind of nonsense was this? Hello. I'm Lauren, a reporter for Cap TV local news on Channel 7. You're Ariel Matisse, a contestant on Pop Star Academy, correct? We heard about your detainment right after your performance at the cultural festival and got an anonymous tip about the arrest and booking of your foster mother, Annalise Crouch, who was released this morning from the city jail, as well as a subsequent call to CPS reporting her for negligence for her 10 children. We interviewed her upon release, and she said several negative things about your character at the culture festival. Would you like to give a statement on your temporary detainment and release, refute her statements, your experience with the Crouch family, and any updates on what Pop Star Academy plans to do? An anonymous tip? Ari asked curiously. Yes, one of our trusted aspiring local reporters gave us a well-founded tip that we followed up on. The reporter explained gently, thinking that he was a bit confused. He wasn't surprised in the least, and Ari suspected that he knew where the anonymous tip had come from. Ari glanced back to see Grace smirking at him from the church bus window as it drove off. Her words act pitiful now made sense. Turning back to the single camera pointed at him, Ari softened his expression and spoke in a gentle tone and tried his best to look shy. I have to get to class on time so I don't get in trouble again, so I can't stay long, and there's a lot I can't say, especially about the show. Is that okay with you? Of course, sweetheart. And if you're unable to talk now, we can reschedule for later. And anything you want to share is okay with us. Hiding the smile in his heart, Ari decided to start off by dropping the biggest bomb. After all, when it came to a battle of pity, there was no way that woman could top him. Oh, thank you. Then about Annalise Crouch, my foster mother. Due to her, I was homeless for close to 2 years, which is why I was really surprised that she had so much to say about me when she hadn't cared about how I lived. Chapter 198. Exoneration 3. Homeless? You were homeless? Lauren asked in shock. She was expecting a casual rebuttal from the handsome student, not a bomb like being homeless due to his foster mother. She looked him over, noticing that even though he looked clean and his clothes fit well, they looked a bit faded, as if they had been washed numerous times, and his unbranded shoes were quite worn. If it weren't for his striking features, he would have looked a bit scruffy. Yes, for 2 years. Both my parents died in a drunk driving incident, and I was tossed into foster care and ended up with the Crouch family. After Annalise Crouch, her husband, and 10 children spent the insurance money from my parents' death. They sold all of my belongings, including childhood photos, clothing, and more, without my permission. What? Before the reporter could delve into the crazy statement, Ari continued to dump more information onto her before she could think. When the money from my parents' life insurance and the sale of my things ran out, the Crouch family had no choice but to downsize to a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom household where I had to sleep in a room with 6 other boys. Then, Annalise Crouch kicked me out of the house due to wanting ownership of the money the state provided to take care of me when I refused to share it. I tried to pursue legal actions, but I was put on the wait list and told it wasn't a pressing matter. What do you dash? I applied to the Pop Star Academy program to see if I could make something of myself since Annalise Crouch and her family refused to cooperate by providing the documents I needed to apply for financial aid and college scholarships despite the fact that I have excellent grades, causing me to cut off contact once again. Excuse me, please W. Annalise Crouch only reached out to me when they saw that I was doing well on Pop Star Academy. After refusing to cave into her ludicrous demands, she tried to slander me and ruin my chances of achieving something on my own. And now, her family has been leaving threatening voicemails for me, despite my not doing anything to them. I'm sorry, class is about to start. I have to go since I don't want to get detained by police officers Joe Smith and John Doe, who took me on a drive for several hours before finally bringing me to school in the evening and letting me go. What do you mean by that? Threatening voicemails. Several hours? What? Thank you for listening to my story. I really do have to go. Ari turned away, but the reporter grabbed his shoulder in a hurry. Wait, please take this business card and contact us. We need to hear more of this story. How can I contact you? Are you still homeless? What? Please take this card. You can contact me here, but I really have to get to class. After handing the reporter Grace's business card, Ari bowed his head once before turning away for good. Lauren, a street reporter for Cap TV News on Channel 7, stared at the handsome high school student casually strolling into the building, despite his claim that he had to hurry to class. No matter how she looked at it, he didn't seem to be in a hurry at all, but since he was clearly headed into the school, she let it go. She glanced down at the card, reading the details. Choi Entertainment PR. Keeping your reputation higher than the mountains, Choi. 626 XXX XXXX. He already has a PR firm? Let's pass this on to the interns and get in touch with the firm while we conduct some research on what the kid just told us. If even half of it is true, we could have a big story on our hands. And contact Mrs. Crouch again. Let's get her side of the story one more time. After unloading a significant amount of his trauma onto the news reporter and taking the card, Ari went to class with a completely refreshed feeling. Having bottled up a lot of things for so long, it was nice to let it out without a care. He really had to buy something nice for Grace, or do her share of the restaurant chores for a year or something. Who knew that she had connections to the local news? With all of his heart, Ari hoped that they would choose to investigate and expose everything. After all, he hadn't done anything to deserve the mistreatment they gave him, and maybe they would finally leave him alone. In an unusually good mood, Ari was prepared to enjoy the rest of his school day. Unfortunately, he just felt weird instead. It was due to the other students in school staring and recording him as he went from class to class. As someone who spent his high school life intentionally as a loner, rushing from class to either his tutoring job or his next job, it was surreal to see the people who used to ignore him now paying attention and trying to talk to him. Some of them were curious about his experience on the show, while others just wanted a photo. Some were interested in the news crew in front of the school, and still others wanted to hear about his arrest. Still, given his personality of not taking things too seriously, after giving his statement to the local news crew who had come to interview him in the morning, Ari just went about his day as usual, stopping by the front office to request his transcript and other official documents while passing out Grace's business card to the people he remembered tutoring, asking them to contact the email and number on the card if they had time, and asking if certain teachers could write him a recommendation letter if they had time. When people tried to talk to him, he replied as politely as possible but wasn't excessively friendly. After all, the school year was coming to a close in a little over a month. If he wasn't friends with people before, there was no point in trying to be friends now, especially with the cameras he pretended not to see constantly recording his every action. The distance they had was perfectly fine with him. By the time the final bell of the day rang and it was time to leave, Ari felt more exhausted than if he had been practicing dancing all day. Going to the pickup section, he entered the familiar white church bus, greeting priest Stephen Choi before seeing a familiar person tapping away on her tablet. "Why do you look tired when I'm the one who's been working hard?" Grace griped as Ari slumped down on a chair with a big sigh. "I've always thought this, but I've realized once again that I'm not built for the celebrity lifestyle. It's exhausting. Why are you acting like you were forced into signing up for Pop Star Academy?" "Because I was." Since he couldn't start explaining everything that happened with Nova and William, Ari just sighed again. "Once you start earning money, you'll be fine. Anyway, did you pass out all of my cards? And get all the documents? I know you gave it to the reporter because they messaged me, but how about the rest of your school? You spread my business cards. More or less. More or less. You see these bags under my eyes? I'm working hard for you, while I'm spreading your name for free. Quid pro quo. Fine. Where are the documents?" "Here." Ari handed over his official transcript and other things Grace had requested. "And your class rank?" "Still first. But I have tests to make up throughout the week." "Excellent." Grace quickly flipped through the documents before carefully placing them in her bag. "Tomorrow, you'll have a meeting with the president of your school's journalism club for an exclusive interview. Each school will be publishing an article to highlight the top 10 academically ranked students in the county." "I didn't even know we had a journalism club. Who do you think puts together the yearbook?" "Apparently, they tried to interview you previously, but you refused." "I don't remember, so I probably had to work," Ari replied honestly. His usual response when asked to do things was a quick no before walking away. "That's fine. They'll do it tomorrow morning and take a photo as well. Ensure your Pop Star Academy shirt, tie, and pants are clean and pressed, as that's what you'll wear. Your hair will be in a middle part with one curl hanging over your face." "Got it. We want to look young, professional, and handsome." "Sure, sure. If you dare to show up to breakfast without following my instructions, prepare to die. Understood? I'll ask my dad to pray for your death." "Praying for death? Isn't that against his whole concept as a priest?" "Grace, I'm telling Grandma that you secretly trashed the rice porridge that she gave you." "Wow. All of a sudden, I feel the urge to listen to your instructions. And do my chores. And do your chores today until I leave back to the show." "Excellent. So you are going back to the show? When will that be? In a week? 2 weeks? I don't need an exact time frame. Even a range is fine." Seeing that Grace was looking for another scoop, Ari just looked away. Secret. After all, he still didn't know if they were going to keep him on the show. It was just a guess. "Bo, give me a scoop." "No." "Fine. I'll just report these punks to let my anger out." Hearing her grumble before tapping away on her tablet, Ari laughed to himself while vowing to pay her back. He really owed her and her family a great deal. Thinking about what he could do to pay them back, Ari dozed off for the rest of the trip. And as he sleepily rubbed his eyes while getting off the church bus, he was tackled by a large, blonde figure. Chapter 199, Exoneration 4. Finding himself wrapped uncomfortably in Jamie's arms in a completely unwanted hug, Ari held still for a full 2 seconds before he began sharply elbowing him in the side. "Get off of me." "No. I said get off." "Never. I will pour an entire freezer of ice down your shirt while you sleep if you don't let me go." "I'm not afraid of you." Despite flinching at the threat, Jamie continued to hug Ari tightly, almost squeezing the air out of him. Ari gave him another 2 seconds to reconsider his actions before bringing out his final threats. "And burn your cowboy hats. Starting with your favorite white one." Gasp. Jamie immediately leaped away, looking comically shocked as he gripped the white cowboy hat on his head. "You wouldn't dare?" Fixing his crumpled clothing, Ari sighed before asking the most important question. "Don't tempt me. Anyway, what are you doing here? You weren't at the dorms, the staff refused to tell us anything, and you didn't answer your phone. They didn't really take you to jail, did they?" "Nope," Ari replied calmly as he turned around, finally noticing the other 4 boys walking at a fast pace towards him. It was Vishal, Carlos, Matthew, and Benjamin. "Oh, you didn't come alone? What are you all doing here?" Ari asked them as they got closer. "Do you hear this, Bretta? We saw them slam you in those cuffs and say they were going to throw you in the pen. Production refused to speak up, you weren't answering your phone, so of course, we were worried. Luckily, We saw some news interview posted on the community and figured you'd be back from school around now, innit? Benjamin replied immediately, slinging his arm around Ari's shoulders and messing up his hair. Oh, yeah, I was at school. Sorry, I forgot to turn my phone on. Are you okay? Are you injured anywhere? I brought you some ointment. Carlos held out a small pharmaceutical bag as he looked over Ari's face while Benjamin began aggressively patting his body and spinning him around. I'm fine. Are you sure? No hidden bruises? Your ankle is not sprained? Did you get beaten up in jail? I've heard people get career-ending injuries in there sometimes. Matthew chimed in, taking over from Benjamin and squeezing his arms, and then squatting to squeeze his legs. No, I didn't go to jail. My career is hopefully not over. I'm fine. Ari repeated calmly as he was manhandled left and right. Oh, this looks fun. I want to join in. As Jamie joined in spinning Ari around and messing his hair and clothes up, Vishal waved from the side. I just tagged along. Glad you're okay, Ari. You're looking extra scruffy today, innit? You sure you're all right, mate? Usually, you would have blown up by now. How's your ankle? Does it feel weaker than usual? Your lip looks a bit swollen. I also brought muscle relaxers, Tylenol, ibuprofen, and a leave to give you options. Spin. Spin. Enough. As Ari shoved them all away, Benjamin slid to the side and clapped enthusiastically. There we go. The evil in his body exploded. He's back to normal. Click. Click. Benjamin turned to the side, glancing at Grace, who was shamelessly taking a photo of them, before giving her his classic, charming smile. As her dark eyes met Benjamin's, the other boys froze, and Grace smiled before taking another photo. No, please continue. This is for my blog and will help boost your stock on the show. I promise. Hello there. I'm Benjamin, one of Ari's friends. Pleasure to meet you. Are you his girlfriend or dash? At the word girlfriend, Grace's entire face shriveled into an expression of disgust, as if she had eaten garbage. Please don't ever say such horrible words ever again. Otherwise, I will investigate your deepest, darkest secrets, write the most scathing article you've ever seen, and publish it on all 7 continents, including Antarctica. At the harsh refusal, Benjamin blinked before laughing. I can see. Siblings. Got it. The bad mouth runs in the family. My apologies. I meant no offense. Much better. Hello, I'm Grace Choi, a reporter, PR firm owner, and the best employee at the restaurant. Here's my business card. If you visit my website, you can see my rates for the different services I offer, and additionally, my grandparents run the best Korean bathhouse in Los Angeles and also serve the best authentic Korean food ever. Giving them a bright business-like smile and talking at her usual fast pace, Grace quickly handed out more business cards while they were still frozen. I will tell my grandmother that you're all coming to eat, so I expect to see you all inside. Ari, you're their server since some of us are working hard and actually have to study. Yeah. See you later, and thanks again. And remember what I said, uni dash. Stop nagging. I got it. Humph, back at you. With a final wave that looked suspiciously as if she were flipping him off, Grace ran off, while Ari led them toward the restaurant. Is she always like that? Benjamin asked while glancing around curiously, since he had never been on this side of town. No, she's usually worse. But she's a good person, like her whole family. The food is good, and I can treat you guys since you came to see me anyway. As the 6 tall boys, dressed in entirely different manners, walked into the restaurant, a few people glanced at them, then did a double take after realizing that they were all better than average looking. Ari led them to a seating area near the back, having grabbed menus, and began giving general recommendations as they read through them, before they all got variations of the same thing. So, in total, no pork for Benjamin, no beef for Vishal, brown rice and nothing marinated for Matthew, and extra spicy for Carlos, right? See? Yep. Yes, sir. Yeah. Hey, what about me? Jamie began complaining, and Ari used his clipboard to smack the back of his head. What about you? You've been here before, so I know what you like to eat. Well, I still want to be asked. What do you want to eat? What I got the last time. Then why did I have to ask you? Ari, _ I'll be back. After placing their orders, the 6 of them chatted while waiting for the food to be done. They told him about the remainder of the culture festival and the outing that the production team had taken them on, while Ari gave them a general gist of who Annalise Crouch was and what had happened when the police officers had taken him away. Despite being asked constantly, he didn't make a comment on whether he would be back on Popstar Academy or if he was eliminated. And the rest of their meal, they just spoke about other lighthearted topics until it was time for them to go home. Carlos left first on his motorcycle, while Vishal took Benjamin and Matthew in his car, leaving Jamie, who kept hanging around while looking as if he wanted to say something. Since he wasn't sure what the issue was, Ari just sipped his water while staring impatiently. "You're Royal CNS. What's with you and William?" "I hate him to death," Ari replied honestly. Jamie stared at him silently for a while before pulling his hat down over his eyes. "Keep your phone on from now on, or at least send a text, since you refused to get on the app. I was actually very worried because nobody had heard from you. And it was a really scary situation with no one telling us anything." "Okay, my bad." "Bad response. Try again." At Jamie's surprisingly firm tone, Ari blinked before responding accordingly. "I will send a message once I am able if I end up in a situation like that again. Sorry for worrying you." "Okay, and you should get a better phone so you can get the app. You can even share your location with me." "No." "Why not? Sounds bothersome." "Bo, even if you sulk, it means nothing to me. Go home. I have school tomorrow." "What if you win a new cell phone in a competition?" "I would sell it for money," Ari replied immediately. "What if you got one as a gift?" "I'd use it, I guess." "Really? Good. See you tomorrow." "No." Without waiting for Ari to say anything, Jamie ran out of the restaurant. Ari, what a weirdo. Still, he was pretty happy that he had gotten to see his friends. Things seemed to be going on track for once. And while Ari was enjoying his evening, another person was throwing a tantrum in a fancy office, sending all sorts of office equipment flying at two men who had no choice but to stoically take it. "You guys are useless. Useless. You can even do one thing right." Arg. William sent a stapler flying toward the two men dressed in police officer uniforms, pausing to smile in satisfaction before continuing to throw everything on the large oak desk onto the floor as he caused as big a mess as possible. His blue eyes were bloodshot, while his usual perfectly coiffed hair was disheveled. "You mean to tell me that that strange green mask-wearing weirdo was the one with the old man from several weeks ago?" "Yes. I could have sworn I asked you to get rid of him, along with that old man. So please explain to me how he's still alive." As if he had never screamed, a deceptively calm voice came from William's mouth, even though his nostrils kept flaring as his pupils dilated from sheer anger. John Doe licked his lips nervously before responding. "I thought I did. It wa dash. I thought I did dashed." William interrupted, while mockingly repeating his words. "Do I pay you to think?" "No. I pay you to follow my orders, and apparently, you're too stupid to do that. Not only did you fail to get rid of him the first time, but you were lazy on the investigation I asked you to do. And when I finally gave you the perfect setup, the perfect reason to arrest him, drag him to the station, and interrogate him, you messed it up, leaving him free to go. And you want to convince me that you're not useless?" But it was hard to investigate. He doesn't really have a digital footprint, and he doesn't have any social media presence at all, and dash. Excuses. Excuses. All I hear is excuses. Now you're telling me that you can't arrest him because he's in the public spotlight? Do I look like I care about some rubbish local news channel interview? Huh. Answer me. Knowing better than to answer, both Joe Smith and John Doe stood there silently, hoping that their boss would finally calm down instead of acting like a maniac. William continued pacing around while muttering to himself. Sometimes he would go and pound the floor to the ceiling window. Other times, he would kick at the broken objects on the ground, sending them flying. And now he has it. That thing that I need. No wonder. No wonder he's always been blocking my way. Blocking others. Refusing to touch me. Increasing his rubbish skills at a fast pace. He knew. He knew. And was laughing in my face because he has a fully functional one while I have this broken garbage that hardly works and is driving me crazy. Arg. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Huh. Huh. As William began shouting again while clutching his head, the two officers glanced at each other before taking a step back. The screaming lasted for several minutes before William calmed down and took a seat on the only clean chair in the room. He looked as if he had made an important decision. "It's fine. It's fine. Let's get him kicked out properly. You might have failed, but others won't. After all, those directors care about their image and don't want a scandal to bring down this money sink of a program. I'll just call my uncle and get him to handle it. In the meantime, continue the investigation on him and find somebody to follow him everywhere, and if possible, snatch him up discreetly and bring him to me." Joe Smith and John Doe glanced at each other before replying politely, "Yes, boss." Chapter 200, Exoneration 5. So Ari, we're down to our final question. Being not only the valedictorian of your class, but also the person with the highest GPA and the highest AP exam scores in the school's history is an amazing accomplishment. Is there anyone you would like to give a special shout out to as your high school journey comes to a close? It could be a teacher, an administrator, or even another student who you feel has impacted you positively. Alicia Gray, the president of the school's journalism club, asked Ari as she interviewed him for the article. That would be published. Conscious of the camera recording her every move and the handsome boy across from her, who looked even more handsome than she remembered, as he was dressed in a white button-up shirt, gray slacks, with his hair pushed to the side, exposing that striking face. As Ari's slender hands gripped the silver microphone in front of him, Alicia blushed hard, breaking the journalistic protocol, and avoided the sea-green eyes staring intently at her. Not really, but shout out to Principal Matador for making an exception for me and working with my schedule. I was fully prepared to drop out, so I'm glad we found a happy medium, and I was able to achieve these things, I suppose. Although I really don't want to give a speech at graduation and wish there was a cash prize or something. Oh, is anyone else? Like a friend or a teacher? Someone who really helped you out? I guess I can give a shout out to all the teachers who wrote me a last-minute letter of recommendation. Thanks to them. Oh, I see. Although she felt a bit disappointed for some reason, Alicia forced a smile before continuing. Well, thank you for taking the time to interview with me. No, thank you for making time for me at the last minute. I appreciate it. And sorry for probably rejecting you earlier in the year if you asked me to do this. My life was a bit more chaotic than it is right now. As Ari smiled at her, Alicia's face turned an even brighter tomato color, and she began fanning herself before squeaking out, "No problem. Can I please have a photo? I promise not to spread it. And I've been voting daily on the show, and I hope my article helps prove your innocence." "Really? Thank you for doing that. And sure, a picture is fine." Ari quickly stood up, making a peace sign and smiling as Alicia snapped several selfies with him. As she promised to write the best article ever, he thanked her once more before leaving with his backpack. It was his last appointment of the day, after he had met with his teachers to take makeup tests. Jamie had insisted on picking him up, as Grace had said she had something important to do and had pretended to be sick at home. While he was walking toward a familiar white truck in the parking lot, a beat-up green van skidded in front of him, and out jumped Annalise Crouch, looking crazed with disheveled hair, smudged makeup, and red eyes filled with tears. "You," stomping angrily toward him, she began slamming her finger against his chest while screaming. "I can't believe you would call CPS on me and report those lies when I had to spend my weekend in that filthy jail cell because of your actions. You bastard. They're taking the kids. You ruined my life. I hope you're happy." Ari. "Well, yes. Yes, I am." Since he couldn't say that without sounding evil, Ari just stayed silent and tried to walk past her. "Come back here. Face me. I'm going to get them to lock you up. You're a horrible person. Horrible." As Annalise Crouch raged and began chasing him while trying to hit him with her purse, Ari began running around, dodging around her each time she tried to hit him until she finally fell to the ground crying and screaming. He wasn't stupid enough to say anything or fight back against a person who was acting crazy, especially when they were pregnant and a woman, and double especially with a cop car just parked off to the side. Who knew if it was the dirty cops Joe and John trying to catch him doing something that they could arrest him for? Pretending he didn't see or hear Annalise Crouch crying, Ari simply entered Jamie's car, locked the door, and put on his seatbelt before sighing in relief. "What's her issue?" Jamie asked with a look of concern on his face as he looked through his mirror at Annalise Crouch, who was pounding the ground in anger. "Dunno, drugs? Anyway, to your studio? You said your dad is less mad at you, right?" "Yep. Ever since I came back, he's been pretty happy, especially whenever I mention you. I think it's because he's finally seen your talent and that you're a good person. Isn't it because he thinks I'm going to be eliminated and he doesn't like me?" Not wanting to burst Jamie's bubble, Ari just stayed silent as the other boy started his car and floored it. As they drove and stalled through traffic, Ari noticed that the same police car that was at his school was following behind them, before eventually turning away when they got to where Jamie's studio was located. Memorizing the license plate, he made a note to look into it later. For now, he would practice making some music while waiting for the production team to contact him. And as for public opinion about him in the Pop Star Academy communities, it was currently in the gutter with people trying to dig into his past, verify the words from his interview with the reporter, what Annalise Crouch had said, and other things. While he was quite thankful to those who were doing their best to defend him or at least stay neutral, reading the vitriol written by others, Ari thought the same thing he always did when reading online comments. People clearly had a lot of free time and were pretty bold online, because he could guarantee that the things they said from behind their keyboard would never be said to his face, and if someone said those things to them, they would probably cry. And since he wasn't one to take people whom he didn't know seriously, whenever he had time, he would screenshot the post, save it in a folder, and block the people spewing hate toward him or any other contestant. And in a room decorated with famous entertainers and reporters, a 16-year-old aspiring entertainment journalist and PR firm owner was prepared for war, wearing a rabbit onesie with a sweatband pushing her hair back. Grace had her desktop computer open to Word documents with several drafts, including the one sent by the head of the journalism club at Ari's school. Her tablet was opened to major communities to read what people were saying. Her laptop had the email template that was going to be sent out, while her phone was currently holding a space on Twitter for those who were part of the Ari's Angels community, a community where she was the main moderator and founder. The post that currently has the most likes was a petition by fans to remove Ari from the Pop Star Academy program for bringing a negative spotlight to the show. They claimed he tainted the brand by being arrested. False. At most, he was detained by the police and given a free ride to school, was a terrible and violent student. False, as evidenced by his high academic standing and no criminal record in school or outside of it, was a bad son. False. Copies of his complaints about his foster mother had been made and ignored since it wasn't urgent, etc. For the past several days, Grace had spent her free time aggregating the hateful comments and using her resources to craft the rebuttals and prepare bribes for the army she was about to unleash. Now that all the pieces were gathered, it was time to fight back. Is everyone ready? Here is the first bit. Grace asked as she sent the finalized draft over to the community moderators to be read over one last time. Good. Looks great. Got it. Then let's begin. Those on Twitter begin to post with these hashtags, article links, and tag these accounts. Those on Reddit are preparing to comment on the post that one of our mods is creating now and share across all platforms. Those on the email team, please remember your appointed time and schedule the drafted email to be sent to the production team emails that I previously shared. Tomorrow, the article will be published on the LA County Public School website, and we'll continue our push to raise awareness to let the production team know that Ari is innocent of all accusations and should not be punished or kicked off the show. In fact, he's a great influence, having high academic achievements while being talented in other things. Yes, understood. And the reward? Not that I'm doing this for a reward. Hehe. Don't worry. As promised, the goods will be delivered. Once you have sent me proof of your actions, as well as proof of voting for Ari, each person will receive a never-before-seen, high-resolution custom photo of Ari at his previous performance. Additionally, I happened to catch him hanging out with other contestants and asked if I could take their photos, which they allowed me to do. Army Nation, rise up. The bromance between the Black Cat and Golden Dog is stronger than ever, and it seems other friendships have formed as well. The people who can hold strong until the production team gives us a favorable response will get those candid photos, and I can assure you they're worth it. Understood. Aye aye, Captain. Say less. Please share where you spotted them. What new ships? Tell me. Seeing that people were suitably motivated, Grace ended the space, cracked her fingers, and began sending out emails to local journalists, the Pop Star Academy production team, and even to the personal emails of the PDs that she had finally found after days of searching. It contained Ari's story that she had been told, official records she had received from him, and anything she thought would help. As long as his story could get out, she knew people would be sympathetic, and maybe, just maybe, he could continue on the show. And a couple of days later, when PD Emily Raleigh took the aggregated stat sheets of the viewership, comments, new signups, etc., summarized emails defending Ari that had been sent by fans, clarification of the rules by the legal team, clipped news reports, and other pieces of evidence that showed Annalise Crouch acting crazy online to the board of directors meeting to decide Ari's fate on the show. It went as she expected, with about half the people who supported Wilfred Forbes, the director who was to be in charge of the team that would be formed once Popstar Academy was over in wanting to eliminate Ariel. The other half was open to listening to PD Emily's thoughts on keeping the contestant and browsing through the data she presented curiously. Their main concern was damage to the show's image, but also the conundrum of Ariel's situation, bringing a lot of new, different eyes to the show, but also the fact that those eyes might leave if the person who had brought them was no longer there. Additionally, there was negligence on the production team's part because even though their rules stated that those underage must come with a guardian, their wording was vague enough to allow Ari's use of a priest instead of his state-appointed guardian when filling out his documents, causing a big argument among the directors as to what they should do about the situation. Finally, they turned to face Bing Young-sun, who had the highest authority as the representative of the company that was investing the most into the program, who had just silently listened to the discourse the whole time. With his usual composure, Bing Young-sun slowly tapped his fingers on the table before speaking in his measured way. People in and outside of the entertainment industry often believe that looks and skills are the reasons people make it. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Visuals are very important, and skills can be taught as long as the person is willing. But the most important trait is the ability to attract people, that intangible star-like quality that makes you pay attention to a person, to want to know them, to love them, to want to be like them, and put them on a pedestal and defend them or push against them, is something that cannot be taught. It's something that people who are destined to be stars intrinsically have, and it's clearly something that Ariel Matisse possesses and has shown from the moment he had his face covered with strange makeup to the moment when he revealed his actual appearance. For a single 17-year-old to have not only the board but the public opinion split like this, with both sides feeling strong enough to defame or support him in such a strategic manner, is something no one could have imagined. It's quite interesting to see in real life, and if I had a choice, I would absolutely put him in the debut group, just for the attention he brings alone. After all, can you imagine our debut member giving a speech because he's at the top of his class? It's the dream of Asian parents everywhere. So, I agree with PD Emily. We'll keep him on the show and have him suspended until he turns 18. But as Wilfred Forbes protested, Bing Young-sun continued. However, our goodwill can only go so far. Contestant Ariel may have brought more eyes, but who's to say that all those eyes support him? His stay is contingent on the number of votes he has, just like everybody else. If he doesn't have enough votes from the public to keep himself in, then he'll be eliminated, and that would be that. But if he survives and continues to rise the way that he's been doing, well, that would be quite interesting to see, and I would have to take back my job offer. And how is that fair to the poor contestants who have to be his teammates? They will have to do the extra work for a freeloading person while he relaxes at home and enjoys himself. This is preferential treatment, and that's completely unacceptable. Wilfred Forbes protested, not wanting to keep a person his nephew disliked around, especially someone who had such a radicalized atmosphere around him. Seeing that there was a path to getting her way, PD Emily quickly interjected. If you're concerned about fairness, then we'll fully exclude him from any benefits he might gain if his team comes at the top for the next challenge. And if his team loses, naturally, we'll apply all the penalties to him. As for preferential treatment, apart from this issue, this contestant has never received such treatment from the production team, whereas several other contestants have. Should we dig into it and expose each one, or is this compromise enough for you? After all, it's not like you have a personal grudge against a contestant who's good for business, right? As PD, Emily's gaze met Wilfred Forbes, her tone insinuating which contestant she would expose first. Sparks seemed to fly between the two until Bing Young-sun broke it. Then let's go with that. Keep him on the show as long as his votes are enough. Time is money, so let's move on to the next topic. Fine, I'd like to go next. Wilfred Forbes glared maliciously at PD Emily before continuing. It seems that several of the scheduled goals for the contestants have been switched around or canceled entirely for new ones at the discretion of the PD. The show was fully planned out from the beginning, So I'm wondering where all these new changes are coming from. Both PDG-Ho and I were hired because of our skills and expertise, so having changes in the program is completely normal. And as you can see, our changes have yielded even better results than expected. Additionally, we have reason to suspect that some contestants are getting advanced information, causing us to switch things up in the name of fairness. PD Emily replied in a pointed, harsh manner. I hope you're not implying that such a leak is happening from me because my nephew is on your show, when it's you that clearly can't manage your own staff. I would never imply such a thing. It's just a statement of the things that I've noticed. After all, we record these contestants for close to 24 hours. It's not hard to catch certain meetings between people who should not be meeting. As the two began their verbal spar, the board of directors settled in for a long discussion. At the end of it, neither side was fully happy about what they gained and lost, but that was the nature of business. Compromise was everything. And once PD Emily got back to her office, she had her assistant send out the pre-drafted email to Ari while she began reworking the future plans of the show to take advantage of his future reappearance. Sorry, Ari, you may have to suffer a bit. But hey, at least you're gaining quite a few fans, EY. Your rank is looking pretty good, you know? And maybe we can attend your high school graduation. It would look great on film. Volume 3. Chapter 201, Birthday Boy. The next 2 weeks passed in a general blur with Ari doing his best to become the most diligent student ever. He only went from school to the restaurant to the church, and occasionally to Jamie's studio, making sure that he was never alone or doing anything wrong. And when Jamie had to go back to the Pop Star Academy dorm, he limited his movement and refused to go anywhere that wasn't the school or the restaurant, especially because he always spotted a police car lurking about. Since he had received a notification from the production team that he would be allowed to return to the show the day after he turned 18, Ari was simply waiting for his birthday to arrive. And as that day finally came, Ari got ready as if it were a normal day, eating breakfast with Grace and preparing to leave, since he had already informed everyone that he needed the morning and afternoon off. No one knew that it was his birthday, and he had no plans to make a big deal out of it. Make sure to be back by 6 p.m. because I have to go hang out with my friends. 6 p.m., and not a moment later got it. Grace yelled, her face scrunched up. Yeah, I'll be back at 6. Stop nagging, or you'll get more wrinkles than your granddad. Ari replied before quickly walking out the door before Grace started shouting like she usually did when Ari teased her. Getting into the taxi he had already called for himself, he sat quietly in the back as it first took him to a flower shop to pick up his order, then a pastry shop that sold French pastries, before taking him to the cemetery, where his parents were buried. Thankfully, it was a nice day, and as he walked to the correct spot, he was a bit happy to see that it was quite empty, which meant he had it all to himself. Bonjour, maman, salut papa. A phase 8 long temps, it's been a long time. J'ai un an de plus maintenant. I'm a year older now. With slow movements, Ari slowly cleaned the gravestones, plucking the weeds that were around them and laying the new flowers neatly on each gravestone before sitting in between the two of them. Then, opening the variety pack of pastries, he began nibbling each one while speaking the language that was both his parents' native tongue in a low voice, updating them on what had happened since his last birthday. My hair is getting super long. I really need a haircut. I miss Dad's cooking. Can you believe I'm trying to be an idol? My French is getting bad these days since I have nobody to talk to. It's a bit sad. From dying and getting Nova, to getting on the show, what he had gone through. Ari properly complained and let all his grievances flow before his parents the same way he would when they were alive. Except this time around, there was nobody to ruffle his hair, kiss and pinch his cheeks, or make him a snack as he complained. Just know that I'm listening to Dad's words properly. If I have the chance to complain about how I'm treated, I do so. And I always advocate for my friends and those who are quieter. I don't hit people first, but if they hit me, I make sure to hit them back worse. Thankfully, my cheeks are less fluffy, so they get pinched a lot less nowadays. I am properly eating my meals and being less picky, so hopefully I can add an inch or two more so I can be taller than Dad. I still refuse to go to the gym, but I have been exercising more. I hope somebody has been feeding Madagat and that he's fat and happy and healthy, eating all the fish that gets tossed his way and taking all the long naps in the sun that he wants. In my next life, I want to be a cat too. Also, I really can't believe you both didn't leave me a single dime in your will. I know you said you wouldn't, but I can't believe you both really did it. I'm your only child, for goodness sake." After grumbling for a while, Ari sighed while wiping tears from his face. "I miss you both. A lot. But I want you to know that I'm doing much better. I've made pretty good friends, met crazy people. I'm staying with a family that's far kinder to me than I deserve. And I think things are going to work out. I might have found something that I might actually want to do. Of course, I'm good at it because I'm good at everything. But it seems pretty fun, especially if I can do it with these friends, so don't worry about me. At least not right now." As his phone alarm vibrated, Ari laughed sadly. "See you again in a year. I have to go back now because I'm on bathroom duty and Grace wants to go hang out with her friends." Grace is the granddaughter of the family that I'm staying with, that I was telling you about, and apparently, the head of the PR firm that's managing me. She's doing a really good job, so I can't complain. I really owe her and her family a lot. But yeah, I have to go. Jutem. Standing up and dusting off his pants, Ari gently stroked the tombstones, kissing each one before grabbing his trash and leaving. He was silent the whole taxi ride back, a bit stuck in his memories as he once again celebrated another birthday alone. As he walked into the bathhouse, he glanced at Granny Choi, who was messing around with a clipboard at the register. "Where's Grace?" "She went to karaoke with her friends. If you can wipe the tables, I'll have Grandpa Choi make you some dinner." "That's okay. I'm not very hungry. I ate when I was out." "A small snack then, so you can grow big and tall." Haha. Okay. Knowing that it was futile to say no to food, Ari just laughed quietly before opening the door that led to the restaurant. Surprisingly, it was dark, but before he could say anything, the lights suddenly turned, and then, pop, 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 pop. A whole bunch of confetti exploded into his face, causing Ari to sneeze, then blink as he saw 5 boys who were definitely not supposed to be here: Granny Kim, Granny Lisa, Grandpa Choi, Priest Stephen Choi, and Grace, all wearing birthday cone hats while holding confetti poppers toward his face. What the dash? Surprise. Click. As Ari looked around, shocked, the light of a camera flashed, and a voice called out, "1, 2, 3, go. Happy birthday to you. Joyeux anniversaire. Happy birthday to you. Joyeux anniversaire. Happy birthday, dear Ariel. Joyeux anniversaire, Ariel. Happy birthday to you. Joyeux anniversaire." In a mix of English and terribly accented French, the happy birthday song was sung beautifully to him in 2 different languages, causing Ari to laugh, but also wipe away tears from his eyes at how equally good and bad it sounded. Still, at the unexpected surprise, Ari couldn't help but be touched. "Thank you very much." "But why? How?" The question was directed at Jamie, Benjamin, Carlos, Vishal, and Matthew, who were absolutely not supposed to be here or even know about his birthday, considering the fact that he hadn't told anyone the date except for the PD. "Grace told us the date." Jamie confessed as he stuck a bright pink party hat on Ari's head. When Ari glanced at her, Grace held up a peace sign before taking another photo. "And we got permission dash. We snuck out." Benjamin quickly interrupted Jamie's explanation, causing the blonde boy to gasp at him in shock. "You said you asked for permission." "I lied." "What?" "Don't worry about it. Anyway, Ari, we all pitched in to get you a cake, presents, and food. Grandpa made all of your favorites, and we even ordered weird French food from some restaurant. So let's have a party to celebrate your big 18 in it. In London, I would have taken you to the pub for a proper bev, but here in the States, even I have to drink juice. It's fine. I don't like alcohol anyway. But thank you. I appreciate the thought, though." "Ah, that's right, you did say that. Well, let's eat and party. We boys only have an hour or 2 to spare before we have to go back, or we'll get in trouble." "Okay, thank you again for coming." Ari went around, greeting and thanking everyone for taking the time to come and celebrate with him. He received lots of hugs, and for once, he gratefully accepted them, truly touched. Then he got his face smashed in one cake, smashed Benjamin and Jamie's faces in the same cake in retaliation, before cutting the spare cake so everyone could have some. Afterward, he ate a lot of food while chatting with everyone as Grace took pictures, and his separate worlds began to intermingle even more. By the time Jamie and Benjamin left with all the others, he was thoroughly stuffed after eating more than he usually did, and his heart felt full. And as Stephen Choi helped him carry his boxes of gifts back to the church, including several Polaroids that Grace had taken throughout the night, Ari looked over them once more, smiling as he saw the various antics of his friends captured and immortalized. For the first time, rather than a song cover, Ari posted a photo of himself along with everyone else with the simple tagline, "Mess poets, my friends." Then, after taking a much-needed shower to wash the icing out of his hair, he packed his clothing and went to bed. Tomorrow, he would join the Pop Star Academy contestants once more. Chapter 202. He's back, 1. Welcome back, contestant Ari. I'm so glad to see you. Also, happy belated birthday, and welcome to adulthood. Thank you. Ari could only give PD Emily a suspicious glance, especially when she was kindly greeting him with a gentle smile on her face. She never, ever smiled. Ever. So seeing her smile so kindly, somebody was clearly in for it, and he hoped it wasn't him. You came nice and early, so we have some time to get some house cleaning out of the way. Why don't we have a personal interview first? I have some things to update you on. There's some content for you to film, and then you can rejoin the contestants. Understood. Sure. Ari followed along behind her, wondering what kind of questions he would be asked, and whether he should follow Grace's nagging advice to be more palatable to the public or just continue being himself. As he was led into the room, Ari still hadn't made up his mind at all, but it seemed that the PD had no plans to wait for him to collect himself. The red light of the camera turned on as the bright light aimed at his face, and she began. Well, let's begin. How does it feel to be back after a nice long break? It feels pretty good, Ari replied simply. As she gestured for him to say more, Ari thought for a bit before continuing. I'm glad that the production team allowed me to come back onto the show to continue pursuing my dream, and I'm thankful to all the fans who put in the time and energy to support me. It means a lot. We haven't announced your return to the public as well as the other contestants, but there have been quite a few think pieces, polls, and opinions about you, your character, the incident, and what we as the production team should do in regards to your situation. What do you think about that? I think people are entitled to their own opinions, but I generally don't let those opinions affect me, especially if the people giving them don't know who I am as a person or the truth of the matter. I just try to live life as best as I can and do to others as they do to me. And at the end of the day, I was allowed to return, so the thoughts and opinions of others are no big deal. Very profound. It seems adulthood agrees with you. Speaking of opinions, we recently had the contestants take several polls about each other, and some of the results were quite interesting to say the least. Would you like to hear them? Do I even have a choice in this matter? Rather than saying what he was actually thinking, Ari just shrugged. Sure. Excellent. PD Emily gestured to one of the staff members, who brought over a clipboard. She immediately skipped past the positive results and straight into the more controversial ones to elicit a good interview response. First of all, we had the contestants take a poll on which contestants they would want to debut with and which contestants they did not want to debut with if they could. Choose. You happen to be the #1 contestant that people didn't want to debut with. How do you feel about that? Does it bother you? Ari, what kind of insane question was this? Why in the world would you ask contestants that? And what kind of response are you expecting me to give? Of course, it bothers me a little bit. Holding back a sigh, Ari tried to respond as politely as he could. I think people are allowed to have their own opinions, and it doesn't particularly bother me one way or another as long as we all work toward our goals on the show. In life, you don't always get to work with the people you want, but you still have to get the job done. Do you plan on trying to change their minds? Not really. I want to continue to present my true self, and if it's something others don't like, there's nothing I can do about it since I don't want to live a fake life. How diplomatic of you. PD Emily commented dryly, a bit disappointed at the PC's answer, before continuing. Well, can you guess how many people wanted to debut with you? We took the poll when 79 contestants, excluding you, were here. So they had taken the poll right after his incident, when he got arrested at the cultural festival. It didn't take a genius to know that most people wouldn't want to debut with someone caught in that kind of situation, especially when he had just disappeared and production wasn't saying a word. So Ari just listed the number of people who had snuck out to see him. For his birthday, probably 5 people. At Ari's surprisingly accurate guess, PD Emily's eyes widened slightly before she regained her neutral expression. Correct. How do you feel learning that only 5 contestants out of 80 would choose to have you on their debut team? And many of those same people voted for production to kick you out when asked about how the issue should be resolved. I'm thankful to those people who thought I would be a good person to debut with and continue participating in the program. Ari wanted to leave it at that, but PD Emily kept pushing. And those who didn't? What about those who wanted you gone? Well, I'm still here, aren't I? Clearly, their opinion isn't that important in the grand scheme of things. Ari replied with a sharp smile, causing PD Emily to smile in return. Perfect. Great answer, but don't celebrate too quickly. You missed a performance last week, and as a result, your team didn't earn any additional voting points and actually had the worst performance. Since this week is social media week and our halfway point, one of the tasks contestants have to complete is to create a short video introducing themselves in a way that stands out, which will be posted on all our channels along with their current rank. Just like before, the 7 contestants with the most views in a 24-hour time period will get a reward. You have about 10 minutes to film yours before you need to head to the ranking ceremony. Did the other contestants only have 10 minutes to complete it all? Of course not. They had a day to prepare their ideas and 10 minutes to film, but you weren't here now, were you? Unless you want to skip the ranking ceremony entirely? Of course, you will be immediately eliminated if you do. And wouldn't that be a waste? Ari_TikTok, your time is wasting away. If you want to spend it making faces at me, that's your prerogative. See you in 10 minutes. Yes. Good. PD Emily got up while gesturing for Kate to come grab him. Welcome back, Ari. It's so good to see you and happy belated birthday. Sorry to rush you, but I'll take you to the camera room to shoot this, and then I'll drive you to the ranking ceremony immediately, okay? And no need to worry. It's just a simple video that is a max of 30 seconds. If you can't think of what to do, you can simply state your name, age, and a fun fact. Your face is pretty enough, so I'm sure you'll be fine just staring at the camera. At Kate's words saying that she would drive him to the ranking ceremony, Ari's face instinctively paled as he remembered how she had tried to kill him on the way to the hospital the last time. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to dwell on that. He had to come up with an idea that was memorable enough to stand out among other handsome contestants. He easily kept up with Kate as she speed walked and asked, "Can I choose my song?" Of course. Everything from the camera angle and song is at your discretion, and feel free to grab any props from the box. Can I get a hint about what others did? Yeah, some people did dance challenges, sang, and told jokes. It's really just personal preference. Anyway, here we are. Rob, one more short video recording for mobile browsing, please. Kate waved at the familiar-looking cameraman. Got it. Let me know when you're ready, contestant. Props are over there. Got it. Rushing over to the prop box, Ari kept thinking, his brain working overtime trying to come up with something that would stand out. He didn't particularly want to give a basic introduction of himself, since people who watched the show most likely already knew about him. Dancing a challenge? He wasn't confident in that, especially since he couldn't use his jukebox skill right now. Singing? Everyone could sing, so he wouldn't stand out. Telling jokes? He wasn't funny. The only thing memorable about him was wearing makeup and being at the center of a controversy, where people thought he was going to be kicked off the show. His hands swept over a green, ogre-like mask that vaguely reminded him of the mask that William had broken. Maybe he could do something with this? There was one sound that he had seen trending with villain edits that would fit, and if combined with the controversy, and this mask, can you do it like this? Ari explained the concept and sound he wanted to the cameraman, and after laughing, Rob nodded. Not a problem. Not a problem, the man said, grabbing the phone, camera, and setting it up on the handheld tripod gimbal. With seconds to spare, Ari got his less than 10-second video filmed before dashing out with Kate. And when PD Emily saw Ari's video, she could only laugh because he really was a cheeky brat. He really made it too easy to edit him in one issue or another. Her finger quickly pressed the replay button as she watched the 10-second clip of booted feet walking up to the camera before the owner squatted down to grab and hold the phone up, displaying a green monster mask topped by black curly hair as the audio played with boss-like electronic music backing the words. Everybody hated me. They wanted me gone. They had a lot to say when I wasn't here. But guess what? He's back. Slender, pale fingers pulled off the mask, exposing that striking face that had his tongue sticking out in a smirk as he made a peace sign. And his requested caption was 7 simple words. Ariel, I'm here thanks to the angels. Laughing to herself once more, PD Emily went back to the editing room after seeing Kate peel off from the parking lot in a black van. Chapter 203. He's back, too. Are you okay, Ari? You look a bit pale, and your forehead is covered in sweat. Kate asked in a gentle voice as she looked down at the boy who was clutching his stomach with his head resting on his knees. She wanted to pet the fluffy black curls, but only just restrained herself with a hard pinch. Kate, should I be honest with you? Ari glanced up at Kate while clutching his stomach, which was roiling from moving at speeds and angles that no roller coaster had ever achieved and physics couldn't explain. He felt as if he was about to vomit up every single thing that he ate for breakfast, and maybe even dinner too. That was how bad a driver Kate was, and it seemed that she was getting worse. Yes. Please return your driver's license to the DMV. Immediately. Haha, you're so funny. I'm being serious, and you're laughing? You're a danger to every single person on the road. I'm not joking. Driving on the road should not feel like I'm on a roller coaster that wants to become a bumper car. Please return your license. Cut it up immediately. Ahaha. I've really missed your sense of humor, Ari. It's been so dull without you. Kate pounded his back while laughing, although her expression looked a bit guilty as she avoided meeting Ari's eyes. Feeling his stomach gurgle again, Ari put his head back between his knees and took deep breaths. Throwing up is not cool. Ahem. Anyway, even though they've started filming, we made it before your name is called, which is good. Okay, I'll head in quietly and sit in the back. Groaning, Ari began to get up from the floor, but Kate pushed him down. No. The PD said I shouldn't let you enter until your name is called. For dramatic effect, since nobody knows you're back. Doesn't that sound fun? Do I have a choice? PD Emily thought you might ask that, and said to tell you. No, and if you gave a negative response, I should let her know. Then, wow, it sounds extra fun. Where am I supposed to enter from? From the side door. Let's take a peek. Kate helped him up, and the two of them tiptoed to a side door, with Kate cracking it open just a smidge so they could hear the familiar voice of MC Ryan Leary. And coming in 34th place, contestant Leo. Please come forward. Oh, 34th place already, and his name hadn't been called? His rank had really risen a lot. He knew it was above 50 because he had gotten the mission reward, but this was new. This was kind of crazy. In 30th place. In 27th place. In 25th place. As different contestants kept getting called without hearing his name, Ari began to worry. He wondered if he had been eliminated, even though he had been allowed to return to the show. He wouldn't put it past the PDs who seemed to enjoy squeezing all use from contestants before getting rid of them, just like when they forced contestants to record the signal song before hosting the elimination right afterward. Although it was a bit sad, since he had put in his best effort, he might as well take it on the chin. Coming in 20th place, contestant Ariel. Please come forward. What? Ariel. Contestant Ariel, please come forward. Ari, go in. Kate hissed as she opened the door for him. As his name was called out again, Ari snapped out of his daze, pushed open the door, and began walking slowly into the room. The familiar sight of the pyramid on stage with contestants sitting on it, the table filled with judges, cameras along the walls of the room, neatly lined up chairs with contestants, and, of course, the MC on stage filled his eyes, and he couldn't help but smile just a bit. He had missed this atmosphere just a bit. Ah, there you are. Long time no see, contestant Ariel. Please come up on the stage to say a few words before taking your seat. As MC Ryan Leary waved from the stage, there were audible gasps as all eyes turned to look at Ari. He even heard someone say he's back before their voice was muffled. And with his usual lazy confidence, Ari took his time walking forward, glancing around the room with a neutral expression. He met the eyes of a few people who looked quite shocked to see him there. Some of them looked a bit embarrassed, while others quickly recovered and appeared not to care. To those who avoided making eye contact with him, Ari simply laughed, thinking it was pretty funny. It wasn't like he was going to bite them. It was a free country, and everyone was entitled to their own opinion. As he stepped onto the stage, Ari shook the hands of the MC, who smiled happily. We haven't seen you in a couple of weeks, contestant Ari, but you've had quite the meteoric rise in ranks, and you're looking more handsome than ever. Would you like to say a few words? Ari paused for a moment, uncharacteristically nervous as he tried to organize what he wanted to say. He wanted to list everything he had seen online during the past week. Sure, there had been a lot of negativity, but within that, there had been a clear outpouring of support for him from people everywhere. He didn't know if what people had been doing had an effect on the production team's decision to bring him back, but the fact that the number of votes he had received had caused his rank to jump so much was due to them, especially because people continued to vote and support him despite not knowing if it was futile and if he would be eliminated. It really meant a lot, and he couldn't figure out what he had done to deserve such help or even how to repay those people. He wanted to give them a well-put-together speech, but ended up just blurting out words as they came to mind. I'd like to give my heartfelt thanks to my fans for continuing to support me. From those who voted for me, to those who emailed the production team, reporters, and news stations, to those who shared links, and to those fighting in the comments to defend me, kept me in their thoughts and prayers, sent positive energy my way, and uplifted my spirits during this uncertain period. I appreciate every single one of you, and truly, I don't deserve this love and care that you've shown me. I don't know how to repay you apart from giving you my sincere thanks, but I promise to do my best to continually make you proud, to try to repay you as best as I can, and to make you not regret the time, love, effort, and most that you've given me. Thank you. Done talking, Ari bowed his head deeply before glancing up as he heard some sniffling. MC Ryan Leary pretended to wipe his eyes before patting Ari on the back. Wow, I believe that's the most I've ever heard you say, contestant Ariel. We're glad to have you back. I'm glad to be back. Giving the MC a polite nod, Ari went to his seat, regaining his previously neutral expression as he took his seat and waited for the ranking ceremony to be over. In the weeks that he had been gone, some of the ranks had changed pretty drastically. Carlos had experienced a huge jump, rising from 47th to 5th place. Rex had dropped from 3rd to 6th place. Levi had risen from 9th place to 7th. Jamie had moved up from 7th place to 3rd place. Benjamin had fallen from 1st to 4th place. And William? He was now in 2nd place, while the rest of the people he had originally auditioned with were taking up most of the spots between 8th place and 19th place. And in 1st place, the boy PD Emily had said was perfect in dance and perfect in rap. A Korean boy with bright orange hair, cute dimples, a wide smile, and a surprisingly deep voice that didn't fit his stature at all. Congratulations, Daniel Kim, for rising to 1st place with over 1.5 million votes. A gap of 200,000 between 1st and 2nd place. As William gave his speech and began walking back toward his seat, his eyes met Ari's while giving him a vicious glare that he quickly smoothed out before the cameras caught it. Seeing it, Ari just rolled his eyes and looked away. He just hoped that the blonde weirdo would just stay away from him. Unfortunately, he was quite persistent. My hand is clean, and I think there's been a misunderstanding between us ever since you stole the item that belonged to me. I'd like to shake hands as men and clear it all up. What do you say? Ari glanced down at William's outstretched hands, the fake smile on his face, the camera pointed in their direction, and the people looking at them curiously before mentally beginning to scream in his head. Oi Nova, is now really the time to still be taking a nap for your nonsense upgrade? Wake up. Chapter 204, Nova's back. Not wanting to deal with William's nonsense or get caught fighting with him on camera, Ari just rolled his eyes and wanted to end the conversation quickly, but the blonde boy refused to take a hint. I don't think there's a misunderstanding at all, and I certainly haven't stolen anything from you. I don't believe in shaking hands with people, and there's nothing to clear up. You literally just shook hands with the MC 10 minutes ago. William immediately pointed out, not willing to let it go. So, take the hint that I don't want to talk to you. Especially here, you weirdo. Is it because you hate me? I don't understand why you refuse to shake my hand. Sure, we've had some mildly unpleasant issues, and you did steal from me, but I'm willing to forgive you once I get the stolen item back. We can put that behind us with just one handshake. Won't you shake my hand? William forcefully stood right in front of Ari and extended his hand while Ari looked at him incredulously. Mildly unpleasant issues in the past. You ordered me to get killed and didn't even remember. You tried to get me arrested and kicked off the show, and you're calling that mildly unpleasant? And now you want to touch me and possibly take my stats? Hell no. Oi Nova, where the heck are you? Don't you think you owe me after stealing from me? Just shake my hand, and it's done. Why is he being so weird? He stole from William? He did get arrested after all. Captain Crash out is back. He's basically a criminal. SHHHHH. I heard this is all a ploy from production. As the other contestants began whispering and moving closer, Ari began cursing Nova in his head as one of the cameramen moved closer. Seeing that Ari was cornered, William let out a pleased smile. Let's shake and put this behind us, shall we? Permanently. Then in the future, if we debut together, we can be best of buddies and share vocal notes. What do you say? Hell no. That was what Ari wanted to say, but when he glanced at the camera, he just stayed silent as he simultaneously yelled at Nova while trying to think of what to do. Well, yawn. How unpleasant. A large transparent blue screen suddenly filled Ari's vision. All the yelling and screaming I'm sure you're doing in your head is giving me a headache, and I don't even have a head. Not to mention all the havoc you've wreaked in the short time that I've been asleep. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Stop causing a scene, say status, and just shake his hand. I'll protect that face and voice that you're always so worried about, and we can finally see what we're working with. Seeing the blue screens that he hadn't seen in a while, Ari let out a small sigh of relief. Finally, Nova was back. Although he wanted to scold it for disappearing for so long, Ari just laughed instead. What was that? Are you laughing? At me? No, it's fine. Let's shake hands and get this over with. Ah, good. You've decided to become reasonable. That's what's needed to live a long life. Not responding to the smug smile on William's face, his own slender fingers clasped William's, and as the blond boy began squeezing his hand in a show of dominance, Ari whispered status. The transparent blue screen in front of his eyes seemed to glitch, but then, slowly, a status screen that was both familiar and unfamiliar appeared in front of his eyes. William Arthur Forbes. Age, 19. Vocals, D-, currently B. Dance, C, currently B. Visual, B-. Rap, F-, currently C. Leadership, D-, currently C. Charm, C+. Pottery, A. Acting, D-. Breakdance, C+. Composing, C-. Whistling, F. Baking, E. Woodcrafting, B+. Skiing, A. Unicycling, F. Piano, violin, guitar, pogo stick hopping, calligraphy. The status screen in. His vision was constantly flashing, displaying both expected and unfamiliar skills, some of which he had never encountered before. Each time the transparent blue screen updated with new stats, his eyes blinked quickly, trying to read everything that popped up. It was the craziest thing that Ari had ever seen, and he could only stare as more and more screens with strange statuses filled his vision while William was crushing his hand in what was supposedly a handshake. At some point, it was no longer in English, but in a strange text that he couldn't understand. As I thought, it's your kind. Filthy little thing. Eating up people's skills and stats with no concern for the damage you leave behind. Rubbish. The screen displaying William's extensive status suddenly froze before Ari's status screen appeared as well. Ariel Matisse. Age, 18. Vocals, A. Dance, C. Visual, A. Rap, F. Charm, A. Skills, Jukebox, A. Picky listener, B. Pen pal, C. As Ari stared at his status, marveling at how much it had changed in such a short time, a red tinge was creeping in from the edges of the status screen, causing it to flicker and glitch, as if something was interrupting the signal. Then his status screen disappeared and reappeared before a block of text covered everything. Dare to try and claim me. Even though he couldn't hear Nova's voice, Ari had a sense that it was furious. I refuse. Ariel Matisse. Let go of his hands. I've seen enough. Ari immediately tried to yank his hand back, but William clutched it tighter while muttering under his breath. Exchange vocal notes with me and give it back. Give it back. Give it back. It's mine. Exchange. Exchange. Vocals. A-B-B. 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 Ari's vocals began flickering between A and B. He kept trying to pull his hand back, but William's vice-like fingers were digging into his skin, and he felt his bones creak from pain. Sigh. This is pathetic. You're too weak. Your next round of missions must include you getting into the gym to build some true strength. But for now, I will handle this even though it will hurt quite a bit. Filthy creature. This one here is not for you. I've grown quite attached to him. He's mine. So stay away. Crackle. A strong feeling of static filled Ari's hand, causing it to turn numb and then overheat drastically, like he had touched a hot piece of metal by accident. It seemed that the feeling transferred into William's hand because he groaned as his fingers convulsed. Oh, Bortle demurred dash. Simultaneously, Ari bit off his curse as he and William snatched their hands away from each other while grimacing in pain. Before Ari could say anything, he was yanked backward, and someone began fanning his hand with a white hat. Ari, your hand is literally shaking and red. Are you okay? What happened? I'm not sure. Ari let Jamie fan his aching hand while staring at William, who was staring at his own hand, and then at the air in shock. It was like he couldn't believe what just happened. Ari felt the same way, and he wanted to ask Nova what the hell had just happened, but he couldn't say anything right now. He just forced a smile before speaking. We shook hands, so everything is settled, right? I'd appreciate it if you didn't touch me again. It's clear you feel some type of way about me and used the opportunity to hurt me, and I don't want to go through that again. What did you do? William bit out as he began glaring at Ari. Shook your hand, and almost got mine broken in return after you falsely accused me of stealing? Ari replied sarcastically. No. What the hell have you? Oi, Willie, stop messing with the kid, yeah? Why would you squeeze his hand that hard? You bruised it. Benjamin shoved his way between the two of them, being careful not to touch William, pointing at the bright red fingerprints on Ari's skin, which looked as if he had been branded by a hand-shaped metal. From the stark contrast between the paleness and redness of the surrounding skin, it was clear that it would bruise badly, and it hurt quite a lot. Ari could barely clench his fingers into a fist without a jolt of pain shooting through them. All this talk about him doing you wrong. It's his first day back, and you do this to him? Are you mad, bruv? Benjamin asked in a furious manner. You're exaggerating. I didn't hurt him. And don't involve yourself in business that doesn't concern you. William replied, his eyes looking right past Benjamin at Ari, looking as if he wanted to skin him alive. You're chatting bare shit, and you know it. You're about the same complexion as Ari, yeah? On a science ting. Pass your hand over and let me squeeze it until the same thing happens to you. We can see if it hurts or not, innit? Try me and I'll make you regret it, British boy. Okay. Break it up, all of you. Show's over. Ari, Ben, and William separate. The rest of you, start getting on the bus so we can leave. Ari, how's your hand? Kate and another staff member came forward, breaking up the mini crowd of contestants, while pointing the cameraman in a different direction. As the contestants slowly walked away, still craning their necks and ears to overhear any juicy details, Ari cradled his hand gently and decided to throw as much mud on William's name as possible. It hurts a lot. It feels like it's broken. Oh, the lying show has begun once more? How lovely. I've missed this. I doubt that it's broken, but we'll get you an ice pack and have the medic look at you. William apologized to Ari. I understand you may be frustrated over whatever conflict the two of you have, but that doesn't mean that you can hurt him like this. You're both too old for that. If you have any accusations, you can come to the staff to mediate. Apologize? Me? William looked incredulous, as if he had never been told those words before, but Kate had a firm expression on her face. Otherwise, shall I report this to the PD? Although William looked as if he would rather die, he eventually bit out a tiny sorry before stomping away. Where's he going? I didn't even say I would accept his apology. At his words, Benjamin burst out laughing while he got strange looks from others. Ari shrugged before turning to Jamie and Ben. Yo, I'm back. Tell me what I missed. You didn't even tell us that you were coming back. How could you? At Jamie's comically betrayed expression, Ari laughed while ducking away from the chokehold he knew was coming. Sorry, I couldn't say anything. But now you can update me without having to censor your words. Seriously, what did I miss? Chapter 205. Let's do some homework. 1. Keep it elevated above your heart when you sleep. Change the compression bandage every day, or if it gets wet, ice it whenever you have free time until the swelling goes down. And whatever you do, don't put any weight on it. Understand? Yes, ma'am. Ari replied politely as the show's medic wrapped his fingers and hand tightly in skin-colored bandages. Flex your hand for me. One finger at a time, then the whole thing. Ari obediently moved his fingers around, trying not to wince from the pain of the swollen hand. Good. And how did you say you injured yourself again? practicing dance moves and falling. I've told them they need to be more careful with the choreography. Too many kids are getting hurt. I was shaking somebody's hand. She stared at him for a moment before adjusting her glasses with a disappointed shake of her head. I hope I don't need to tell you not to shake that person's hand again. That's the plan. Okay, sign this waiver and you're free to go. As soon as he was released, Ari went into the cafe to join Jamie and the others in eating lunch, watching in disgust as Benjamin and Jamie were doing their best to eat their body weight in chicken breast in the name of getting enough protein. Once lunch was over, the PD gathered them together for another announcement. As I announced earlier, this week is social media week. Some of you feel like you've not been getting enough screen time, so we'll be doing quite a few things this week to let you promote your images to the public. We've already posted your short videos, and this evening we'll have a special event sponsored by Cost Company, which has been providing a bunch of our everyday items, Live Twitch, which we will be streaming on, and Sung Sam. After going on a treasure hunt to find items that can be bought at Cost Company, using webcams sponsored by Sung Sam, you'll each have the opportunity to go on a treasure hunt to find items that can be used for your live stream. These items are provided by Cost Company, and there will be everything from musical instruments, snacks, theater props, toys, and more. The live streams will start at the same time, with participants being given 20 minutes. Every 10 minutes after that, the 7 contestants with the lowest views will be cut off until there's only one person remaining. Is there a prize? Ari immediately asked the most important question for him. It would determine the amount of effort that he would put into said treasure hunt. Cost Company has released an all-new food and snack line, so we'll have an all-you-can-eat party where the top 7 people can select whatever they want to eat tomorrow. The person who comes in first place can order any snacks they want for the next week, as well as choose the food menu for the week. I hope that satisfies you, greedy food critics. Whoa, thank God. I need to work hard. Pizza. Pizza every day for a week. Excited shouts rang out from contestants who had been suffering from eating the bland food for weeks, but seeing that it was just a food prize, Ari raised his hand for further clarification. Is there another prize apart from food? Nope, that's it. Just food. PD Emily replied bluntly. Okay. Hearing that, Ari had made up his mind. Since the prize was food, this was an event that he absolutely had no interest in. He would just do his mandatory 20 minutes and call it a day, since he would rather spend time speaking with Nova in private, since he had a lot he wanted to know. What items are you aiming for, Jamie? Benjamin asked while cracking his knuckles. They said there were instruments, so probably a guitar or something similar. I want to compose a song while streaming. Whatever I find. Because I'm so talented and handsome in it, all I need is a microphone and my voice, and the ladies will flock to my video. Oh brother, here he goes again. Somebody stop him. Ari couldn't help but roll his eyes at Benjamin's boasting before ducking as his neck was grabbed. You've got a lot to say for a bra with only one working hand. What are you trying to find? Me? Some office stuff. Ari replied simply, ignoring the strange looks that they gave him. Should we go together? No, you guys can go ahead. I'm good. Your loss. Clap, clap. PD Emily clapped her hands to get the attention of the chattering contestants before continuing. All right. Kiddies, the items are hidden throughout the dorms and in the dance practice rooms. You're limited to a maximum of 5 items. No pushing and no shoving. We've already had one injury today, and if you injure anyone, your video is canceled. Understand? Yes. Great. You have 15 minutes for the treasure hunt. On your marks. Get set, Go. Go, go, go. Move. Get out of my way. As if a gun had been shot, almost all of the contestants dashed out of the room while shouting, causing a build-up at the doorway, while several cameramen chased them down. Ari simply yawned as he waited for the hold-up to clear. Seeing PD Emily stare at him, another cameraman waved before saying, Traffic really sucks, huh? You're not funny, contestant Ariel. Move. Tough crowd today. Laughing to himself, Ari slowly walked out the now clear doorway. Rather than frantically searching for an item to use for his live stream, he first went into the computer room, grabbing a new pack of printer paper and pens with Cost Company branding on them. Then he went to his assigned room, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and changed from the school uniform into the utterly adorable tracksuit and headband, before heading back to the meeting point. Seeing the staff members grouped up with no other contestants arriving yet, Ari immediately went over to Kate, since she was the person he was closest to. Are you done finding an item to use? You're the first one back. Yes. Then, I'll help you set up, okay? Sure. Kate attached a mini square microphone to his chest before leading him to a room that had large floor-to-ceiling dividers, making a small room with a simple table and chair. On the table, there was a webcam attached to a tripod and a mini PC with a tablet off to the side, and Kate began pointing each thing out. You can look at the tablet for comments and check your positioning, and don't worry if the comments take a little while to pop up. We'll be moderating them to make sure nothing crazy comes through. Tap the microphone to mute, and try to look ahead at all times, okay? The light will turn red when the live starts, and when your time is up, someone will come and get you. Sure. Thanks, Kate. Of course. Good luck. Ari waited until she was gone before taking out the thick stack of papers from his book bag, as well as taking out some sheets from the stack of Cost Company printer paper, along with the pens. Then he made sure he was properly centered in the camera while waiting for everything to start. And once the red light came on, Ari gave the camera a bright smile as he held up the homework assignments that he would have to turn in later. Welcome to my live stream. Today we're going to be doing all of my homework together. We'll start with my AP Physics C homework, my AP French homework, and my AP Calculus homework. I'll read each problem aloud in both English and French, talk through my solution, and you all can look up the answers and tell me if I'm right, okay? If you don't want to, then that's okay too. Treat my talking as white noise and take a good nap. With such a boring segment, he was sure his 20 minutes would pass in no time, and he could go do something that was more meaningful, like talk to Nova without anyone else bothering him. Number 206. Chapter 206. Let's do some homework, too. Traffic really sucks. Rachel hummed happily as she looked at the custom photo that she had gotten after participating in Ari's Angel's protest toward the production team. Her grades might have dropped, her homework may be undone, and her tablet may have repeatedly overheated, but she had shared links and typed up messages and hashtags until her fingers hurt, had voted not only with her phone, but with her entire family's phone for Ari, and had constantly reported the woman claiming to be Ari's foster family each time she made a video complaining about her life and how Ari did her wrong. As for the posts talking badly about Ari, that was a never-ending battle. So for today, she would just enjoy the win of seeing him back on the Pop Star Academy. Seeing him thank the angels in the cheeky video with the villainous sound posted by Pop Star Academy was the highlight of her day and made her feel like all of her effort was worth it. Her baby was back, and he knew of her existence and was thankful. What was even nicer was the photo reward she had received from the Ari's Angel community moderator, including the special edition photo that was the final reward once it was verified that Ari wouldn't be kicked out. That photo was currently being used as her phone background, laptop screensaver, and was soon to be printed out and stuffed into her favorite photo card holder and her wallet. She stared once more at the photo of Jamie hugging Ari and holding him in the air, while Ari's beautiful green eyes stared at her with a disgruntled expression. Each time she saw them together, she was reminded of a cartoon featuring a lasagna-loving cat that was always grumpy and a fun-loving dog who always came back to hang out with the cat, no matter what happened. Whoever the lead moderator of the Ari's Angels committee was, she wanted to kiss them for capturing such a good photo, but was also insanely jealous because it should have been her who got to meet Ari and take this photo. But at least she had met Grace, whose family owned the restaurant that Ari worked at, and she would soon work up the courage to go see him in real life, introduce herself, possibly give him a gift, and take her very own photo. At the thought of that cheeky smile being directed towards her, Rachel smiled happily while looking through the Pop Star Academy accounts, as she habitually did, when she noticed a new alert. Pop Star Academy Self-PR Livestream. Who? Pop Star Academy contestants. When? Today, from 4 to 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Where? Live Twitch. Come watch and chat with your favorite contestant as they do their best to entertain you. The more gifts and views you give your favorite contestants, the longer they can live stream. Join us. Rachel immediately grabbed her laptop for the bigger screen and opened the link to find a custom page on Live Twitch. The page featured 50 black video squares that slowly displayed the contestants, all of whom were live streaming and doing different things. She first clicked on Jamie's image, watching as he expertly tuned a bright blue, sparkly guitar while humming softly. Howdy y'all, Let's make a song together. His blue eyes sparkled almost as brightly as the guitar and matching blue cowboy hat, and Rachel smiled happily. Cutie cowboy. So handsome. Immediately screenshotting him because he was so cute, Rachel kept his video open on one tab before heading back to the main page and clicking through the other. Contestants. Benjamin's stream looked like a club with flashing disco lights as he was freestyling into a bright pink microphone. Several contestants were dancing to random music. Somebody was telling bad jokes from a joke book. Someone else was making drinks with a strange device, while another person was braiding their hair into different styles. Someone else was juggling, and someone was spinning on their head. Honestly, it was very chaotic and quite funny seeing the contestants act silly in different ways. She felt like she could see their personalities come out. After spending a few seconds in each stream, Rachel turned her head to the one square that she had been avoiding. Her eyes immediately focused on the beautiful, slightly pale face of a boy with jet black, straight brows, full pink lips, and sea-green cat-shaped eyes framed by thick black lashes. The black curly hair that usually fell over his face was pushed back by a cute, fluffy brown headband with a cute animal face on it, exposing his smooth, rarely seen forehead. Ari. Rachel couldn't help but say his name as she saw him dancing while he stacked papers before holding them up toward the camera. Rachel became curious to see what he was going to do. Is he going to read a script? Or a poem? Or tell jokes? Is this thing on? Gasp. Cough, cough. Rachel choked as Ari shoved his face close to the camera while speaking in a slightly low voice. How was his skin so clear? There were no pores at all. They said I have to talk for 20 minutes on here, so I thought long and hard about what to do to introduce myself. And then I realized that at this point, a lot of my life has already been shared online, and I'm not particularly entertaining, so dash. No, Ari. You're entertaining. Who told you that you weren't? Rachel screamed, but he couldn't hear her. Ari's figure that she was watching through the screen held up a thick stack of papers while he gave her a mischievous smile. Rather than waste time on things you probably don't care about, let's do our homework together. I'll start with my AP Physics and AP French homework before moving on to AP Calculus. I've noticed that my French is getting bad, so I'll be speaking in both English and French. If you find it boring, feel free to treat it as white noise and take a nap, or consider supporting the other contestants. If you would like me to solve a homework problem, feel free to put it into the chat. Thank you. Homework? You're doing homework? For self-PR? Why? Rachel asked incredulously as she clicked back, glancing at the other contestants who were break-dancing, singing, telling jokes, and juggling before focusing back on Ari, who was diligently twirling a pen in his hand and moving a tablet around like he was really about to do his homework. As always, it seemed his brain worked in unique ways. It seemed that she would be watching her favorite idol contestant work on his physics homework. If you have anything to say, feel free to leave a comment, and it will come to the tablet here. Seeing that there were fewer than 10 people watching, Rachel quickly sent the link to the different group chats she was in before she began screen recording. Then, seeing that she had 10 free comments before she had to sign up for Live Twitch, she made a quick username and typed a message, looking forward to Ari reading it out loud. As Rachel watched, Ari squinted, his long curly lashes casting a faint shadow as he moved closer to the camera before saying the question in slightly accented English. Rachel 16 is asking why I'm taking AP French when I already speak French? Because an easy A is the best A and I know that I'll do well on that AP exam, which means free $200 from my school, hee. After holding up a peace sign, Ari blinked slowly as he read another question. I love Justine asks if I am really the valedictorian of my school. I forgot that article went out. Unfortunately, yes, I am. I'm supposed to write a speech, but I think I'm just going to wing it or see if I can skip it. I love Justine asks if they can come to my graduation. I appreciate the thought, but why would you want to come to my graduation? I don't even want to attend my own graduation. Ari scrunched his face in confusion, and Rachel took another screenshot. He was just too cute. Her fingers went to work, immediately typing up another question. Rachel 16 is asking why I am so cute and smart. Rachel couldn't help but choke as Ari said her name instead of her username. Forcibly holding back a cough, she opened her ears wide so she could hear every word that he said. Ari stared at the camera with an extremely firm expression without even blinking. Rachel, I will happily accept the cute compliment, and I understand that you're being nice. but please don't insult actual smart people by lumping me in with them. I'm not smart at all. I am just good at studying. Rachel could only look at him incredulously. What do you mean you're not smart? You're literally the valedictorian of your school? Are you trying to say the rest of us are bad at studying? I love Justine is asking for my study tips. I recommend asking the teacher for their teaching plan at the beginning of the school year and memorizing the textbook sections ahead of time. That way, the rest of the school year is pretty easy. If that's too hard, then memorize it by quarters. If you can't do that, then just solve the problems at least once because most teachers are actually overworked, and just recycle those questions. If you do that, school is quite easy. Memorize the textbook at the beginning of the year for 7 different classes, or memorize all the information by quarters, or answer all the textbook questions at least once and memorize them. Seeing Ari's earnest expression as if he were giving a really good tip, Rachel wanted to cry. Because truly, this was worse advice. It would actually be easier to study a little bit every day, like her teachers said. It was actually very, very useless advice to her, who wanted to cry each time she had to do her homework. Okay, let's get started with physics homework. The first problem asks us to derive the internal energy of a gas from a fundamental physics principle. It sounds complex, but I promise it's not. First, we list out every constant that we need, like m, a, v0, PAM. We might need other constants like temperature and gravity, so write those down and the numeric equivalent. Ari scribbled something on his paper before holding it up to the camera, and Rachel marveled at how pretty and neat his handwriting was because she couldn't understand a single thing that he was saying. It was much better than hers, looking as if the cursive words had been typed from a computer. So once we write everything we need out, making an assumption that it's an ideal gas that we're deriving, Rachel watched in awe as Ari slowly and clearly explained each step of what he was doing, first in English, then in French, or vice versa. Unlike when she would be fast asleep in class, she found herself entranced and cherished every single word from him as if it were gold. Each time his eyes flickered downward or he chewed on the back of the pen before twirling it between his slender fingers, she found herself pressing the screenshot button repeatedly. Thank God he took off that criminally offensive face paint. Because he's so hot. It made her wish that he were her teacher because she couldn't believe that he was doing it without referencing a textbook or looking up the answers. And there's our solution. That wasn't too bad, right? Did anyone look up the answer to see if I was correct? Oh, the amazing Grace says that I got the answer right. Nice. Let's move on to the next problem. Rachel continued watching Ari explain what he was doing before noticing that he was writing with his left hand. As someone who had watched every scene that contained him until she could quote it, she knew that he usually wrote or pointed to people with his right hand and did other menial tasks like drinking water with his left hand. So it was weird seeing him write with his left hand. In fact, he hadn't used his right hand at all throughout the entire video, usually keeping it out of sight. After double-checking that the video wasn't mirrored by waiting for him to hold his answer up, she quickly typed in the chat, using up another of her free comments. Rachel is asking why I am not using my right hand. I got injured today when shaking William's hand, so I'm using my left. Thankfully, I'm ambidextrous, so it's not a big deal. Ari held up his hand, exposing the skin-colored bandage tightly wrapped around his fingers up to his wrist. What? He was shaking William's hand and got injured? What kind of brute strength handshaking was going on? As Rachel was about to type a clarification question, Ari seemed to freeze as he tapped his chest, glanced over to the side, and began moving his mouth, but no words came out. Number 207. Chapter 207. Let's do some homework. 3. As Ari continued talking without sound, a banner flashed across the screen, asking Rachel to donate to keep his stream going, warning that it would end in 8 minutes if not enough donations were made. Thinking that there was enough time, she watched the screen carefully until she saw Ari turn back with a cheeky smile while making scissors with his uninjured hand. The team said I need to watch what I'm saying, so please pretend you didn't hear that. Oh, apparently I'm not supposed to say that either. Cut. Still curious, Rachel quickly typed a clarification question along with others in the chat, asking for more details about what happened to his arm, but Ari did not seem to see it. Instead, he read out another question. Suffering high school student is asking if I can help them solve their homework problem? Maybe. I used to be a tutor at my school, you know? Oh, a physics problem. Let's do it. It's a problem to derive how fast and far sound travels through the air at a certain temperature and humidity. You don't understand it? Okay. Imagine you're at a festival in Chicago, trying to reach the main stage just as your favorite singer, which is me, obviously. Ari stopped to wink before continuing. You want to get to the main stage before the first note is sung and need to know how fast to move to arrive, so your eyes see this amazing singer. Before you hear the first note, so using fluid mechanics, law of thermodynamics, calculate sound wave compression and decompression. As he was explaining the problem, Rachel watched as Ari quickly sketched out a stick figure representation of the problem, held it up to the camera, and began pointing along with extra notes. This is you looking like the most beautiful fan in the world. This is the stage, and that's me singing on it. The squiggles are air. If you wanted to set eyes on your favorite singer before you heard their voice, since the sound would be traveling to you at about 331 meters per second, you would have to become the Flash and somehow move faster than that. And for the next part of the problem, let me rephrase it this way. Let's say your weight is 64.5 kilograms, your light stick is 0.5 kg, your goodie bag is 5 kilograms, the headwind is 6 m per second, and you are 1200 m from the stage. How fast can you get there if you put all your energy into it? iCup says BTZ is their favorite singer, not me, and they can teleport to the stage because of the amount of love they have for BTZ. Wow, I'm jealous. Unfortunately, the rest of humanity hasn't unlocked teleportation, so we have to run. So if we add the mass, calculate wind speed, utilize the constants we wrote earlier. More scribbles and pictures were drawn, and Rachel found herself nodding along as she slowly understood the explanation. And for the next part, you need to calculate the speed and how to reduce air resistance. Okay, so imagine your light stick is in a teardrop shape. I think the group dozen has those, and it's held at an 87-degree angle with the point facing forward, and you're running at full force behind the light stick. Using the formula we derived earlier, let's both calculate and see if we get the same answer. Somehow, Rachel found herself pulling out her notebook, writing down the formulas, and solving the problem along with Ari as he explained it in terms that made sense to her. Let's show each other our answer on 3. 1, 2, 3. And after racking her brain and using her phone calculator, when Ari held his paper up to the camera, she did the same, while others typed their response in the comments. Wow, look, we all got the same answer. Good job. You guys are so smart. Ari smiled brightly, holding both thumbs up, and Rachel thought she had finally seen the light, as she now understood the problem in a real-life situation she might experience. Handsome and smart. Why couldn't her teachers teach like this? She would definitely pay attention in class if they did. And it was clear that the chat, which had previously only had a few comments, began to fill up with other comments of people asking for help on their homework, while others questioned what was going on and why they were doing math problems. Unfortunately, it seemed that the person they were messaging did not see it as a single message, as an alarm went off, and he began beaming happily. Unfortunately, it seems our time is up, and I have to go. I am so sad. Thank you for doing homework with me. Good luck to you all, and please go support the stream of the other contestants. Bye. Despite claiming to be sad, Ari looked quite thrilled and even began humming as he stacked his papers together, while his comment section began looking crazy. Wait. No. Don't go. I'm donating. Wait it. Chat admin, what are you guys doing? Please, help me with my homework. With no hesitation, Rachel immediately brought out her wallet and donated, receiving a banner across the top of Ari's video as the minimum donation amount was reached. It seemed like a staff member came into Ari's room because it temporarily brightened, and he suddenly turned to the side once more and tapped his chest area. Unfortunately, it seemed that he missed the microphone, and the chat heard everything. I have to continue? Why? There are a lot of viewers here? Since when? They like watching me do homework. Why? I'm sure the other contestants are more entertaining. But I don't want the prize? The PD says I can't leave? Advertise the PPL? But I'm using the pen and paper from the cost company. Oh, I can't say PPL? You want me to take off my headband? But I like it. It matches my tracksuit and adds to my visual cuteness. Wait, what do you mean, people are paying to comment? Do I get a cut of the payment? No, I don't think that's fair. My microphone is still on. Oops. Cut it, cut. Ari quickly turned to the camera, making scissors sign with his fingers while quickly clicking the microphone on his chest. As the sound finally cut off, and the conversation continued, Rachel snickered as she watched Ari go through the 5 stages of grief from whatever he was being told. From hope to sadness, to despair, a brief showing of hope, before a reluctant acceptance came as he took a cat ears headband from a disembodied hand that briefly entered the screen and put it on his head. Naturally, she took a screenshot and shared it in her group chat. With a resigned face, he turned his microphone back on and began speaking as he adjusted the black cat ears that blended into his hair. Hi. Guys, c'est moi. Ari, please don't donate to comment to keep my live stream going. Just watch if you want because I'm not getting a single cent, and I don't think that's fair. He was immediately muted mid-sentence. Rachel watched as Ari's mouth continued moving with no sound, and he turned to the side before sighing and speaking at the camera again. Oh, apparently I can't say that either. Then please donate lots and message the production team so we, the contestants, can get a cut for our hard work. Can you believe the reward is only dash? Ari's microphone was immediately muted again, and his camera was completely turned off. While people were spamming the chat, wondering what was happening, a minute passed before Ari appeared once more. Hi guys, c'est moi Ari. Let's do our homework together, featuring Cost Company pens, Cost Company paper, Cost Company animal headbands, and a Sung Sam webcam. Since it seems that I can't escape, bring on the homework questions. I'll do my best to help you all today, or die trying. Staring at the forced smile on Ari's face while his eyes were spitting absolute fire as he redid the intro while clearly being forced to advertise the products, Rachel burst out laughing. He was incredibly funny as a person, and it made her quite happy to see that even when forced to do something, he made sure to get the last word in and express himself to the fullest extent. Although many people thought it was bratty and childish, for her, it made her happy that he acted like a real person, not a robot. And in the Ari's Angels community, which operated like a military group, clips were being created to be shared across various online spaces, from academic ones to entertainment ones, with headlines that confused people enough to click on and watch what was going on. Idols, lightsticks, and physics. Come watch the unlikely combination on stream. Who says nerds can't be attractive? Valedictorian idol student doing homework on stream. Who says idols can't be smart? Valedictorian idol helping you do your homework on live Twitch. Please come watch a hottie French idol help you with your physics and math homework. Are you suffering from doing homework alone? Come do your homework with an idol, and if you're lucky, he'll do your homework problem along with you. Even Rachel, who was about to get in trouble with her parents for not doing her schoolwork, got a pass when her mom listened to Ari working through a tough problem and gave out the right answer and saw Rachel following along. And the originally small live stream began trending. Not in the entertainment section of live Twitch where it was originally positioned, but in the education section as casual viewers attracted by the pretty face and parents looking for should we stop him? PD Emily, who was watching the live stream of the remaining contestants, let out a defeated sigh as she stared at the person who was earnestly doing homework and dissuading viewers from spending money and watching him instead of advertising himself and promoting the show and products like he was supposed to, all because he wasn't interested in the prize that was offered and was upset that he wouldn't be getting a cut of the donations. Rather than a contestant on an idol show, she wondered for a second if Ari thought he was having an online tutoring session and if he had been a money-grubbing salesman in his past life. Truly, PD Emily really wanted to crack Ari's head open and see what was going on inside, because it wasn't like he didn't have a filter. He just insisted on getting his complaints out every time he was upset and seeing how much he could get away with, which was clearly a lot. He acted as if he had never been told the word no before. Once. Again, she wondered what type of parents had raised a child like this and thought that he should really thank them for giving him a face that people liked enough to get on board with his antics. For now, she was just glad that he was cooperating rather than letting his complaints slip through each time his microphone was unmuted. PD Emily took a glance at Ari's comments, which were more carefully moderated than those of other contestants. Half of his comments focused on his appearance or schoolwork, while the other half consisted of horribly intrusive questions about his life, family, and hate from fans of other contestants, whom he had spoken out against. PD Emily could only sigh and rub her head as a headache formed, because she really couldn't do anything about him right now. He had already said the things that shouldn't be said, and now all she could do was damage control and prevent any more slip-ups. "PD, should we just shut him down?" the staff member asked, pointing to Ari, who was now spinning chaotically around the room, attempting to walk on his hands to help him think through a tough problem, and crashing to the ground. Clearly, he had forgotten about his injured hand because he began cursing in French, and his assigned staff member muted his microphone with a resigned sigh. "Look at the number of viewers and the donations flying. Of course, we can't take his video down. He's behaving now, so just leave him alone and continue to filter his comments out more carefully. Since the translator is not working very well, block anything that comes in French. There are some things that he really shouldn't be seeing. And if it continues, just raise the price to comment." PD Emily paused for a moment before continuing. "And when it's done, ask him to separate the papers he used for his homework from the papers he used to answer viewer questions. We're getting a lot of requests for it, so let's save it and see if we can get some money from it somehow. Is that even legal?" PD Emily gave the staff member a rare smile. "Of course. Once you sign the legal documents, we essentially own you down to your very soul. And we never have enough budget, so shouldn't we make some money where we can?" After spending a chaotic 2 hours and even an extra hour doing the PR live stream, Ari finally had a moment to himself as he sat on the toilet seat while holding his throbbing hand. And of course, accompanying him for the first time in a while was the ever-judgmental Nova, flipping around like a monkey after they explicitly told you to keep your weight off of it. "It seems you've gotten stupider while I was gone." Since he didn't really have a rebuttal, Ari just rolled his eyes and whispered, "Where have you been?" Chapter 208. Let's do some homework. 4. Where have you been? Ari asked Nova in a harsh whisper. "Upgrading myself. And I see that you've been causing a mess left, right, and center. Getting arrested. Getting suspended. Wow. I'm surprised you didn't end up in jail to hit a home run of messing things up completely." Well, that almost happened. He was just lucky. Not wanting to talk about his past missteps, Ari decided to change the subject smoothly. "So what did you get from your upgrade? It must be something nice since you were gone for so long. Show me. Tell me. Things that will be useful for you. However, at this rate of completing your missions, it might be decades before I can even give them to you as a reward. I can't believe you're still on this mission board." Sigh. "Hey, while you were taking a long nap in the name of upgrading, I was busy." Excuses, excuses. "Pull up the mission board, please. Here. Mission board number 5. 1. I see Korea. I see France. I see you getting more passport stamps. Only if you're not eliminated. Get a new passport, American, 1 stat point. 2. I'm not the bottom of the barrel. I'm the pick of the litter. Completed. 3. Knock. Knock. Let's get you out of the dark ages into the 21st century. Create a social media account, make your first post, and get at least 1,000 likes on the post. Well, the 3rd mission might be completed soon. I posted a picture with my face and the faces of my friends on the show. But the first one, I have to schedule an appointment for that, but I'm not too worried about it. I can have a passport in 72 hours. Can you? Are you sure? Yes. I checked the website, and they have appointment slots available for the next 2 months. I'm not stupid, you know. Considering the fact that you tried to do a handstand on an injured hand hours after a medical professional told you not to put weight on it, I won't comment on that statement. Still, that passport, I recommend that you get it sooner rather than later. But as always, the choice is yours. I'm really not too worried about the passport now that I'm 18. More importantly, what's the deal with William? Why does his status look like that? How did you hurt my hand? Just what is going on exactly? You literally burnt my hand. What was that about? William? William? William. Oh, the murderous blondie. His status. You must think he has a system, right? Something as amazing, witty, talented, good-looking, and splendorous as me. Is that what you think about yourself? Sure, let's go with that. Is it not? Yes and no. What he has is an incomplete, redacted, called redacted. Ari simply stared into the air, completely confused. On Earth, I believe there is an animal called a parasite. That is most likely the closest equivalent to what he has. It attaches itself to a host and has to consume the skills and stats of others in hopes of eventually becoming complete. But because it is a stupid, filthy thing, it can't properly process what it eats. That is why you see that long list of stats that are not cohesive and don't make sense. So, can it just not do that? No. Why not? Let's see. An example that you can understand. Do you know the filthy, stupid, lazy white and black animal that should have become extinct by now? A panda. Yes. It eats constantly because what it consumes has little to no nutrients. In this situation, the parasite is the panda and the food is the skills and stats that others have through their hard work or through redacted. It has to constantly absorb from others, but it doesn't get to select what stat or skill is eaten, how long it will last, and it rarely gets to keep them permanently. Can't William just increase his own stats naturally instead of doing this? Or complete missions like I do? Don't compare me with that filthy creature. It's incapable of providing the resources I provide to you. And as for a natural increase, he clearly doesn't want to. Isn't he pushing the genius agenda? Well, that's true. The way William was edited portrayed him as a perfect princely person who didn't need to practice and was just good at everything with minimal effort. A natural-born entertainment genius, if you will. And as someone who had been with him through vocal classes as well as on the same team, Ari knew that couldn't be farther from the truth. If you notice, he targets a particular type of person. Can you guess what the criteria are? Ari thought about the two targets he had noticed William stealing stats from, Judge Larry Jackson and Carlos, who was often considered the best singer based on pure vocal ability. Although Larry Jackson had his composer stat reduced, his commonality with Carlos would be high vocal stats. Vocalists. Correct. Although I believe that is the blonde one's preference, not a necessity. But why can't he just eat the stats of someone who is somewhere else, instead of harassing the people here? Why would he bother? Rather than risk eating something useless, there's a higher concentration of the stats he wants here, and you're all in a stressful situation where no one will bat an eye if you lose your voice or lose your dancing skills. And your trainers have so nicely separated the trash from the talent, so he knows exactly who to target, and it won't draw any attention if he's touchy with people. It's clear he has the people he wants to debut with and the connections to try and make it happen, and he's doing well so far. His original group of 7 has all survived and are being edited well, meaning he has influence in places higher than that assistant PD. As for the rest of you, you're more than likely fodder. At least that's my thought. What do you think? Ari thought it over for a bit before tabling the thought, since he didn't want to start digging into what William was thinking. If he did so, he had a feeling he would be there all night. Let's table that for now. How or why did the old man have you? And why did William think he got you when he got rid of him? You don't have the authority to know that. What's the old man's name? I can look things up on my own. You don't have the authority to know that. When will I get that authority? I wonder. Ari, as you often say. I'm kidding. If you succeed in coming in first place on this show and successfully sign your contract, I will give you an answer to the best of my ability. Why do I have to wait? Because your existence would be upgraded from accidentally being in the wrong place at the wrong time to being in the know. And right now, you're pretty powerless, and nobody would bat an eye if you died. Just like that old man. Well, that's a bit harsh. The truth usually is. What if I don't come in first place? Then I won't tell you. A bit frustrated at the roundabout reasoning, Ari sighed before changing the subject. Then tell me why he wants you. Who wouldn't want me? I can make you the biggest star in the world and make your dreams come true. So, there are other ways to go about it. Don't tell me that I'm somehow in a conspiracy with mad scientists and crazy people in the entertainment industry trying to acquire you to become the most talented person ever. Having died already due to a certain blonde person in close proximity to you who has shown no remorse about his actions and has constantly tried to harm you and those around you. Why don't you tell me what you think? Ari, well, when you put it that way, it's quite concerning. Can I just give you to him? So you want to die? No, thank you. Then we're stuck together until you achieve the goal of being a global superstar. Get used to it. And stay away from him. It takes energy to resist that filthy creature. And as much as I occasionally dislike you, I don't enjoy having to hurt you. Fine. Then another question. Wah dash. Bang, 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 bang. An angry voice began yelling as someone banged on the door until it rattled. Oi, stop muttering to yourself and get out of the bathroom. I have to take a dump. I'm using it. No, you're not. You've been in there muttering to yourself for like 30 minutes. Get out. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. As the person continued banging on the door again, Ari quickly washed his hands and opened it, seeing the face of a person that he had only spoken to once. What the heck, man? There are other bathrooms. Oh, look, if it isn't Captain Crash Out, the PD's favorite little criminal, who gets to coast along without doing any work because he got a public pity party. Get out of my way. Jerome Tyler, one of William's friends who had medium brown skin with star designs shaved along the sides of his low-cut hair, muttered as he shoulder-checked Ari before entering the bathroom and slamming the door. PD's favorite? What nonsense is he talking about? They've literally given me the worst edits. Ari muttered, about to confront him before letting it go. After all, he tried not to engage with nonsense or crazy people if he didn't have to. Maybe he had been driven crazy because he needed to poop and hung out with William too much. Shrugging to himself, he ate a light meal and did his repeat missions before peacefully going to bed. And the next morning, after breakfast. Firstly, let's congratulate the top 6 people from the live stream. Benjamin, Matthew, Daniel, Jamie, Alfonso, Jerome, you'll get to choose the food tonight. And the person who unequivocally had the most viewers, comments, and donations is contestant Ariel. Please give him a round of applause. As Ari got a polite round of applause and a few dirty looks, he nodded, taking it all in. After all, he had been forced to stream for an extra hour due to demand, so if he hadn't made it into the top 7, he would have been quite shocked. As for the first place prize, he was very uninterested in it. If they could convert it into money, or at least pay him back the prize money that he won, he would be happier. We'll take your food orders for the evening, and contestant Ariel can speak with a staff member to plan your food menu for the next week. If you have a food request, bother him, not the staff. PD Emily recommended. At her words, the eyes of 49 contestants turned to gaze at him as if they were starving dogs. Ignoring every single one of them, Ari raised his hand. Yes, contestant Ari. Can I pass the decision on to other people? Sure. I don't care. Just make it. Quick. As the eyes of the contestants looked even more ravenous, Ari laughed mischievously before listing out the people whom he considered friends. I'll pass the meal decision for 2 days to Jamie, 1 day to Benjamin, 2 days to Carlos, 1 day to Vishal, and 1 day to Matthew. If anyone bothers Carlos about his food choices, I'll make us eat oatmeal for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the next 7 days, so everyone should think carefully. TSK. Favoritism. He's gotten really cocky lately. Yes. Jamie pumped his fist before smacking Ari hard on the back and high-fiving everyone who was called. Wait, why do I only get 1 day? Benjamin complained, staring from Ari to Jamie with a look of betrayal. Because I have no interest in eating beans on toast for breakfast, and I know for a fact that you will feed us beans and toast for breakfast, Ari told him honestly. Benjamin didn't even bother to deny it. He just gave Ari a wide smile. You don't know what you're missing out on. A full English breakfast is a delicacy. Yeah, a delicacy from hell, Matthew muttered off to the side, immediately protecting his head from Benjamin's swing. Oi, clap, clap, quiet down. I have announcements to get through, and you all have stuff to do. PD Emily's cold voice broke the silence, and everyone immediately sat up. Once again, it's social media week, where we will be doing things to promote ourselves to the public. Yesterday's PR live stream was mainly a success. However, PD Emily paused to glare at specific individuals. Some of you need to watch your comments because thanks to a certain somebody whose name I won't mention, people are filling our inboxes with demands that we should pay you. Hashtag free you from working like a slave because this is the 21st century? I won't call names, but you know who you are and you better not do it again. At the PD's pointed words, Ari just looked into the air and pretended that she didn't glare at him for several seconds. From now on, when we have live streams, we will go over the rules and regulations of what and what not to say. If you have complaints, communicate them to the staff before or after the event. If you are injured, for the love of God, do not do stunts or try to walk or flip on the injured limb. Also, do not turn your live stream into a dating advice show or a miniature club while singing inappropriate music or bypass settings with passwords you're not supposed to have to get people to join your live. Do not use the items you're supposed to be promoting to perform martial arts. And for some of you, from now on, you will be accompanied by a writer or another staff member since you cannot be trusted. Am I clear? At the oddly specific statements, Ari looked around, trying to identify who did what, before straightening up and looking innocent when the PD glared at him one more time. Am I clear? Chapter 209. The worst team ever won. Yes. Benjamin leaned over and whispered in his ear once PD Emily finally looked away. What did you do, mate? She's heated. Steam escaping out of the ears. I'm innocent. I think she's actually glaring at you. Ari whispered back now that the coast was clear. Benjamin snickered before whispering again. Why do I feel like you're lying? Those words are very pointed. Very specific. I've never lied a day in my life. Maybe she had a bad dream, and the person in her dream looked like me? Liar. Sure. I deep it. I'm innocent too, and am actually an alien. First time visiting Earth, innit? How am I blending in? Perfectly. I really couldn't tell. Would the two of you like to share with the rest of us what you're talking about? Or can I move on? At PD Emily's glare, he and Benjamin met each other's eyes, and quickly looked away before they burst out laughing. Ari had a feeling that if they laughed, laser beams might actually fly out of PD Emily's eyes and burn him to ashes. Moving on. Previously, we had you all take a survey and shared some of the results with you. Since it's social media week, we had the fans take one as well. Using those results, we've grouped you all together in fan-selected ideal teams, along with fan-selected concepts you'll all perform for our fan showcase. You have 10 days to prepare for the performance, along with what you'll do for the fans. PDG Ho will come along with the details for the showcase and your performances. Look forward to it. You're dismissed. Seeing PD Emily's cold smile. Ari did not, in fact, look forward to it. Having gone back to his room to change into his utterly adorable tracksuit in preparation for the strenuous exercise that was sure to come, Ari ended up being the last member of his team to enter the practice room that had a small envelope with his name on it. After grabbing it, as he walked in, Ari glanced around the deadly silent room before closing his eyes and wishing that he could teleport himself to literally anywhere else, or that this was a bad dream. Unfortunately, when he opened his eyes, the scenery was still the same. Is this supposed to be an ideal team? You're screwed. LOL. Ari had to agree. These teammates must have been randomly selected, as it didn't make sense otherwise. Boom. To the left, Benjamin. Boom. To the right, Levi. Boom. Standing farther into the room, Rex. Boom. A couple of feet away, William. Boom. In the far corner of the room, Justin. Boom. And leaning in another corner, Jerome Tyler. Ari looked at each of their faces, which all had cold smiles hiding their true feelings, glanced at the cameraman who was panning his camera to each person, before turning to the writer Kate, who was standing awkwardly at the front of the room with a stack of papers. Kate. Yes. I know it's a strange question, but can I ask what the PD meant by crafting an ideal team? Because no matter how I look at this group, I can't see why the fans would vote for us to be together. Ari tried to word the question as nicely as he could, but what he meant was that what bonds could there possibly be between the people in this room? William had Jerome Tyler on his side, but had argued with over half of the people in the room. He didn't think Levi liked or hated anyone. Benjamin and William were on terrible terms. He himself liked one person and hated one person and felt indifferent about the rest, especially when they all most likely voted for him as the person they would least like to debut with. What sense did it make to group them together? Oh, I can answer that. The general consensus was that you all seem to have powerful personalities, have had good performances, and there's clearly some tension between you all. The fans thought that it might be fun to group you all together and see what would happen. Ari, it would be fun. He didn't want to be mean to the fans who were supporting them, but what kind of dumb reasoning was this? This is the worst thing ever. Ha, this is the best thing ever. PD Jiho cackled as he walked from practice room to practice room, chatting with the contestants and gauging the temperature of the rooms, which was ice cold at best. It made sense because everyone was grouped with people they didn't usually get along with. After all, most of the contestants had gotten used to being edited in a spicy manner, and now were very aware of the camera, so when they chose teammates, they tended to choose those they could get along with. Which was quite boring for the production team and boring for the audience seeing the same group of people team up constantly. Sure, people were there to watch performances, but they also wanted drama to liven things up. Usually there were still one or two groups that had enough entertaining drama to make the episode fun for viewers, but the show had experienced quite the drop in viewership and rise in complaints when Ari's team was missing, and then seen the subsequent spike when his team's full appearance from their busking street battle to their intense performance as an opener. Needing to bring back the excitement that wouldn't depend on just a few people, the production staff began racking their brains before deciding to use the fans who would spend hours making edits and analyzing footage. They sent out several joke-like surveys, urging fans to vote for which contestants they thought were close, which contestants they wanted to see team up, which contestants they thought had tension with each other, which contestants' personalities they thought matched and didn't match, what concepts they would like the boys to perform, and which contestants should never be grouped together. And fans, thinking that the production team wanted to create the ideal group for the upcoming fan showcase, filled the survey out honestly and with full detail. Then, using the results, rather than making a perfect team, using data from the fan survey, as well as the survey they made contestants take about each other, the production team grouped together those who had issues with each other, gave them concepts according to the fan vote, prepared to see something fun happen, and provided the fans with fan service for their upcoming showcase. As PD Jiho walked into the most anticipated and problematic room, which would either blow the fans out of the water with an amazing performance or bomb badly, because they couldn't get along, he saw 7 pairs of multicolored eyes turn to stare at him with a look of complete betrayal. He glanced over at the writer, who had an apologetic expression, before dashing out of the room. Oh, it seemed that she had told them some of the truth. Oh well. Putting a wide smile on his face, PD Jiho slid to the side so the cameraman could clearly capture the contestants' expressions and the clear sense of distance between them. Well, how's your meeting going, Team Avengers? Ah, that's a nickname that the production staff chose for you since there's really no weak point among you. Have you chosen a leader yet? Are you ready to hear your concept? Do we have a choice? Hearing the green-eyed troublemaker of the show mumble, while looking as if he had given up hope, PD Jiho answered the rhetorical question with a small laugh. No, you don't. Number 210. Chapter 210. The worst team ever, 2. As was previously mentioned, we're having a fan showcase where you all will be performing. Before the performances, we'd like to host a small event where contestants can interact with the fans who are coming. Consider hosting a mini festival booth where each group can showcase their sincerity to the fans. You can read through the documents the writer left and pick one, or give them the details if you have a different idea. If it's within our budget and time constraints, we can do it. And as for your performance, the fans decided they wanted your team to do a sexy concept that somehow includes water. A sexy concept? And to somehow include water? What the heck was that supposed to be? Ari stared at PD Jiho in confusion, and it seemed like he wasn't the only one who was doing so because the PD continued to explain without prompting. Yes, that's right. It was the most popular concept request among fans, and we thought it would be fitting to give it to this team. There were a lot of references to contestant Ariel's warrior performance with the water floor, so feel free to keep that in mind when you're trying to decide the performance concept. Regarding the performance, you're free to select any song that you want. Each team has a person who can create choreography, but the dance trainers, Selena, Jaywalks, and Kim Young-woo, will be by tomorrow to help if needed. Additionally, if you need help arranging the song, both Jalissa and Larry Jackson will be here after your vocal lessons in the morning. The midway check will be in 4 days. Any questions? Ari immediately raised his hand up. Yes, contestant Ariel. How much of the concept is a suggestion? Do we have to do both requested concepts? Yes. It's not a suggestion at all, so I recommend you follow through and do everything. Any other questions? They all silently shook their heads. Good. Feel free to look at the envelopes when you have time. I'll let you guys get to work. Please have the team leader report everything to the appropriate staff members tomorrow. Good luck. Once the PD left, Ari just sat and stared silently at everyone else. Usually, he didn't mind being the first to say something, but between William, who always wanted to be the leader, and Rex, who had always been his team leader, he planned on just watching things play out. Let's start by choosing a leader. I nominate myself since I've successfully led a team to victory twice. William said with a challenging expression. I also nominate myself as leader. I believe I've done a good job leading my past teams, and I think I'll do a good job here as well. Additionally, I'm confident I'll be the primary person working on the choreography, so it might streamline things a bit if I'm the leader. Doing the choreography and being a leader are 2 separate things, so don't conflate them. That's like saying the person who does the arranging should also be in the running for the leader. Yeah, I could agree to that, Rex replied with a shrug. Well, I don't. The two of them stared at each other before Rex smiled politely first. Good thing this is a democracy and not a dictatorship. If no one else wants to nominate themselves, shall we vote? Fine. Those who vote for William to be the team leader, please raise your hand. Only William and Jerome Tyler raised their hand. And realizing this, William glared at Levi, who arched a brow at him as if daring him to say something, and then at Justin, who glanced at Ari for some reason before slowly raising his hand, causing the blonde boy to smirk. 3 votes for William. Those who vote for me to be the leader, please raise your hand. Ari, Benjamin, and Rex immediately raised their hands. It's a tie, meaning Levi is the tiebreaker. Who do you pick? Rex asked, curious as to why Levi had abstained from voting for either one of them. Levi glanced between Rex and William before his sharp blue eyes focused on Ari. Him? Absolutely not. Ari made an X with his arms, not wanting to even entertain the thought. Can I ask why? Rex asked sullenly. He was a bit offended that he was being passed over for someone who started off with a gimmick to draw attention, rather than having real skills, and had risen to popularity because of his pretty face, messy life story, and clear favoritism by the PD. Although he could admit that Ari was the better vocalist, he didn't think Ari would be a better team leader or could dance or perform better than he could. So the fact that Levi, who was a loner and notoriously difficult to work with on a team, wanted someone who wasn't in his original performance group as the leader was a bit annoying. Levi scrunched his face up as if the discussion was annoying before replying in his usual sharp tone. Like you mentioned earlier, more than likely, he's going to be the one arranging the music, so he can volunteer for the leadership position. And whole offense to both you and William if you want to take my words that way. But I'd rather the person who the creative director has repeatedly praised for his performance concepts, praised by the Grammy-winning vocal coach for his musical arrangements, and had his very first performance be the requested reference for our assigned concept be the team leader. It just seems like the most logical thing to do here. If Ari's in the running for leader, swap my vote over to him. No offense, big man. Benjamin added, giving Rex an apologetic smile. While he had no issue with Rex as a teammate or a person, he preferred the devil he knew, especially since he was familiar with Ari's working style and knew he felt the same way about William. Then we're back to a tie? Now between Ari and William? Rex asked with a sullen expression. No, because I'm not in the running for leader. Ari turned to Levi with a blank expression, annoyed that he would even bring him into this. I refuse to run, so just vote for Rex. I vote for Rex, Levi repeated in a deadpan voice. Amazing. The vote is 4-3, with Rex coming out on top. Congratulations to our new leader. Ari began clapping quickly before anything else was said, causing William's face to redden as he bit his lips while glancing at the camera. Thankfully, he just bowed his head without saying anything, and Rex stood up. Okay, thanks for making me the leader. I think we can decide our positions and what we're doing for fans later. I would like to settle on a concept and song today, so that we can submit things like choreography and costumes early, work on the arrangement, and start practicing. What do you all think? Fine by me. That works. Seeing that there was a general consensus, Rex smiled before continuing. I think we probably have the easiest concept out of all the teams. They want something sexy, and they want water, and they've even given us a reference. Quite simply, we can just copy the first performance Ari did with the water stage and slightly change the styling. Since the beginning of time, all the female fans have loved seeing their idols shirtless and showing off their abs. I think we should just take off our shirts and perform. What do you all think? If we go with this, our work is significantly cut down, and we can just focus on making sure our skills are perfect. Rex asked proudly as he gauged the reaction of everyone. William was slowly nodding along with Jerome Tyler, pleased with the idea of showing off the body that he worked hard to maintain. Justin was intrigued, having admired the artistry when he first watched the video, but he also wasn't entirely sold, preferring more elaborate setups to his performance. Levi stayed silent, while Benjamin shrugged indifferently. And Ari had a frown on his face. Ari, your thoughts? Rex asked, hoping that it wasn't a refusal that he saw. But unfortunately, it absolutely was. First, I'm not taking my shirt off to perform on stage, and secondly, I don't think this is a good idea. No offense. Ari immediately refused even to entertain the thought of stripping on stage. According to Grace, That was a special move that couldn't be used too often and had to be saved for the finale if he made it. Why? Ashamed of your body. William commented snidely, and Ari looked at him as if he were crazy. Why would I be ashamed? I just think that's a lazy cop-out. No offense once again. Sure, we need to have a sexy concept with water, but our solution is to reuse an old stage instead of thinking of something new? You want to just add water on the floor, take your shirts off, and call it a day? That's uninspired, it's lazy, and the judges will absolutely rip us to shreds if we do that. You heard PDG-ho. They're referring to this team as the Avengers. We should think about it a little more. Oh, are you sure you're not just saying that because you don't want anyone else using your performance idea? You just want to hog all the credit and compliments from Bing Young-san because you don't want to see someone else execute it better? William cut in, back to his instigating ways. That's low, man. Even for you. Jerome Tyler added while shaking his head. Even Justin looked slightly suspicious. Ari stared at their faces before laughing incredulously and raising both hands up. You think that's what I'm doing? Really? That I care about compliments and credit for a performance idea that I pieced together from ideas I saw online? I just wanted us to do a little more thinking and try to make something cohesive and creative instead of recycling an old idea. But you know what? Go for it. What do I care? Let's all get scolded together. My only stance is that I'm not taking my shirt off. If you feel that strongly about it, then what's a better performance idea, Mr. Genius Performance Creator? I'm sure you've come up with thousands of ideas now that you've graced us with your presence once again. Please enlighten us. I don't know yet. I thought we would brainstorm together as a team. Ari replied as calmly as he could. He really wasn't trying to get into it with William on camera. Oh, so you don't even have an idea? Then why are you shooting down our only idea without offering up a solution? That's not what a good teammate does. No wonder nobody wants to debut with you. Oi, watch your words. And I agree with Ari. I'm not opposed to being shirtless or a water stage, but I think we should think this through a little more and make sure it's not a direct copy of a previous performance. If you recall, we got dinged for doing that by the judges the last time. Benjamin interrupted, while staring at William with a cold expression. Due to going along with him last time, he had been dinged by the judges as well as dragged by the public, thinking he was trying too hard to be like BTZ and having no originality. But William wasn't having it. This is obviously a different situation, and the creator of the performance that we want to reference is on the team, so why would we get dinged again? I'm sure it will be fine. Oi will dash. You know what? Let's leave it alone. I've put my opinion out there, and the leader can make a decision on it. Ari interrupted Benjamin before glancing at the camera and giving a forced smile. He already had a headache. Number 211. Chapter 211. I saw it in a dream. 1. After a tense moment of silence, Rex continued the meeting. And for the song, what should we choose? Let's just start with all the songs we know where water was used as the concept. That way, we don't have to work too hard on choreography or anything else. It will fit right in. William spoke first. But it has to be sexy too, so something with a hip-hop vibe and more energy? I like the song body. Its choreography looks great, especially when you're soaking wet. Justin added, laughing as multiple people screamed pause. Jerome, I want something with a bold, aggressive rap section. Benjamin, I can rap to anything, so let's just make sure it's a good song, innit? Levi, +1 to the aggressive rap. As Rex went around the room asking everyone, when he got to Ari, he just gave a simple response. I don't have an opinion on the song right now. Throwing a fit because your idea got shut down? Or are you going to crash out and go cry to production to get your way? William smirked as he began antagonizing Ari again, hoping to get a reaction. Heh. Ari just laughed to himself because it was pretty amusing to hear someone who used the assistant PD to threaten people, accusing him of crying to production to get his way. Not wanting to get into it on camera, he turned to Rex, whom he expected to handle the situation as the leader. Unfortunately, the Korean boy just let it slide. Okay, then let's start listening to people's suggestions and work from there. And the music listening party began with Rex inputting songs into the tablet. But rather than positive discussions, it was filled with, no, it's weird. The vibe is off. Instead of schwa, it's more like a whoosh peh, and that doesn't fit the stage or us the characters. I don't like it. Repeated refusals from Levi, who gave single-word answers with an expression that made it difficult to press him. Justin, who seemed like he was speaking a different language when explaining his refusal with long, unknown words, and William, who didn't bother to give an explanation, constantly rang out. After close to 3 hours of refusals, even Rex's patience seemed to have run thin, as they had tentatively shortlisted only 2 songs after dealing with vehement refusal across the board. The cameraman, seeing that no resolution was in sight, had left, leaving the room cameras behind. Fine. Let's finalize the concept details now and spend the evening searching for songs that fit our criteria. We'll regroup at 5 a.m. tomorrow and have everything ready to submit by 8. Is that fine with everyone? I guess. That's kind of early, no? Then let's stay up all night until we figure it out? At Rex's sharp question, the dissent died down. Then the team meeting continued with basically all the details of Ari's warrior performance being copied into this new performance, with only slight changes brought up by Justin and Rex. Since each time he said something, either Jerome Tyler or William responded with a snide remark, Ari just stopped talking, watching things play out with cold eyes. It wasn't that he was upset that his idea was being plagiarized. It was just that he was anticipating how much blowback there would be if their team didn't come out with something amazing, especially after PDGho said that there were no holes on their team. Everyone on this team was within the top 20 contestants. It meant that the expectations were set very high, and the phrase "the higher you are, the harder you fall" was constantly on his mind. From his point of view, with the direction things were going, this was simply a train wreck, not due to a lack of individual skill, but rather because everyone wanted to coast along or include individual ideas without considering the cohesiveness of the performance. But, since he didn't have any good ideas, it seemed that he would have to spend some time doing research so he could find a way to avoid being forced to take off his shirt. After they were finally released with a loose game plan and the room finally emptied, Ari rubbed his aching head before asking Benjamin the pressing question that had been on his mind. What exactly is everyone's problem with me? I've been getting more snide comments than usual. I usually don't care, but it's getting annoying. Should I be worried? Or do I need to go apologize? Nah, the Mandem are just being unreasonable and petty since an incident happened while you were gone. Notice how we're down to 50 people when we should have more. Yeah, I thought the PDs just cut extra people because they can. No, bruv. A proper big incident happened, yeah? 10 people got kicked out for secretly drinking alcohol in their room. 2 minors got alcohol poisoning and had to be taken to the hospital, so everyone involved in the incident got sent home. Permanently. It was a mess. Ari, what the heck were people doing that they had time to be drinking alcohol instead of practicing? And why the heck did they think they could make snide comments to him because of that incident? Okay, but what does that have to do with me? Benjamin tapped the floor for several seconds before responding slowly. You're a loner for the most part, so you might not know, but a lot of contestants are pretty close, innit? A good number of them feel that if you get to come back after being arrested by cops, the production team should have been more lenient with those involved in the drinking incident, especially those who were over 21 and were caught drinking. They think the PDs are playing favorites with you by letting you come back, especially considering how often Jalissa and Bing Youngsun compliment you. Even PD Emily seems to have a soft spot for you and lets you chat nonsense before shutting you down. Add in your insane growth and popularity with the fans, among other things, and quite a few of them are jealous and stressed as the reality is setting in that they might not make it to the end. I don't feel that way, obviously, but chatting with the Mandem and digging through their words, that's the general consensus. Ari was silent as he tried to process Benjamin's words. He could see why the other contestants might be angry, but blaming him for someone else's actions was actually crazy. No matter how many snide comments they made toward him, the people who were eliminated weren't coming back. Again, what does that have to do with me? They should go complain to production or the fans. I told you, it didn't make sense. Just ignore them. They'll get over it sooner or later and stop making snide comments when the PDs give them a spicy edit. Let's go to the comp lab, yeah? Your eyes looked like they were spitting fire as they planned the performance. It was that bad. It's pretty clear on your face. When you're not happy, bruv. The sun has nothing on your laser eyes. PSSSSSD. Instant charcoal when you're looking at someone. Oops. It seemed that he needed to work on his expressions a bit more. You don't have to come, you know. I'm the one dissatisfied with the performance idea. Nah. I may not mind performing the current concept because I know I'll do well, but I agree that we should try to do a bit more. And at the very least, I'd like a better song than the two we have now. There are too many rappers on the team and not enough spacing, so it sounds terrible. Fair enough. And then Ari spent his entire evening until midnight, along with Benjamin, trying to figure out how to make a sexy water concept so that he didn't have to take his shirt off. He went through everything from fantasy themes to beach themes, but wasn't really inspired by anything he saw, especially when he had to figure out how to make it sexy. After bookmarking several songs both he and Benjamin liked for tomorrow's meeting, Ari went to bed after taking a shower and washing his clothes. And while he was asleep, Ari had a strange dream about fish, mermaids drowning sailors, pirates waving a black flag with a skull, while searching for treasure and singing a basic nursery rhyme. Row, row, row your boat across the seven seas. Merrily, 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 your treasure is my dream. Gasp. Taking a deep breath as he snapped awake, Ari began muttering to himself as he looked for his sticky notes and pen to write down the dream ideas before he forgot them. What about pirates? Sexy pirates? Are pirates considered sexy? Or mermaids? Yo, shut up and go to sleep. Ignoring the voice of Jerome Tyler, who was in the same room as him, Ari began scribbling things down before he went back to sleep. Chapter 212. I saw it in a dream, too. Sleep well? You look terrible. Had a weird dream about fish and pirates and mermaids and kept waking up with it on my mind. Ari confessed, rubbing his eyes tiredly as he walked to the practice room with Benjamin, who was surprisingly still in his pajama pants and was wearing his glasses with a bandana tied around his head. He fully expected the British boy to be properly dressed since he usually went to the gym at 4 a.m. Aw, dreaming about your namesake under the sea? A little too on the nose, innit? Har har har, very funny. Ari replied sarcastically, but Benjamin just winked while throwing his arm around his shoulder. I try. It's part of my charm. Get off. You're heavy. As the two of them entered the practice room and sat down, they saw Rex standing at the front, Justin lying on the ground groaning, and Levi sitting against a wall with deep eye bags, clearly indicating he would rather be sleeping. Both Jerome Tyler and William were missing, and Rex looked slightly upset about it. Aren't you in the same room as Jerome? Why didn't you wake him up and bring him along? Rex asked as he looked around the sparsely populated room before turning to Ari. Why should I do that? He knew what time we were supposed to be here, and my alarm went off in the room. I don't see you asking Levi why he didn't bring William. Ari asked, wondering why he was the one being singled out while ignoring the dirty look Levi shot his way. It's what he deserved for trying to nominate him as team leader yesterday. Rex opened and closed his mouth several times before speaking slowly. It's still common courtesy. It would make my life easier if you could bring your roommate along. To be honest, I don't have much courtesy for someone who is constantly making snide comments toward me, especially when you don't say anything to stop it as the team leader. As Rex's expression tightened, Ari continued in a lazy tone, offering the best compromise that he could. If I'm there, I'll try to wake him if we have a meeting, but if it's going to make me late, I won't wait for him or drag him here. That's on you and him. Fine. Wait here. I'll go get the two of them. Rex grumbled before leaving the room. Not willing to waste time, Ari began doing his crunches while he waited, and after a moment, Benjamin joined him, completing the exercises at a faster pace than he could. After about 10 minutes, Rex finally returned with the missing team members, and Justin reluctantly dragged himself upright while scrubbing his eyes. William strolled in wearing baby blue silk pajamas and slippers, and a silk eye mask on his head, while Jerome wore cartoon pajama pants and an oversized t-shirt. The two took a seat close to each other, and Rex clapped to get everyone's attention. Clap, clap. Good morning. Let's get started. Did anyone find a song, or shall we just use what we selected yesterday? Yeah, Ari and I found a few songs, and there's one that is our top pick. It needs some work to fix the spacing, but it has 3 rap verses, 2 of which are pretty aggressive, which was the major request. It's also not too high, so no need to lower the key. All in all, I think it's solid. I sense that there's a big but in that statement. Rex spoke up, looking suspiciously at Benjamin, who gave him a small smile. You deeped it. For one, it's a Korean song, so if we're doing it, we either need to learn to pronounce the words correctly or transpose the lyrics to English in a way that makes sense. That's on you to help us if that's the case, big man. Secondly, it's a song that came out last year and was quite popular, so there's quite a bit of recency bias to it. If our performance is too on the nose or is terrible, we'll be dragged. Benjamin shrugged before continuing. I'm fine with choosing another song if it's better, but I like the vibe of this one and Ari's pretty adamant on it. And as you know, he's the one with the good musical ear and good performance ideas. Cough fraud. Ignoring William's not-so-subtle jab at Ari, especially after Ari had called him out earlier, Rex continued to stare at Benjamin. Oh, then let's hear it. What's it called? Neverland by Teens. Oh, I know that song. It was pretty popular when it came. Rex began humming the chorus as he pulled the song up on the tablet and performing some of the choreography. Boom boom chk boom boom chk. An intense intro of drums and trumpets that sounded like the theme song of an action or adventure film filled the air. Then a sea shanty-like chorus was sung before transitioning into a fast-paced rap that was entirely in Korean. On my way modu balul majchigo. On my way hana dulhamian twayo. As the song alternated between the verses, the shanta chorus, two fast-paced rap sections, before the dance break, and final chorus, Ari watched the expressions of the rest of his teammates. For the most part, they seemed pretty amenable to the song, with even Levi nodding along during the rap section. When it was done, it was silent for several seconds before Rex broke it. I like the song. What does everyone else think? Solid. Levi gave a one-word response mid-yawn. I like it. The beat has that feeling for a good performance. I remember thinking all the stages for the song were cool. Justin added as he slowly slumped to the ground. It's not bad. Seeing that everyone agreed, Rex sighed in relief, glad that one decision was done. Now for the next one. Then let's switch to this song. Since you found the song, did you happen to think of a concept as well? Or did you plan on using the one we decided on yesterday? I didn't. How about you, Ari? I did. Rex finally turned to face Ari after avoiding eye contact with him. What is it? After listening to the song and our concept request, I thought that we could maybe have some type of sea pirate/sea creature concept. Themes like a mermaid or a pirate are inherently tied to water. There are parts of the song that give off that vibe, and we could draw inspiration from a couple of movies regarding styling. We could also easily accommodate everyone who wants to be shirtless or not. I'm not sure if it will be sexy or of any further details, but I think that's a good start and can help us avoid recycling old ideas from previous performances. Heh, you want to do a sea concept? With pirates and mermaids? Took your name a little too literally, didn't you? Where did you get such a childish idea that's not even finished? William sneered at Ari. I saw it in a dream, so obviously it's not fully fleshed out. But childish. In the song's video, they're dressed as adventurers following a ferry to search for treasure. Are you calling them childish? Wow, how bold of you. At Ari's blunt statement, while he clapped sarcastically, William glared at him before looking away. Anyway, I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I don't think we should use everything from my previous warrior performance. We should try to come up with something new and unique instead of taking the easy way out. But as always, it's a team event. If you want to think I'm just being difficult and just don't want my old performance idea used, then go for it. I just thought it would be better to try another option that needs input from everyone on the team and make something that truly represents us. Well, thank you for your idea. Let's take a vote. Should we continue the water floor performance idea using the new song and start the choreography today, or start planning a pirate and/or mermaid-themed performance from scratch? Please keep in mind that we haven't decided if we're translating the song into English, learning to sing it in Korean, or any other small details. As Rex laid out their two options, the tired contestants who were forced to be awake before the sun rose thought through their options. Those who want to continue with the water floor performance, hands up for the first option, please. Several hands were raised into the air. And the result? Chapter 213, I Saw It in a Dream, 3. With a vote of 5-2, Ari's pirate idea won. Fine, let's flesh out the pirate idea, but try to merge parts of the Water Warrior stage into it as well, since that was given as a reference, Rex announced after taking the vote. Ari and Justin can work on fleshing out the concept details and present it to the group before submission. I'll start working on the choreography. Benjamin, Levi, and Jerome can work on translating the lyrics with my help. William said he wants to work on the arrangement, so let's listen to the song, pass our ideas to him, and have him meet with the vocal trainer today. We'll meet again later to discuss what we'll do for fans at the showcase. Questions. What about assigning song parts and roles? I'm interested in being the center and main vocalist. William asked without raising his hand. Rex glanced at William, giving him a polite smile. Let's get the song translated properly before we start dividing parts and positions. Unless you're confident in learning to sing in Korean? If that's the case, we can do it right now. At William's silence, Rex glanced around again, still avoiding Ari's eyes even though he had voted for his idea after all. Good. Any other questions? Is Will the only one working on the arrangement? Levi asked, his icy blue eyes staring a hole in the side of Ari's head. Yes, I am. Is that a problem? Obviously, considering you're not very good at it, Levi said bluntly, causing William's face to turn red from embarrassment. You don't know that, Dash. I do. Why would you say that? You don't have any faith in me. No. William. William privately spoke to me about it, and I think it's a good chance to let someone else shine for once. So let's go with him for now, especially as he'll be working with the trainer. As a team, we'll obviously give him input, but for now, let's get to work. Rex interrupted when he saw that it was about to devolve into an argument with the two blonde boys. With his usual sharp expression, Levi glanced at Rex, then Ari, then before looking away. As the music to Neverland began playing once more, and everyone went their own way, Justin rolled over sleepily, his chocolate-colored hair looking even crazier, while Ari got up to get the spare whiteboards and markers. As they sat face to face, Ari passed one over while spinning his marker around his free hand. It was his first time having a face-to-face conversation with the boy, but as always, he treated everyone with the same casualness. What are your thoughts on the concept, Pirate? You said you saw it in a dream? What did you see exactly? Is that important? I think it's a good starting point. The song clearly inspired something in you. So let's build on that and make it a reality. The best performances are usually created that way. It was just a bunch of random things. There was fog, a ship coming out of it, pirates waving a pirate flag, mermaids singing row, row your boat, a battle, and going to hunt for treasure. While Ari spoke, Justin immediately began doodling and making notes on his whiteboard. Okay, let's ask for a fog machine. We can't have a ship, but maybe we can make one with our bodies, carrying one or two people, and then burst out of the fog. You or I. Maybe, since we're the shortest and look the lightest. There's water on the floor that can act like the sea. Pirate flags could be cool to wave around like we're part of the color guard. At Ari's confused expression, Justin laughed before explaining. The people who wave flags and rifles around in a band performance. It's pretty cool even though it takes lots of practice to get it right. I had to learn for a play once, and it was torture. I smacked my face with the pole every single day until opening night. I got so many bruises that it could barely be covered with makeup. Let's not do that. I don't think I can spin a flagpole around. I can't put weight on this or move it around too much. Ari held up his bandaged hand, and Justin winced. Okay, let's scratch that. No flagpoles or rifles, unfortunately. That kind of choreography actually looks good, though. Justin said a bit bummed. How about a handkerchief? Or maybe a scarf or bandana, depending on our costumes? Oh, yeah. Let's make a note of that to ask Rex. Scarf choreography. Ruffle shirts, vests, short pants, boots, scarves, triangle hat, dark eye makeup, extra tacky jewelry. If it's not extra tacky, it's not pirate core, you know? You have to have that grungy, weathered look to really sell it. And if we're making it sexy, abs must be shown, and the clothing must become see-through when wet. But we need to ask how far the stage crew is willing to go for us. Justin's excitement grew as he began imagining the stage coming together, and seeing it, Ari started getting into it too. I like your fog machine idea. I think if we could start the song with an entirely fog-covered stage, the sea shanty-like verse in the song could be added to the beginning, making it kind of ominous before the person who has the first verse bursts out and does their part. I think we have a good range of voices here to try it out. Can you sing this part? On my way, this is how the story goes. Ari quickly sang the line as low as his voice would go, and after a second, Justin replicated it. Can you go lower? Yep. On my way, this is how the story goes. A much deeper voice than expected came out of Justin's mouth, and Ari smiled as he began seeing a picture in his head. What's the lowest you can comfortably go? About here? On my way, cough, cough, dash. Well, maybe not there, but a bit higher than that. That works. If we harmonize, it would be a bit scary and haunting. Sing it with me. 1, 2, 3 dash. On my way, traveling down an uncertain road. On my way, this is how the story goes. As the two of them sang, Justin taking the lower notes while Ari took the higher ones and sang in a slightly lilting way, a slightly haunting melody was formed. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. Justin began rubbing his arms as if he had chills. If it's an ominous fog where the sound rings out, maybe we can get something to color it. You know, you're surprisingly easy to talk to. Not crazy at all. Thanks, I guess. Now back to this haunting intro. Walk with me here. Red fog. Black pirate flag waving, Levi's angry face jumping out. I'm walking. While the two of them were excitedly working hard, working out all the details of their concept, two of the three people who were having to translate the song from Korean to English were suffering as the British monarchy was once again enacted. Take it back and cut it down by a third, mate. Too many words to get out in too short a span of time. You won't be able to do it during the performance. Benjamin handed Levi back the paper that contained his translation of the verse he had chosen for himself. I can, fully enunciated, while dancing at full strength without missing a beat. Yes, Levi replied confidently. Seeing the challenge in those sharp eyes, Benjamin smirked. Okay, do it. Without even playing the music, Levi began rapping. Yeah, I'm now ready now for the next journey. You better watch and hold your breath while I run and get my money. I'm an ruin explorer. It's in my blood and veins. I'm searching everywhere, high and low, against the flow. Call me Captain Hook, the way I go and sing. I follow the guiding light flying in the sky without shaking or turning. Without hesitation, bang, bang, you're gonna feel the pain from my wrath. Break it down until I reach that golden, illusionary destination. Neverland, the home that will give me liberation. Whistle. As Levi spat the entire verse without taking a breath, Benjamin whistled, a bit impressed at his lung capacity. Each word had been crisp and sharp with the characteristic aggressive style that Levi had in each of his raps. While it hadn't been bad, Benjamin knew it could be better. So, he shut him down. I guess you can, but there are a few issues. In it, firstly, the rhythm of the words compared to the original is broken and sounds off. Secondly, the direct translation makes it too crowded. Thirdly, you might not be winded now, but you'll definitely be winded later. Even if you say you're a rapper, if he has his way with the arrangement, Ari will have you singing supporting vocals throughout the performance, and you will get winded. You've been on the same team, so you know how he is. Rewrite it with the original rhythm, fewer words, and keep the same message. Seeing the stubbornness in Levi's face, Benjamin shrugged. There's a reason I'm ranked first in rap. It's 'cause I'm the most versatile rapper and good at writing. If you don't believe my opinion, keep it as is and ask Exponent when he comes by. He'll give you the same advice I'm giving you right now or tell you just to rap it in Korean because the flow of the song is ruined. Levi, you might as well do as he says. He's made me rewrite my rap verse 3 times already. Jerome cut in as he complained before looking away as Levi glared at him. And I'll make you do it a 4th time if you don't get off rhyme zone and chat, and actually use your head to paraphrase the verse. Benjamin warned the other boy. But it's easier, Jerome grumbled. So, if you can't think of ways to take an already written rap and simplify it to fit a pattern, don't call yourself a rapper. And the same message goes to you, cut it down. I guarantee that even if you think your lung capacity is good, the kid will squeeze those vocals out of you for the song. That punk's not even arranging the song this time, so I know that's definitely not happening. As soon as Jerome finished speaking, the door cracked open and 2 handsome faces, one with green eyes and black hair, and the other with brown eyes and hair, appeared. Ben, Wagwan, sing this for me. As low as you can go. On my way, this is how the story goes. Not even questioning it, Benjamin sang the words back to Ari, who nodded while Justin laughed. Yeah. Cool. Thank you. Without another word, both Ari and Justin immediately left, and as the door slammed shut, Benjamin turned to the 2 other boys and gave them a knowing look. See, without another word, the other 2 began rewriting the verses, and when they reconvened later, as the team listened to Ari and Justin's performance presentation, Rex's eyes couldn't stop twitching at the extensive details that seemed to go on forever and ever. This is a lot. Will the staff even allow us to do this? They'll probably do about half, but theater rules say always overask because they will underdeliver. If not, we've also sorted things from high priority to low priority and separated them into categories. We separated it by costumes, stage, props, and the music arrangement. Justin explained, handing over a stack of papers with extremely dense writing. Okay, thank you for your hard work. Rex quickly flipped through things before handing the arrangement stack to William, who had kept touching his shoulder throughout the meeting. Feeling Ari's gaze, William glanced at him with a smirk on his face. You have something to say to me? Ari glanced at William's hand that was on Rex's shoulder before staring the blonde boy in the face and telling him something only he would understand. Don't ruin our team and someone else's performance because you're selfish. This could all be solved if you gave me what was mine. I have no idea what you're talking about. Then mind your own business, William replied with a smirk. If the two of you are done exchanging cryptic words, let's start to practice the song so we can assign parts. Ari glanced over at Rex and gave the Korean boy the only warning he could afford. I recommend you stop letting him touch you. Why? He has germs that make you lose your voice. Whatever problem the two of you have with each other, keep it out of the practice room. Seeing that Rex didn't believe him and just rolled his eyes, Ari shrugged before he began stretching. Okay, don't say I didn't warn you. Chapter 214, Sorry. Contestant Ariel. What exactly are you doing? Jaywalks asked in as calm a tone as he could manage while staring at the seizure-like dance moves that had been happening in front of him for several hours. Trying to do the choreography? You consider this. Trying. Since it was clearly a rhetorical question, Ari just stayed silent while trying to catch his breath. He felt as if his body was stuck and made out of wooden blocks. Naturally, he was never the strongest dancer because he was still learning, but he had been able to learn and perform everything to a decent level in the past. Now, he was just struggling. And the reason for it was this whole choreography that Rex had pieced together from the original song performance, along with Jaywalk's help. And it seemed that Rex had really taken that sexy concept to heart, which was the reason for Ari's struggle. When the choreography was something he considered normal, it was okay, but the moment he had to do something sexy, it was as if his brain and body both seized up from embarrassment, and he turned into the stiffest block of ice known to man. And unfortunately, he had been repeatedly messing up the choreography all day. Jaywalks glanced at him before rubbing the bridge of his nose in irritation and taking a deep breath. Yelling wouldn't help, even though that's precisely what he wanted to do. Contestant Ariel. I don't understand what the issue is. It's a simple body roll that leads to the ground, where you repeat the process. Why do you look like you're having a seizure? Try harder. I'm sorry, I'm doing my best. Are you? Because it doesn't look like it from where I'm standing. The rest of your teammates are red in the face and covered in sweat while you look like you're taking a walk and barely putting in any effort. I am. Ari truly was, but it seemed that Jaywalks really didn't believe him. Sigh, get back into position. We can't keep stopping for you, and we only have a limited time together. Right? Sorry. As Ari moved to the very back of the practice room, where he was the tail end of the triangle formation, Jaywalk restarted the music. Let's start again. 5, 6, 7, 8. At the start of the music, all 7 of them dropped down to a squat, taking large sweeping steps while rocking side to side as if they were on a ship. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. First person up, 2, 3, next row up, 2, 3, next row up, 2, 3, final row step up. Jerome is in the front. Lean, lean, human wave, then kick out and turn. Good, good. As Jerome mouthed the words for the section he had chosen, Jaywalks continued to call out the moves while keeping time by clapping his hands to the count. Make an X, move into a line, then body roll, 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 roll. Dive to the floor, and up, 2 and 3, and 4 and up into a line, and 3 and 4. Hold out your shirt, your hand goes up from the bottom, and roll your waist. Hip thrust, move, don't stop, Ari. The moment Ari met his own eyes in the mirror while trying to perform the move being called out, he immediately froze, getting knocked over as Levi ran into him and sent him stumbling and eventually falling to the ground and onto his injured hand. You're in the way. Sorry. Contestant Ariel, please. You're supposed to be a professional. If you can't concentrate, then take a seat so you don't injure anyone else. We already have to make accommodations for your hand. Receiving both the glares from his teammates and the trainer, Ari did the only thing he could do. Apologize. Sorry. It was the first of many. Needless to say, the first choreography practice session with the trainer was a failure, and the rest of the team practice continued in the same vein. I don't think I'm built to be sexy, Ari admitted as he sat on the ground while sipping a bottle of water. Although he wasn't drenched in sweat like his teammates because of his utterly adorable tracksuit, he still felt out of breath and tired from the multi-hour practice, and his mental strength was almost depleted after being constantly nagged for doing the dance moves wrong and not trying hard enough. What's the issue? You seem to be getting the other dance moves just fine. Just stop freezing up. I don't know why you're scared of whining your waist. Such a prude. Seeing Benjamin demonstrate one of the moves by body rolling while lifting his shirt up to expose his abs, Ari immediately looked away. I'm not a prude. It's just embarrassing for me to do it. That's the definition of a prude, innit? Stop looking away and freezing up. Unless you see something you like and are too shy to look, don't worry, I don't judge. You can look at my body in all its glory. I worked hard to build it. Ari, what kind of nonsense was coming out of his mouth? Had he finally lost it? If you wanted to die today, you should have told me earlier so I could have poisoned you before you made me eat beans and toast for breakfast. But I'm still willing to take you out, so come here. It'll be painless, I promise. I'm not afraid of you, short stuff. Pack on some muscle before you buck up at me, yeah? Benjamin laughed before snagging Ari's water and chugging the rest of the bottle, ignoring the dirty look Ari gave him as he crushed it up. Relax. I know you won't finish it before it gets warm, so I'm just helping you out. Have fun with your solo practice. Once I'm done showering, I'll bring you a cold one in about an hour. No need to thank me. I've already helped myself to a couple of snacks from your bag as payment. I hope you slip and fall in the shower. And I hope you find some oil for that stiff back and waist of yours. Benjamin retorted, waving lazily as he shut the door behind him, leaving Ari alone. Laughing to himself, Ari stood up after him to lock the door and cover the little window with some paper. After diligently taking out the batteries in all of the cameras in the room, even though he wasn't supposed to, he sat down in front of the mirror, staring at the transparent blue screen only he could see. Ready to practice after that dismal display? Yeah, I'd like to use the jukebox skill. Hopefully, I can get through it because I really want to be the center this time. Jukebox, coming right up. The blue screen flashed, and an old-style jukebox, flashing with rainbow colors, appeared in Ari's vision, accompanied by a tiny screen displaying the words vocal, dance, and rap, with the amount of tokens he had off to the side. Ari reached out and tapped rap, and the little screen changed into a list of dances that Ari had ever memorized with Neverland, Pirate Edition, at the top. He briefly wondered how the entire thing worked before shaking his head and selecting Neverland and utilizing 6 tokens or 30 hours worth of practice time so he could dance at an A rank level. Even if he asked Nova for the details, it probably wouldn't tell him, and he had bigger issues to worry about. As the countdown filled his vision, Ari started the music on the tablet, and a strange feeling began to wash over him as his body started moving without his control. The first part of the dance went smoothly, even though he mentally made a note to request knee pads. As he stood up at the appropriate time, humming the lyrics, he slowly transitioned from section to section, his body somehow using his full energy into the song. And when it got to the same part where he had to start body rolling while keeping his shirt on, one glance at his body in the mirror, and he froze in place, the sensation of his body being controlled stopping as his movements became jerky like before. Let's try it again. Jukebox, dance, Neverland. Pirate Edition. He restarted the song, only to deplete another 30 hours of practice with the same result. What the hell? Huff huff. Why isn't it working? Huff huff. Is it broken? Not at all. Wow. This is a new one. Your embarrassment is so strong that it snaps you out of an A-rank skill. Truly, you are a one-of-a-kind, never-before-seen, generational talent. Seems like you're really allergic to being sexy. Aren't French people supposed to be ultra-liberal? Where is this prudishness coming from? It's just a bit much, okay? I don't get why people want to see me move like that. Although he wasn't someone who got embarrassed over things, he felt weird performing the excessive body rolls and hip movements to the song. But since he wasn't an expert on what fans would consider sexy, he really had no say as to what the choreography would be, especially after insisting on keeping his shirt on no matter what. The rest of his team seemed to have no issues with it. So he was the only one having a hard time. But just the thought of himself dancing like that was enough to make Ari's ears turn a bright red and freeze up each time he saw his own reflection dancing. Are you embarrassed? Wow, you're really embarrassed. Your face is turning red. Your poor fans. First, they're not getting the red hair they requested, and now they're not getting the sexy performance that they want. And after all the money they spent on voting to push your rank. Oh, I feel a bit sad for them. All right, the red hair. Ari thought back to the envelope with his name that had been on the practice room door. According to the production staff, they had filtered through all the data and collected the most popular requests for the contestants and passed them on to them via envelope so that the contestants could try to fulfill those requests by the time of the fan showcase. Benjamin's most popular request was to please show his abs more. Specifically, they wanted to see him shirtless. Jamie's request was split between cutting his long hair short and burning his cowboy hat forever. And Ari's number one request had been for his hair to be dyed red. A very bright red. The production staff had even printed out a colored card with the exact blinding shade of red that the fans had requested. Why the heck do they want my hair to be red? Is that a real question, or are you actually delusional? I'm not delusional. I just don't think I would look good with that hair color, so why do they want it? Truly, you don't understand the mind of the fans. Let's just practice your dancing instead. While one person battled with trying to perform sexy choreography, another person was trying to push an agenda online. We need to convince contestant Ariel to dye his hair red. Walk with me. They tried to silence me, but I refuse to be silenced any longer. Now that we've finally made it over the hump of Ariel being made fun of, because of his name, among other things, we need to tackle the true issue, returning him to his true hair color, which is obviously the brightest shade of red that you've ever seen. Walk with me here. Green eyes go with what? Red hair. You know who else has red hair? Ariel. Join me in filling out your survey and pressuring the production staff to request that Ari dye his hair back to his true, natural hair color, red, and achieve the look he was always meant to have. If you don't believe me, take a look at these photos showing how handsome he would look with red hair, redhairari.img. Opie, you've clearly lost it. No, listen, it's such a mistake for him to have that name and not have the hair color, you know? Walk with me. I'm walking. To a dead end? +1 on the red hair agenda. I'm ready to see my live-action, red-haired mermaid prince. This is why I voted for a water concept in the survey. Imagine a water concept, please mermaid, please, plus red hair. I would die. +1. +1. Guys, think about the bleach damage. His hair is jet black. Given the darkness, how much lift will he need to achieve a bright red color? It might fall off. Welcome to being an idol. He'll survive. His scalp won't. Baldriel is coming soon near you. Baldariel.img. Get that cursed image away from me. Give my son back his hair. Why is he still kind of raw? While Ari's angel community was heavily pushing for a red-haired appearance, their chosen contestant, well, he was currently being tortured in the name of dance. Ah! A pained shriek echoed out of the practice room. But for those who had been hearing it for the past hour, they just increased the volume of their music and continued what they were doing. Chapter 2:15. Who did this? 1. Why the hell are you so inflexible? Matthew complained as he used his body weight to force Ari's back to stretch and bend into a position it had never been stretched into in his life, while ignoring the inhuman shriek of pain that came out of Ari's mouth. After all, it wasn't the first scream, and it certainly wouldn't be the last. Ow, wow, wow, it hurts. Stop being dramatic. This is the basics of flexibility for any dancer. I can't believe you've been dancing with such inflexible limbs. When the stretches become easy, you need to push yourself further, not slack off. I think my spine just snapped. I see the light. Man, Papa, your son is coming to join you. You're such a baby, geez. Matthew gave Ari a brief 10-second break before forcing him to bend forward slowly while he pushed hard on his lower waist area. You feel this section? Unfortunately, that's what you need to relax and tense for the body rolls. Try to focus on that when you do the dance next time and practice the isolations. And the other part? Ari asked as he lay panting on the floor. Who knew stretching could be more strenuous than dancing for hours? My recommendation is to get out of your head and get over yourself. Matthew replied honestly. As an entertainer, the customer is usually right. People are paying money to see you, and if they requested a sexy concept, give them a sexy concept, even if you don't personally agree with it or feel it's embarrassing. Anyway, I have to go check my blood sugar and do my own practice. Thanks for the dance lesson and torture session. It's fine, you promised to help our team with our song arrangement, so it works for me. Make sure you drink some water and see you at breakfast. Dak, bumping the offered fist, Ari took a deep breath before standing up to practice once more. This time, without using the jukebox ability since he had wasted several hours' worth of tokens on repeated failures. What had originally seemed like a bounty had quickly dwindled, and he had to rack up 30 more hours of practice to have an A-ranked dance token to use for both the performance and the midterm evaluation. Staring at himself in the mirror, Ari tried to pretend that he was somebody else while working through the dance moves. The first part of the song passed successfully, but when it came to the sexy moves, he began to freeze. When he felt his body begin to tense up again, Ari closed his eyes so he couldn't see himself or anything around him. Just the sensation of light beneath his closed eyelids and air brushing past him as he moved. Ah! Heavy breathing rang through the speakers, and Ari slowly got to his feet. LOL. Humming the tune as the beat slowed down, Ari leaned his head back in a relaxed motion, focusing on moving his chest, waist, and then hips in a repeated languid snake-like motion as his hand reached up for his throat from underneath his jacket. LOL. Moving one finger at a time, he gripped his throat with his uninjured hand while rolling his head in a circle before slowly doing the same to his hips. Slam thud. As the door slammed open, Ari immediately froze, opening his eyes and untangling his hands from his clothing while staring at the door with a slightly red face. It was Jaywalks dressed in practice clothing with headphones over his head. He seemed quite surprised to see Ari as he blinked before looking around the room, as if expecting to see other people. Oh, you're practicing? So early? Alone? Obviously. What kind of stupid question was that? Since that would be rude to say, Ari just gave a simple answer as he walked over to turn the music off on the tablet. Yes, I'll let you have the room. He had come to one of the smaller practice rooms to avoid interruptions and hadn't expected to see the dance trainer. His plan was to leave, but Jaywalk seemed to be in a chatty mood today. Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you. You were actually doing a good job just now. Do you often practice early in the morning? Not really. I prefer to stay up late practicing rather than wake up early to practice. But Matthew was helping me earlier, and he prefers mornings to late nights. Ari explained. Oh, I see. How unexpected. Well, you can stay and continue. Don't let me disturb you. It's already too late for that. No, I'm good, thank you. I'll just head out and leave you to it. Ari replied politely. He knew that the trainer didn't particularly like him, and empty compliments aside, he wasn't in the mood to get nagged before he had eaten anything, especially since he was interrupted just as he was finally getting the hang of the dance moves. Oh well, is that so? I thought you would like some company. Then never mind. Feel free to go. Thank you. Have a good day. Although the trainer looked and sounded a little down and maybe like he wanted to talk to somebody, Ari bowed his head politely and left him behind. He had too much to do and too little time to play therapist with an adult. William says he's finished the arrangement, so let's decide roles and song parts today, Rex announced while rubbing his throat as if he were uncomfortable. I want to be the main vocalist, and regarding the dance break, I want to be the center for that as well. I'm open to doing any ad-libs that are available. As William began listing the roles he wanted and Rex wrote them down on the whiteboard, Ari hid his mouth and whispered status while staring at the blonde boy. William Arthur Forbes. Age, 19. Vocals, D. Currently A+. Dance, C. Currently A. Leadership, F. Currently D+. The overcrowded status came up, making it clear that somebody had been targeted. William turned to glare at Ari. Oh, felt that. How sensitive. Stop that. I didn't do anything. Ari blinked innocently at him as if he hadn't done anything before turning to look at Rex, who looked as if he was getting sick, and whispered status. Thierry Jang. Age, 20. Vocals, C. S. Dance, C. S. Visual, B. A+. Rap, D. A. Charm, B. S. Leadership, C+. It was clear who had suffered for William's stats to increase. Not only had Rex's vocals gone down, his dance stat, which was usually a B+, had dropped to basically the same level as Ari's, while his leadership, charm, and rap stats had also dropped to a lower level. He had become somebody whose average stats had gone from a B average to a C average. You are something else. Ari shook his head at William with a look of disappointment. You have something to say to me? Not at all. Then mind your own business and stop messing with me. I didn't do anything to you. You know exactly what you did. Staring at me with those filthy eyes. I can't use my eyes. They're filthy now? Wow. First, you injure my hand, now this? Ariel. Enough. Ahem. Seeing Rex call him out instead of William, who was clearly escalating the situation, Ari ignored the clear bias and changed the subject. I'd also like to be the main vocalist. I'd like to put my name in to try out for the Dance Break Center as well. Pretty bold for somebody who can't even get through the choreography without messing it up. William sneered, and Ari ignored him, staring at Rex until he wrote his name in his requested sections. Fine. That's 2 people. Anyone else? I want to be the main vocalist as well, but I can skip the Dance Break Center. Just stick me wherever I fit. Justin raised his hand. 3 for the main vocalist position. I would put myself in for both, but ahem, my throat feels a bit sore and my body is quite achy today. Maybe I'm coming down with something. Rex added Justin's name as he rubbed his throat once more before turning to Benjamin. What about the rappers? This was what he was most concerned about since all 3 of them were in A-grade rappers with strong, but surprisingly, that had already been resolved. The 3 of us have already decided our positions and parts. I'm the main rapper. Levi's the lead rapper. And Jerome is the sub-rapper. The lyric sheet I gave you should have our names beside our chosen sections. Did the 3 of them agree? They didn't have much of a choice, in it. I just gave them the parts that suited their voices, and after translating and rewriting those verses, wouldn't it be strange to rap other parts? Benjamin answered with a cheeky smile. Rex glanced over at Jerome and Levi, who seemed unbothered by Benjamin's words. Got it. Thank you. Ahem. Then, shall we get started choosing parts? Each person will sing a verse, and we'll vote on who does it best. Afterward, we can listen to William's arrangement. And after a very tense audition, which he failed to get the parts he wanted, Ari could only sigh while sipping a juice box as his whole body whipped from side to side as he was shaken within an inch of his life. The sun was burning his face, but his heart was burning even more. Is this what they call losing both the battle and the war? Please pay attention to me. Should I really cut my hair? Am I really a worse singer than him? I'm going to do it. I really am. I've been growing it out for 3 years, but I guess I should cut it all off. What could I have done differently? Maybe I should have insisted that we sing instead of dancing first. Your Royal Highness, my hair. Can you believe the fans want me to be bald? I'm suffering. Suffering while being tortured by blonde people. I don't want to be bald. Can you both shut up? Ari glanced across the rooftop to see a familiar buzzed blonde head with headphones standing up from behind one of the large vents on the roof. Eep. Jamie gulped, seeing Levi's angry glare while Ari blinked before giving him a one-word response. No. Levi? Ari? The 2 of them stared at each other for several seconds, and knowing how Levi usually talked when he was truly angry versus when he just didn't want to say any extra words, Ari caved first. If you have a request or a valid complaint, speak like a normal person. Levi looked up at the sky and spoke in a slightly less sharp tone. I was here first, and I am trying to enjoy my lunch break in peace, quiet, and solitude. If you don't plan on leaving, can you lower your voice and stop screaming? You're giving me a headache. Sure. My bad. Ari turned to Jamie, whose head was whipping back and forth, and began speaking in a much lower voice. Go ahead. I'm listening. My hair dash. Don't cut it. I promise your charm would drop to the negatives. From B straight to F. But the fans messaged dash. Pretend you didn't see it. Whoever asked you to cut your hair is balding and jealous. But the PD said I should dash. Pretend you didn't hear them. PD Jiho is balding, and PD Emily is a jealous blonde who may be secretly balding from her tight ponytail. You shouldn't have to change your appearance based on an arbitrary poll. That's irresponsible. But dash. No buts. Leave your hair alone. Anything else? Team complaints? Anybody I need to beat up? Jamie thought it over for a second before shaking his head. It's manageable, and I don't think you can actually beat anyone up. Oi, respect me. Ari cut in, causing Jamie to laugh. Seriously, I'm fine. What about your team? You said you didn't get the vocal position you wanted. What about the arrangement? Did that work out well? Ah, that? Haha, it's ass. Absolute ass. I can't wait for the midterm evaluation. Ari replied honestly. Me too. Hearing Levi's sharp voice mutter in agreement from across the roof, Ari couldn't help but laugh, even though he actually wanted to cry. And just like that, 2 days passed, and it was time for the midterm evaluation. Chapter 216. Who did this, too? How are you feeling, Jelly? Selena asked Jalissa in a gentle voice as she patted the other woman's back. I'm feeling cough. Better. Jalissa let out a chesty cough before pulling down her face mask to take a large sip of hot tea. This is better? Larry Jackson gave her a slightly grossed out look before shifting his chair away and checking the list that the production team had given them. It featured 7 different teams, each with members chosen by the fans, and included the following selected concepts: athletic, sci-fi, cute, sexy, bad boy, military, and summer. Additionally, the concept water was to be incorporated. Since a brief summary of each team's performance plan and stage direction was included in the paper, Larry noticed, absent-mindedly, that each team's plan included a water stage similar to the Warrior performance video, which was still the most viewed performance to date on the Pop Star Academy YouTube channel. Almost instinctively, Larry Jackson's eyes began looking for the contestant who was the one to come up with the idea for that stage. The very contestant that had been catching a lot of attention both in and outside of the show because of his appearance. Larry quickly found him marked as the lead vocalist of his assigned team. When he saw the other high-profile names, Larry Jackson smirked. Of course, when compared to true talent, the leading role that Ariel had previously claimed could not be retained. All he had now was that face of his and the controversy surrounding him, and in the entertainment industry, that never lasted for long. He would probably regret not taking Bing Youngsun's job offer sooner rather than later. As Larry Jackson was deep in his thoughts, how was arranging the songs for the team? Did you have any trouble doing it all alone? Jalissa asked through a cough. Since she had been sick, Larry Jackson alone was in charge of arranging all the songs for the contestants for this performance. She knew how demanding some of the contestants could be in trying to get the song to fit their needs, which was why she forced herself to attend the midterm evaluation today. She was prepared to lend a helping hand to finish things up if needed. Nope, got it done in a day. Larry Jackson replied proudly, and Jalissa gave him a look of disbelief. In 1 day? Yep. All of it? Yep. Much faster than you ever did. Jealous. How? Let's not mention Jamie, because he's relatively self-sufficient and knows exactly what he wants a track to sound like. Ari allowed you to finish in a day without going through every combination of sounds, and you did the 5 other teams as well. It's called delegation, sweetheart. I allowed them maximum creative control with minimal input on my side. After all, they're all talented. All I did was give the final check after letting them play around, and only helped if they really couldn't figure it out. I think you'll be quite impressed at the unique sounds that were created. Didn't that just mean he was too lazy to work and did the bare minimum? Would these songs even sound good? Feeling a headache coming on, Jalissa rubbed her head while hoping that her premonition was wrong. Well, no need to discuss. Here they come. The 6 judges watched the 50 contestants walk in together in a loud, jumbled group. After observing them for several weeks, they could identify various cliques that formed, including contestants from the same agency, those who spoke the same language, the loners, and those who arrived with their team members. Among them was a slim contestant of medium-tall height wearing an oversized, fluffy brown tracksuit with a cute animal face on the hood that was pulled over his head, hiding his face. He was walking between a small group of seemingly unrelated people, including a handsome, well-dressed British boy with golden skin, short-cut hair, a suave smile and single dimple that had charmed all the female staff members into always letting him get his way. A tall, blonde boy with luscious, long blonde hair loosely pulled back into a messy half-bun and a bright smile that made his blue eyes sparkle. A darkly handsome boy with dark slicked-back hair except for a single curl and the soft, brown eyes that curved as he smiled gently. A handsome Indian boy who gave off a sharp, intellectual vibe with his glasses perched on his nose, and an extremely tall yet slim boy who moved with a dancer's grace. Except for the two outliers, it was a collection of the top 20. Why are they all together? They're not even on the same team. Larry Jackson grumbled. Those are Ari's friends. Obviously, cough cough. If you paid attention to the show, you would know that. Jalissa commented through coughs as she saw Ari turn to the side as he said something, displaying that exquisite face that was constantly talked about, even now, weeks after it had been shown to the public. Seeing the sea-green eyes curl up mischievously before their owner began randomly barking like a rabid dog at the blonde boy before bursting out laughing. Jalissa couldn't help but laugh at Jamie's comically scared expression as he seemed to teleport several feet away. It seemed even now, those two could never be serious, and she was quite pleased to see Jamie smiling happily since he had been quiet and withdrawn when Ari had not been here. As always, his face looks quite good, huh? Even more handsome than the last time we saw him. Selena commented as she met Ari's eyes, nodding along co-conspiratorially as he winked at her before making scissors with his hands and pointing at the cameras. Yes, I need to ask him what he uses on his skin. It's always so clear and dewy. That's youth, baby. If only I was 10 years younger, I too could look like that. Now, why is acting like a wild animal? Always making a fool of himself. Larry Jackson grumbled as he noticed the slight blush on Selena's face. He's a kid, having fun. Stop griping, you grumpy old man. I'm not old at all. They would mistake me for their older brother. I'm still young. At heart. Cough cough. Has to be because it's definitely not the appearance. Not that you look bad, Larry. Just not 18 years young. Selena added, stabbing another invisible knife through his heart. As the two women ribbed him, Larry Jackson glared at the culprit, who was peacefully sitting down with the ease of somebody who didn't know what kind of damage he was inflicting just by existing. He couldn't believe he was thinking it, but he missed the days when that contestant had his face covered by that weird face paint. Now he had to deal with the constant compliments and giggles directed towards Ariel from all the women around him. Even his nieces had asked him to get a signed photo of Ariel to bring back, and Larry would rather die than cave in despite all of the nagging. As all the contestants took a seat on the chairs in the expansive open room, MC Ryan Leary appeared through the door and took the open center spot in front of the judges. Hello, contestants. Long time no see, not really, haha. I see that you're all preparing for your very first fan showcase. Are you all excited? Yeses. No. Oh, mixed responses? Are you nervous to meet your supporters face to face? Yes. Ah, that makes sense. Well, I'm sure you'll all do wonderfully. But for now, we need to check to make sure that the performances that you'll be showing those wonderful supporters of yours are up to par. As always, our amazing trainers and judges are here. Please wave and say hello if you haven't already. Once the contestants had waved, Ryan Leary waved the piece of paper in his hand. Let's get started. First up is Team Survivor, who are doing a military concept. Come forward. At the MC's words, 7 of the tallest contestants with more muscle build stood up and headed to the center. As they got into position, the tall blonde with the messy bun standing at the center took a deep breath before his previously bright expression disappeared into something more serious. Chapter 217. Who did this? 3. All 7 contestants, each standing at over 6 feet, stood at attention with their arms folded behind their backs, their legs shoulder-width apart, and with a fierce expression on their faces. Intense bass began thumping, causing the ground to vibrate slightly, and each member of the team began stomping their right foot in unison, the angle of their legs matching each other perfectly. Then, as the beat dropped, all 7 of them performed a crisp salute while shouting, "Yes, sir." The straight-line formation quickly transitioned into a triangle formation with Matthew at the center. Boom, 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 boom. Yes, sir. Boom, 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 boom. Yes, sir. An intense drum beat sounded out as the 7 boys danced in a sharp manner, each movement synchronized, while they took advantage of their strength and height to make themselves look powerful. Oh wow, the synchronicity is great. You did a great job, Mr. Kim. Selena sincerely complimented Kim Young-woo, knowing that he had spent quite a bit of time helping this team with the choreography. Thank you, but a lot of credit has to be attributed to Matthew for mostly completing it before I arrived. All I had to do was sprinkle the finishing touches. Matthew? He's a great dancer. It's just Selena didn't continue her sentence as Matthew finished rapping and Jamie took the center, singing with the vocal control and style that he was known for, which allowed him to sing stably despite the powerful dance moves that he was performing. She could see the picture that the boys were trying to draw with military-esque uniforms, heavy boots, water on the ground, and big and wide choreography to emphasize their strong physiques. All in all, it was quite a good performance. It was just a bit unfortunate that Jamie was doing the vocal heavy lifting since his teammates were mainly made up of rappers, causing him to look quite exhausted by the end of the performance. As the 7 boys stood there panting while waiting for feedback, MC Ryan Leary. Thank you to Team Survivor for that lovely performance. What do our judges think of the performance? Will Team Survivor survive your critique? Or will they have to go back to boot camp and train for improvement? I think it's a little bit of both, so let's start with the good. Selena said in a neutral voice, I think you all have a clear vision of your concept, and it translated well. The choreography looks pretty good if loose, but I'm sure you guys will tighten it up by performance day. Nobody fell behind too much in that regard, and I can tell you all practiced together and alone. The issue is your vocals. Selena paused, and Jalissa immediately picked up where she left off. Even if he says it's okay, you cannot have Jamie sing the majority of the song. I can tell that Jamie was the one who arranged the song, and additionally, he is singing 2 verses, the chorus, and adding ad-libs, while dancing throughout the whole thing. If his stamina wasn't so good, he should be on the ground recovering his breath instead of standing around waiting for the critique. As his teammates, I need you all to use your conscience and ask yourself if that's okay. And if you think it is, ask yourself if that's the kind of group you want to be a part of. Cough, cough, cough. Jalissa began coughing as she tried to rush her words out. She really couldn't believe that they would dump the majority of the singing onto one person, even though it was a 7-person team. Even if their vocals weren't up to par, they should at least try. Seeing the embarrassed look on their faces, Selena sighed. This line distribution is unacceptable. Go back and redo it. Trainer exponent, do you have anything to add? The rap trainer glanced over at each of them before speaking slowly. Diction and enunciation need to be worked on across the board, you feel me? And Matthew, we've talked about this before, try to stay on beat instead of chasing it. You're an amazing dancer. I wish you could somehow translate that to your rap. Right, thank you. Selena and the rest of the judges gave out individual feedback before the MC sent them back to their seats. And now next up is the team lovingly referred to as the Avengers by the production staff. Please come up, Team Sexy Pirates. Jesus, it's really not fair that one team is so loaded. I wish I were over there. Vocals, dance, rap, there's no gap. They're definitely winning. Seeing Ari physically cringe at the team's name, Selena chuckled, watching as the 7 boys lined up and seeing his favorite contestant come forward. Larry Jackson spoke up. This team has quite the impressive lineup, having contestants ranked 2nd, 4th, 6th, 7th, 12th, 15th, with contestant Ariel having the lowest rank at 20th. William, as the person with the highest rank, who personally worked with me on the arrangement, bringing up several brilliant ideas and completing it all with minimal help. I'm sure you're the leader of this amazing team. No, ahem, that would be me. I'm the leader of Team Sexy Pirates. Rex raised his hand awkwardly while the smug smile on William's face faded. Larry Jackson cleared his throat in embarrassment from having praised the wrong person. Well, that's still good. You're quite a decent singer and great at dancing. I'm looking forward to this group's performance the most, so feel free to begin. Ah, sure. Rex looked a bit embarrassed as he remembered his body's sudden deterioration from unexplained aches and pains, as well as the strange music arrangement that Larry Jackson had created with William and insisted that they use. Still, knowing that there was nothing he could do about it, he gestured for everyone to get into the first formation. With Benjamin in the center of the triangle formation, they all squatted with their heads facing down and hoodies pulled over their heads as a whooshing sound that was supposed to imitate the sound of mists rang out. Oh, hi. On my way, traveling down an uncertain road. On my way, this is how the story goes. On my way, will I find my death or gold? On my way, listen to my tale unfold. Each of the 7 people sang the words in at a specified pitch, creating a haunting harmony that created goosebumps as they rocked from side to side while creeping forward, their arms moving as if they were rowing a boat. Seeing the fierce eyes peeking out from beneath the hoods that entranced her so much that she couldn't look away, Selena swore she briefly saw them wearing the pirate clothing described in their brief. Scooting to the edge of her seat in anticipation, Selena watched as they stood up in staggered lines, and then threw off their hoods in unison before making a wave with their arms and kicking out in unison. As the 6 people paired up in the back, Benjamin stepped forward with his classic cocky smile and began to rap with his usual crisp delivery while keeping up with the sharp dance moves of those behind him. Keep your eyes on the prize. Check the map. The X marks the point. Forever still young and wild. Reaching out for that treasure to be mine. Chase you to the end of the world. You're better than gold. I'll fight any battle for sure. Fight with a hook in my hand. Sea, air, or land. I'm the Pan if you're Peter. As Benjamin stepped back into the line and the formation transitioned into an X, before Justin stepped forward, Selena watched as things began to fall apart. Firstly, the instrumental of the music began to sound odd. It was as if an amateur had done all the work to chop and mix things, or tried to add effects and layering that just didn't work. It sounded completely terrible and often clashed with the sound of those singing and dancing. Secondly, Ari, the contestant she was always keeping an eye out for, seemed to be glitching in real life, as he would randomly freeze, and his previously languid moves would suddenly become choppy when he had to do something as simple as shake his hips or roll his body. After he bumped into his fellow teammate twice, Selena rubbed her eyes as she prepared to scold him. Thirdly, Rex, whom she knew as an excellent dancer considering his past experience as a backup dancer for BTZ, was struggling hard. He barely seemed able to keep up with the choreography, and his singing was dismal at best, thoroughly confusing her because he had always been a consistently good performer, ranking at the top of every category. Fourthly, even though she hadn't been the dance trainer, Selena was willing to bet money that none of the team practices had gone smoothly. Everyone was doing their part pretty well, but it was very obvious that there was no chemistry among them. There was a distinct sense of tension that could not be erased, which was a shame because the performance started so strongly. When the music finally stopped, there was a moment of silence before polite applause from other contestants filled the room. But none of the judges looked happy. So, cough, cough. Jalissa paused to catch her breath before speaking in an uncharacteristically cold tone. Let's start with the music. Who did you say arranged this rubbish? Number 218. Chapter 218. Who did this for? As everyone silently stared at her in shock, Jalissa coughed before speaking out once more. Am I talking to myself here? William, step forward. You're the one who made the arrangements for the team, correct? Yes, that's right, William replied sullenly. And who decided on the arrangement direction? We all decided together. As a team. I just implemented it. At the blatant lie, not only Ari, but the rest of their teammates' heads snapped to stare at William incredulously. In theory, what he was saying was correct. The arrangement incorporated concepts that the team had discussed and agreed upon. But the final version, which they were currently practicing with, sounded as if it had been created by a preschooler randomly pressing buttons to add effects. It was so bad that nobody believed that a vocal trainer had signed off on it, but the production team assured them that it had been. Jalissa glanced at their reaction, especially a particular green-eyed person whose eyes looked like they wanted to shoot out lasers before he looked down, and then glanced at William. From that look alone, and having been William's vocal instructor up until now, she could somewhat guess what had happened between William's ego and Larry Jackson's laziness. Rex, as the leader, are his words correct? Was this a team choice? Rex took a deep breath before responding, even though it was clear he didn't fully agree with his own words. Yes. Jalissa turned to one of the 2 people who never bothered to hold their tongue, so she could get an honest response. Levi. Sharp blue eyes turned to stare at William before focusing back on her, while the owner spoke in the sharp tone that he was known for. We discussed it as a team, but this is a loose interpretation of what we wanted at best, and has a lot of things that we didn't want. Most of us agree that it sounds like trash. Hey, got it. Rather than let the kids continue to say something that the production team would edit in a stranger light, Jalissa softened her approach. Okay, thank you for your honesty. William, don't look so upset. This isn't entirely your fault, and I apologize for calling this rubbish. I was a bit upset and took it out on you. Seeing their shocked expressions at her calm tone, she chuckled. Seriously, I think that it's great that you and your team wanted to experiment with a particular sound, and I don't want to discourage you from doing that. Curiosity in music is what drives the creation of many great songs and techniques, and I'm glad to see you trying something new and even trying to add your own flair. Seeing that William was starting to smile, Jalissa sharpened her tone. However, the issue here is that there's a time and place for experimenting, and this is absolutely not it. Putting it kindly, it sounds amateurish, and if I were to be blunt, it sounds bad. There's a reason you're grouped up as a team, and adding things not discussed with the team is a bad look. But others get to do it, and they get praised for it. William interrupted stubbornly, and Jalissa thought of a polite way to put what she wanted to say. Everyone has different talents when it comes to music, and some people are not as blessed as others. But as I said, this is not completely your fault, and I don't want you to think I'm blaming you. The final product should never have been released because the expert meant to guide and aid you in this process should have stopped you from releasing it, spent time correcting your decisions, and explained why. Certain things would never work. The fault lies with that person. Are you talking about me? Larry Jackson asked with a disgruntled expression. Who else would I be talking about? Cough? Jalissa arched her brow as she glanced over at Larry Jackson. Unless you're trying to tell me that this sounds good and that they should perform like this in front of an audience. Well, I gave him free rein to do what he wanted, and it didn't sound like this when I heard it. Honestly, it's not that bad. It's kitschy and brings a different vibe. Then it's still your fault for not following up on the final copy and signing off without hearing it. Would you appreciate a cover of your own song sounding like this? Having a kitschy vibe? Especially with the talent and budget available on the show? Or would you think the contestants were mocking you? As Larry Jackson's neck slowly turned red at Jalissa's scolding, she coughed hard before sighing. This was a useless conversation, and the point was getting derailed. Even if she wanted to scold him even more for being lazy, she really couldn't because she knew how he acted when his pride was hurt. There were still many weeks of working together to go, and she couldn't damage a relationship over one incident with a group of contestants who might not even debut. And even though she could tell that William had done this without his team's approval, she would be easy on him as well. Hopefully, he would take this opportunity to learn the lesson that she was trying to teach him. William, all I'll say is communicate with your team and ask for help from those with a bit more know-how instead of making solo decisions. If they all said that they didn't like it, your authority doesn't overshadow theirs. As William frowned and opened his mouth to argue back, Jalissa sighed before quickly continuing. Let's end the conversation here since it's a bigger mistake on our side that will be remedied as soon as possible by Larry. This applies to other teams as well. He'll redo all the arrangements within the next 2 days and bring them up to an acceptable standard that reflects his talent and skill as a musician. I am, Larry asked in surprise. His plans for the next few days were to party and enjoy himself with his high-profile friends before he came back to judge on the day of the showcase. You are? By myself? Aren't you going to help me? Cough. Why would I help you? I'm sick and plan on taking a thorough break after this. The only thing I'll be doing is listening to the finalized copy of the arrangement that will be sent to me and making sure it's at an acceptable standard. I'll make sure PD Emily sends me the final MP3 as soon as you say it's done, so don't be lazy about it this time. Seeing Larry Jackson grumble with a disgruntled expression, Ari let out a small smile, but it seemed the man had X-ray vision because he immediately began targeting Ari. I don't understand why you're laughing, contestant Ariel. I thought you would have become a better dancer by now, but I was wrong. Not only did you mess up the choreography repeatedly, but you also ran into your teammates while half-heartedly doing the choreography. You think it's okay to be the only person standing when others are on the ground. I wasn't being half-hearted, my hand is injured, so some of the choreography was modified for me. Ari held up his bandaged hand, but Larry simply snorted. Always an excuse with you, isn't there? Ari, why do you think it's an excuse? My hand is literally bandaged up and swollen, and I'm not allowed to put weight on it. If you don't believe me, go and ask the medical professional. Since you're such a smarty pants and always have something to say, what's your excuse for freezing up and messing up the choreography? Because I think it's embarrassing and I don't want to do it. Since he couldn't say that without sounding childish, Ari bowed his head and gave a PC reply. I'll try to do better in the future. Ah, sure you will. And pigs will fly. Enough. None of the criticism you're giving him is constructive. Selena cut in, causing Larry Jackson to snort disdainfully. Contestant Ariel. Yes. Ari turned to face Kim Young-woo, whose expression was sterner than usual. I can see that you're quite embarrassed when performing those moves, which is something you need to get over on the stage. If you plan on being an idol, there are certain concepts that you have to perform, even if you don't like them. You can't ruin the experience of those watching and your teammates' hard work by freezing up because you don't want to do the choreography. It's completely unprofessional. Do you understand that? Yes, I am trying my hardest to get over it. Ari replied honestly. Get over what exactly? Put it into words. It's clear you're having some type of mental block. You're our least shy contestant here. I've never seen you freeze like that, even when you weren't nailing the choreography in other performances. Selena asked in a slightly worried tone. It was actually very out of character for Ari to act like that, and she wondered what the issue was. Ari thought it over before slowly replying. For me, this concept is quite embarrassing and out of my comfort zone. Trying to be sexy, exposing my body, or moving in that way is not something I've ever thought about or done, so it's quite difficult for me. Whenever I'm performing the choreography and start thinking about what I'm doing with my body, I automatically freeze because it just feels strange. I'm not sure if that makes sense to you. Well, that makes sense. You're quite young after all, and I remember you saying you've never done anything in the entertainment industry before. This is a concept that will continue throughout your career if you make it, so you need to get on board sooner rather than later. Otherwise, it's a disgrace to the team, the choreographer, and the audience. Understood. A recommendation that you could try is imagining yourself as someone else, like an alter ego or an avatar. Many entertainers have a persona that helps them separate the person they are on stage from the person they are in real life. Even I created one when I first went solo to help me gain confidence on stage or to get through things that I found embarrassing. Selena added as she felt bad for Ari. She hoped that sharing her personal story would make things a bit easier for him and help bring him some clarity on how to tackle the issue. And it seemed to work because he gave her a bright smile. I'll take that under consideration. Thank you very much for the advice and for sharing your story. Ari gave Selena a grateful smile, and she smiled in turn before turning to another contestant and sighing as Kim Young-woo began speaking. Now, Rex, what the heck is going on with you today? Your singing was bad, the dancing was worse, and you were, without a doubt, the worst performer on the team today, even though you have the most experience. I'm very disappointed in you. What happened? At Kim Young-woo's words, Rex's face reddened, and he looked as if he were about to cry. He also didn't know what was happening to him because he was doing everything the same as usual. It was only his body that was failing him. Great things are expected from you, not only as the leader of the team, but as one of the top contestants. I hope you tighten up. Ari snuck a glance at William, noting that the blonde boy looked completely unbothered, even though he was the reason that Rex was getting scolded like this. In fact, he even had a small smile, and his face was likely pleased that his scolding had been cut short due to Jalissa blaming Larry Jackson instead of blaming him. What a freaking psychopath. Ari just listened silently as the rest of the team received scoldings wrapped around a bit of praise. The only person who basically got off scotch-free was Benjamin. Really nice work here on the lyrics. Oh, so you rate it? Benjamin asked with a cheeky smile. Yeah, it feels smooth and natural. The cadence, the meaning, the syllable count, and the flow. Everything works. I would have never guessed it wasn't originally in English. All right, calm down. I can see your head blowing up. Good job to Levi and Jerome as well. But yes, good job to you, Benjamin. Exponent wasn't shy with his praise, causing Benjamin to laugh. Rah, I made the Mandems squeeze their brains to make things work, so I'm glad the effort shows. Once they were allowed to sit down, Ari just watched the rest of the performances silently, noting who did well and who did poorly. Overall, while the quality of the performances was decent, most teams had to get their arrangement redone, and seeing Larry Jackson's neck and arms get progressively redder, Ari smiled to himself. That's what he deserved. Chapter 219, Embarrassment. The walk back to the practice room was quite tense, and as soon as the door shut, it was like a switch flipped in William's head, and he cornered Levi angrily and began shoving his shoulder. Why would you say all that in front of the judges? Why not? You made me look bad. Shove. That's a personal problem. Don't push me. You didn't have to say all that to make me look bad. You're supposed to be my friend. Shove. Family acquaintance at best. And it's the truth. I said don't push me. Shove. William shoved Levi again in frustration, and Ari saw the first eyebrow twitch and Levi's head tilt to the side as he cracked his neck. Seeing Levi look at William as if he were contemplating whether he had lost his mind, Ari sat beside Benjamin to watch the unexpected showdown. 5 quid on Levi swinging this time. His right eyebrow twitched. Probably going to blow, innit? Benjamin glanced back and forth between the two blondes fighting. $1 bets only. Stingy. Blame the PD for not giving me my prize money. She cut my microphone the last time I complained about it. Fine. 1 quid. First hit. Right hook. $1. He shoves him down first. It doesn't matter. You're supposed to be on my side. You wouldn't even have known about this if it wasn't for me. Shove. Last warning. Acquaintance or not, the next time you put your hand on me, I'll swing. Another quid. His nostrils just flared. He's aiming for the mouth. Nah, look at the lowered stance. I think he'll grapple him down. Can both of you? Shut up. William yelled as he spun around, causing Ari to arch an eyebrow before responding. No. Why? You dash. All right, enough. Break it up. Everyone, sit and be quiet. We have a lot to discuss. At Rex's shout, the practice room became deathly quiet as they all sat down. Do you have anything to say, William? Everyone on the team sat there staring at William, expecting him to take some form of accountability. I was just trying my best, and now you're all ganging up on me, dash. There are no cameras here, so quit pretending and wasting everyone's time. Ari cut in with a bored yawn. I wasn't talking to you, so shut up, you damn thief. Oh, scary, gonna bruise my other hand too? Or are you going to shove me around like you were pushing Levi? Seems you didn't learn your lesson the last time. Don't worry, I'll correct it very soon. William snarled, and Ari laughed in his face before standing up. Wait right here. Let me get the cameraman so you can repeat that threat for the people. I still have the last one, you know. Saving it for a rainy day. How's your nose feeling? A little bloody, perhaps. I'll show you bloody dash. As William stood up and began stomping towards him, Rex got in his way before glaring at Ari. Ari, that's enough. You're wasting our time. I'm the one wasting our time. Me? Fine. Seeing Rex choose to nag him once again, Ari sat and waved his hand. Carry on. Sigh? William, you heard what Jalissa had to say. Do you have anything you want to tell us? No. Nothing at all. Maybe even an apology. Why should I apologize? They didn't blame me. You heard that woman say that it was Larry Jackson's fault. That woman's name is Jalissa. Be polite. Enough, Ari. Rex cut him off before turning back to William. But you lied that Larry Jackson signed off on it, and he said he didn't even hear this copy that you made. You don't think that's wrong? Yeah, we asked you multiple times. You made literal rubbish and tried to pass it off. That's a bit crazy, innit? What's the reasoning behind that? What is this, the Spanish Inquisition? You know what? I don't have to take this. If you hate the arrangement that I made so much, I refuse to do it again. You do it. Then, without waiting for a response, he stomped out of the practice room. As the door slammed shut, there was silence before Levi muttered, "Childish." Rex sighed while rubbing his head. Fine. Then we need to figure out what to do about our arrangement. We? Levi looked at Rex before standing up and heading to the door. Who's we? You chose him to do it, and the rest of us have already done our part in preparation. This is now a problem between you, him, and the trainer. Let me know when you figure it out, and it's time to practice to a proper song. Then he left. The remaining 5 boys just stared at each other before Rex sighed again. Then let's have individual practice today and regroup tomorrow. Ari, don't leave. I want to talk to you. Ari, I'll be next. Doria. Got it. As the room cleared out, Ari met Rex's dark eyes. For some reason, he felt like he could guess where this was going. What? I want you to do the arrangement. There it was. And the answer was simple. No. Get William to do it. That's his assigned job. Don't be difficult. As you can see, he quit. Ari couldn't help but stare at Rex, as if he were crazy. How am I being difficult for not wanting to do someone else's job? Go drag him back by the ears and make him do his job. He's clearly stated that he won't do it no matter what, and you know how he gets. It's easier for me if you do it, and you're better at it. Rex replied with a frustrated groan. No offense, but I don't care if it's easier for you, or if that's how he gets. It's his job. This is a team effort. Get him to do it. And if he doesn't, go tell the trainers and the PDs so they can force him to do it. Why would you want to air out the dirty laundry of the team to production? We just had a fashion show where people saw the dirty laundry from all angles. So what do you think you're hiding exactly? Rex's mouth opened and closed before he sputtered. It's the principle of the matter. Does the principle pay the bills? And you think the production team cares about principles? You think he cares about principles? As the leader, go and drag him back and force him to do his job. Of course, I can't do that. I'm not like you. You can't act like. Act like what? Embarrassment. Seeing Rex's face turn red as he spat out the words, Ari laughed. Don't worry, I'm not embarrassed. It's literally not my job, it's William's. The person who stalked out angrily after deflecting. Why are you forcing me to do something instead of going after the person in the wrong? Ari couldn't understand why Rex wouldn't just go grab William and force him to do his part. He was clearly in the wrong. Everyone saw it, including the trainers, so it would be easy to pressure him into fixing things because he couldn't spin the story. As the leader, you have to take on the burdens of the team and fill in the gaps that might be missing. And sometimes that means leaning on other members when one is failing and incapable. The trainers have already spoken and won't touch on it again. And if the conflict happens, it most likely won't be aired because of the favorable light in which William is edited. We, as his team members, need to fill in to make sure our performance is a success. He's neither failing nor incapable, he's just lazy. I would give him an ultimatum and force him to redo the arrangement until the team was satisfied. If he didn't comply, then that's fine. I love a good game of chicken, and I don't need the PDs to air anything. The first thing I would do as soon as we got on stage would be to announce to the crowd that the arrangement was by William and that he had refused to listen to the team's opinions. Then we could start the performance. I guarantee that clip will be posted, and people will ask questions, and he will never do such a thing again. And that's why nobody wants to debut with you. Oh, why is that? Ari asked with full interest. He had gotten a version from Benjamin, but he was always curious as to what others had to say. Because you're the type of person who would constantly be in a controversy and eventually be the downfall of your group. From the beginning of the show until now, rather than focusing on your talents, it's all about controversy. From your appearance, to your sharp words, to the way that you treat people. All because you couldn't bite your tongue, hold it in, and take the higher road. Who would want to debut with that? Why do I have to take the higher road when someone else is behaving badly? Why do I have to coddle somebody or suffer in silence when this is a team? Just like Levi said, we all did our part. Justin and I stayed up to write out every little detail of the concept, and he even helped you with the choreography. Benjamin, Jerome, and Levi fully translated everything to English, making it easy to sing and flow smoothly. You did the choreography. He insisted on doing the arrangement, which could have been handled by the trainer or another team member, but instead, he made a mess. And rather than calling him out for not taking accountability, especially when he stomped out, you ask someone else to do his job. Look at your conscience and ask yourself if that's fair and if that's the kind of team you want to be a part of and lead. That's just the way things are. That is not the way things are, or have to be. You're clearly not on the Korean side of Pop Star Academy, so you don't know how it is. Every move is scrutinized. You have to be perfect in everything. With my experience in previous roles, I'm under a lot of scrutiny and cannot behave like a crazy person. And yet, I, the crazy person, am the one you're coming to, even though I'm the person you don't want to debut with because of X, Y, Z reasons. See how that logic doesn't work? Ari watched Rex just stare without saying anything and sighed. Whatever, I'll do it. And for the record, I'm aware that I have a sharp personality, which might not be the best for an aspiring idol to have. But honestly, I don't want to debut with someone who would let someone get away with bad behavior and put the burden on people who have done their part because some people on the internet won't like it. But if that's how you want to live your life, go for it. In the end, we don't need to be friends. And even if we debut together, we just need to work together as if we're coworkers. All I'm asking from you is, at the very least, treat me the same way you would treat others, or just ignore me the same way you do William. Don't put your messed up behavioral expectations on me. Keep that nonsense to yourself. That's the least that you can do as the leader of the team. Ari told the Korean boy, honestly, cracking his neck as he stood up. I'll get the arrangement redone, hopefully by tomorrow. See you in practice. And my advice to you is to avoid him to get well quicker. Or don't, I don't care. It's a free country, and you supposedly have free will. Not that you use it. Throughout the week, Ari spent his time practicing, forcing himself through the sexy moves, while the PDs forced them to have an impromptu beauty salon day and photo shoot before making them sign a bunch of random objects. Their team decided which station they wanted to work for the fan showcase, tried on their costumes, and made slight changes to their performance. It was finally the day of the very first fan showcase, where Ari sat getting his makeup done in preparation to work his station with his team. What was supposed to be a quick 10-minute touch-up had transformed into a 1-hour affair as the stylist continually played around with his face and hair. After the first iteration, Ari really couldn't tell what had been added and changed, so he just dozed off until she woke him up again. "Which side do you like better, Ari?" Ari turned around to face the stylist, tilting his face from side to side so she could choose one. "They both look good, but you're the expert. It's a pirate concept, so which one do you think looks better and can be easily adjusted after my shift at the fan showcase?" But they both look so pretty. Let me add a little more eyeshadow, and you can look again." As his face was turned side to side with even more things being brushed on, Ari just closed his eyes and let her enjoy herself. Chapter 220, Fan Showcase 1. It's finally the day of the fan showcase. My precious, soon I'll be able to see you with my own 2 eyes up close and personal. Rachel Smith happily told her home screen, which was a picture of Ari's judgmental eyes staring at her. It was her favorite picture that she used to motivate herself when she was feeling down about something. Almost reverently, she packed her things into the appropriately sized clear bag, double-checked her outfit and makeup to ensure she looked cute, and stood at attention by the door as she waited for Justine and Grace to come and pick her up, since she wasn't driving today. Robert, her little brother who was walking by with a popsicle in his mouth, stopped and gave her a disdainful look. "Don't you think it's pathetic spending your money and free time on fake wannabe idols? I can see your brain cells disappearing each time you replay a video from them." "Well, actually, my soon-to-be idol pick is the valedictorian of his school and is very smart, so my brain cells are actually increasing. Thank you. We even did homework together on stream, and I got all the answers right." Rachel bragged, glad that she could claim that the person she was supporting was not only pretty and talented, but they were also smart. Even her parents could be proud of her for supporting an idol who prioritizes doing his homework and helping others over self-promotion. "So, you chose to support someone ugly. Wow. I'm proud of you for not judging on appearance. This is progress because you used to drop an entire band if somebody got plastic surgery and ruined their face." "Humph. That can never happen. I'll have you know he's the most beautiful person you've ever seen. He's even prettier than me, and that's saying something. Your delusion gets stronger and stronger by the day. Go do something useful with your life, you loser." Honk honk. Ignoring her brother sticking his tongue out at her, Rachel excitedly entered the car containing Justine, who was driving today, and Grace, who was sitting in the passenger seat and had several flyers spread out and her phone in her other hand. "Hi. OMG, hey. Your outfit is so cute. Thank you. Here's some gas money." After handing the goods over, Rachel turned to Grace. "Are you looking over our route?" "Yes. I've reviewed the materials for the showcase, and there are only 3 main stations. We'll spend 15 minutes checking in and chatting with the contestants there. Then, we'll head to the photo booth and gift shop to take photos and do some shopping for 20 minutes. Finally, we'll go to the cafe and eat for 30 minutes before heading to the performances. Depending on which station Ari is at, we can adjust the timing to spend as much time with him as we can. I'm so excited for the photo booth. God, if you exist, please let Ari be stationed there so I can get a photo and signature from him. No, I want him at the restaurant. Just imagine, a hot French waiter greets you in French before taking you to your seat. He'll call my name and say, 'Justine, you are so beautiful.' I'd faint. I would say that I would catch you, but I'd faint too. Both of you, please don't faint. I don't want you to become a news article. Wait, what type of meal box did you select?" "I chose the Eastern lunchbox." "I chose the Western lunchbox." "I got them both. Because double the prizes." "Lucky, but I'm saving my money for the gift shop." As Justine carefully wove her way through traffic, Rachel watched Grace typing away before she got a notification from Twitter reminding those who were participating not to forget their equipment. "Did you get the notification for the support banner too?" "Yes. The organizer said that we weren't allowed to bring banners, but if we all bring letters on paper and sit together, we can definitely show them to him during his performance." I brought smaller ones to try to sneak the smaller banners to pass around as well. Same. I also brought the Lafufa dolls. I want to give them to Jamie and Ari as a gift, if I can. Oh, good luck. I hope you can pass it on. The car was silent for a bit before Justine spoke up. What concept do you think he was given? Summer, Grace replied promptly. I think a refreshing concept fits his face the most. And that's what I voted for. Really? I voted for military or bad. Boy, I liked the supernova performance in Vegas. He looked very cool with the motorcycle helmet and the battle suit, so I want him to do something like that again. Am I the only person who picked the sexy concept? Justine whispered in a small voice, causing the heads of the other girls to whip toward her. A sexy concept? For Ari? Why? That's definitely something for Benjamin, since he used to model, or even William. Definitely not Ari. I don't know. I just thought it would be fun to see him in a more revealing outfit. At least the other contestants have let us see their arms and legs. All Ari wears is that brown tracksuit, and all his other costumes have covered all of his body. So I thought that production would finally give him something that showed a bit of skin if he did a sexy concept. Maybe abs if we're lucky. Oh, that's not happening. Grace immediately refused, and their eyes turned to look at her. A sexy concept? Showing abs? I'm just saying, I can't imagine it. I feel like he would have the biggest look of judgment on his face if someone asked him to do that. Grace quickly clarified when she saw their brains turning as they wondered if Ari had something to her. The three of them immediately pictured the gif of the expressive green eyes that looked disgusted during the homework livestream as Ari was asking the production team why he had to do something that he clearly didn't want to do, and laughed. You're right. He would be judging. Hard. But I hope he's on Jamie's team again, or at least he dyed his hair red. If he did that, and also did a summer concept, I think he would immediately win as the best performer. I hope so too. As much as I love the black hair, I feel like it's time for a change, you know? Maybe they can even straighten his hair. It's getting pretty long, even in the curly state. As the three of them continued chatting, they finally arrived at the venue and began walking inside. Since both Justine and Rachel had come to a previous performance, they were expecting the usual experience, going through security, signing in with the staff members, getting their voting devices, and then being given free rein to mingle with other attendees before finding their seats. But today, it was different. After going through security, instead of the strict older staff members who droned on and on about the rules, what they saw were 14 handsome boys, standing and sitting at the check-in table. The boys were wearing a crisp white button-up shirt with a black bow tie and black slacks. Some of them had suspenders, one even had a beret, while others wore a vest, giving each of them a unique vibe from the next person. The hairstyles were just as diverse. A few of them had neutral hair colors like black, while others stood out with red, blue, and even orange. The lengths, cuts, and styling were all different and were accentuated by the contestants' piercings, slits in their eyebrows, and makeup ranging from subtle to overtly obvious. There was no standard of beauty among them. They all looked different. The only undeniable fact was that they were taller, more muscular, and even more handsome than when observed through a screen, and the closer they got to the boys, the more attractive their faces looked. In fact, it felt like a golden light was shining from behind the boys, providing a type of visual eye candy that had never been seen before. Welcome. Can I help you sign in? Do you need me to direct you anywhere? Or help you to your seat? At the intensely attractive visuals and differently accented voices constantly bombarding their senses, the three girls felt a bit overwhelmed as their eyes kept darting from one face to another, and a deep blush swept across their faces before Grace snapped out of it. Ladies, we are on a schedule that we have to honor. We've wasted 2 minutes, meaning we only have 13 remaining at this station. Otherwise, we will be cutting into our time to see our favorite contestant. Like a slap to the face, Grace's strict words woke Justine and Rachel up from the beauty-induced daze, and their eyes sharpened. Yes, they would definitely enjoy chatting and meeting the other contestants, but their primary focus was on one person. Wait for us, Ariel. We're coming soon. But first, hi, my name is Grace. Can you please help me get my badge? Oh, and would you mind signing this card? Please don't worry. I brought enough for each of you to sign one. No, don't. Write Grace on it. The person who wants Suzuki Ray's signature is Hina. So please write it to Hina. Would you guys happen to be on the same team? Can you tell me your concept? Can I get a team signature as well? With her usual business flair, Grace began shaking hands, snooping out information, and completing the tasks requested by online fans she was bribing to support Ari. And right behind her, Rachel and Justine enjoyed themselves while meeting the other contestants. Chapter 221, Fan Showcase 2. I'm going to pass out. Don't pass out. I feel faint. My vision is blurry. I'm begging you to please not pass out. But look at him. Look. Almost in unison, the three girls squatting by the wall turned to observe the foam mini cafe set up inside the building. Sitting at small round tables, groups of girls chatted with each other while eating their meal boxes as several handsome boys, acting as waiters, took their simple orders, cleaned the seating, delivered the ordered items, or signed the offered goods. At one table, a loud boy with a British accent was making people laugh. On another table, a tall boy with slicked-back blonde hair and a posh vibe was speaking to a table with a regal smile. And as they watched, an exceptionally handsome, slender young man with curly back hair pinned away from his face with golden X hair clips was walking through the aisle between small round tables holding a tray piled high with colorful food boxes with one hand. He was dressed in the same outfit as the other boys surrounding him. A simple white button-up shirt and black bow tie, slim-fit black slacks, and a black waist apron tied into a neat bow, with the only difference being the nude-colored compression wrist brace he wore on his free arm. Even though he was dressed similarly to other people, for some reason, on his body, the clothing appeared as if it had been ripped off a model on a high-fashion runway. Bonjour, mesdames. I'm Ariel, your waiter. I have your orders. Please forgive me if I say your name's wrong. I mean no offense. And let me know if anything's missing. Speaking with a slight French accent and letting out a gentle smile, both the girls at the table, as well as Justine and Rachel squatting in the hallway, couldn't help but squeal in excitement. After all, not only were they seeing that ridiculously good-looking face with their own eyes, hearing his voice with their own ears, but it was also the first time in history that they were seeing Ariel's bare skin. Yes, bare skin that wasn't his face, neck, or hands. The sleeves of the shirt were carefully rolled and cuffed at his elbow, exposing the pale, lean arms that were surprisingly corded with muscle that contracted and flexed as he removed the items from the tray, gently placing them on the tables. Rachel and Justine couldn't look away from the rare sighting of bare skin and had dragged the unwilling Grace to squat off the side and stare. I thought he was just a twink, but he's actually fit? Is this what they call a sleeper build? I'm sad that his hair is not red, but I am looking respectfully at those arms. I feel like a Victorian man seeing an ankle for the first time. This is not okay. I take back what I said about wanting to see some skin. He needs to cover up. No, he needs to take more off. No, take your shirt off. Who said that? Guys, he dances for at least 6 to 8 hours a day. Why wouldn't he be fit and have some muscle? Now is not the time for your realistic takes, Grace. You don't get it. Idols fall into 4 body types. We have the twinks, the tall boys, the short boys, and finally the beasts. Ari was firmly in the twink category. You could call him the captain of the twinks on the show. If he were bread, he'd be a baguette. If he were candy, he'd be a Twizzler. His height to slimness ratio is second to none, and it's very apparent when he's standing next to beasts like Benjamin and Jamie. His being secretly muscular underneath his clothes is mind-blowing news, okay? I don't know how to handle this. Rachel was seconds away from messing up her hair before realizing that she would soon have to see Ari and look her best. Rachel, focus on the bigger issue. His hand is still bandaged. What kind of brutal handshake did William give him? SHHHH, don't say it too loudly. You know how the prince's fans are, and we're currently at war with them over Ari's comment. They like to say we angels are toxic, but the royal family is so much worse. Oh, I know. I'll be quiet and just enjoy the view. Thank you, God, for making Ari's parents meet and have him. Justine sighed happily as she focused her eyes on Ari, who was now leaning against the table with his arms crossed while chatting with Benjamin, who must have said something funny because he doubled over and began laughing so hard he had to wipe his eyes. After staring at her 2 new friends, sighing as they fawned over her co-worker for several minutes, Grace finally spoke up. So, why are we squatting instead of sitting on perfectly good seats and eating food that we paid for and talking to the person we came to see? I'm preparing my heart. I'm preparing my soul. Please prepare it by standing up. We're wasting time. We only have 25 minutes remaining before we need to go fight for a good spot to view the stage. Otherwise, we'll have to stand in the back during the performance. Oh, right. As if she suddenly remembered, Rachel hopped to her feet, brushing off imaginary dust and smoothing down her hair. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Seeing Rachel run off, Grace and Justine exchanged a glance before following after her and quickly getting in the short line of people waiting to be seated. It seemed that the contestants were taking turns to care for each visitor. After letting several groups behind them move ahead, Ari and Benjamin finally approached, both of them letting out a small smile when they saw Grace. Hello, ladies. You want me to serve you or big man Ari here? Benjamin asked with his usual smile as he slung his arm over Ari's shoulder. Ariel, please. Rachel squeaked out as she craned her head to look at Benjamin's face in awe. She knew that he was one of the tallest contestants, but reading his height on the screen and experiencing it, along with his handsome face in person, were two different things. His jawline could cut glass, and his broad shoulders and slim waist, visible even through the dress shirt, were intense. He smelled good, and that British accent combined with his deep voice? She immediately understood why he was one of the contestants most liked by the general population, had all of his photo cards sold out at the gift shop, and had the most followers on social media right now. Perhaps she could spare a single vote for him once Ari rose to the debut ranking. I deep it. Enjoy your meal, ladies. It's all you, Ari. With an easy smile, Benjamin patted Ari's back before moving aside. Taking a deep breath, Rachel collected her heart, soul, and mind before turning to face the person she was here to see. Bonjour, mesdames. Table for 3, or are you expecting another guest? Seeing those green eyes focused solely on her as he smiled, she blurted out the first thing on her mind. Hi, I'm Rachel. The camera does you no justice. You're much more beautiful in real life. Wow, Ari seemed to freeze before his eyes curved in amusement. Thank you for the compliment, Rachel. You're far too kind. You're all very beautiful as well. HKKKK. Cough cough dash. You. As Justine and Rachel began choking with red faces, Grace patted their backs with a resigned sigh before answering Ari's question. Yes, table for 3. No other people are coming with us. Understood. Please come this way. With staggering steps, Justine and Rachel followed Ariel, gasping once more as he pulled out the chairs for them to sit down. How are you all doing today? I have voted for you since the very beginning. I bought every photo they have of you at the gift store. I replay your live stream and clips about you all the time. I really, really like you. No, not like that. I just think you're talented and inspirational, and I want you to succeed against all odds. I'm really looking forward to your performance today. Rachel blurted out, before her brain processed the question she was just asked, and she whispered, I'm good, you. Seeing how earnest she was, Ari chuckled. I'm good too. Thank you for asking. I actually remember you from the very first performance. You shouted when I was singing the traffic song, right? No, I can't believe you remember that. Delete it from your mind. Rachel immediately wanted to bury her head in some sand and hide, but unfortunately, the best she could do was hide her red face with her hands as Ari continued talking. Of course, I remembered. I've always wanted to say thank you because it was my first time composing and performing a song to the public. I just assumed that everyone was tolerating my singing, but seeing you sing along passionately like that made me pretty happy, and it became a treasured memory. So thank you again. I think I saw both of you at the Culture Festival as well. Thank you for always coming out to support me and the other contestants. It means a lot to us. Justine choked once more, and Rachel immediately covered her face as her voice squeaked out. You're welcome. Please stop looking at me. I can't take it. Although she was happy that Ari remembered her, this wasn't how she wanted to be remembered at all. The conflicting feelings of embarrassment and happiness raged through her body, and all she could do was hide her face and hope she wasn't too red. Sorry about that. I've been talking a lot. If you pass me your tickets, I'll grab your meal boxes and your drinks and let you ladies chat. Here. Grace slid them over, and Ari took them with a smile. Thank you. I'll be back. Was I nonchalant? Rachel asked as she finally lifted her head once Ari was gone. I didn't do too much, right? Calm, cool, and collected. Justine added as she turned to watch Ari's retreat. You were both very nonchalant. Very cool, very collected. Grace answered with a laugh. While she had seen this reaction and even reacted the same way with other idols, it was quite interesting seeing her own friends react this way to someone she knew. I don't understand why you're so calm. I work with him. You get desensitized to it. Is your family restaurant hiring? You want to come work like a slave for free food and no pay? I mean, maybe. If I get to see that face every day, that's payment enough. Grace considered the pros and cons before nodding. If they were serious, she didn't mind them helping replace her so she could focus on other things. I'll ask my grandmother and see what she says. Thank you. For what? I have your food. At the calm voice interrupting their conversation, Rachel and Justine immediately clamped up and just stared at him silently. With a clearly practiced ease, Ari began calling out the orders as he placed them on the table. Eastern-style lunchbox for Justine, Western-style lunchbox for Rachel, and both types for Grace. I brought your water and your juices. Let me know if there's a problem. Enjoy. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Grace immediately brought out her digital camera and began taking professional-type shots of the meal boxes, bringing out each component piece by piece. At the same time, Rachel and Justine checked to see if they had gotten one of the lucky prizes, which was an FAQ card allowing them to ask one question to whatever contestant they wanted. Unfortunately, none of their food boxes had it, so reluctantly, they began munching on their food. When Ari circled back to their table, Grace brought out the pack of items she had bought along with a permanent marker. Please sign this. No need to add the name. All of it. What? I plan to sell it later. Life is expensive. Makes sense. Need a special message on any of them? Actually, I do. Bring your stuff out too. Let him sign it. Oh, then please sign this. Sure. Seeing Ari diligently sign the things without any fuss, Rachel added her stuff to Rachel's pile, while Justine brought out the Lafufa doll that she had hand-painted. This is for you. When he noticed the familiar paint style on the doll's monster face, Ari burst out laughing before complimenting it. It's cute. You must have worked really hard on it. I personally made it for you. It took 12 hours to paint. Please have it. We specifically cannot accept any gifts this time around, but if there's another showcase, and I'm still around, please bring it again and give it to me. I'll definitely take it. I'll keep you in the show or die trying. Please don't die. Then, I'll secure the votes you need by hook or by crook so that you survive. At Justine's drastic words, Ari looked completely appalled. Please don't do that either. Let's just live a calm, happy, wholesome life. Then, if I can't do that, can I shake your hand? Sure, but it has to be with the left hand. Is that okay? Yes. With trembling hands, Justine clasped Ari's large yet slender hands with both of hers, marveling at the warmth before quickly releasing them. When everything was over, she would definitely have to buy the photos taken by the photographers to remember this moment. Forever. Thank you so much. I'll never wash my hands again. The moment Justine half-jokingly said those words, the smile on Ari's face immediately disappeared as he began frowning and lecturing her instead. Please wash your hands. With soap. I don't want you to get sick. I'm joking. Are you? No, not really. She couldn't help but be honest. Wash it. I'll think about it. If I don't use the bathroom, then I never need to wash it. Justine mumbled while looking away. Seeing that she wasn't taking him seriously, Ari immediately walked away and came back with a bottle of hand sanitizer. Hand, please. At the command, Justine automatically held hers out like a well-trained dog. And then a massive amount of hand sanitizer was dumped on her palm while strict green eyes stared at her. Rub it in, please. Thoroughly. Swish, swish, swish. It was a joke. As Justine reluctantly rubbed her hands together while grumbling, Ari turned to Grace. Make sure she washes her hands later. Got you. I said it was a joke. Oi, Ari. Shift change. At Benjamin's loud voice calling his name, Ari gave them an apologetic smile. I have to go. Thank you for coming. I hope you have a good time. And, vote for me and my team, if you don't mind. Of course. I bet my life on it. Please don't bet your life on this. Nothing is that serious. Wait, Ari. Can you give me the scoop on what your team's concept is? Even a hint is fine. A hint? Well, X marks the spot. Ari pointed to the golden X-shaped hair clips on his head before dashing off. X marks the spot? Is he supposed to be a pirate? So, he got the summer concept? I guess you were right, Grace. Guess so. Now that their main draw was gone, the three of them quickly ate food before heading to secure a good spot to view the stage. And within the hour, as the audience area became packed, the MC came out. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Did you enjoy the offerings of our mini-fan showcase? As the audience engaged with the MC, the contestants were getting ready to perform. Number 222. Chapter 222. Team Rainbow Sprinkles. Hello to the wonderful audience. It's lovely to see you all today. Did you enjoy the mini showcase? Yes. As the screams filled the studio, MC Ryan Leary smiled widely. That's good to hear. Today is all about you, the fans. The teams were formed by your recommendations. The concepts were chosen based on your survey results. And the performance order will also be chosen by all of you. I know that you've all been waiting to see the amazing performances that you voted for. So shall we get started? Yes. I can't hear you. Yes. Beautiful. Now, if you all look up at the screen, you'll see the 7 categories: athletic, bad boy, cute, military, sexy, sci-fi, and summer. The production team assigned each of the 7 different teams 7 different concepts that you voted for, giving them free rein to choose everything from the song to the choreography, costumes, and more. Our only requirement is that water is somehow included. The boys have all practiced hard, and now they're ready to show you the result of their hard work. Before we get into it, let me tell you about today's process. Once a team performs, you have the opportunity to rank them from 1st place to 7th place. Additionally, you'll be asked to select which team member you think had the best performance and the worst performance on that team. The top 3 teams will be getting an amazing prize. Each member of the team coming in 3rd will be getting 50,000 extra votes each. The team coming in 2nd will get 100,000 votes each. And finally, the team coming in 1st will receive 200,000 votes as well as $1,000 to split amongst themselves. Additionally, the best performer on each team, as voted by the audience, will earn an additional 50,000 points, while the best performer voted by the judges will earn an additional 50,000. Hearing mumbles of confusion, MC Ryan Leary continued explaining. If you have no idea how impactful that is, the contestants currently ranked in 49th and 50th place have around 149,000 and 150,000 votes, while the people currently in 1st and 2nd place have around 1.5 million votes and 1.3 million votes, respectively. So this would be a life-changing amount of votes and could definitely help save your contestants if they rank lower or push your contestant up debut ranking or even to 1st place. Hearing the calculations laid out like that, the previously relaxed gazes of the audience members became fierce as they began calculating and making deals on how best to get their favorite contestants the points. Please vote for William, and if your pick is on a different team, I'll vote for them too. Anyone want to swap votes? If you vote for Ben, I'll vote for your pick. Now that the tension is sufficiently raised, I want to remind you that for those of you who were lucky enough to win the FAQ card, you may notify the staff member and come up and ask your question after a team performs. Understood? Yes. Good. Without further ado, let's get going. I'll now give you 30 seconds to vote on the category you want to see first. What should we choose? Cute? I feel like I already know the contestants on that team, and it's probably a boring performance. What about bad boy? It could look like the warrior performance, right? Oh, 3, 2, 1. The votes are in, and the winner is cute. Our first performance will be the cute concept. Please welcome Team Rainbow Sprinkles. As Ryan Leary waved with jazz fingers and the audience cheered, 7 boys dressed in monochromatic colors came onto the stage in rainbow order. Their outfits consisted of long shorts, matching oversized rainbow-colored rain boots, and oversized raincoats with hoods up. In their hands, they held colored umbrellas that were slightly translucent and held them over their heads as if it were raining. When the audience saw the unexpectedly cute styling that was very different from the clean formal look that they were previously wearing, shrieks rang out as several people saw the contestants that they were supporting. Jean Cohen. Ah, your raincoat is so cute. You look like Little Red Riding Hood. Daniel Kim. Kim Daniel. My little orange drop. Smile this way, please. Show me your dimples. Siobin. My blueberry muffin top. Come here, let me pinch your cheeks. The contestants smiled and waved shyly at the audience before turning around and posing with their umbrellas and waiting for the music to start. And after several seconds, a familiar intro that everyone knew filled the area. Ooh-oh-oh, ooh-oh-oh, yeah. Listen, guys. To my life story. My angel, huh? And my boys, huh? In the sunshine. Or the rain. Let's go. Boom. 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 With a dramatic flair, when the drum sounded, each contestant spun around while spinning the umbrella dramatically before closing it and beginning to sing and dance to the very familiar song. G, 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 baby, baby, baby. G, 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 baby, baby, baby. The dance steps were light and springy. The facial expressions were cutesy, and the voices of the boys were loud and energetic as they playfully splashed around in the pool of water gathering at their feet on the stage. Even Daniel Kim, who usually rapped with his unexpectedly deep voice, managed to sing in a higher tone while keeping his dance lines cute and fluid. Although the vocals became breathy and sparse due to the energetic choreography, the audience couldn't help but be entranced by the lively and charming visuals of the performance. They marveled at the umbrellas that were opened and closed in unison like flowers and used to accentuate the contestants who were bouncing around on stage like rainbow sprinkles. Additionally, the splashing water gave it a music video-like quality that made everything shimmer like crystals, especially with the stage lights shining so brightly. G, 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 baby, baby, baby. G, 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 B-A-B-A-B-A, B-A-B-A-B-A. As Jean sang the final line, the 7 boys organized themselves back in rainbow order, jumping while spinning their umbrellas one last time and landing with a huge splash. Then, clasping each other's hands while standing in a line, all 7 boys bowed deeply before standing up and displaying cheerful smiles to the audience's applause. It wasn't as bad as I thought it was. No, it was actually so cute. They're like cute ice cream toppings. And I love that their hair matches their rainbow color. Good job, Team Rainbow Sprinkles. Whistle. As the cheers subsided, MC Ryan Leary magically appeared on stage, somehow wearing a matching raincoat and rain boots with the contestants. Thank you, Team Rainbow Sprinkles, for that energetic, cute, and fun performance. Can we get the judges to say a few words and give their critique? Let's start with the beautiful Selena, who helped to choreograph this number. The MC turned to the judges' table, where the 6 judges dressed to the nines and Bing Young-sun sat with microphones. As the applause for her calmed down, Selena grabbed her microphone and began speaking. Even though I may be a bit biased as the choreographer, I want to say that this team nailed the dance aspect of the performance. Even though the choreography was less strict and required energy, it never looked sloppy, which is quite difficult to achieve when you have to keep your balance and jump around. So good job all of you, but an especially good job to Daniel Kim. My eye couldn't help but be drawn to you constantly. Selena generously praised the team freely, since she was pretty proud of how they had danced. Thank you very much. Wow. Thank you, Trainer Selena. I wouldn't get too happy if I were you. Larry Jackson's snide voice cut in, and the previously smiling contestants froze nervously as he continued. Visually, your performance was decent, but anyone with ears can tell that this was a subpar vocal performance. While there's no strong vocalist on this team, it seemed that the majority of you just devoted your energy to dancing without worrying about our ears. And that's unacceptable. We're looking for well-rounded pop stars, not backup dancers. Bull. It wasn't that bad. Actually, it kind of was. But the dancing is good. Don't cry, Daniel. Big Sis will protect you. While some audience members began booing Larry Jackson, especially as some of the contestants began tearing up, he shrugged before continuing his words. That's my opinion of your overall performance, and even though it was subpar, there were still those who did better than others. Daniel Kim, Jean. Good job. The rest of you, I suggest you live in the practice room and work on those vocals. Well, thank you, Larry Jackson and Serena. Executive Creator and Performance Director Bing Young-sun. We're always glad to have you. Would you like to say a few words? The older Korean director adjusted his glasses and picked up his microphone before speaking in his usual slow, methodical way. Visually, it was quite a clever way to use the concept, but unfortunately, the substance was lacking. I hope you all have better discernment about what part of a performance is needed and what can be discarded in the future. When he was done, Bing Young-sun placed his microphone down, causing the shoulders of the contestants to rise, then slump at the compliment. followed by a critique. Thank you, director. Now, is there anyone in the audience who has a question for the contestants on this team? If not, let's give a final round of applause to Team Rainbow Sprinkles as they head to the back. You all now have 30 seconds to vote for your next team. Chapter 223, Pirate King 1. 3, 2, 1. The votes are in, and the winner is Bad Boy. I guess you guys wanted a performance that was the opposite of the cute concept. Well, you got it. Please welcome Team Rebels. As MC Ryan Leary stepped off the stage, 8 boys dressed in all black slowly filled it. They were wearing white t-shirts, black leather jackets, black leather pants, and black boots, with their hair slicked back except for a single piece that fell in their face. As the music began playing, the boys lined up and began walking forward with a forceful cross step while snapping their fingers, causing a huge splash on the wet stage. Then, with a cheeky smile that was quite the opposite of the gentle one he usually had, Carlos began singing in a lower pitch than usual, his voice sounding like the richest, smoothest, darkest chocolate. You better run. You better hide. I'm a changed man, so step aside. Revving my motorcycle engine under the sun, wrapped in black leather, shooting forward like a bullet from a gun. Tell my mama I'm a good boy gone bad. Slick back hair, my 2 wheels, and an open road. Rubber on the pavement, flames behind me, 'cause I can't be slowed. Tell my mama I'm a good boy gone bad. Do what I want, yeah? Say what I want, yeah? Nothing to restrain me, 'cause I play how I want. 'Cause I'm a good boy gone bad. The audience was silent for a moment as they watched the dark, intense vibe that was completely opposite of the cute vibe of the previous team before they began screaming in excitement. Bet you lot are happy you decided to listen to Ari and added to the concept in it. Benjamin said in a loud voice as they watched Carlos's team perform in the waiting room assigned to their team. By how unconcerned the staff was about clearing the water off the stage, it seemed that all the other teams were going to be doing the same thing. If they had gone with just the water concept like originally planned, they would have had the most lackluster performance of everyone today. And it seemed that most of Ari's teammates realized that as they glanced at him uncomfortably before looking away. Funny people. Since there was no point in rubbing it in, Ari just ignored the commotion and continued adjusting the silky red scarf that kept slipping down his head and over his eyes despite the ridiculous amount of hairpins the stylist had used on his head. No matter how tightly he tied it, it refused to stay up, and the dark eye makeup that had finally been settled on by the stylist was now smudging, making him slowly look like a raccoon. Slip. As Ari pushed the scarf back up again, he heard Benjamin's teasing voice from behind him. That's why you should have worn a hat like me. It's classy, stays in place, and very stylish, innit? Pass. It looks like a Dorito on your head. You're not seeing the full picture, mate. It's suave, it's stylish, it's a red Dorito. Fine. Call me Captain Dorito, pirate of the 7 seas, here to plunder that cheddar. Benjamin flipped the collar of his matching red vest up before striking a pose. Hey, you're not the captain, I'm the captain. Justin chimed in as he rolled around on the sofa in their waiting room. Justin, bruv, don't be jealous. Not everyone can be a statuesque captain like me, innit? You're more like a first mate. Maybe even second. You take that back. Make me. Hey, don't mess up your outfits. As Ari rolled his eyes while Justin and Benjamin began wrestling, and Rex broke it up, his vision was suddenly filled with a familiar transparent blue screen. Ding. Surprise mission, mutiny, treason, backstabbing, espionage, arf me matey. Although you 7 are supposedly crewmates, bound to sink and swim together, and there's a fishy plot afoot that might sink the ship with controversy and cause things to blow up with a bang. Goal: discover and eliminate the plot of the treacherous blonde crew member trying to sabotage your crew's performance. Time limit: until your team steps on stage. Reward: +1 stat points and one-time use of skill. I'm number 1. Pay attention to me. Ada. Failure: loss of 5 random stat points. What the heck? As Ari was trying to understand why a surprise mission had popped up out of nowhere, the contents of the screen changed. Skill: I'm number 1. Pay attention to me. A. Effect: people can't take their eyes off you. The lower the watcher's charm stat, the more effective the skill is. Duration: 10 minutes. Activation: to activate the skill, yell, I'm number 1. Pay attention to me. He really wanted to know how the skill names were decided, and why he had to yell such embarrassing lines to activate them. You'll accept the surprise mission, right? Do I have a choice? If not, are you prepared for that rank of yours to drop and for that stupid blonde's to rise? Because they like to compare both of you, and right now you're struggling. The way things are looking, he will more than likely be the MVP of the performance after snagging both the center and the main vocal parts. Do you really want him to do well while the rest of you suffer? Let William do well. Over his dead body. Ari, why did you zone out like that? Nervous. Yeah. Ari replied absent-mindedly, looking around their waiting room and noting that Jerome was sitting alone and William was nowhere to be found. Of course. Really? Since when do you get nervous? Running a fever? Your hand hurts. Since now. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. Oi, Ari. Brushing off Benjamin's concern, Ari quickly left their waiting room, basically sprinting through the hallway with one hand on his scarf. Where are you going? Bathroom. Why? Shouldn't you be finding William? Are you really nervous? Now is not the time for that. Ari didn't bother responding. Dodging past the concerned staff members, Ari quickly entered the closest bathroom stall and began the tedious process of unlacing one of his tall, knee-high boots. He was looking for something that he had stashed away just in case. Oh, what's that? Hey, flash drive. Yep. I was curious about what you were putting in your shoes earlier. After working on the arrangement with Larry Jackson, Ari had saved a copy for himself on a borrowed flash drive, just in case, because he didn't trust any of the production staff, and he definitely didn't trust William. One of his concerns with having William on his team and having him work on the arrangement was the blonde boy modifying it and lip-syncing in the same way he had during the Supernova performance. While the incident seemed to have passed, from casually browsing the web, he had seen some fans speculate that Williams' lip-syncing with others on their team was also being blamed, but it was brushed under the rug by his fans jumping and fighting anybody who made such a claim. But that thought was always on the back of his mind, with assistant PD David being the person he suspected the most. Despite Ari bringing up the issue to PD Emily, he had no idea if it was resolved or if the staff member who allowed such a thing to happen was still here. His main suspect was assistant PD David, who clearly hadn't been fired, so Ari could never discount that such a thing was happening again. If William wasn't on his team, that was one thing, but receiving this surprise mission more or less confirmed it. It was the only thing that Ari could think of that would mess their performance up. With his boots fully laced up once more, Ari quickly washed his hands before running out toward the first staff member that he saw. Hi, please tell me where stage director Cheryl Lonol is. I need to talk to her. For what? She's busy. The man who had been stopped looked a bit nervous as he looked Ari up and down. My team had last-minute changes to our music, and I need to give the sound crew the most recent version. No. Seeing Ari gave him a weird look, the staff member avoided his eyes before muttering, I can't help you with that. Excuse me. I have another task to get to. Not one to be deterred, and truly finding the man's behavior weird, Ari began following him. It's really important. If you can't help, where's the sound room? Leave me alone. The man began walking faster, and after waffling between following him and figuring out what the deal was, Ari just memorized the face and name on the badge before running back toward the stage and stopping the staff member who seemed to be flustered. Hi, where's stage director Cheryl Lonol? I have something to ask her. Look, kid, I don't have time for this right now. We're actually having an issue with the sound system right now. Go back to your waiting room and stop running around. Number 224. Chapter 224, Pirate King 2. Pardon, what the heck was going on? As the staff member Speed walked away, Ari decided to tag along to see what the actual issue was. While following along, other stage staff wearing the black staff shirts were running by, some of them with clipboards, and others speaking into walkie-talkies. The staff member that Ari was following eventually walked into a room that seemed to be the hub of activity. It had several laptops and audio equipment that Ari had only seen in the studios he had visited. Two people were standing around a laptop, seemingly trying to get it to start up and work again, while the staff member he followed immediately began asking questions. Any progress on fixing the issue? I don't know why, but the computer decided to begin installing updates while I was in the bathroom. You know how Apple products are. The update takes forever, so this one is a lost cause. A plain-looking man responded. And the spare computer? I'm getting it up and running, and we'll just download the music files from the cloud. Speaking of which, who's the kid behind you? Huh? You? Didn't I tell you to go back to your room? As the staff member that Ari was following spun around, Ari waved his hand and introduced himself. Yes. Hello again. I'm contestant Ariel. The staff member whose badge said audio engineer, Mark, gave Ari a bland look before dropping an unnecessary truth bomb. Ah, I know you. The #1 troublemaker, who has been the only contestant in the history of the show to get arrested. To what do I owe the pleasure? Wow. I like him. Ari. _ Even if it was an accurate assessment, was there a need to say all that? What happened to a simple nice to meet you? I'm the song arranger for my team, and I'm here to give you the most updated version of our song. No changes to the music allowed. But no changes allowed. We're dealing with an issue right now and don't need any extra variables. What was submitted earlier is what will be used as is. Mark repeated as he began tapping away at the laptop. Not one to give up, Ari stepped closer and began arguing his case. Ari thought of the most urgent reason that would warrant a song change before giving it a try. The PD made me remove some things since there was a song copyright issue, and they want to be able to use the footage later. She didn't tell anybody here that, so I have to assume that you're lying. Are you lying? You've been caught. Even if he had been caught, Ari had no plans of confessing to the truth unless PD Emily was standing in front of him. I'm not lying. There's really a problem with our old sound file. Mark paused for a moment before shrugging. Unless someone high up comes to vouch for you, I can't take your word on it. If the PD wanted it changed, she would have probably come along with or sent a text. The previously submitted sound files were vetted by multiple people and submitted, so it's what's going to be used. He really has you there. A staff member who uses their head. That PD hired some good people. It might be good for her, but it's annoying for me. Mark then turned to the staff member that Ari had followed and nodded his head at the door. Get him out of here and take him to his team's waiting room. You come with me. No, wait. Can you at least play my team's song? Or call the PD? I really think there's something wrong with it. Get him out. No, wait. Listen. Before he could protest, Ari's arm was grabbed, and the staff member began dragging him toward the door against his will. Is there anything I can do to help you guys? At the familiar, gentle tone, Ari spun around to see Jalissa shyly poking her head through the door. Judge Jalissa? Why are you dragging a contestant out like that? His hand is injured, so please be careful. And Ari, what are you doing here? Jalissa's eyes took in Ari being dragged out by a staff member, as well as the audio engineer focused on the laptop, quickly understanding that they were trying to fix the sound issue that had suddenly cropped up. This contestant is just causing a fuss. We'll get him out and get the sound fixed right away. Sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you for your hard work, but please release him. Ari usually doesn't cause issues unless there's a reason. Ari, what's going on? There's something wrong with my team's sound file, and it absolutely needs to be changed, Ari told her in a serious tone while waving his flash drive around once he was released. I have the original I worked on here, and I just wanted them to switch it or at least listen to the original to hear what the problem is. Well, I understand you being upset, but they're just doing their job while trying to deal with this more important issue. But Jalissa stared at him for a moment before nodding decisively and turning to Mark. Are you downloading the new sound files from the shared cloud drive? Yes, ma'am. Can you play his team's song briefly? About 30 seconds starting from 103? I just want to hear something. We don't have time. I'm sure you can spare 30 seconds. If there are complaints, I'll take full responsibility. Just play it. Okay. Several clicks later, as Mark increased the volume of the music and started it at the requested time, William's recorded vocals could be heard clearly from the speakers. The room was utterly silent as exactly 30 seconds played before Mark stopped the music. Wow. 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 Very good. Jalissa's voice was calm, but her usually gentle brown eyes looked like they were flaming and wanted to burn somebody alive. Ari, lend me your flash drive and head back to your team's waiting room. I'll make sure the correct version of the song is what will be played, so don't worry. Sure. Here. A little bit intimidated, Ari immediately handed it over to her before backing away toward the door. Wait a moment. Ari immediately froze, wondering if he was in trouble, but Jalissa only adjusted the scarf on his head. Good luck with your performance, Ari. I hope you do well. As for the rest of you, Nobody leaves the room until I get a list of everyone who's been in this room. Thank you. Of course. Thank you for finding this out. And I'm sorry you had to do so. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. The gentle click of the door sounded like a gunshot to Ari's head, and he immediately ran back to his team's waiting room, spotting William sitting alone on the sofa with only Jerome seated next to him. He had a satisfied smile on his face that got bigger as he stared at Ari. That took a while. Feeling better, Benjamin walked over and began patting his back hard. Yep, my stomach was hurting from the tension, so the toilet and I became acquainted. Yo, TMI. Justin screamed before taking several steps back and pretending to gag. Don't worry, I wash my hands properly. Want to smell it? Ari immediately began chasing Justin with his arms outstretched. No. Ugh. I don't want to hear or smell it. I don't even want to see it. Don't chase me. It smells good, I promise. I don't care. Ben, do something. As Justin tried to hide behind Benjamin, the British boy dodged to the side before grabbing a water bottle as he pretended to be a fight commentator. It's the battle of the featherweights. On the left, after adding 3 whole centimeters to his height, and now coming in at 180 centimeters and weighing 57 kilograms on a good day, it's the sea captain himself, whose beauty makes Aphrodite jealous, whose singing can put sirens to shame, and whose judgmental eyes have paralyzed people more than Medusa ever did. Give it up for the man, the myth, the legend, Ariel. I'll have you know that I weighed 60 kilograms today. Was that before or after breakfast, Ari? The world would like to know. Benjamin held the bottle out to Ari's mouth as if it were a microphone. Shut up. Don't worry. Jamie and I are crafting the perfect bulking and lifting plan for you. Whenever you're ready to get in the gym. I'd rather die. All right. Moving on. On the right, coming in at 173 centimeters and 62 kilograms, it's the best first mate ever, theater kid extraordinaire, the big brain idea bank, the future leading man in all the romance movies on the big screen, jack of all trades. It's big man Justin. How do you know my weight? I picked you up and guessed. Anyways, gentlemen, or rather pirates, are you ready to rumble-y? No, I just don't want to smell his hands. Not really. Who cares? 50 quid to the winner. Fight, fight, fight. At the mention of money, the 2 pairs of eyes, one chocolatey brown and one sea green, flared up as they began gauging each other. Justin definitely had the weight advantage along with a lower center of gravity, but Ari had better reach and a bit more flexibility. But before they could actually get into it, please, no fighting. You'll mess up your costumes. And Benjamin, stop instigating. Rex interrupted the fight because, as the leader, he couldn't spectate like the rest of his team. Budash, I'm just making a bit of fun because we've been delayed for a while, innit? I don't care. Team Sexy Pirates, you're up. As a staff member burst in through the door, and they all got up, Ari was happy to finally see the transparent blue screen in front of his vision give him a notification. Ding! And in the audience, a Cold War was brewing between fans of 2 individuals who were just realizing that the contestants they supported and hated were now on the same team. Chapter 225, Pirate King 3. Even though the temperature of the studio was becoming warmer as the number of performances continued, the atmosphere between 2 fandoms was becoming colder and colder as MC Ryan Leary announced which concept won from the audience vote, and 2 particular contestants were nowhere to be found. The winning concept is athletic. The winning concept is sci-fi. The winning concept is military. Each time the MC announced the concept that won and the contestants came out, Rachel felt as if she were having a mini heart attack. God, please, let Ari not be on the same team as William. Rachel had her hands clasped together as she fervently muttered her wish as the production staff fixed the sound issue. We're the ones who should be saying that. It's clear that your criminal thug of a contestant is doing everything to leech off of poor William's popularity while throwing mud on his name. A girl wearing a tiara who was sitting at a lower level turned around to glare up at Rachel while lowering the banner she had been intentionally using to block her vision. She was a William fan, part of the royal family who called themselves princesses and wore tiaras everywhere. Not one to take an insult lightly, Rachel immediately fired back. Aren't you the one supporting an abusive criminal thug? How can a person squeeze somebody's hand so hard it's still bruised after 2 weeks, and he still can't put weight on it? Stop making accusations that you can't prove. Your contestant is a liar who got arrested. He probably got into a fight like before that bruised his ugly face. Or maybe it was the plastic surgery he got to look like that. After all, he was the reason his school had an anti-bullying campaign. Other contestants have said that he's a bully. We've seen literal evidence of him being a crazy crash-out. He was detained, not arrested. And Ari has never gotten plastic surgery. But thank you for thinking that he's so pretty that he looks like he has. And he's never been in a fight. And his school said he had nothing to do with that campaign. And in fact, he's an exemplary student who has never gotten into an issue with anyone. He's such a good student that he is the valedictorian. That means he's the smartest one in his grade. Your fave can't say the same. Didn't he get his rich parents to pay for him to attend a private school that doesn't have real grades or real classes? Holistic learning, my ass. Why are you flexing another person's education? It's not William's fault that his parents are rich and can afford nice things for him. His parents love him. Your fave's foster mother doesn't even like him. Another girl wearing a tiara as well chimed in to defend William, causing Justine to turn on her. You mean the foster mother, who's facing jail time for financial fraud and child abuse? The same foster mother who had all of her children taken away by CPS and spent a weekend in jail. Huh. Why would Ari want that kind of person to like him? Would you want William to be liked by that kind of person? At Justine's valid point, the girl was stumped for a while before she began arguing again. Well, at least my contestant wasn't voted as the person nobody wanted to debut with. Another girl with a tiara turned to face them and argue, prompting a fan dressed in black punk rock clothes and white face paint to join in the argument. Sure. It's a fact. Ari received the least amount of votes for people wanting to debut with him, but every contestant said they wanted to be included in all of his previous performances, ranked him top 5 vocally and production-wise, and said he's one of the hardest workers who practices the longest. He got praised and a job offer from Bing Young-sun, and he was the favorite student of Grammy-winning trainer Jalissa. Where's your favorite prince? Certainly not in practice, and certainly not Jalissa's favorite, no matter how much the production team tries to hide it with editing. But and another thing, 3 of the top 7 contestants said that they wanted to debut with Ari, while only one person in the top 7 wanted to debut with William, who just goes around burning bridges and has no friends. So you tell me, which one is more valuable? While the girl with the punk rock clothes took a breath, a girl who was a fan of Benjamin took the opportunity to chime in and bash William, since she still hadn't forgiven William for helping start a hate train against Benjamin. Well, at least our prince is ranked 2nd. His original teammate is ranked 1st. Where's your popular British rapper? Below the 2 of them. And Ari? Near the bottom where he started. He's out here being cocky for no reason and is just coasting on his plastic surgery face. Well, actually, he's currently top 20 and aiming for the top. Just watch him. Pwahaha, what a joke. I hope for your sake he's not on William's team so that he doesn't get embarrassed after he's eaten up. They might be competing for the same position, but you'll soon see who's a swan and who's a frog. They were on the same team before, and it certainly wasn't Ari who got eaten up by a lip-syncer dash. William has never lip-synced a day in his life. His vocals are just that stable. Your fave had to use his face to distract from his breathy singing. Once again, thank you for calling him pretty. And don't you ever insult Ari's singing again. It's more stable than your life. It's only stable cause he can't dance. Infant shark do. You dash. Rachel. Justine. Just let it go. It looks like they fixed the sound. We should just support Ari without arguing with crazy people. Grace tried to interject when it looked like the 2 groups of people would really begin fighting. Better listen to your friend. You angels are the crazy ones who need to change your names to demons. Oomph. The first girl spun around angrily, but Rachel refused to let her have the last word. Oomph yourself, you crazy royal family member. Seeing Rachel unintentionally mimic Ari's mannerisms, Grace couldn't help but laugh to herself. While she didn't join in on the argument because she preferred to argue online, where you could paste irrefutable facts or just block them when people were being silly, Grace agreed with everything Justine and Rachel said. She secretly hoped Ari wasn't on William's team so he could avoid comparisons. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Ari's skills, but if she were to rank them honestly, Ari had the edge, both visually and vocally. But in terms of dance skill and overall individual performance, she would give it to William, since he knew how to work the audience and give them the angles and looks that they wanted, while Ari sometimes looked like he was forced to be here and wasn't enjoying himself at all. Additionally, when she thought about the remaining contestants who hadn't performed, she wished with all of her heart that the production team hadn't done what she thought they did. Focusing her gaze on the MC, Grace hoped that he would announce the concept she wanted and that the striking face that she was looking for would appear on stage with no William in sight. "I'm so sorry for the delay, but we are back. In business, your votes have been tallied. And the winning concept is summer." Unfortunately, no matter how she searched for that striking face, it was nowhere to be found on the stage, which meant that not only was Ari performing in a sexy concept, but he was also in the most controversial grouping of contestants. When she thought about the relationship map of the group members, Grace could feel her head throbbing. It was apparent that Ari didn't like William, and that feeling might be mutual between them, hence the tension between their fandoms. It is evident that Benjamin didn't like William, and William, at some point, felt negatively about Benjamin. Rex and William had previous tensions with each other. Justin and William had a similar experience as well. Levi was an island, lacking close relationships with anyone. The only person she could say was genuinely close to William was Jerome Tyler, who was his close friend. Apart from Jerome, he was on a team with people who, at the very least, disliked him, which meant that production was trying to push the narrative of William being a victim surrounded by haters, but pushing through to deliver an excellent performance. With a resigned sigh at the bad editing she knew was going to come Ari's way, Grace watched the performance, secretly taking clips when she could while preparing to hold her banner up for when Ari would come onto the stage. The least she could do was to let him know that there were supporters of him here, and to get great clips of him to grow his popularity. Last but not least, we're going to have Team Sexy Pirates come on stage. Here they come. At the MC's words, 7 boys dressed in dark knee-length pants with bold gold belts, lots of chain jewelry, and lace-up boots. Some of them had loose white button-up shirts that had a couple of buttons undone. Some had only vests that showed off their toned arms and hints of their chest, while others wore a combination of the two. Each person wore either the classic triangular hats of various colors that pirates were known for, or a scarf tied on their heads with their headsets being over or under it. The only commonality was that a skin was being shown, and with the stage floor being wet, it was only a matter of time before those white shirts became see-through and started clinging to each person's body. Grace had to give it up for the stylist who clearly nailed the sexy concept. Grace's gaze immediately zeroed in on Ari, taking in his outfit. His striking green eyes, visible even at a distance, stood out even more due to the smudged dark red and black makeup around them. At the same time, his lips were redder than usual, providing a stark contrast to his previously neutral, bare-faced appearance he had earlier. With a bright red scarf tied around his head like a headband, barely holding back the long jet-black curls, and another tied around his waist like a sash, the thin white shirt and blue vest stood out more because of the contrasting colors. Unlike his teammates, Ari didn't have a single piece of jewelry. The only gold on his body was the gold threading throughout his clothing that caught the light when he moved. Then she looked at William, who had the largest hat and the most luxurious-looking clothes and jewelry. He had gleaming stacks of necklaces, rings, and bangles, which brought out the golden color of his hair as well. "Well, Ardme matey, don't you all look dashing? Now, before you start the performance, Team Sexy Pirates, just one question. How did you come up with that name?" Ryan Leary held the microphone. Rex, his face slightly flushed, grabbed the microphone, speaking with a hint of embarrassment. "Well, we were assigned the sexy concept, and since Ariel came up with the pirate idea, we just combined the 2 words together." "So, what you're saying is that the name is Contestant Ariel's fault. Contestant Ariel? Are you going to defend yourself?" Ari quickly grabbed the microphone from the MC before shamelessly pointing at 2 people. "Firstly, I want to proclaim my innocence and pass the blame to Benjamin and Justin for putting those 2 words together. My only crime here was dreaming about pirates and bringing up the idea." Laughing to himself as he quickly moved to the side as Benjamin and Justin pretended to attack him, Ari paused before speaking in a slightly embarrassed tone. "Secondly, this performance." Seeing Ari pause and take a deep breath, Grace wondered what he wanted to say because he usually didn't appear nervous at all. I'm number one, so make sure you pay attention to me. I'll make sure to give you a show that you can't look away from. Believe it. At the sudden shout, there was a pause before the audience began screaming. Boo! Whoa! Although the boos were quickly drowned out by the audience's cheering, they could still be heard, and Grace stared at Ari with worry. Thankfully, the green eyes had regained their calm, and even looked a bit excited as he simply laughed and held the microphone to his lips once more. There was a pause as the audience waited to hear what he was going to say, but all Ari did was whisper, "Watch this," before handing the microphone back over to the MC. Unusually confident words from contestant Ari, who doesn't usually speak much. I guess he's quite excited to show you what you can do after his long break from the stage. Let me get out of the way and let Team Sexy Pirate get to it. As the MC left the stage, all 7 boys left with him as well, while the staff hurriedly set up a black backdrop. As the audience watched, a white fog suddenly began filling the stage as the backdrop began glowing with a red X, slowly gobbling it up. What is going on? What's happening? A fire? While the audience was muttering to themselves, a haunting mix of voices filled the air, punctuated by a heavy drumbeat. Thump. On my way, traveling down an uncertain road. Thump. On my way. This is how the story goes. Thump. On my way, will I find my death or gold? Thump. On my way, listen to my tale unfold. Then, in the center of the white smoke, red smoke began spreading, making a brief X before dissipating. What the heck? How? Grace heard Rachel whisper, and she had to agree. Chapter 226, Pirate King 4. Thump. On my way, traveling down an uncertain road. Thump. On my way, this is how the story goes. Thump. On my way, will I find my death or gold? Thump. On my way, listen to my tale unfold. The reddish-white smoke slowly dissipated, revealing 7 boys kneeling in a triangle formation with a golden-skinned boy wearing a red tricorn hat and red vest at the very front. As the haunting sea shanty-like introduction repeated with the sound of waves getting stronger in the background, the boys, their faces shadowed by their hats or scarves, took sweeping steps forward, their feet dragging in the ankle-height water before kicking upward and creating a distinct spray like waves splashing against the shore. Both the audience and the judges' table gasped at the unexpected visuals being displayed at just the introduction of the song. Even Bing Young-sun, who already had high expectations when he saw that both Ari, who consistently brought in interesting ideas to the stage, and Justin, who came from a theater background and always tried to push the limit, were on the same team. He expected something comparable to their previous performances, mainly since the other teams had recycled Ari's previous ideas, but it seemed that this one would blow anything they or anyone else had performed out of the water. Leaning forward with a bit of excitement, Bing Young-sun focused his gaze back on the stage. Stomp. With a sharper smile than usual, Benjamin rose to his feet, removing his hat and holding it to his chest as he bowed to the audience, and sang rather than rapped in a deep voice that no one had heard before. On my way, traveling down an uncertain road. Gasps of shock could be heard through the audience as they heard the unexpectedly smooth voice, which was unlike the British rapper's usual crisp accent when he rapped. Benjamin can sing? Since when? Life's not fair, man. He's so talented. Stomp. Levi and William stood up next, stomping in unison as they tried to harmonize the following line, with Levi flicking the brim of his hat upward with a single finger and a sharp smile, while William tilted his down in a salute that hid his face. On my way, this is how the story goes. Oof, that was a bit off. I guess Levi can't sing, huh? He should stick to his fast raps. It was definitely William's voice that was off, not Levi's. Stomp. Ari and Jerome stood up next, Ari's distinct, clear yet raspy tone slightly overtaking Jerome's before it was quickly adjusted to an appropriate volume. On my way, will I find my death or gold? Wow, why does his voice sound even better than when I remember it? It better. He got a nice vacation while others were slaving away. Are you wearing a Caleb shirt? Why are you here? Stomp. In the last row of the triangle formation, Rex and Justin both jumped up, sweeping water up with opposing hands as they sang in unison. On my way, listen to my tale unfold. The 7 boys paused and let their voices trail off as they stared at the audience with an enticing smile for a few seconds. After the momentary lull, Benjamin performed a wave-like motion that transferred backward to each person, and like magic, the remaining smoke that was lingering around them like a mist disappeared. Airbender? How the heck did he do that? There's no way this team has the same budget as everybody else. With a cocky flip of his hand, Benjamin tossed his hat back into the air and caught it on his head before he began to rap with the crisp delivery he was known for. Keep your eyes on the prize. Check the map. The X marks the point. Forever still young and wild. Reaching out for that treasure to be mine. As the 7 boys moved forward in a swaggering motion, imitating a sailor's steps on a ship, they combined that choreography with a sharp hand movement that switched from an X to a smirking and pointing gesture to the audience, inviting them to come closer. Benjamin then broke away from the group, walking slowly across the edge of the stage while rapping as the choreographed mock battle took place between Jerome and Levi, who were kneeling on the ground, Ari and Justin, who were standing, and Rex and William, who leaped up and landed with a large splash. Chase you to the end of the world. You're better than gold. I'll fight any battle for sure. Fight with a hook in my hand. Sea, air, or land. I'm the Pan if you're Peter. Let's go? At the last line of his verse, Benjamin spun around and quickly retreated into the formation as they promptly formed an X before rotating it into a line facing William at the center. The music, previously high energy and fast-paced, subtly transitioned into a darker, more sensual melody, as if it were the hidden depths of the sea trying to entice you to find the hidden treasure at the bottom. Along with the change in the music's tone, the choreography suddenly became more alluring, with each contestant extending a hand to rest on the shoulder of the person in front of them as they performed slow, sinuous body rolls in unison. In a low mumble that could barely be heard, William began singing his part as he took the center position he had fought so hard to get. Are you going to stop? The prize is right in front. What you really want. What you know you can't give up. As William sang, his eyes widened in panic as he realized the corrective liver-corded vocals were somehow missing. He had thought it was a mistake earlier, but clearly not. What the hell had the person who was supposed to swap the files been doing? And had anybody noticed? A brief glance toward the judge's table showed him that their eyes weren't even focused on him, but on another person entirely. The only one who seemed to be watching was Jalissa, whose face was set in a rarely seen frown and seemed to be glaring directly at him. TSK. So it was her. What an annoying, meddling woman. Quickly looking away and hiding an expression of annoyance and disdain, William began trying to focus on singing as best as he could while hoping that his microphone would somehow break or that the annoying thief would support his vocals as he always did with other people, so he wouldn't have to continue singing. Unfortunately, he had on a headset, and it seemed that Ari had no interest in helping to keep the performance at a high level since he stayed completely silent. Although it grips my neck like a wicked vice. Seductive allure that can never be ignored. The call of treasure has a grip on me, slowly driving me to insanity. Lose my breath to find what I seek. Without it, I just can't help it. After several out-of-key notes, William completed his verse and became silent while Ari began humming. As 7 different hands grabbed the bottom of their tops with their left hands as they pivoted, moving their bodies in a snake-like wave, while their right hand crept upwards underneath their clothing before slowly wrapping around the throat of each person as their heads rolled from side to side in a slow circle. LOL. As Ari sang the ad-lib while standing, the other 6 people rolled their hips slowly before dropping to the ground in a one-handed body wave descent, and then kicking their legs in a break dance motion, creating a curtain of water that soaked their shirts. The faces of some of the audience members began turning red as their eyes took in the scene of the dancing boys, whose shirts were slowly becoming transparent from the water, while their breeches began clinging to their legs, showing the lean, yet defined muscles that were the result of hours upon hours of dance practice. While the eyes of the audience went to every contestant on stage, for some reason, their eyes kept returning to the contestant who had boldly claimed that he was number 1 and that he would give them a show that they couldn't look away from. LOL. As he sang in that raspy, low tone, the sea-green eyes were like a siren's call, drowning a sailor at sea, and as he stood alone, The languid dance moves showed a cat-like grace in comparison to the more powerful moves of his teammates on the ground. While the others seemed to be fighting against the water, Ari seemed to be gliding through it and controlling them from the top. LOL. Seeing the tip of Ari's red tongue playfully lick the water droplets off his lips as he shoved his scarf upward and spun backward, audible sighs of disappointment could be heard. Whoever voted for the sexy concept, thank you. I think my nose is going to bleed. I told my mom. This was PG-13. I don't think this is PG-13. Ari, this isn't you. Come back home. The kids miss you. Despite their wishes, Ari moved to his correct position in the back, successfully exchanging positions with Levi as Justin began the first chorus in a more lively way than the haunting tone in the beginning. On my way, traveling down an uncertain road. On my way, this is how the story goes. On my way, will I find my death or gold? On my way, listen to my tale unfold. Rather than repeating their first choreography, all 7 boys stood in a line, grabbing onto each other's shoulders and twisting in different directions before separating and performing a slick, high-energy dance that was accentuated by the splashing of water before it calmed down into a gentle lull like a stream. The moment Justin was done with the chorus, Levi slid to the front, stomping his foot to let off a large splash of water to announce his presence. Then he began rapping in the sharp, aggressive tone that he was known for, spitting the words out like a bullet without taking a single breath. Yeah, ready now for the next journey. Hold your breath, I'll sail and get money. I'm a pirate, it's in my blood and veins. Searching high and low, against the flow. Call me Captain Hook, the way I go and sing. I follow the light without wavering. Without hesitation, bang, bang, you're gonna feel the sting. Break it down, until I reach that destination. Neverland, the home that will give me liberation. Huh. With a cocky twist of his head, Levi spun around, exposing Ari, who had been completely hidden behind him. As Ari took the center, his raspy voice ringing out enticingly as he squatted and reached out a slender hand to the audience, the red bandana once again slipped over his eyes, changing the atmosphere from a declaration into one of seduction and allure. Explore the 7 seas. Come on this ship with me. Be your compass through waves and storms. Call me your pirate king. You'll hear my cannons roar when there's a battle, all to get right to that treasure. 'Cause it belongs to me, yo. Never lose sight of that goal. Just keep your eyes locked on me. As the slender fingers pushed the scarf up with a smirk, exposing the smudged eye makeup that made the vivid eyes stand out even more, before beckoning to come closer, an audience member who made eye contact had no choice but to look away as every inch of visible skin flushed red. LOL. Singing the ad-lib, Rex walked up behind Ari, grabbing the arm that reached back and bracing his body to yank him backward as he sang his short verse before switching places with Jerome. Both boys did their parts well, and once William sang the chorus, Ari slid back to the front to deliver the final verse before the dance break. My eyes are on the treasure. I'll never let it go. The title of the Pirate King. Tattoo it on my soul. With his eyes covered by the bold red bandana that contrasted with jet black hair, Ari tilted his head back, took a deep breath, and belted a high note that seemed to be increasing in both pitch and volume. The audience could only stare in shock as the note was stably held for 1, 2, 3 seconds. For seconds. 5 seconds. 6 seconds. 8 seconds. 10 seconds. As people were wondering how long he would be able to hold the note, a small cylindrical object went flying at the only person on stage who currently couldn't see. Thunk. Feedback from the microphone headset rang out along with screams of fear. Oh my God. Ari. No. Grace couldn't help but scream and then cover her mouth as she watched the water bottle hit Ari directly where his eye would be, and his head snapped back. Chapter 227, Pirate King 5. As Ari's head snapped back while the water bottle ricocheted into the air, several screams echoed through the space, and everything seemed to stand still for a moment before moving at a fast pace. Oh my gosh, is he okay? Bracing the reeling Justine, who looked as if she were about to cry, Grace quickly glanced in the direction the bottle had been thrown from, spotting a screaming girl with a tiara being grabbed by the people, and security was quickly approaching the area. Not recognizing the face, Grace secretly took a photo for research before turning back to the stage, hoping that someone on the staff had the sense to stop the performance and check if Ari was okay. Even if things were ruined, contestant safety should be the first priority. Instead, what she saw was that no staff members were rushing onto the stage, and the music was still going even as several of the contestants froze in shock. The only person who was still performing as if nothing had happened was the person who had gotten hit in the face. As if he could see through the scarf, Ari's foot rolled forward, then backward on the ground before snapping the water bottle up with the tip of his foot. His hand reached out and snagged the plastic water bottle out of the air and squeezed until it exploded, splashing water all over his upturned face as he let out a sharp laugh before pointing at the crowd and issuing a sharp command. "I told you to pay attention to me. Watch me." With a lazy swing of his hand, the crushed-up plastic bottle was tossed to the side, and it seemed as if the water was an energy drink had powered him up because as he slid to the side, allowing William to take the center for the dance break, his usual dance style, which gave off a relaxed, minimalist vibe, suddenly changed into a highly energetic one. Are they really not going to stop the performance? Guess not. Audience members muttered to each other as they stared at the girl being taken out, before their attention was drawn to the person on stage as ordered. And as if trying to prove that he was fine and that nothing was wrong, Ari was hitting every move sharper and more aggressively than anyone else, despite the scarf still covering his eyes. Even though William was in the center, having won that position, he might as well not have been. Everyone, from the audience to the judges to the staff members, couldn't help but be drawn to the smiling, slender figure with dark hair and covered eyes that was dancing next to him. It was as if Ari was a magnet, constantly drawing in their eyes, and they couldn't look away. When others, apart from William, sang, his voice could be heard adding supporting vocals and ad-libs while keeping up with the intensity of the dance. How the heck is he dancing with a scarf covering his eyes? Shouldn't they stop the performance? Was that just a stunt? No, Ari. Get up. Your hand. Rachel covered her mouth as she watched Ari perform the floor movements he had previously not done, likely because it involved putting his entire body weight on the hand with the compression bandage. But there he was, moving like nothing was hurting, performing body rolls while balanced on the bandaged hand before using it to propel himself to his feet. As he took the center, once more, he began singing, adding vocal run after vocal run that made the vocal performance of everyone else on the team look like a joke. Does he even need to breathe? This much aura farming is crazy. When Benjamin finally took the center once more, removing his hat and sticking it on Ari's head in passing, they began singing in the same haunting way they started the song, slowly retreating as if rowing a boat as white mist began, filling the stage once more. Thump. On my way, traveling down an uncertain road. Thump. On my way, this is how the story goes. Thump. On my way, will I find my death or gold? Thump. On my way, listen to my tale unfold. With slow sweeping steps, the boys on stage began disappearing into the mist one at a time, the melody changing as each person's unique voice dropped off. Finally, there was only a single person and one single voice filling the space with a siren's voice that drew you in. With a slow movement, he unraveled the red around his waist, which quickly unraveled, revealing the inside to be a black pirate flag with a skull on it. Slowly waving it from side to side, a sweet melody flowed out of Ari's mouth as he slowly retreated. Swish. On my way, we traveled down a scary road. Swish. On my way, I told you how the story goes. Swish. On my way, I finally found the gold. Swish. On my way, I will never let it go. I'm the Pirate King. Tossing the flag into the air, Ari bowed cheekily before singing the last line, and as the flag fluttered to the ground, the black and red fabric twisted like a ribbon. Boom. A puff of red smoke that began spreading from his feet, and he disappeared back into the red and white mist, leaving behind an empty stage. At the sudden disappearing act, there was silence before a loud round of applause filled the area. Whoa! Clap, 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 clap. The 6 judges, along with Bing Yong's son, stared at each other before sighing in relief and clapping along. I feel like I was at an award show. They did amazing. I can't even imagine putting together a performance like that at their age. Wow. Meh. I've seen and done better. I hope that Ari's okay. We really need better security. What happened was not okay. As the cheers finally died down and the smoke quickly dissipated with the use of fans, MC Ryan Leary came out with his colorful rain boots and a matching pirate hat on his head. As instructed by the production team, he planned to pretend that nothing had happened, since the audience had calmed down and regained their liveliness. Hopefully, this situation will pass and the program will continue as scheduled. Wow, wasn't that an amazing performance? Did you guys enjoy the show Team Sexy Pirates gave you? Yes. So good. Good. We'll have Team Sexy Pirates come out while you all put in your final votes for the best performer, the worst performer, as well as where you would rank this performance overall. Additionally, those of you who have an FAQ card, please notify the staff members, and they'll get you situated with a microphone. Immediately, a large number of people began heading to the side with their FAQ tickets, as they finally got a chance to ask the contestants they cared about questions. Many of them wore tiaras, while others were dressed regularly, or in all black, or had cute animal sweaters. One even sported white gothic makeup, giving off a sharp impression. As 6 members of Team Sexy Pirates came out with various facial expressions ranging from happiness to indifference and frustration, a resounding round of applause broke out again. While many people were quite happy, a section of the audience began searching for the 7th member, who was not on the stage. Ari was nowhere to be found, and sensing a weird tension in the air, MC Ryan Leary quickly began to speak. Let's get started with the questions. Please go ahead. Hi, I'm Lisa. My question is for Prince William, and I want to know how you got so handsome. At the brainless question, many people rolled their eyes while gagging, but after receiving a microphone from the MC, William answered it as if it were the most important question in the world. I have to thank my parents for their superior genetics, but also the fans like you whose support makes me feel handsome and special. Oh wow. I'll always continue to support you, my prince. Thank you. William gave her a heartwarming smile, while making a heart with his fingers. Thank you for the question, Lisa. Next question, please. Hi, I'm Ada. This is a question for Benjamin. Next question, please. The line of questioners slowly moved before arriving at the girl with the white gothic makeup. Taking a deep breath, the girl took the microphone and, doing her best to channel the person she supported, began asking what she and a group of people wanted to know. Hi, my name is Meredith. My question is for the production staff. Where's contestant Ari? Is he okay? I see that none of the staff members have given an update on the situation that just happened, and his entire team came out to do the Q&A without him. Are we all just going to pretend that he didn't just get hit by a flying object on the head? At the sharp words, the entire studio immediately became quiet. As Ryan Leary stared at the staff member with a stiff smile, the staff member shook their head in response to the unasked question. Naturally, they had vetted the question the audience member wanted to ask, and this wasn't what she had initially said. As the staff member reached out to take the microphone, Meredith moved out of the way and continued saying what she needed to say. Please give us a proper status update on the situation and what steps you, as a production team, plan on taking to prevent a dangerous situation like this from happening not just to Ari, but to other contestants as well. Thank you. Meredith quickly handed her microphone back to the staff member and folded her hands neatly, but the damage was already done. It was the beginning of an unhinged Q&A, where the Pop Star Academy production staff discovered that fans often mimicked the actions of the people they supported, and that a particular contestant had built a small but mighty fan club by always speaking his mind, inspiring them to also do the same. As Ryan Leary began wondering what to do, the audience began to chant the name of a particular contestant currently going through a medical checkup. Ari, 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 laughing because he was pretty irritated at having to come on stage while a teammate was with the medics by himself. Benjamin joined in with the audience and began to chant as well. Ari, Ari, Ari. Chapter 228. Unhinged Q&A. Full name: Ariel Matisse. Age: 18. Social security number: 1800. None of your business. Ari. Kate's voice filled the room, and Ari immediately apologized. Sorry. Achoo. Hearing the cheeky response, the nurse snorted and draped an extra towel around Ari's shoulders before continuing her examination. Always the smartass. How's your head feeling? Hurts a little. Your wrist? Hurts a lot. That's what you get for doing moves you didn't practice. Just be happy you didn't slip and crack your head open. Do you remember what just happened? I was performing on stage, and then the whole team came backstage. My wrist got taped, and you've asked me the same set of questions phrased differently 10 times. Can I go now? Cognitive function looks good, and your sassy mouth is working better than ever. Your eye is swelling pretty badly, though. You're going to have a wicked-looking black eye. I can feel it. That's why I kept the scarf over my face on stage. Ow, Ari replied blandly, flinching back as the bright flashlight shone directly in his eyes while the nurse tapped his cheek. Well, the good news is you don't have a concussion. But we'll keep checking for the next 2 days to make sure nothing changed. And the bad news? Firstly, I've told you this before, but your body is unexpectedly fragile. You get injuries and bruises way too easily, and it takes a long time to heal. Certainly doesn't help that these producers are grinding your bones and cartilage down to bits from all the dancing with no rest that they make you do. But that's what we're working with right now. The nurse began grumbling before getting back on track. My advice to you is the same as the other contestants. Stop worrying about dieting, eat more food, sleep more, and be gentler with your body. With the amount of cardio you're doing, you're burning those calories anyway. You are especially too slim for your height. You need to put on some extra weight and muscle mass to help mitigate some of these injuries. If not, previously injured areas will worsen, and your body is going to hurt a lot in a couple of years. I'm not intentionally dieting. The food is just not good enough to warrant eating a lot of it. I'm not dieting, and I don't think adding weight is going to help me dodge water bottles thrown at me when I can't see. But I'll take that into consideration. Ari grumbled before avoiding eye contact as the nurse gave him a stern look. Consideration, meaning that you're going to ignore my advice? Sigh. Whatever. You'll be back sooner or later. Secondly, we gotta figure out how to cover this eye up while keeping it iced. Personally, I want you to rest, but apparently, they want you on stage. Can you hear them? Seems that you're quite the popular contestant. He could. Even through the closed door and numerous towels piled on his head, Ari could hear his name being chanted for some reason. His only hope was that it wasn't some weird prank being set up. Anyway, take a look. Ari took the offered mirror and glanced at his face, noting his right eye was swelling shut with the skin turning a dark purple. Whoever had thrown it had great aim and quite a strong arm. The impact had hurt quite a lot, but thankfully, nothing was bleeding or broken. I look terrible. Yep. So, let's get that eye covered up and send you off. I've been wanting to use this bad boy. Hold this. After shoving a mini cold pack against his eye, the nurse began digging through her kit before pulling out something that could be called a blinding crime against humanity. Ryup. Ari glanced at the roll of neon orange tape that was being measured against his eye before turning to his only savior, Kate. Is there an extra eye patch somewhere? Please. I know we had some that we didn't use. Seeing his desperate look, Kate laughed mischievously. Tell me the truth, Ari. Is my driving good? Or is it terrible? Ari, is hell the perfect vacation spot? What do you think? Those eyes are looking a little too judgmental. Tape him up. Orange looks like his color. It's so good. You're the best driver to exist. I only want you to drive me around forever. Remember, you said it. I didn't force you. I'll go check for you. Be right back, Ari. With a happy smile, Kate skipped away, and just as Ari sighed in relief, the devil herself showed up. Meeting PD Emily's eyes, Ari held both hands up. I didn't do anything this time. I didn't say you did, but it seems that I can never have a day of peace between Clock Boy, you, or your fans. I'm truly tired of all of you. Ben, my fans. What did they do? Who do you think is chanting and harassing our staff? Once the swollen eye is covered, head back on stage and wrap things up. When you get out there, behave yourself. No strange words, no money talk, no controversy, no harsh words towards the fans or the production team. Answer the question in a light-hearted tone and reassure the fans. You're smart, so you know what I mean. Got it? Sure. I mean it, Ariel. No nonsense today. Shouldn't you be lenient with me cause I'm injured? Look, my eye hurts. Ari gave her a sad face, and the PD snorted and looked away. Just behave. Fine. I'll do my best. Ari promised with a shrug. He wasn't planning on saying anything bad anyway, since he kept Rex's words in mind. Thankfully, Kate came back with a plain black eye patch, and after arranging it over his eye and using Benjamin's hat to shadow his face, Ari got up. Let's go. Although his head was ringing a bit, it was much better than it had been on stage. Shaking it off a random chill, Ari headed back to the stage. First thing he saw was Benjamin leading a chant on stage while the rest of his teammates and the MC awkwardly stood off to the side. When he looked at the crowd, some of them were on their feet and yelling while a large banner that said, "Thank you for being part of our world, Ariel," was being held up by multiple people. Seeing it, Ari couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Truly, these fans were really too kind to a stranger like him. He didn't even know what he had done for them to do something like this for him. Taking a deep breath, Ari walked onto the stage while waving at the audience that suddenly got deathly quiet. When MC Ryan Leary caught sight of him, he ran over with a happy smile. "Tada, here's the much-asked-for contestant, Ariel. Please say a few words." A microphone was shoved in his face, and with a cheeky smile, Ari decided to speak his mind after high-fiving Benjamin. "Arg me, matey. So, did you watch me properly? You couldn't look away, right?" "Wah! Whoa. Yes." Hearing the shouts, Ari nodded approvingly. "Nice. Yes, it is. Now, contestant Ariel, a few fans were quite concerned about you. So if you could answer their pressing questions, we can quickly move along with the program since we're running a bit late." "Oh, sure. Sorry for the delay. Please go ahead." Ari glanced over to where the MC pointed, noting a short line of people standing by a staff member. I'm Meredith. All I wanted to ask is if you're okay. Is your eye okay?" Meredith asked again, almost in tears as she stared at Ari, who was wearing an eye patch and a hat. Despite the hat's angle and his handsome smiling face, she could see some discolored skin around the eye patch, and his right hand had new bandages. "Hi Meredith, I'm Ari. And yeah, I'm fine. All I can say is that my spidey senses were not tingling this time, so I plan on returning my radioactive spider and getting a new one." Seeing the gothic-looking girl blink at him with teary eyes, Ari immediately straightened up. "Sorry, bad joke. I'm fine. It's not the first time I've had to go through concussion protocol, so it went pretty quickly this time since I am very familiar with the whole process. I didn't even have to go to the hospital this time, so yay." Ari continued talking while giving the audience thumbs up, but no sound was coming from his microphone. When he realized it, he began laughing and made an okay sign toward the back of the stage. Bull. Grace realized that the production team had shut off his microphone and began booing like the rest of the audience until Ari's voice could be heard. "No. Listen, I didn't say anything bad. I promise I'll behave. Oh, we're back online. Say bon. That's good. Shout out to the production team for giving me back my First Amendment rights. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Please don't cut the microphone off. Let's clap for the production team for doing a great job today. Shout out to the best PD in the world." Whoa. As Ari began leading an enthusiastic round of applause by running across the edge of the stage, splashing water everywhere, and staring at them with fiercely expectant eyes until they began clapping, the audience members stared at the chaos that was slowly changing the atmosphere in complete confusion. Weren't they just angry at the production team? Why were they suddenly giving them a round of applause? Still, with a contestant encouraging everyone to clap, they thought they might as well clap. Phew, I am out of breath. Carlos was right. I am getting old. Make sure to eat your vegetables, kids. Act. My back. Holding onto his back like an old man, Ari hobbled back to the center of the stage. Anyway, long story short, thank you for asking. I'm doing pretty well and get to wear a cool eye patch, which is nice, and my good looks survive for yet another day, which is even better. More importantly, did you enjoy the performance? If you say no, I'll cry. Well, I won't cry. I'll just be sad and throw Ben's protein powder away to cure my sadness. Ari, I promise you. Yeah, if a single gram is missing, your favorite tracksuit is becoming bonfire fuel. Marshmallows, chocolate, and biscuits make a nice snack, innit? Look forward to it. Benjamin, who had gotten a microphone from who knows where, added playfully as he elbowed Ari in the side. As the audience burst out laughing, Ari nodded sagely. Well, a wise man once told me don't touch Ben's protein powder, so I'll leave it alone. But since somebody has to cry to prove my sadness, let's say Justin will cry. I won't cry. He will. Red eyes, snot everywhere. Don't be deceived by how good he looks now. The tears won't be pretty. Ari fake whispered before continuing in a normal voice, but on a serious note. Our team really worked hard on the performance and practiced hard to give you a good show. Rex and Justin did the choreography. Justin again really worked hard on the concept details. Benjamin, Jerome, and Levi worked on the lyrics. The trainers helped with the music arrangement, and I got to pretend that I was in the Matrix. It was a team effort, and a little incident shouldn't overshadow their hard work, so I hoped you liked the performance. You did like it, right? Woo-woo. Yes. I can't hear you. Yes. Ari held his microphone out to the audience, and when cheers came back, he nodded approvingly before smiling in a sly manner. Excellent. I expect the votes for our team to reflect the amount of screams I'm hearing at this moment. How about you, Meredith? You liked it? Meredith, who didn't know whether she should laugh at how unserious Ari was being or be concerned about his injury, forced back her tears before answering. I sniff. I'm fine, ugh. It was fantastic. Thank you for blessing my life. Sniff. No. Thank you for coming and watching us perform. And asking about my well-being. I appreciate it. Ari immediately bowed his head lower than her. No, thank you. Thank you for blessing my eyes. Not to be outdone, Meredith bowed at a 90-degree angle. No. Thank you for coming. Seeing the deep bow, Ari immediately bowed even lower. Thank you for performing beautifully and blessing my entire existence. Ari thought for a moment before squatting down and lowering his head as low as he could. No. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to come spend it with us. And please don't bow any lower. Otherwise, I have to lie on the ground, which is fine since I'm already soaked, but the PD might kill me if the microphone gets wet. Oh, pretend you didn't hear that. She would never do such a thing. She's an angel on earth. Seeing that Ari was diligently holding the hand microphone up in the air, while looking like he was prepared to do a push-up if needed, Meredith laughed before stepping back and passed the microphone to someone else. Seeing it, Ari quickly stood up, looking a bit hesitant before speaking slowly. Oh, before you go, I just wanted to say thank you, not only to you, Meredith, but to everyone here. I heard people asked about my well-being, which is very kind of you all. I'm sorry something scary happened, and I hope nobody was hurt or injured and that you all had fun today. I apologize to my team as well for having to involve them in this situation, and I hope they're all okay. And to the people supporting me, I want you to know that I saw the banner while performing, and even now, when I came out, I saw you all waving it. I don't know how you all thought about doing this and then executed it, but I really appreciate you going out of your way to do so. I wish I could pay you back for the time and effort you spent on it, but unfortunately, I don't think I have enough money to do so. Hopefully, I can win the lottery one day and give back more than you've given me, but until then, all I can give is my sincerest thanks. So once again, thank you. Ari bowed his head deeply before handing the microphone back to the MC, who was staring at the person who might be gunning for his job in a few years' time. Thank you for the microphone, but there are more questions for you, contestant Ariel. And please, keep the responses brief. We're short on time. Oh, more than one person has questions for me. Nice. With a smile, Ari grabbed the microphone back and looked on expectantly. A short girl with blonde hair grabbed the microphone from the staff member before speaking with a heavy stutter. Hi. Jim, I'm Rebecca. CC can I CCC come TTO why your GG graduation? At the strange question, the previously happy smile froze in place. Hi, Rebecca. I'm Ari. Please do not do that. Thank you. BB butt dash. As the audience member began to protest, thankfully, the staff member took the microphone away and handed it to someone else. Salad Ari. I'm Elizabeth, you can call me Liz. I campaigned heavily for red-haired Ari during the election season. Can you make a rank challenge with the fans for you to dye your hair? We really want to see your hair turn red. Salad Liz. A rank challenge to dye my hair red. Ari thought about it before giving a criterion he knew would never happen. If I make it into the top 10 by the next elimination ceremony, I'll dye it the requested red color, but truthfully, I don't think that color will fit me. It will. The color was perfectly chosen to suit your skin. Really? Then sure. Let's say the top 10 by the next elimination ceremony. Otherwise, no red hair, huh? Ari laughed at the impossible request that absolutely wouldn't happen since the elimination ceremony was in 2 days, but Elizabeth clearly took it as a challenge. Wait for me. Blinking at the words that sounded like a threat, Ari glanced at the staff member who was gesturing for him to hurry up. Okay, I'll be waiting. Thank you for the question. The microphone was then passed to a clearly male audience member whose face was covered by a hat and mask and was wearing a shirt with an eliminated contestant's face on it. There was a pause before a weirdly high-pitched voice spoke out. Hello? Why are you a crash-out who ruined other people's experience on the show? Gasp. Ari glanced over at the staff member, who looked shocked at the question, before he shrugged and answered. I don't think I'm a crash-out at all. I think I have reasonable reactions to people doing unreasonable things, but because everyone expects a politically correct response and everyone's definition of reasonable is different, that's a label people give me. For example, if someone continuously locks a communal door after you ask them not to, a reasonable response for me is to remove the doorknob, and for others, it's to remove the door entirely. It was a joke. What part of that don't you understand? At the familiar voice, Ari squinted before recognizing who it was. Wait a minute, Caleb. Is that you? No, it's not me. In a panic, the microphone was thrown in the air as Caleb turned and ran away in a panic. What the heck was he even doing here? Ari just watched him trip, get up to run, and trip again before finally making it out the door. Keeping a straight face, he continued answering Caleb's question. Well, long story short, I don't think I'm a crash out, and I'm always open to talking with people who think that I am. Any other questions? Yes, me. A girl with a tiara grabbed the microphone and began speaking angrily. What do you think of William? You've made several unproven accusations toward him despite William not doing a single thing to you. What are your true feelings toward William? Tell us this now. What are my true feelings toward William? Ari thought it over, not even sure how to paraphrase his dislike for the blonde boy. But before he could answer, the MC quickly interrupted. That's all the time we have for questions. Why don't we have the judges give some feedback for the performance before wrapping things up? Chapter 229. I can't do that. Let's have the judges say some words. Jalissa, you've looked quite worried this whole time. Would you like to go first? Firstly, Ari, how's your eye? Are you okay? Jalissa asked. When Ari had gotten hit, she had to be restrained by Selena. Never better. Well, that's a lie, but I feel fine. Ari gave her 2 thumbs up before stepping back so Rex was in front as the leader, making her smile in relief. Good. I'm glad you're more or less okay. I don't know why you baby him. Artists get things thrown at them on stage all the time. Larry Jackson grumbled. That doesn't mean it should be encouraged. Be nice. Jalissa quickly smacked Larry's arm. Sigh? Fine. Let's talk about the performance. All things considered, it was good. Larry put his microphone down as if he were done speaking, and everyone could only stare at him in shock. Good? That was it. Just good? Where was the rest of the overly harsh criticism that was usually spewed out when he talked? It didn't make any sense, and nobody believed it. That it's just good. Selena glanced over at him suspiciously. It was a decent performance. Larry Jackson began complaining defensively when he saw everyone staring at him. What do you want me to say? They were the only team that pushed through adversity, and Ariel has already thanked everyone on his team for their hard work. Wouldn't I look like a disgustingly horrible person if I criticized them? Sure, there's room for criticism for some of the individual performances, but overall, it was good, and I'm sure you'll praise them enough for all of us. So stop staring at me, Jalissa. Well, if you insist, then I'll go. It was quite a good performance all around. I was happy to see those who usually wouldn't sing so beautifully. Benjamin, Jerome, Levi, you all did so well today, so you should really be proud of yourselves, and I hope you all continue to hone your rap skills alongside your vocal skills. At the compliment, the 3 boys smiled happily, muttering a thank you. Unfortunately, when there are people who do well, there are also people who don't. Rex, your performance was disappointing today. Although I understand that everyone has their off days when they don't feel well, today you just blend into the background and looked as if you had lost your spark. I hope you can resolve the issue. William. Jalissa paused to take a deep breath and control her anger before she continued speaking. There's too much to get into here, so I'll talk to you later in private. William angrily frowned before controlling his facial expression while the other judges stared at Jalissa in confusion, wondering what the issue was. Even if she had to give negative feedback, her delivery was always gentle, so for her to look and sound angry, it was clear that there was a bigger issue between her and William. Not paying attention to the stares that she got, Jalissa continued in a much warmer tone. And Ari, I think this was probably the most vocally impressive performance you've given so far. It was almost like your voice went up to another level, and you looked like you were possessed by something, and I couldn't look away no matter what. Good job on that. and doubly good job for not quitting when an incident happened. I hope. Thank you. Ari smiled happily, marveling at the fact that she had noticed that he had used his newly earned stat point, which took his vocals from vocals, AA+. The extra point had made an enormous difference, and things that he had previously strained his vocal cords to accomplish were easily achieved now. It made him want to dump even more points to see what S-rank vocals would sound like, which meant he really needed to complete his mission board. Absent-mindedly, he began wondering why no one had found his account yet, especially since he had posted a photo of himself and 5 other contestants. Was it because his algorithm was on the French part of the world, and this was an American-based show? Did he need to leak it somehow? As he was zoning out, Ari felt someone bump his shoulders, and he immediately snapped to attention and saw Larry Jackson glaring at him. You don't have a serious bone in your body, do you? What's wrong with your head? Larry Jackson was doing his best to figure out how to reluctantly compliment Ari on his performance after being attacked, but here he was daydreaming without paying him a lick of attention. Seriously, what kind of contestant was this? I think I was probably dropped on my head several times as a child and broke all of my serious bones, so unfortunately, my personality came out this way. Sorry, and you always have to have the last word, don't you? Sensing that this was a rhetorical question, Ari just stared at the judge and stayed silent. Sigh? Whatever. I'll be the bigger person. Jaywalks, exponent? Anything to add? The 2 men shook their heads, and seeing that it was wrapping up, Bing Young-sun grabbed the microphone before speaking in his slow and steady manner. This performance. I can see that it was to this team that the majority of the budget went. Well, actually, we were quite under budget because the water stage was something that everybody used. We really could have gotten a few more things. Justin interjected before snapping his mouth and hiding behind Rex as shut as Bing Young-sun stared at him. For some reason, he found the old man to be very intimidating. It was something about his eyes that was coldly looking over him, as if he were an interesting bug. Is that right? Well, this performance. It was good. I almost feel like it was wasted here. This is something that should be shown at an award show or a festival. At the unexpected compliment from the creative director of one of the biggest boy groups, broad smiles filled the faces of the team. Visually, it was quite captivating the way you played with the different elements of smoke and water, levels while dancing, and even different vocal techniques. For me, it's clear from watching past performances that this was the creation of both contestant Ariel and contestant Justin, and I believe that everyone will agree. Just like he promised, contestant Ariel was the star of the show with how you handled everything that happened. I'm curious about your thought process on what to do after the incident happened. After all, you performed the remaining portion of the performance blindfolded. Ari didn't really think about his response. He just explained his thought process. I just felt like I couldn't let the performance stop, no matter what. We put in too much time and effort to let our struggle and sleepless nights go to waste, so I just did the only thing I could to let everyone know that I was okay. Nothing was wrong, which was to dance and sing harder than before. And I wasn't really blindfolded. The scarf was pretty thin, so I could see through it a little bit, even though my eyes were covered. I'm just glad it all worked out in the end, and that our hard work wasn't wasted. I see. I previously told you that I was excited to see your next performance and hoped you would impress me. I'm happy to let you know that you blew my expectations out of the water. Congratulations to you and your team, and I want to say, based on this performance alone, if I were able to choose the person I wanted to debut the most, especially from this team, without a doubt, it would be you. All things considered, you're quite the lucky charm when it comes to performances. Giving the creative director a cheeky smile, Ari answered in his classic lackadaisical way, "Thank you. Since you can't guarantee my spot, I'd appreciate it if you could do something else for me." Asking for a favor? Quite bold of you, isn't it? Ignoring the gazes he could feel on him, Ari just shrugged. You never know until you ask is the motto I live by. Interesting. I'll bite. What do you want? Better security. I'd rather not get things thrown at me or anyone else again. It's a bit stressful for everyone all around. Is it now? It is. If it could happen to us on stage, it could happen to you, the other judges, or even audience members, don't you think? Unless you're interested in seeing a live-action sequel to today's events. As everyone gasped, wondering why he was talking to the director of a company like a crazy person, surprisingly, Bing Young-sun only laughed before speaking again. No, I am not. I'll let the production team know to up the security. And I'm sorry that that happened to you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Naturally. Taking a step back, Ari handed the microphone back over to Rex and waited peacefully for the rest of the feedback to finish and for the MC to make his announcement so that he could leave. He assumed that their team would. When due to being heavily stacked with top 10 contestants, and Benjamin would probably get the Best Performer award. As for the worst performer, it was either William for the terrible vocals or Rex for his worse-than-usual performance. Hiding a yawn, the announcement he was waiting for finally came. The winning team for the night, Team Sexy Pirates. Perfect, 2 more to go. The worst performer on the team, William. Even more perfect. Ari's entire week was spent at the beautiful sounds coming from the MC's mouth. For the first time in the history of the show, the unanimous best performer on a team, as voted by the 600 audience members and the judges, earning an extra 100,000 votes for himself, is contestant Ariel. Ariel, would you like to say a few words? As a microphone was shoved into his face and the audience's cheers subsided, Ari blinked in confusion before replying slowly. Thanks to my teammates who worked hard. Thanks to the people who voted for me and the team. Thanks to the judges. Special thanks to Bing Yong-sun and Jalissa. And since I'm feeling generous right now, thanks to the person who threw the water bottle at me. It seems that we're back to the short and sweet messages from contestant Ari. Thank you all so much for coming, but we really must wrap up. Goodbye, everyone, and see you next time. As everything was finally over, Ari sighed in relief at the thought of finally leaving. The cleanup time went smoothly, and just as he was about to enter the shuttle to head back to the dorms, Ari was once again pulled aside by PD Emily. The moment he raised both hands up in an effort to proclaim his innocence, she rolled her eyes. This is not about your little speech on stage. This is about the person who threw a bottle at you. They're in police custody and demanding to meet you, and the police want to know if you want to press charges. Do you want to go and meet them? No, not really. I'm quite tired, so I really want to sleep off this headache. Can this wait until tomorrow, or am I being forced to deal with it today? Ari replied as calmly as he could. Pretending to be happy on stage to avoid worrying the audience was one thing, but Ari was actually furious about the situation and wanted to know who had thrown the bottle at him for one simple reason. He wanted to punch them hard in both eyes to make them understand his pain. But assuming that was his headache talking, he figured that it was best to rest and deal with the issue when he had a clear head. Okay, board the bus and get some rest. Several people will want to speak with you tomorrow. Okay, thank you. With a sloppy wave, Ari joined Jamie, who was waiting for him, and boarded the bus. As he dozed off, he remembered that he hadn't told the PD what happened with William. Well, Jalissa would handle it. You wanted to speak to me? Bam! Jalissa slammed a nondescript flash drive onto PD Emily's desk. Her gentle expression morphed into one of extreme anger. Yes, I do. You need to get rid of William. I can't stand a contestant who not only cheats, but is willing to sabotage his own teammates while other kids are crying tears of blood and getting injured while trying to follow their dreams. You need to get rid of him. PD Emily grabbed the flash, tossing it up into the air and catching it repeatedly. Without even checking the contents, she could guess what was going on. After all, if it wasn't about music, very few things would upset Jalissa like this, and the contestant that was being complained about had a track record. While PD Emily sympathized, at the end of the day, business was business, and people couldn't act on emotion. Which meant, crack. The tiny flash drive was snapped in two. Unfortunately, I can't do that. Jalissa was bound to be disappointed. Chapter 230, Argument. And why not? Instead of answering Jalissa's question, PD Emily pointed upwards without saying anything. Emily, no need to yell my name. Jelly, I can hear you. Nothing is going to change regardless. Unless he gets eliminated because of his ranking, even if he murders somebody, I can't get him off this show. Pardon my language, but he's a cheating leech. Every team he's joined has somehow become worse because of his presence, and he doesn't care if he does them harm. That is not okay. I'm aware, and I'm just as frustrated as you are. I can assure you. Don't give me that. You're only protecting your job, Emily. If you actually wanted to get rid of him, then you would. Obviously, I have bills to pay and a career to advance. I don't want to get blackballed in the industry for some kids who might not even be successful in the future. So you're just going to continue to let this happen? Let him cheat at the expense of the other contestants. I didn't say all that. I can't stand outsiders meddling with my show, but there's nothing I can do right now. This is not enough to remove him, especially when we've made bigger allowances for other contestants who are still here. Those are two different issues. Just because you like one beneficiary over another doesn't mean they're different. Once you start making exceptions, you have to continue doing so even if you don't like the person. Still, this is a clear violation of the rules. You need to punish him. And I will. His screen time will be drastically reduced in the next couple of episodes. That's the best that I can do. And you're telling me I need to be okay with that? That just because he's getting less screen time, that's punishment enough? Yes, because apart from that, nothing else will happen to him. There are people with a vested interest in him succeeding. I can't believe you would allow this. I don't have a choice. At the end of the day, this endeavor is expensive, and the ones funding it have a say, and I have to make my own concessions. So, while I appreciate you bringing this, it's got to disappear. PD Emily then took a paperweight from her desk and smashed the flash drive into bits before sweeping the debris into the trash can. You can't believe that I only have that one copy. Of course not. I know you're smarter than that. But my recommendation for you is to let it go since there's nothing to be done right now. He's basically a shoo-in unless a miracle happens. You're telling me this thing is rigged? Emily, what happened to you being the god of your own show? Don't play innocent, Jalissa. Even gods are dependent on money, and if you don't need money or a job, sorry, but I do. I'm doing my best to do things my way, and, fortunately, we did a little too well with the casting this time. So the composition at the top isn't what the top brass want it to be, and the dark horse is coming up from the back, who will probably push out the rest of the contestants they want. But unless something crazy happens, William will probably debut. Dark horse. Who? Your favorite contestant. I don't have a favorite contestant. PD Emily simply gave Jalissa a look. It's not that he's my favorite. It's that he's talented, has shown the most growth, and is quite kind despite the way he says things somehow. No need to be shy. You can say he's your favorite. PD Emily couldn't help but laugh as she noticed the slightly embarrassed look on Jalissa's face. He's one of them. You think Ari is a dark horse who can make it to the top? 50/50th chance. His popularity is definitely at rock bottom among the Asian voters. He's way too controversial, lacking respect for his elders, and outspoken for traditional Confucian values and the way they want their idols to behave, especially with the amount of Korean contestants we still have. But in the West, he's great TV. Love him or hate him, he's the most talked about contestant because his story is pretty crazy. He's gotten the villain edit and seems not to care anymore, has way too much personality, shown the most growth skill-wise, fits the beauty standard of a lot of people, is an academically smart student with a bit of a bad boy flair, has a sad family backstory with tragic things happening to him now, and has been repeatedly praised by the performance director. He's like a lab-manufactured reality TV contestant that people can't help but root for or love to hate. And his fan base is quite strong since they've been fighting since the beginning and is the only one tightly run like the military. I've actually been trying to reach the chief moderator in his communities and offer them a job because I admire their work. Additionally, whoever is doing his PR, focusing on pushing his academic accomplishments and sad backstory to the GP, is doing great because the general population is aware of him and his story, which is drawing eyes that usually wouldn't be watching. Despite the incident yesterday, which injured his face, he still profited. The pity points he gains will do him a lot of good, so I wouldn't be surprised if he actually makes it to the top. But you still only gave him a 50/50th chance. Yeah, his dislike for William is too obvious. I don't know what it is between the two of them, but it's clear that the feeling is mutual. And unfortunately for Ari, he's the one who will suffer because it's not William's fans he has to worry about. It's his hidden support. But the director likes him. Bing Young-sun cares about talent and making money. Right now, despite his talent, Ari is not worth more to him than William is. Then that makes it all the more important that something is done to get William out of here. If his credibility is sunk and people become aware of it, he'll have to leave the show. Don't do anything stupid, Jelly. The kids love having you here, and the show needs your strong stance and unbiased viewpoint as a judge. And you don't want to be blackballed for crossing the wrong person. I also don't want kids suffering when they're working hard and doing their best, while expecting their hard work actually to make a difference. It's not fair. This world is not fair and will never be fair. If it were, we would all be born looking, sounding, and acting the same. Even if that's the case, I can at least say that I try to keep my morals and my consciences clean. See you later, Emily. Jalissa said before walking out of the office. Bang. As the door slammed shut, PD Emily stared at it for several seconds before sighing. Where's Jiho? I really need a cigarette. PD Emily muttered. She had some things to discuss and some calls to make. While PD Emily was suffering, the Popstar Academy community was on fire. Popstar Academy Fan Showcase Performance Review. First, let me say wow. Break. Wow. Wow. I'll write another post on the fan showcase later, but just know that I enjoyed meeting the contestants, eating with both my mouth and eyes, and buying merch, but the performances were wow. So amazing. I've never been to the Waterbomb Festival, but I want to imagine that it was just like this. There was water splashing everywhere, and I was still thirsty for more. Although the team compositions were very surprising, they didn't match the survey results at all. I think overall it turned out all right, and I'm happy with the chosen concepts. If I were to rank my top 3 teams, I would say, honorable mention, Team Rainbow Sprinkles. I don't like cute concepts, but they ate. I also want a raincoat, matching boots, and an umbrella for a rainy spring day. 3. Soldier X Watergun Concept. I loved it so much. All the tall, extra muscular contestants performed in uniforms that fit just right. They killed it, no pun intended. I have no notes. Best performer. The one and only golden retriever contestant with long, luscious hair. Whoever told Jamie to get an undercut while leaving the rest of his hair long, I love you. You will always be famous. 2. Bad boy concept. FYI, I've decided to buy a motorcycle and run away with a motorcycle gang. This one was so good. The leather, the wet hair, the sweat. I'm hooked. Thank you, India, Peru/Mexico, South Korea, Brazil, and Japan, for creating such handsome boys. Best performer, Carlos. I feel like there's a new fire in him because he was singing and dancing that tight leather-covered ass off, and he looked cooler than ever. D. Savage, Suzuki, Harley-Davidson, please take notice and give him a modeling contract since he actually knows how to ride a motorcycle. Honorably mention, his performance was a bit lacking, but Vishal's visuals ate. He is so darkly handsome to me that I couldn't believe it. This concept with his glasses? Moi. Chef's kiss. 1. Sexy water concept. The best team for me, hands down. My eyes have been blessed forever. All I have to say is thank you. Jamaica, Nigeria, South Africa, England, France, America, South Korea, and, most importantly, France. Once again, with all of my heart, thank you, France. I will be burning incense and praying for prosperity for the entire country and region if someone knows which part Ari is from. Best performer, the contestant with the prettiest sea green eyes you have ever seen. May his lashes stay long, and may his hair stay curly. Thank you once again, France. Honorable mention, Big Ben himself. If Ari hadn't performed as if it were his last day on Earth and kept my gaze solely on him, especially after the incident, he would have taken it all. He's perfect. My bias. I love him to death. Was the performance that good that you had to thank? France 4 times. Please look at this and tell me what you think. Video snippet attached. That face, wet hair, soaked outfit, blindfolded eyes, sexy floor work, and telling me to pay attention to him? I'm sad. Thank you, France. Thank you, France. X10. Thank you to the stylist, the Matisse family genetics, the water, my glasses, and to the great country of France for allowing me to see greatness. Where's the full video? They keep copyright striking it and taking it down. We just have to wait for the episode to be released. WTH? I didn't even think the song could be arranged like this, and I didn't even know Levi and Benjamin could sing. It gives off an entirely different vibe. It's kind of better than the original performance, no? NTM on BTZ, they performed this song when they first debuted. They love it when juniors cover songs, though, so tag them. You know what? I didn't know Ari was so funny and charming. He's always so shady and mean in the episodes, but he seemed really fun in real life and clearly knows how to work a crowd. Even the PD had a slight smile on her face as she watched him force the audience to clap for the production team so he wouldn't get into trouble. No FRRR. When his eye focused on me, it felt like he was telepathically ordering me to clap my hands. or it would be my fault for his suffering at the hands of the PD. I immediately began clapping, crying face. Or when he basically lay on the ground with the microphone above his head so the fan wouldn't bow lower than him, and then blame the PD before pretending to apologize? No wonder they constantly mute his microphone. Shout out to the production team for giving me back my First Amendment rights. I screamed, BC, why would he say that? Why is he like this? It's because he was dropped on his head as a child and broke all the serious bones in his body, so his personality turned out like this. That's mean. Don't say that. It's a joke, he said himself. Oh. Wait, why is Ari the only one blindfolded? Was he the center? It's not a blindfold, and no, that was the ragged prince. His scarf kept slipping down his little face, and after the incident, he just kept it on his face. What incident? A royal family princess threw a bottle at the stage, and it hit him in the eye. Even though he came back with an eye patch, he was really energetic and very unserious on stage, so hopefully it's not too bad. Why are you spreading false rumors? You don't know that it's a royal family fan. It could be an imposter. Stop villainizing William and his fans just because you and your fave don't like him. You stupid freaking angel. I was literally there and saw it in person. The person who threw the bottle had on a tiara and was waving a banner for your prince while screaming insults as she was dragged away. Don't try to gaslight me on my own post, royal family weirdo. And then a new post popped up, breaking my silence. Pop Star Academy contestant Ariel hates William, and I have proof. Have you noticed that Ariel really doesn't like William? At the recent performance, when he was praising his teammates, he listed and praised everyone individually except for William. He even thanked the trainers, but didn't mention William at all. And when a fan asked a simple question about how he felt about William, his eyes definitely twitched in disgust, and maybe it's just me, but he looked as if he were about to say how much he hated William. If the MC hadn't said they were out of time, he definitely would have said mean things about our prince. I don't know him personally, and it's just a guess, but I just think it's weird, you know? You're crazy. It's just you. You said there's proof. Where's the proof? Delusional off fans. While a few comments tried calling out the facts, they were quickly drowned out. OMG, same. I definitely noticed he has a bad vibe around him. Right? He always has to be the center of attention and tries to outdo everyone on his team. It's disgusting. My thing is that he's so cocky and rude. When he came back on stage, he acknowledged everybody but William. The way he treats him is disgusting because William hasn't even done anything to him. Exactly. First, it was accusing William of hurting his hand in the live stream, and he was wearing a fake bandage. He was initially pretending he couldn't use his arm, but then he conveniently began using it halfway through the performance. I sense an hashtag agenda. Protect the prince. Right? I noticed that he always looks past William and pretends he doesn't exist, even though William always tries to include him because our prince is so kind to everyone. When they were on a team before, he would frown each time he looked at William, attached IMG. Ugh, he's so ungrateful. Even our fans supported him by voting for him to be the best performer. And what do we get in return? Hate. He only acknowledged his fans and didn't even acknowledge us. I understand the person who threw the bottle because I would do the same if my favorite got disrespected. Instead of throwing shots, why don't you tell your contestant to learn how to sing? He did terribly and brought the whole team's vibe down with his off-key screeching. How can you let a rapper out-sing you when you're the main vocalist and center? What a waste of space. Siba? Fishboy is a loudmouth who always tries to outdo everybody. That's why he got a bottle thrown at his head. Next time, it should be a brick. Then he'll get a black eye so big that an eye patch can't cover it, LOL. Reported. You think that this is funny? Instead of falsely accusing someone based on your delusions that can't be backed up, why don't you go talk to your fandom and stop those delusional selves from assaulting a poor contestant? It's not that serious. They only threw a water bottle. Yeah, it's not that serious. Who hasn't thrown things and booed a contestant they didn't like before? It's not that serious. The creative director had to say that they're going to up the security because they don't want a repeat situation. They might stop fan showcases. All because of you, stupid royal family ruining things for everyone. What if it had hit Rex or another person on the team? F********. Exactly. Poor Levi was right by Ari. If the bottle had missed, it would have hit him in the face instead. Get that nonsense out of here. You're saying that it's okay to boo and throw things at a contestant just because you don't like them? Reported. What do you mean? It's not that serious. Ariel is not even my bias, but no contestant should have to deal with things being thrown at them when they're trying their best to perform. Reported. I don't even go here, but I think the royals are crazy. What do you mean it's okay to throw it because it's only a water bottle? I hope that mermaid guy presses charges. Hello, newbie. While you're here, please sign up to vote for Ari to push him up the ranks so we can convince him to dye his hair red. Thank you. You're advertising right now? Really? Yes. Here's the link to sign up, and if you show proof of voting, you win a 70% off pizza coupon. YKW, why not? I'll go vote. The Pop Star Academy community was having a rare moment of unity as they ganged up on the royal family fandom and began dragging them through the mud. The threat of their own contestant being injured and the lack of accountability being displayed by the royal family fans was a keystone moment that was bringing everyone together. And across the ocean, oh wow, even when it's this shaky and blurry, this is still a pretty good performance. I never would have thought our song could be arranged like this, and the translation to English is great, too. Kids these days are so talented. This guy used to be our backup dancer, right? And this one. A slender finger tapped the tablet screen, pausing the illegally recorded and distributed video that showed a slim boy with a bright red scarf covering his eyes, leaving only parted red lips, which exposed slightly pointed canines and a tongue flicking over them. Even though the eyes were covered, Jeong could easily imagine those vivid sea green eyes that had caused several idols to ask their managers to contact various eyewear companies if they could create contact lenses that matched that unique hue that reminded you of the sea. He's getting pretty popular, huh? And Bing Hyung is always paying him compliments, which makes me a little jealous. I can't wait for him to come to Korea so I can see this little star in person. What did you say, Jeong Hyung? Nothing. Just waiting for our cute juniors to come to Korea. They're currently enjoying an easy time with all the money we earned for the company, right? You look like you plan on causing someone trouble. Please don't. I need you to be on your best behavior. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. It just depends on how I feel when the full performance is released and I see one particular contestant in person. The eyes of Shin Jeong, leader of BTZ, the first of his group to leave military service, were on the comments that were not only calling Ari more handsome than him, but also saying that his performance of the song was better than the original, even though they were around the same age when the song was first released. As he went to unpause the video, his finger accidentally hit the refresh button, and by the time the page reloaded, the video had been taken down. Clicking his teeth, he turned the tablet off and closed his eyes. Chapter 231, Acts of Service 1. It was their off day before filming, and as he was called once again to the PD's office bright and early in the morning, Ari made himself comfortable in the chair and even helped himself to a bottle of water, much to the amusement and slight irritation of the PD. After waffling between scolding him and just letting him be, PD Emily got back to the main topic of conversation. And you're sure you don't want to know anything about the person? Nothing at all. You want to file a police report and press charges. Yeah. Do I just need to give a statement? Since you are the person who was hit, yes. PD Emily glanced at the young man sitting in front of her with a very vivid purple bruise over his right eye before sighing. Can I dissuade you from doing so? It's terrible press for the show. So, Ari blinked at the PD, wondering what the hell the show's reputation had to do with him. They certainly didn't care about the reputation and feelings of any of the contestants when they edited them however they pleased. The higher-ups would prefer that a criminal case not be attached to the show, especially from a contestant against a fan. And I would prefer not having a bottle hit my face, giving me a black eye, and a headache that won't go away, but here we are. It seems like we both can't have what we want. Seeing the stubborn glint in his eyes, PD Emily sighed before grumbling to herself. Her supervisors failed to realize that this was the one contestant who seemed to care the least about his reputation and really couldn't be intimidated into doing something he really didn't want to do. As seen by his previous actions, he had to be cajoled, or he would make everyone aware of his issues. Ariel, you're pretty smart, so I'll be frank. Let's make a deal. The higher-ups would prefer that you not file anything, as it would be a bad look for us and bad for you, too, as a person who's on the show. It could affect your reputation. How about this? We'll ensure that the person and anyone associated with them are barred from attending any future events we host. We'll also issue a strict warning to all fans moving forward and have extra security to prevent an issue like this from happening. In return, you can ask for something reasonable, and we'll do our best to provide it. Ari didn't even have to think about what he wanted. Okay, please start giving me a better edit. I don't need to be the golden boy, but I'm tired of being the face of controversy on the show. That's a bit difficult. Then I'll be filing a police report. To be honest, I don't care about the show's reputation. My life is already on the internet, and due to production, my reputation is more volatile than the stock market, and you can tank it anytime you feel like it. At least with this situation, everyone can see that I'm innocent and that this is your fault for not protecting me, no matter how you try to spin it. We'll continue being in the negative limelight together. PD Emily. Ari. I told them that you wouldn't go for it. Pardon. Nothing. Fine. Let's make a deal. I'll give you a good edit with no drama for 1 episode. You must be joking. 10 episodes. 2 episodes. 20 episodes. PD Emily. I don't think you know how negotiations work. You're supposed to come down while I go up. Then we meet in the middle. We don't even have 20 episodes remaining. Ari gave the PD a bright smile. I know how negotiations work. I'm also aware of how pitiful I look with a black eye that I'll definitely refuse to cover with makeup until it heals. And the last time I had a black eye, it lasted for about a month, and I wore makeup and a mask. I have no plans to do so this time. From now on, every chance I get, I will. Reference the incident and make it look like my eye hurts and the injury has scarred me for life, especially because the production team didn't protect me. You know me. I like to complain at every opportunity, and I doubt you'll be able to shut my microphone off in time, every time. PD Emily looked him over before letting out a tiny smile. Touché. So 4 episodes. Let's make it an even 6. 5, and that's my final offer. Deal. PD Emily held out her left hand for a handshake, and Ari shook it firmly. Now that that's out of the way, let's talk about other things. Firstly, there's an issue with the passport information you provided, which caused us problems when buying your plane ticket. Supposedly, it's expired. Yes, that's right. What? Yeah, it's expired. Ari repeated himself, thinking that she didn't hear him. What about the French one? They stay will be under 90 days, so no visa needed. It's also expired. Is it a recent expiry? No. They've been expired for a couple of years. Instead of saying anything, PD Emily just closed her eyes and took a deep breath to calm herself down. If not, she felt as if her blood would start boiling and she would explode. It was always something with this one. And then he would look at her with an innocent expression as if he had done nothing wrong. To be fair, the instructions didn't say to enter a valid passport. It just asked if I had one and to upload my basic information and passport ID, which I did. Due to certain issues, I couldn't get a renewal, and I haven't had the time since. Ari tried to explain, but the PD waved him off. Please be quiet. I'm thinking. Okay. Ari pretended to zip his mouth as the PD held her head and just breathed deeply. We're going to Korea after the next mission. We're wrapping up the paperwork now. When did you plan on getting your passport and notifying us that the submitted information had expired? Soon. When is soon? Today? Tomorrow? This week? We're back to lying. Ari just ignored the message that popped up in front of his vision and tried to look as innocent as possible. Are you asking me or telling me? Do you even have an appointment booked? Yes. As Ari avoided eye contact, PD Emily took another deep breath before responding, whatever. All I know is that you need to submit a valid American passport within the next couple of days, and I don't care if you have to fly to Alaska or Hawaii to get one, just get it done. Otherwise, you'll be kicked out. Understand? Okay. Then if I need to leave, tell one of the writers. You're close with Kate, right? Let her know. Don't bother me about it. Can I borrow a makeup artist to cover this bruise and get my passport photo taken and printed here, or? Ariel. Normally, I entertain you. I occasionally find you funny, but you are really pushing my buttons today. There are serious issues going on. Sensing that the PD was actually frustrated instead of being her usual cold self, Ari. Stop messing around. Got it. Then I'll let you be and get that valid passport to you as soon as possible. In fact, instead of resting, I'll use my free day and get it done today. Have a good rest of your day, PD. As Ari got up to leave, PD Emily stopped him. Wait. Do you plan on going to your high school graduation? We will be back in the US by then. At the seemingly random question, Ari looked at her suspiciously. Why? To film it, of course. It's great footage and it would be stupid to miss it. We don't need your permission. That's been secured from your school, but apparently, attendance isn't mandatory even though you're supposed to give a speech. Will you be attending? Isn't this an invasion of my privacy? What privacy? Welcome to the entertainment business, where privacy is a luxury that doesn't exist. There are already groups being formed online for people planning to attend, and your principal has informed me that they've had to secure a bigger venue and get additional security because people have been calling and acting strangely. Will you be going? Completely weirded out at the thought, Ari could only rub his arms as they got filled with goosebumps. No, I don't think I'll attend it. I'll just collect my diploma later. Fine. Let me know if you change your mind. And get that passport. Now get out. And for the love of God, please. I don't want to see you here again. I'm tired. Got it. Giving the PD a sloppy salute, Ari left her office and immediately went to the computer room to book an appointment. The last time he checked, there were plenty of remaining time slots available. If he picked a later time, he could visit a makeup shop to cover up his bruise, then get a passport photo taken before heading to the appointment. Unfortunately, when he checked the Los Angeles passport website, there were no appointments available for a month. When he checked neighboring cities and states, they had no available appointment time slots either. Thinking it wasn't that serious, Ari also checked Hawaii and Alaska, but they were fully booked as well. Oh, weren't you super confident previously? I believe that you said that it's fine. There are lots of appointments. What's this then? No, it's fine, she said. The French passport would work too. I'll just check the French consulate. Ari quickly checked the French consulate's appointment times, but they were all gone as well, with the closest date being months away. No. Why? What's happened all of a sudden? What the heck had happened within the last 2 weeks? When was the last time you checked this? 2 weeks ago? Right. Time flies when you're having fun, and the world doesn't stop on your schedule. Schools are almost out, and people are going to travel for vacation. And what do you need to travel when going on a vacation? A passport. Ding, ding, ding. Wow, so smart. The education system is not a total failure. Ari. Since I was the one who was overconfident, I'll let it slide this once, but this still sucks. But what am I supposed to do? I can't wait 6 weeks for the traditional method. Can I be fake deported to France and then come back? But that's a long trip. Is there anyone I can bribe at the passport office? Sigh. Ever since I saw your lackadaisical attitude toward the mission, I suspected that this would occur and prepared for it. Be grateful. Ding. Surprise mission. Do good things and hopefully, it circles back around. A wise man once said that procrastination makes easy things hard things harder, and your life seems very hard. But thankfully, life is all about the people you know, and no act of kindness, no matter how small, is ever wasted. Due to your underdeveloped cranial front lobe and general lack of urgency, all the passport appointments you thought were available no longer exist. By completing acts of service to help others around the city of Los Angeles and getting to know people, you will also help someone in your time of need. Time limit. End of day? Task January 4th. Volunteer at a soup kitchen at Skid Row. Reward. Passport appointment, American, and camouflage healing Band-Aid, temporary. Failure. You will not get a passport and, as a result, get kicked out of the Pop Star Academy program, letting William win. Cannot be refused. Are you ready to work hard for that passport appointment? Can I at least get Jamie to give me a ride to complete these tasks? No. But don't worry, I will get you where you need to go on time through my new handy-dandy map feature. But dash. No buts. Right now, you have a bus to catch in about 12 minutes. And the stop is over a mile away. Since your card and cash are already in your shoes, I suggest you notify a staff member that you're leaving and start running. Can I at least get my phone from the staff? Sure, if you're confident in running a sub-8-minute mile. Time remaining, 10 minutes, 30 seconds. With a resigned sigh, Ari pulled his hood up and began running. Chapter 232, Acts of Service 2. As soon as Ari arrived back in Skid Row, he walked down the familiar streets crowded with trash, tents, and other sketchy things, marveling at the fact that this used to be his daily commute, every day for the past 2 years. But because of one incident, His life had changed for both good and bad, and he had found a new normal that didn't mean sleeping in a tent and having to watch his back each night. Hurry up. And of course, he had unwillingly picked up a partner who liked to nag. I'm going. I'm going. How long do I have to be here? Ari grumbled back, while batting away the blue screen that filled his vision. Until you're done. Very helpful. Still carefully looking around to make sure that there was nothing dangerous around him, Ari headed toward the main street entrance where volunteers usually met up. If there were a soup kitchen, it would probably be set up there for easier distribution and for people to gather. Just as he expected, a table was set up with several steaming pots of food, and quite a long line of people was there to receive it. 2 volunteers, wearing aprons and plastic gloves with branding that said Layla's Kitchen, were manning the table while the line of people waiting to be served was well over 50 and still growing. Purposely walking as far away from the line as he could to make it apparent that he wasn't cutting, Ari found the third person who looked to be in charge, a larger, dark-skinned lady with her hair tightly pulled into a bun and a no-nonsense frown on her face, and spoke to her. Hi, I'm Ariel Matisse. I'm here to help volunteer for the soup kitchen. Did you sign up to volunteer? I don't recall seeing your name on the list. No, but I'm willing to do whatever you need, if you need help. The woman looked him over, noting the animal tracksuit, scuffed shoes that were the style kids wore these days, and the incredibly handsome face before focusing on his black eye and the bandaged hand, before rolling her eyes and grumbling quietly. Ugh, another pretty, rich white boy that's probably here for a photo op while doing community service for beating somebody up. Probably going to dip once they're gone, aren't you? Pardon, nothing. Lucky for you, we're always short on hands. Grab some gloves and grab an apron. I'll have you do the deliveries to the tents where people refuse to come out. If they talk to you, ask if they need any toiletries, and you can come back and get the items and deliver them back to them, or tell them to come down here if they can. The woman intentionally gave Ari a challenging position that would have him not only running back and forth, but would also make him go deeper into the dirtier part of Skid Row. She expected him to balk at the tasks that were more difficult than just standing there and serving food, but Ari simply shrugged. Sure. Do you have any extra trash bags for me to wrap around my shoes? Or if not, any extra shower caps? Yes, ask Thomas for them. Tom. At her call, an old, balding man with red hair ran over while panting. Haha, yes, boss lady. Get the volunteer some gear and set him loose to do deliveries. Roger, Roger. Come with me, please. What was your name? Ariel. Ariel? Isn't that the dash? Mermaid? Yes. Girl's name? No. After being given the proper equipment, Ari began running back and forth with the packed food containers, using the opportunity to knock out one of his repeat missions and build some stamina as he traversed his old haunting grounds. Although some people were missing or had moved their tents, he focused on handing food to the older people who struggled to move around and might not get a meal otherwise. While on his 10th or 11th delivery run, he spotted a slightly familiar figure. It was an old man who occasionally chatted with Grandma Lisa and constantly hit on Grandma Kim. Old Man George. The old man with grayish pupils, sparse hair, and age spots dotting his skin smiled widely, exposing his missing teeth as he rocked on his tattered but clean lawn chair. Ari, my boy, I haven't seen you around in a bit. Word is that you got out of here, kiddo. I did. A kind priest is letting me live at his church for now. I brought you some grub. It's a sandwich and a pickle with some water. Ari handed the paper bag over. Thank you kindly. And I'm glad, kiddo. You're too young and smart to be living on the street. Got a lot going for you. Stay off the streets, don't do drugs, and don't get into fights, you hear me? Appreciate what you have now so you don't end up back on the street like me, you hear me? I didn't get into a fight, old man. That eye and wrapped up hand say otherwise. Next time, keep your wrists straight and use your body weight when hitting so the other person feels it. Not that there's much weight to you, but you hit like this, fwish fwish. Back in my day, I used to really lay it down. They called me Hammer Fist. The old man did a couple of fake jabs towards Ari before relaxing in his seat. I really didn't get into a fight. I promise. No need to be shy. Men need to fight. Just make sure you duck, too. Your face is too pretty to be injured. If I had done that when I was younger, maybe I would have had a chance with that gorgeous, sexy beauty, Miss Kim. How's she doing, by the way? Her and Lisa. Ari thought about Granny Kim. dressed in her hot pink tracksuit and matching cane, and her arguing with the other old lady at their retirement home, and tried to reconcile it with a hot, sexy beauty before laughing. Granny Kim is doing well, so is Granny Lisa. I need to go visit them soon. You should. When you do, tell Kim to call my number. I'd love to take her out. As the old man waggled his eyebrows mischievously, Ari laughed. Oh, got it, I guess. The lady in charge said I should ask if you need anything. Toiletries, etc. They have a few things, and I'll bring them over to you if you tell me what you need. Are they over there by the main street entrance? Yes, sir. I'll just head over myself. A walk will do these old bones some good. Take it easy, old man. Nice and slow so you don't fall. Now don't you start nagging me, too. I'm still young and spry. Of course you are. But please take it slow for me. I get tired easily. Not enough meat on my bones. Humph. As long as you know. With slow steps, Ari walked alongside him, chatting about random things until they finally reached where the table was set up. Thankfully, the long line had dwindled immensely, so Old Man George could walk right up and ask for what he wanted. Seeing that he was fine, Ari went to check with the boss lady, whose name was Layla. When she caught sight of him, he looked him up and down before begrudgingly giving him a nod. You lasted longer than I thought you would, and actually did work instead of running away. I guess you're all right, white boy. Thank you. Before Ari could ask if there was anything else to do, grumbly, his stomach let out a loud noise, making it known that he hadn't eaten breakfast today and had been exercising hard. The corners of Layla's mouth twitched before going back to a straight line. The two of them stared at each other while Ari's stomach continued to embarrass him until she asked, Hungry? Yes. I only have what we provided. Can you eat that, or are you too good for food given to homeless people? I'd be grateful for anything you give me to eat, Ari told her honestly. He had barged in to volunteer and hadn't expected a meal at all, so anything he got was a sweet bonus. Layla gave him another strange look before grabbing an identical paper bag to those that had been handed out and giving it to him. Watching as Ari ripped into it, took out the chicken sandwich, and bit off a large piece. You know, most volunteers refuse to eat this food. They think it's beneath them. Well, I'm a terrible cook, so I don't think I'm allowed to be a picky eater, Ari replied as he munched on the sandwich. It was a bit salty, but it wasn't the worst thing that he had ever eaten before, and free food was free food. Who was he to complain when all he had to do was drink a little more water? I hope you don't think that just because you're a boy, cooking is not for you. It's not just for girls. You should learn how to cook. I don't think that. At all. My dad was the cook in our house, and he used to say that to me and my mom all the time. Your dad is right. It's a life skill everyone should have. Ari replied non-committally as he continued to eat. This wasn't a conversation he particularly wanted to have, and it seemed Layla got the hint. I noticed you used the past tense when speaking about your father. I'm sorry for your loss. It's fine. I appreciate you letting me help out and feeding me. It's a pretty good sandwich. No need to lie. I know it's a bit too salty. Well, so is life, and we power through that anyway. Heh, you're a funny kid. What's your story? Lose a fight and have to do community service? Absolutely not. And if I did get in a fight, I'd win. Doubtful. Ari. Anyway, I'm on an idle survival show trying to become a member of a global boy group. Today's my off day, and I was given a task to do some acts of service, so here I am. You. Well, I recently opened a restaurant, and we're trying to make sure we give back to the community as we continue to grow, so here I am. Well, thanks for your hard work. I'm sure the people here appreciate it. Likewise. You were quite helpful today. What's your show called? Maybe I can show you some support. It's called Popstar Academy. If you do watch it, please vote for me. My name is Ariel. Ariel Matisse. Got it. I'll keep it in mind and share it with the regulars who come by to eat. Thanks. It was silent while Ari ate his food until somebody called out to Layla. Boss lady, we're out of some things here. What do we do? Thomas called out. We have more things in the van. You come help me out while Liz takes care of the table. Ariel, if you want to leave, you can since we're almost done for the day. I'll just hang around and wait until the job is all done. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't leave until the task was complete. Suit yourself. As Layla left with Thomas, Ari parked himself by the now empty table in line and began making conversation with Liz, who seemed to be college-aged and on the shyer side. So how long have you been working with Layla? For about 4 months now. I'm an assistant manager at the restaurant. Nice. What's that like? It's actually really fun. One day, I want to open my own restaurant. Oh yeah? What kind of food do you want to serve? Funny you should ask. I really want to go to culinary school in France and do dash. Hello, we're with LA Local News, reporting on the homeless issues in Skid Row and how the community helps those who call this place home. I apologize because we're a bit late. It seems like you're volunteering here. Could you tell us about yourself and what Layla's Kitchen stands for? A loud voice interrupted their conversation, and when Ari turned, he noticed a woman wearing a skirt suit holding a microphone, along with a camera crew behind her. Ari glanced over at Liz, and, seeing that she seemed to be frozen from nervousness, he began speaking, basically regurgitating all the information that he had learned. Hi, I'm Ariel Matisse. This is Liz. She's the assistant manager at Layla's Kitchen, a restaurant that's been open for a couple of months, and she wants to give back to the community as it grows. As you mentioned, I'm a volunteer, and Layla's Kitchen had a soup kitchen today, providing not only food but toiletries and other necessities. I'm not in charge, so please give me a second. Let me go get the boss lady, Layla, so that she can tell her story. I'll do it. Before Ari could turn to leave, Liz had already run off at high speed without looking back. Ari glanced at the cloud of dust that she had kicked up before laughing awkwardly at the news crew. I think she's shy. Well, I can see that you're not. That was a lovely intro for something you claim not to know enough about. Why don't you tell us a bit about yourself, what you do, and how you got to be here, volunteer Ari? The news reporter couldn't help but blush as she stared at the young man, who made having a black eye while wearing an apron and plastic gloves look attractive. Ari thought it over for a moment before giving his best smile. Oh sure. Once again, I'm Ariel Matisse. I'm currently on an idol survival show called Pop Star Academy, where I'm trying to become the biggest global pop star ever. If you could vote for me, I would really appreciate it. If you don't want to do that, then please donate to your local food bank and homeless shelter or make time out to volunteer however you can. Many homeless individuals are simply down on their luck and would greatly appreciate a kind word, a warm meal, and being treated with dignity. Thank you. Wow. Thank you for that lovely message. If you're on an idol survival show, does that mean you can sing? Why don't you sing something for us while we wait? Ari thought it over before closing his eyes and singing a short segment of a song that he thought would show off his vocals. Isn't it lovely all alone? Heart made of glass, my mind of stone. Tear me to pieces, skin to bone. Hello, welcome home. Clap, clap, cap. When Ari opened his eyes, it was to see the reporter clapping happily with slightly teary eyes. Even the cameraman's eyes looked glossy. That was so beautiful. Wow. I felt like I was in so much pain just from hearing you sing. It brought tears to my eyes. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Choosing to take that as a compliment, Ari just smiled at her. Thank you for listening. Oh, look, here's Layla now. Ari pointed off to the side, where Layla was speed walking at a pace that Liz and Thomas couldn't keep up with. When she arrived, she quickly did an interview with the news crew, while Ari stood off to the side and waved when the camera pointed in his direction. And after everything was done, actually, do you mind if we take a picture of all of you? We'd like to put you up on our segment tonight about community heroes. Sure. Everyone, let's gather up. 1, 2, 3, say cheese. Cheese. They took a group photo where Ari somehow ended up in the center. Thank you. I'll definitely push to get the story out and share your social media profiles. Have a good day. Bye. Once the newly brought goods were shared and Layla was packing up to leave, Ari finally got a notification. Ding. Task January 4th. Volunteer at a soup kitchen at Skid Row complete. Time to head to complete the next task. Task 2 of 4. LA Community Beautification Trash Pickup and Street Cleaning. The closest stop is half a mile away, and the bus comes in 5 minutes. I recommend that you start running. Waving politely at Layla and her crew, Ari began to make a run for it. At the following location, he picked up trash, wiped public benches, and somehow ended up in another photo before being forced to head to the next location. Ding. Task 2 of 4. LA Community Beautification Trash Pickup and Street Cleaning complete. Task March 4th. LA Environmental Tree and Wildflower Planting for the community. After digging in the firm, rocky California ground to plant trees and wildflowers at the following location, he was finally on the last task, which led him to a residential area. Ding. Task March 4th. LA environmental tree and wildflower planting for the community. Task April 4th. Find fat boy. What the heck is a fat boy? Ari stared at the playground that he had been directed to in complete confusion. Then he heard a cold voice behind him. Why do you know that name? Are you a stalker, the harasser, paparazzi, or all of the above? Number 233. Chapter 233. Fat Boy 1. None of the above. Who are you? Ari turned to look at the short girl who was glaring at him with both hands on her hips. She was wearing pink flare jeans with a pink tutu, a pink tank top over a pink long-sleeve shirt, and her hair, which was tied into two buns, was pink as well. Pink makeup, pink accessories, and pink shoes. Although she was pretty, the entire color scheme hurt Ari's eyes. Badly. You don't know who I am? No. Should I? Really? You don't know me? I don't believe you. The girl looked completely incredulous at the thought of Ari not knowing who she was. Well, judging by that reaction, I'm guessing you're famous. Actor, musician, or a secret third thing. Which one? Do you live under a rock? I'm Pink Puma, a musician, and I can't believe you don't know who I am. Wait, I'm asking the questions here, not you. How do you know about Fat Boy? I got assigned a task to come find him since someone is apparently quite irresponsible and let him go missing. I wonder who that was. Ari replied casually while trying to feel out who or what Fat Boy was. He guessed that it was some type of pet. So you're one of the new assistants. I don't know why Martin would make me babysit that fat beast. And it's not my fault he went missing. That stupid cat hates me. So it was a cat. Well, how long has he been missing, and when's the last time? You saw him. It's been a couple of days, and when I tried to catch him yesterday, he ran away even though he was limping. Look, he even scratched me. Pink Puma held up her hand to his face, exposing long red scratches on her hand. Looks bad. Hope you cleaned it well. Cats have lots of bacteria in their claws. That's all you have to say? Is there anything else to say? Yes. You're a terrible assistant. I'm not even an assistant. Thank you. Is the cat chipped? Obviously. You don't even know that? How did you know to come here? Are you sure you're not paparazzi or a stalker? Pink Puma began looking at him suspiciously once more. Although he was handsome and didn't like normal paparazzi or crazy stalkers, you could never know people's true intentions. Her hands went to grab the pepper spray charm on her bracelet while Ari rolled his eyes. I'm not paparazzi and definitely not a stalker. I don't even have a phone on me. You can pat me down and check if you want. Ari turned out his jacket and pant pockets, showing that they were both empty, before holding up both hands. Pink Puma looked him up and down, starting with the handsome but bruised face before landing on the toned abs that were exposed when his hands were lifted up. She couldn't help but blush and then got angry seeing that Ari wasn't fazed when looking at her. She was a top-ranked beauty, you know? Don't try to seduce me. I have a boyfriend. Pull your shirt down. Ari, don't be a weirdo, I'm here to find Fat Boy, not seduce a random person I don't even know. I'm not a random person. Ari clapped sarcastically. Well, you're the first person I've met with a cat name that's hated by a cat. Congratulations. I have a cat named because it's supposed to be sexy, not because I like cats. Ugh, you're a terrible assistant. I'm telling them to fire you. And I don't need your help finding the cat. I can do it myself. Come here, Fat Boy. As Pink Puma stomped away angrily while yelling the cat's name, Ari turned away and spoke into the air. Can I get a map of where the cat is? Do I look like a GPS? Obviously. You brought me here, didn't you? Touché. It's hiding in the bushes to your left. Thanks. With a lazy stride, Ari walked over to sit in front of the bushes and began using the classic phrase to call cats around the world. PS. He called the cat repeatedly while keeping his eyes slightly away from the bushes, and soon enough, a large, fluffy, black cat head that had bright green eyes poked his head out of the bushes while staring at him. Fat Boy. Meow? Oh, you are a big boy, aren't you? Ari spoke softly, letting the fluffy cat sniff his finger before scratching his head accordingly. Soon enough, the cat began purring loudly while rubbing himself all over Ari's hand. There you are. Come here, Fat Boy. Come here now. We need to go home. Pink Puma's loud voice rang out as she began running toward Ari, and the cat startled, nipping his finger, before dashing away while clearly limping. Pink Puma tried running after it while shouting, but was quickly outpaced by the cat, who ran into some bushes and disappeared. Panting, she walked back to Ari, completely upset. Ugh, not again. How did you get it to be so calm? And why didn't you chase after it? Well, first of all, it's not a dog, it's a cat, and it won't ever come like that. Also, do I look like a cheetah? Chasing after it is useless. Do you have cat food or his favorite snack? If yes, go and get it. Why would I have that stuff? And why are you sending me around? Are you the assistant or am I the assistant? Do you want to catch the cat or not? Please think about which one of us has had better luck so far. Pink Puma was silent for a moment before she stomped over to a bright pink vehicle and drove off. Once she was out of sight, Ari whispered to Nova, "Where's the cat now?" "One street over in the first set of bushes on the right. And completing this task is supposed to help me get an appointment for a passport? Among other things, so work hard to make a good impression." To the girl? No, to the cat. "I'll try, I guess." Screech. Bang. Stomp. 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 Here. The bright pink car was recklessly parked, and a shopping bag was stuffed into his arms while the person dressed in all pink glared. "Go catch the cat, terrible assistant." "Yes, yes, thank you." Walking at a slow pace according to the instructions given to him by Nova, Ari found himself enduring rapid-fire questions as Pink Puma circled him. "Where are you going?" "To catch the cat." "How do you know where it is?" "A voice in my head told me." "Are you crazy?" "Depends on the day." "Right here." "You stay back and please be quiet," Ari told Pink Puma before approaching the bushes. He laid down his jacket a few feet in front of it, opened the can of wet food, and set it right on top before squeezing a little treat out of the pack. PSS here, fat boy. I have some food. It's super delicious salmon. Yum yum. Is he coming? Don't listen to her annoying voice. Just come get a snack. I heard that. Then please be quiet, like I told you to. Thank you. Pink Puma. PSPSPSPSP. After waiting several seconds, the large black head popped out of the bushes once more, glancing between Ari's face, the snack in his hand, and the open can of food. With slow steps, Fat Boy finally stepped out, first sniffing the food can before coming over to Ari and slowly eating the snack bit by bit. Seeing the full size of the fluffy black cat that looked like a medium-sized dog, Ari had to admit that his name was, in fact, quite accurate. From the large head to the paws, long body, and extremely fluffy coat, it looked like quite the fat cat. Catch him now. Don't let him get away. Hisses. As Fat Boy began hissing, his claws fully extended, Ari turned back to glare at Pink Puma. Please be quiet. Sorry. Saying nothing, Ari waited until the extremely large cat had eaten both the snack and the can of food before lying on his sweater and began purring happily, extending his hand once more so it could be sniffed. When Fat Boy lay his head on the ground once more, Ari swiftly wrapped it in his jacket like a burrito before picking it up. Meow? If you scratch me, I'll scratch you back, so just relax and take a nap. After making eye contact and staring at each other for several seconds, Fat Boy slowly blinked at him before relaxing and resting his head on Ari's shoulders. Good kitty. Satisfied that it would behave, Ari patted the cat's back like a baby and walked over to Pink Puma. I caught the cat. Do you have a cat carrier or something? I think you need to take him to the vet. No. Then I'll just put him in your car, and you can drive carefully to the vet. Let's go. With a slightly impressed expression, Pink Puma led the way to her car while Fat Boy was seemingly fast asleep. As she opened the back seat door for Ari to put the cat down, Fat Boy woke up and began hissing angrily. Number 234. Chapter 234. Fat Boy 2. Cat in the pink car. Hisses. Cat out of the pink car. Peaceful, calm, sleeping extra-large cat burrito in his arms. Cat in the pink car. Yowl. Cat out of the pink car. Purring, relaxed extra-large cat burrito stretching in his arms. Ari glanced suspiciously at the girl dressed in all pink while hugging the docile cat before stating his thoughts. Animal abuse? Meow. It was a meow of agreement, and Pink Puma glared viciously at the culprit and the person holding the culprit while stomping her foot angrily. No, don't listen to him. He's lying. Then what did you do to the cat? He hates you. It's not my fault. He's supposed to be on a diet, so he ran away when I reduced his food. Ari looked at her suspiciously. She didn't seem to be lying. But just in case, he would ask Nova. Then, go get a cat carrier and come back. I'll wait here with the cat. What if you try to hold him ransom or run away when I leave? After I took the effort to catch him? I'll just let it go right now. Be free, fat boy. Ari pretended to release the cat, which just clung onto him tighter. No, please. The cat really hates me. Can you just come with me to the vet's office? It's close by, and the sun's setting soon. Aren't you afraid of the dark? Just come with me. Pink Puma gave him her best pleading expression, and Ari laughed mischievously. I don't want to get in a car with a stranger. What if you're a kidnapper, or a stalker, or paparazzi? The pleading look disappeared, and she began stomping her feet angrily instead. Why would I do that? I said I was famous. You're supposed to be my assistant. Not famous enough. I don't know who you are, and I'm not an assistant. That's 'cause you live under a rock. Wait, you're not an assistant sent by my manager. No. How could I be an assistant if I didn't know who you were? Gasp. Then who are you? A good Samaritan? You're a stalker? A kidnapper? No, but I guess I have a new cat now? Want to come to my rock house with me, fat boy? I have snacks. Meow? I see. Then let's go. No, please wait. It was a joke. I know you're not a stalker or a kidnapper. Martin will really kill me if he comes back tomorrow and fat boy is not him. Just come to the vet with me. Should I? Should I not? Pink Puma tried to grab onto Ari's arm, but one look at the large paws with claws slowly coming out, and she backed up fearfully. Please. Ari looked up in the sky as if asking for a sign, and a transparent blue box appeared. Go along with her. You're a terrible person lying to me like that. Terrible assistant. I'm going to tell my manager to give you a bad rating. As she began grumbling under her breath as she glared at both Ari and the cat, he could only laugh in bemusement. How many times do I have to tell you that I'm not an assistant? I guess I have a new pet cat. Her tune changed immediately. Once again, I apologize. Please come along with me. I don't want to get scratched again. Pink Puma immediately bowed her head. Fine. If I come, you owe me a favor. Just a small one. What's the favor? Pink Puma asked suspiciously. If he wanted to get a song or feature for free from her, she would immediately refuse. Can you or anyone you know get me an appointment at the passport office? Within the next 2 days? At the random request, she glanced at Ari as if he were crazy. Of course not. Why would I know that? Make an appointment like everybody else. So you're the kind of famous that's not very useful. Fine. Let's get to the vet. It seemed that the surprise mission reward wouldn't be coming from her. With a despondent sigh, Ari entered the passenger seat and buckled up while Pink Puma began vibrating with anger. It was the first time she met someone who not only pretended not to know her, but he wasn't even taking her seriously now. Stomping her feet angrily, she entered the car, started it, and began driving away at a high speed while playing her music. She would let him hear how amazing an artist she was and what he was missing out on. Are you listening? I wrote and produced this song. It's currently on the Billboard 100. You can look it up. Pink Puma told him proudly, expecting praise and admittance that he didn't know who she was, but Ari nodded while petting the cat. I don't have my phone, so I'll believe you. It sounds pretty good. That's it. It's pretty good. I like the chord progression a lot. I think it would have been cool if you had more vocal layering. Something like, Ari listened for a moment before humming the melody while changing a few notes. Pink Puma was about to berate him, but when she played back what he had just sung in her mind, she realized that it had, in fact, elevated the song even more and tens of new ideas cropped up from the melody that he had simply hummed. How did you think of that? I have a producer friend and vocal trainer who asks me to do things like that all the time. I apparently have a good ear, so I've been working on utilizing it. More importantly, he had a skill that made him have a good ear, but the practice definitely helped. So you're an aspiring singer? Something like that. It would take too long to explain that he was on an idol survival show. Then as a professional musician, I'll test out your skills. What would you add to this song, Dash? Pink Puma played another song, and after listening to it, Ari sang a little riff he thought would sound good. And this one. As she played a more upbeat song, the music was interrupted by a phone call. After glancing at the screen name, which said, Boyfriend? Pink Puma ignored it until it stopped ringing. Then it rang again. Stopped. Rang again. Stopped. Ari glanced at the screen in the center of the car, reading the caller ID before commenting curiously. Shouldn't you answer that? Ignore it. I can cover my ears if you don't want me to hear the conversation between the two of you. I said ignore it. Sure. Ari just stayed silent while petting the cat. The rest of the car ride to the vet's office passed in silence, constantly interrupted by her ringing phone. When they finally arrived, Ari watched with confused eyes as Pink Puma put on a pink face mask, pink sunglasses, and a pink baseball hat. What are you doing? Hiding my identity. Do you think you're hiding anything? Yes. Would you like one? I'm feeling generous. Ari looked at her entire pink outfit and the bright pink mask she offered him before choosing to be polite. No, thank you. If she thought that she was hiding her identity while dressed like that, he would leave her to her delusions. He walked behind her, carrying Fat Boy, who still hissed whenever he made eye contact with Pink Puma. Ring. When they entered the veterinary clinic, Ari noted the clean space that had quite a few people sitting in the waiting area. As Pink Puma walked to the counter, getting a few glances, he stayed behind her. Hi, can I help you? Yes, this is Fat Boy. He's limping on his right leg, and I saw that it was bleeding a couple of days ago, so we're bringing him in. Pink Puma explained, and as if he understood that he would soon be getting treatment. The large cat struggled out of the jacket burrito and insisted on climbing and sitting on Ari's shoulders while holding out his paw. The receptionist laughed at the name before staring at Ari and Fat Boy with a gentle smile, while both sets of green eyes blinked slowly at her. He is quite the big boy. He is very handsome and looks just like his owner. Do you happen to have his medical records on hand? He looks like a Maine Coon. No, but he should be up to date with everything. And he's chipped if that helps. It does. Which one of you will be coming with me? To the back while we look over him. I'll go, Ari said as Fat Boy hissed at Pink Puma and dug his claws into his shoulder, who attempted to reach out to hold him. Pointing at Pink Puma, he warned her, don't run off without paying the bill. I would never do that. She stomped her foot angrily, and Ari simply laughed at her. Good. Then sit tight, and don't go anywhere. You dash. I'll be back, so eat a snack or something. Your stomach has been grumbling. And you, stop digging your claws into me. It hurts. Giving Pink Puma a lazy wave without looking back, Ari grabbed the large cat, letting it use his forearm like a bed, and followed behind the vet. And once he left the room, one of the girls sitting in the waiting room, who had secretly been taking a video of the two of them, quickly posted it onto her Twitter account. Does Pink Puma have a new boyfriend? Vet visit with handsome green-eyed guy and matching cat. Chapter 235, Fat Boy 3. Why the heck is he on the evening news? Pink Puma muttered to herself as she sat in the waiting room of the veterinarian clinic while waiting for Fat Boy and the person who had found him. While browsing TalkTick on her phone, the random news channel that was playing in the background suddenly displayed a video of the familiar person with the striking facial features and a bruised eye that was diligently picking up trash, pulling weeds, and scrubbing graffiti from walls. It was the same person who didn't take her seriously and had tamed that large, black beast of a cat. While the clips played on one side of the screen, the perfectly measured voice of the news correspondent sounded out. Celebrating our community heroes. Local valedictorian of LA Central High School, Ariel Matisse. When he's not acing his exams or killing it on stage, he spends his off day uplifting the community. From volunteering at a soup kitchen in Skid Row to helping to clean up the city's sidewalks and benches, to planting trees and native wildflowers to help prevent drought and wildfires. The local high schooler is not just doing well on the academic test sheets. He's also good on the streets and on stage. Currently a contestant on the highly rated and watched idol survival show Popstar Academy, Ariel is ranked in the top 20 and is one of the most talked about contestants due to his unique personality and beauty. So his name is Ariel? And he's on an idol show? Wonder how good he is. As if to answer her question, Pink Puma watched open-mouthed as a clip of Ariel ripping off a motorcycle helmet with a familiar cheeky smile appeared before he began singing and dancing with crazy intensity, before the clip transitioning into a clip of him holding an extended high note as his white clothing slowly turned black one feather-like pattern at a time, and then transitioned into him dancing as crystal-like droplets of water flew everywhere. His voice was not only distinct, but despite the clarity, it had a slight raspiness that made you want to listen more. He said he's something like an aspiring singer. He's a dirty liar. He already sings and dances so well. What the heck is he aspiring to be? A superstar? And what the heck are they feeding them on that show? While she had heard about the show claiming to create the greatest global boy group of all time, as someone who had worked hard to build her own musical career without depending on gimmicks like shows, she never bothered to watch it or take it seriously, thinking that groups manufactured through such programs were there because the people lacked the talent to succeed individually. But if a single person had this much talent, maybe it was something she should look at. At the very least, if Ariel were only ranked 20 and was this talented, then the people within the top 7 must be phenomenal singers and dancers. It wouldn't be bad to collaborate with them once the group was actually formed. Didn't my manager say they were looking for songs to perform without copyright? I could ask if it's too late to submit something and try to form a relationship now. As the news segment finished, Pink Puma went back to browsing on her phone before she got a call. Just as she was going to instinctively ignore it, she realized that it was her manager, preparing herself to get nagged, especially after suddenly taking the day off to find Fat Boy. Pink Puma prepared all the excuses she could. Still, the conversation ended up on a topic she didn't expect. Why are you cheating on Jacob? And publicly? Huh? Cheating? Her? What was that about? I know you're at the vet clinic with your new boo and Martin's cat. This is a sensitive time in your career. Pink, you shouldn't be cheating. Even if he has a pretty face, you must know that he's using you for clout. What are you talking about? Cheating? With who? And how do you know where I am? Pink Puma asked in complete confusion, and she heard her manager's exasperated sigh before they answered. Just search your name on Twitter. Message Jacob not to be drastic. And call me back. Immediately, Pink Puma opened the app and searched her name as instructed, only to see a video of her and Ariel walking in together with the cat. As she scrolled, she came across other video snippets of Ariel manhandling the large black cat and smiling at her, with a couple of shipping edits already made. Across all the numerous posts were speculations that she was cheating on her boyfriend, Jacob, a young actor, and that they were trying to figure out who Ariel was. Furious, she glanced around the waiting room, finally noticing 2 girls sitting in a corner and secretly recording her even now. How had they figured out it was her when she was disguised? And why would they share the video and address without even speaking with her first? Meeting their eyes, she only said one thing. Really? Starting rumors when I'm right here? Sorry. Yeah, sorry. They didn't look very sorry at all and were still recording her. So she quickly looked away and texted her boyfriend the truth of the situation. He tended to overreact, be clingy, and behave quite sensitively when she was hanging out with someone of the opposite sex. She didn't want him to do something drastic after she had ignored his calls earlier, mainly because this was a complete non-issue. All she wanted was to take the cat back once the treatment was finished peacefully. Unfortunately, that wasn't meant to be. As Ari stepped out of the vet clinic with Pink Puma while carrying the dozing Fat Boy in a cat carrier, he was met with a small crowd of people taking flashing photos that blinded him, and they shouted questions. Pink Puma, is this your new boyfriend? Did you leave Jacob for him? Pink Puma, who are you, young man? How long have you been dating? Standing in the center of the crowd of people yelling questions was a short guy with a thin, somewhat plain face and a brown bowl that swept sideways over his forehead. When he met Ari's eyes, he swaggered over as if he were a boxer before stopping right in front of Ari. Then, realizing that he had to look up, he stood on his tiptoes while trying to look fierce. Squinting through the obnoxious camera flashes, Ari glanced between Pink Puma, who was reluctantly removing her face mask and baseball cap with an embarrassed expression on her face, and the random gathering of people taking photos while repeating their earlier questions before settling on the boy. Standing in front of him. Who are you? What do you want? I'm Jacob, Pink's boyfriend. Who are you? The boy marched closer before stepping back as Ari arched a brow at him. Congratulations on your relationship. I'm a good Samaritan who found the missing cat. You seem to have a thing happening, so I'm going to leave now. Ari replied as he held out the cat carrier to Pink Puma and began giving her updates. They treated his paw and gave him something that makes him a bit sleepy. The rest of the details are on this paperwork, and you can call them if you need clarification. This might be a bit heavy for you, so I can take it to your car if you want. As her man, I'll take it. Jacob interrupted, standing on his tiptoes once more. Okay, it's heavier than you think, so brace yourself. Maybe use both hands. Ari warned him, but it seemed that Jacob thought he was calling him weak. Don't patronize me. I said I got it. Jacob replied a bit angrily, grabbing the handle from Ari. He felt as if Ari were mocking him. Shrugging, Ari released it and watched the boy stagger and almost fall over. Fall. I told you, it's heavier than you think. He's over 30 pounds without the carrier. Ari quickly grabbed the carrier before it hit the ground and woke the sleeping cat up. I said I got it. Seeing her boyfriend snatch the cat carrier while staggering, Ari just let him have it. If it popped open and Fat Boy attacked him, so be it. Anyways, I'm done here. It was interesting to meet you both. Pink Puma, please don't let the cat go missing again. Take care. No. Wait. I need to pay you back for your help. Even if I can't give you what you asked for earlier, you can ask me for another favor. I owe you. Pink Puma rushed to grab his arm again, and Ari quickly backed up, aware of the cameras and the type of story they were looking for. It's cool. Don't worry about it. What did you ask my girl for? As your man, it's my duty to do what you ask, and what is asked of you. I asked if she knew anyone who could help me get a last-minute meeting to get my passport. Ari cleanly explained. Why would she know someone who could do that? Dunno. I thought I would ask. I don't believe that's what you asked. I think you're trying to use her fame to boost your own reputation. Even now, you're angling yourself to look good for her paparazzi. Ari, what kind of nonsense was this? Before Ari could say anything, Pink Puma interrupted. What I asked for is for you never to call the paparazzi, but you clearly didn't listen. What I asked for is for you not to use my sharing my location with you to stalk me, yet here you are. I asked you to believe me over internet rumors, but what are you doing? I am trying to thank the person who helped me find and rescue a very important person's pet, and you're here harassing him. Have you lost it, Dash? But it's because I love you, and I'm here to battle for your love. Screw that love. Listen to my words. Ari glanced. Between the two arguing people, the fake paparazzi now taking real videos of them, and passerbys who were actually stopping by to watch the show, and made up his mind. It was time to leave. Immediately, keeping his eye on the arguing couple, Ari began backing away as quietly as possible. Once he reached the corner, he fully intended to dash away as fast as possible, but Pink Puma's voice stopped him. You, Ariel, what's your number? As the cameras turned towards him, Ari shook his head, especially as her boyfriend's face got even redder. I don't have a phone. I'm pretty anti-technology these days. I thought you left it behind. It suddenly broke. You think I want your number? Pink Puma glared at him while stomping her feet in irritation. Please don't be as stupid as Jacob. I simply want to pay you back for your help. Since you found the missing cat and helped me safely get it treated, I'm sure the owner will want to send you a monetary reward. Hearing the reasoning, Ari quickly changed his mind. In that case, my social media is to an OVRI. The owner can message me, and I'll eventually see it. My email is attached at the top, and I take all forms of payment. I'm leaving now for real. How convenient that you suddenly have a phone, isn't it? Miracles do happen. Ari gave her a cheeky smile. Wait, just like that? You're not trying to date my girlfriend. As Jacob yelled out, Ari gave him a strange look. Dating? Absolutely not. I'm not looking to be in a relationship for at least 8 to 10 years, and even if I were, I wouldn't date her. No offense. What's wrong with her? What's wrong with me? The two people looked thoroughly offended. Ari glanced at the two of them in confusion. I'm just not interested in dating you or anyone. Does the reason matter? Yes. Yes. Ari. Why? Aren't both of you in a loving relationship? Who cares what I, the outsider, think? Do you want to date me? Obviously not. Pink Puma quickly shot back, even though her cheeks were slightly red. Then there we go. Have a good night. Bye, Fat Boy. Feel better. Please tell his owner to send the monetary reward whenever he wants. The sooner the better. Ari reached through the bars of the carrier, scratching the cat's head one more time before beginning to run to catch the bus. Thankfully, nobody followed him, and as he sat on the bus, he honestly thought both Pink Puma and her boyfriend were strange in different ways. One had a strange sense of fashion that she thought blended in. The other called the paparazzi on himself and wanted to duel for love. They were made for each other. Either way, it would no longer have anything to do with him. Sitting on the empty bus, Ari whispered to himself as it slowly moved through traffic. Oi Nova, didn't I accomplish the final task for the surprise mission? When am I going to get the reward? It's not quite done yet. But on a different note, Dash. Ding. Knock. Knock. Let's get you out of the dark. Ages into the 21st century. Create a social media account, make your first post, and get at least 1,000 likes on the post. Complete. Reward, 1 stat point. Why now? Don't tell me the fake paparazzi posted something about me. I wonder. Ari could only stare at the notification in confusion, wondering what the heck had happened to cause it. Anyway, Where would you like the point? Vocals. Ever since his last vocal increase from AA+, Ari wanted to finally get an S stat to see what it actually felt and sounded like. Additionally, none of the trainers or contestants had an S-class vocal skill, so it would be something that would make him stand out from the others. Are you sure? Was he sure? Whenever he was asked that question, he usually regretted not saving the point for later. Since he wasn't in a particular rush to boost anything, he might as well save it. Never mind. I'll save the point until later. Smart choice. Who says idiots can't learn? Ari. I'm tired. So just this once, I'll pretend I didn't hear that. With a tired body and mind, when Ari finally arrived at the dorms, he did his nightly routine and quickly fell asleep while his little corner of the internet was blowing up. Why did he end up on the news doing random side missions, promoting himself, getting dating accusations, and asking people to vote for him instead of getting his passport like he said he was going to do? PD Emily looked at the news clips and articles that had been sent to her about Ari before shutting off her tablet and going outside to smoke. The sun hadn't even risen. She and the production staff were still filtering through the stats of the aired episode, and she already had a headache because a certain somebody lived his life like he had more than 24 hours in a day, making a certain group of people angry. With a resigned sigh, she opened her tablet once more and began reading through the abridged versions of things. Today was going to be a very busy day. Chapter 236, Episode 9. It all started when Pink Puma got home. Feeling a little salty after being nagged by her manager for her boyfriend's actions, Martin for losing her cat, and then being scratched by the cat once again, she wanted to cause a bit of trouble for the person who was to blame, so she impulsively decided to follow his account. But since she was someone who followed fewer than 50 people, her fan pages, which kept tabs on her social media activity, blew up again as people began speculating about the relationship and what was really going on, especially after the original leaked videos. When the paparazzi videos of her boyfriend trying to match up to Ari and her argument appeared, with only parts of the conversation being posted, it heightened the misunderstanding and caused people to begin speculating about what was going on with the three of them. By the time she posted a clarifying message explaining the situation, along with the entire video of the paparazzi interaction due to her manager's nagging, it had already blown up and spread to the Pop Star Academy community. Pop Star Academy Bulletin Board. I think I found Ariel's social media account. How? Pink Puma just tagged him on her story, thanking him for rescuing a friend's cat and wishing him good luck on the show. She follows him. Her boyfriend, too. Well, how does he know Pink Puma? Apparently, they've been dating since he won her hand in a fight with her current boyfriend at a vet clinic. Post the link, or you're lying. Stop spreading lies. They met by accident when he found a friend's cat. He specifically said he's not interested in dating. Especially not her. And she's not interested in dating him. The link to Ari's account was posted, and although some people initially thought it was fake, his growing follower list, which included Pink Puma and her boyfriend, served as proof that it was really him. And although there were clips of him covering songs in his distinct voice, what really sold it was the only picture posted, which was a collage of his birthday photos, causing quite a few people to be shocked. Oh, a secret birthday party? Cute. No. When did he become such good friends with Benjamin? Oh, the cake on his face. Oh, the murder in his eyes. Oh, murder successfully accomplished. Everyone now has cake on their face. What restaurant is this? It looks like a Korean restaurant. How come nobody found it before this? How could we find it? Everything on his page is in French, including the hashtags and location. Someone tell him to please remove the accents when typing, crying face. Or to add an English caption. The Pink Puma fan accounts then discovered who Ari was, and things came to a head when the fandoms collided. Pink Puma and Jacob's fans were in an uproar because they couldn't understand why Ari would say he didn't want to date her, especially since he was an ugly, untalented nobody on an irrelevant show that didn't matter. Pop Star Academy fans, especially those who weren't exclusively Ari fans, were angry because they didn't understand why Pink Puma fans dared to disparage their show when one of the largest record labels was behind it and the contestants were all super talented. Ari's Angels ignored the mess because, while you could say many things about Ari, you couldn't call him ugly or untalented. And as for the dating accusations, no way he likes her, look at his face. The judgment. The disgust. In GL, I would feel embarrassed if someone looked at me like that. I would cry. He was more gentle with the cat than with the human. He avoided touching her, as if she had the plague, lol. My baby. Look at his eye. Royal family fans, you'll pay for this. Now is not the time for division. Focus on the pink enemies. The accusations were not believed at all. The person they supported was someone whose eyes and facial expressions always showed exactly how he felt, which was clearly neutral at best and dislike at worst. Although the Pink Puma fans felt disrespected, the internal unity of Ari's angels, who had been fighting against all odds since the beginning, could not be shaken. They focused on their mission and continued to spread awareness about Ari's positive actions, particularly the news clip highlighting the extensive volunteering Ari had done that day, and push people to watch the episode that would prove Ari's talent and skill. So with a lot of fanfare, those who regularly watched the show, those who only found out about the show due to the news segment, and those who came to hate watch and bash Ari all sat in front of their TVs or computer monitors with their phones out. The episode began with a completely black screen that began showing text along with image graphics. To show love to the fans who support us, we shared an extensive survey, and here are some of the results. What concepts would you, the fans, like the contestants to do the most? Survey says: 1. Sexy. 2. Bad boy. 3. Military. 4. Cute. 5. Athletic. 6. Sci-fi. 7. Summer. If you could take a single thing from a previous performance and force all the teams to use it as part of their performance, what would it be? Survey says: water, specifically warrior water performance. Drama or peace? Survey says: drama. You asked and the production team delivered. Enjoy the fan showcase preparation and performances. SKRRT. The screen glitched before transitioning to a split screen view showing several contestants grabbing an envelope with their names on it from the door and walking into a practice room. Some of them froze before forcing a smile and entering, while others barged in with a straight face. Ari, the person who was the topic of conversation, had a full-screen moment of him staring at each person in his team's practice room before turning to look at a blurred-out staff member with an expression of despair. Seeing it, those who were watching it with the live chat open began posting. Oh, his face is so expressive. Lol, he looks like he's about to cry. I don't go here and only know the Ariel guy from the news. Are his team members bad or something? Why does he look like that? No, they're all pretty great. He's actually the lowest-ranked person. Then what's the issue? Cursed team project. They all don't like each other. Benjamin doesn't hate anybody. Don't make false accusations. He literally can't stand William and never talks to him anymore. The scene transitioned to each team trying to figure out their concepts, with both real and serious arguments being highlighted, especially in Ari's team, which argued about everything from the concept to the team leader. Who's the blonde with the sharp eyes? Levi? Don't be deceived by his looks. He's really nice on the inside. Why is Ariel so bossy? I hate working with people who think they're always right. What makes it crazy is he's literally the youngest in that room. He just turned 18. Me personally, I wouldn't take that. Is that why someone punched him in the eye? Reported. From song choice to deciding positions. Although a few arguments were shown here and there, it was nothing too egregious and just focused on the different teams' excitement about the fan showcase. Even during the midterm review, which only featured a tiny clip of their practice performance, the feedback toward Ari's team was edited, with only the more helpful advice being shown and the criticism against certain members being cut out completely. And of course, Ari's fans noticed this change compared to previous episodes. No, wait, what did the production team lost their minds? Ari's actually getting a good edit? We prayed for times like this. A single thug tear drips down. What's going on? Why are they so happy? They said he can't dance and needs to do better. Is this a good edit? This is nothing. Young Padawan, let me tell you about the dark days filled with chopped sentences, harsh words, and terrible makeup. Is this the person you're trying to convince us is good enough for Pink Puma? He's trash. Please stop trying to tie your singer to Ari. You're going to ruin his career. What career? I checked, and he's not even in debut rank. While the fans continued arguing, the episode continued. The clips of planning, preparing, and practicing were displayed with The teams that had the most popular members getting the most screen time, which meant that it was very noticeable that on Team Avengers, William barely appeared on the screen after the positions were decided, which, of course, made his fans get upset. Why is the production team bullying William by not giving him scenes? He's a part of the team, too. He's being ostracized. Jerome, too. It's not fair. Production is definitely pushing an agenda. It's clear that they're picking sides. What sides? Ariel versus Prince William. Their vocal tones are similar, so they're always being compared. It's not a competition. Prince William clears. That's why he's ranked second, and your dozen is ranked 20th. Also, Jamal versus Benjamin. It's clear that they've chosen their favorite black person. Is Benjamin even black? He's lighter than me and not even American. He's African Caribbean. Stop erasing his blackness just because he's light-skinned and has a British accent. At least his team is being shown. I've only seen my favorite once. Crying face. Who's your fave? Tony. WTF is that? All the teams finished their preparation, and a mid-episode advertisement was made to promote the extra content that would display the fan showcase interactions before the episode switched to show the individual interviews with the production team. Production. After the midterm evaluation, which team do you think is going to win the best performance? Team Rainbow Sprinkles will win. They call us the Avengers, innit? Me and the Mandem are taking it. Probably the Avengers, to be honest. The two concept idea gods are over there. The Avengers. They stacked all the good people on one team, sigh. Aha, I'd like to say us, but realistically, it's probably Team Avengers. Ari's brain is something else when it comes to concept creation and arranging, and I've seen him make a team comeback from worse. Probably Ari's team? They're stacked vocally and rap-wise, so I'm sure it'll be a good performance once his royal highness irons out the arrangement that Beep did. This doesn't mean I'm giving up, though. Military boys on top. Yeehaw. It's almost summer, so I think the refreshing concept has a chance. If not us, then the sexy concept will definitely take it. Ari. He has his issues, but performance-wise, he can't be touched. Why is everyone so scared of them? That team didn't even get praised at the midterm evaluation, just criticized. Why do they keep mentioning Ariel's name like a ghost? He always has the best concepts. Look at all his past performances. Look at Justin's, too. Who is his royal highness? It's Ariel's nickname. Jamie also calls him Captain. They're besties. Why is his nickname longer than his real name? That's just how it is. Hope this helps, smiley face. It doesn't. Hope this helps, smiley face. Wait, what do you mean he took a worse team and made them come back? Yes, he did. Please watch The Warrior performance, then watch the corresponding episode. The personal interview responses continued until Ari was sitting on the chair on screen, wearing his usual brown animal tracksuit and a headband, pushing his curls back, exposing the striking cat-like features and unique colored eyes. Wow, this face is something else. He really looks like a cat that made a wish to be a human boy. It's makeup, obviously. He has shadows under his eyes, just like all the other contestants, and you're telling me it's makeup? Obviously. It's a makeup style. They're all a bit sweaty, and those wearing makeup have their makeup smudged, which means they've been practicing. His is smooth and freshly applied. Lie again. Just because he changed his old makeup style doesn't mean he's not wearing it. Production. At the end of each performance, we always ask the audience to choose who they think is the best performer on the team. Who do you think it will be this time? The green-eyed boy on the screen lazily crossed his legs on the chair before resting his head on his hands and giving a mischievous smile. Who will be the best performer? I don't really like to compare myself with anyone, and I don't know what the fans will say, but if I had to say, it would be myself. Even though you're clearly struggling with the concept and you're the lowest-ranked person on your team, even then, I will always bet on myself because I believe I'm smart and talented enough to excel at anything I put effort into. Whether or not the audience agrees with it or not is a different issue, but at least I know I did my best. No offense to anyone else. Wow, he's super cocky for someone being carried by his team members. I low-key want to see him fail. From the evaluation clip, I saw 2 people mock him already. All he is going for him is that pretty face. It's my first time watching. Are they going to show the performance this time, or do I have to come back next time? They'll probably show it next time because this team has the most popular members. And one sneak being forced on us by production. GTFO, he's literally the most talked about person. As the episode drew to a close, many people expected the team's performance to be one of the less popular ones. But to the surprise of those watching, a cinematic-style performance was displayed, and the person who tore up the stage the most was Ari. From dancing blindfolded for over half the song, the insane vocal runs and ad-libs that made it seem that he didn't need to breathe, to frenzied energy that seemed to infect the rest of his teammates while he danced. Even through the screen, their eyes couldn't look away from him until their screen turned dark after Ari took a bow and disappeared into a cloud of red and white mist. The performance was so impressive that it captivated casual viewers, fans, and anti-fans alike, and naturally, the chat blew up. Yo, WTF? Bruh. Ain't no way. He's my pirate king for real. This is the team that got a bad midterm evaluation? Who said he can't dance? Who said his team is carrying him? Basically, nobody else stood out except for Benjamin. You're telling me this is the same person who was on the news doing community service and has good grades? Screw him. A surprising amount of praise came from the new casual viewers who were impressed and always ready to take advantage. Ari's Angels began sharing clips and promoting their agenda. Everyone, the ranking evaluation is tomorrow. Please vote for Ari at least once so we can get him to dye his hair red. Please spare a vote so we can see a red-haired Ariel. While Ari's votes were on the rise in the public eye, another person was fuming while reading a text from his uncle, and a certain PD was happy due to the unexpected influx of new viewers, but was frustrated in having to explain why a certain person was cut from most of his scenes. Time continued to pass until a particular green-eyed boy, surrounded by boys shoving a disgusting amount of food into their mouths as if they had never eaten before, sighed before forcing himself to take another bite. Eating enough to add weight was hard. Number 237. Chapter 237. Ranking Ceremony. On his left, Benjamin was stuffing toast piled high with beans, sausage, mushrooms, and tomatoes into his mouth and washing it down with hot tea. On his right, Jamie was stacking a mountain of eggs and bacon in between two thick waffles while gauging how best to bite into it. Across from him, Carlos was dousing a second plate of eggs and sausage with hot sauce and scooping it up with some flatbread. Ari was thoroughly disgusted watching them eat and made it known. I just want you all to know that the way you all eat is disgusting. Burp. In response, Jamie burped in his direction before continuing his meal. While you're complaining, clear your plate, yeah? Or I'm telling the nurse you're skipping meals. Snitch. You need to eat well to fuel your body and prevent injuries. When we have time later today, I'll help you stretch. Thoroughly. I may have been the person to injure you first, but I'll strengthen your bones, tendons, and ligaments or die trying. You'll never get a career-ending injury again. Matthew, who had the only normally sized plate of food with oatmeal and berries, promised passionately. Torturer number 1. And please stop cursing me. I've never had a career-ending injury and don't plan on getting one. Well, make sure you get more vegetables. You're so short, you clearly need more nutrients. Carlos added completely unfazed. I'm almost your height, and weigh much less. So eat well so you can grow big and strong. Thank you, nagging parent number 1. Ari turned to Vishal with a sigh. Anything to add, nagging parent number 2? The Indian boy sipped his tea before adjusting his glasses. No, I think they got it covered. I'll try to prepare something unique to nag you about tomorrow. So look forward to it. Then let's please change the subject. Are you nervous about the ranking ceremony? Jamie asked Ari mid-bite. Nope. You don't think you'll have to dye your hair red? Fans seemed pretty motivated to get your rank higher. You've been on quite the upward rise and won the extra team votes. Might be possible in it? Benjamin added, as he began downing the second round of his baked beans toast concoction. Ari thought about the people ranked ahead of him before giving his honest feedback. Definitely not. Although I think my performance was good, even with the extra votes, I'll probably go up by 3 spots. Maybe 4 if I'm lucky. Everyone at the top is pretty popular, so as long as I eventually reach the top 7, it will be fine. Once I make it past this round, my hair is safe from all hair dye. Did you watch the episode last night after spending your day saving the town, promoting yourself, and flirting with a certain pink celebrity? No, and I wasn't flirting with anybody. How do you even know about that? I can't tell my secrets, But just know that none of you men can hide anything from me. I deep it all. That's called stalking and gossiping. I prefer the term collecting information from numerous sources and making friends in different places in it. You really don't want to dye your hair. No. All the reviews I've seen say the process sucks. I don't know why people want to see me as a redhead. Well, I don't blame you for avoiding it. I went blonde once and swore never to do it again. Ray went to re-up the red in his hair yesterday, and he's still crying about his scalp burning from the 4 rounds of bleach. Your hair is about as dark as his, so if you do it, you'll probably be crying too. Good luck, mate, haha. Either way, it won't happen. Denial is a river in Egypt. I think it will. Hearing Benjamin's devious laugh, Ari completely lost his appetite. As he was contemplating leaving to get changed for the ranking and elimination ceremony, someone dropped something on the table beside his hand. It's good at covering things up. You can use it if you want to. And sorry. Ari glanced up at Rex, who quickly left after saying what he wanted, noting his red ears as he rushed away. Did the two of you fight? Jamie glanced at the tube-like object before continuing to eat. Not really. Just talked. Ben picked up the object, let out a whistle, and then handed it over. Whatever happened, he really feels sorry, mate. My sister uses this brand, and it's bare expensive. About 70 quid a bottle. Really, I'll have to thank him later then. Ari glanced at the foundation before shrugging. He wasn't one to turn down a free gift, even if he didn't think he had done anything to deserve it. Don't go using it like you were using that white stuff before. You look like a ghost. Or rather a French mime. Bonjour baguette han. Shut up, beans on toast. Oui oui Paris. You don't understand, Z beans, Z toast, together. It's a delicacy. At Benjamin's terrible French accent, Jamie burst out laughing, and soon the whole table was snickering. Flipping the laughing British boy off, Ari got up to go get changed. It was elimination day for 10 more people, and despite Benjamin's encouraging words, he hoped he wasn't a part of that. More importantly, Ari glanced up into the air while whispering. Still nothing? He was asking about the surprise mission reward, which still hasn't come in. Be patient. It will be completed soon. Can I at least get the camouflage healing band-aid for my eye? No. With a resigned sigh, Ari went to the bathroom and, using his fingers, applied the foundation over his bruised eye. Surprisingly, it blended pretty well with his skin tone, and when looked at from afar, it seemed pretty normal. This is a nice product. I really have to thank him. And I really need a haircut. Even in its curly state, his hair was now brushing his shoulders. It was time to cut it, but that would have to wait. For now, it was time to head to the elimination ceremony. With all of his heart, Ari began hoping that his rank, which he previously wanted to rise as much as possible, would stay outside the top 10. Welcome back to my lovely contestants. You all look quite dashing today. Did you all watch the episode yesterday? MC Ryan Leary, dressed in a classic black suit, smiled at the contestants from the stage he was standing on. Yeses. No. While the responses were mixed, the overall consensus was generally positive, and hearing it, the MC laughed. Well, I watched it, and it was fabulous. Today's setup is a little different. We will go through the ranking ceremony as usual, say goodbye to our friends who have been eliminated, and then your next mission will be immediately announced, along with some important announcements. Since this is the final mission before 30, yes, only 30 of you will travel to Korea for the next several weeks. As the contestants began murmuring, MC Ryan Leary cleared his throat to get their attention. Without further ado, let's get started. When I call your name and rank, please come up, say a few words, and then take a seat on the pyramid. Starting with the contestant that came in 39th place, Vishal, please come up. As Vishal walked toward the stage, Ari covered his mouth and whispered status while taking a look at his stats for the first time in a while. Vishal Agarwal. Age, 20. Vocals, C-. Dance, C-. Visual, B. Rap, C-. Charm, C+. Compared to before, when Vishal had mainly D stats, the late nights and early mornings of practice that he did without fail were dutifully reflected. For someone with no prior experience performing and no system like Ari, it was undeniably impressive. It was just unfortunate that his rank continually hovered on the lower end. As he walked up onto the stage and gave his speech, Ari clapped hard, glad that someone he considered his friend had made it through another round. As the pool of contestants continued to shrink, He found himself wishing that the people he was close to would continue to be safe and climb the ranks. Hopefully, all of them could make the top 7 and debut together. Coming in 32nd place, Matthew. Coming in 24th place, Minjun. Coming in 23rd place, Miho. Coming in 20th place, Leo. As his previous rank was called, Ari sat up and began paying attention while pushing down on Jamie's leg, which was being bounced up and down at a rapid pace. He didn't know why the blonde boy was so worried. He was definitely safely within the top ranks. Coming in at 15th place, contestant Alfonso. Coming in at 14th place, contestant Justin. As members of his team started getting called, Ari began getting ready to get up. Realistically, he didn't think his position had dropped down to 40 or below, so he should be getting called right about now. Coming in at 13th place, contestant Jerome. Any second. Coming in at 12th place, contestant Choi and Sue. Please. Coming in at 11th place, contestant Tae Young. God, if you exist, now is the time. Coming in 10th place, contestant Suzuki Ray. Murd, I'm cooked. Ari whispered to himself when his name wasn't called. Why are you complaining? Welcome to the top 10 and being a redhead, mate. Hope you don't go bald. Benjamin patted his back before paying attention to the speech being given. Since his hair was going to get dyed red no matter what rank he got, Ari decided to relax. Coming in 9th place, with an unexpected drop from 6th place, meaning he is now out of debut rank, it's contestant Rex. What? No way. He dropped? How? His performance was kind of bad. At the unexpected drop of one of the strongest contestants who had firmly been in the top 7 all this time, the remaining contestants couldn't help but gasp. What was actually going on in the top ranks? They could only watch as Rex walked onto the stage, slightly teary-eyed but holding it together as he gave his speech in both English and Korean. I'm so sorry for disappointing those who supported me. I fell into a slump and just couldn't recover, but I promise to do better in the future and not let anything like this happen again. Thank you for that touching speech, Rex. I hope you get out of your slump and bounce back harder than ever. As Rex took his seat, Ari prepared to get up since his name really should be called right about now. Coming in 8th place, with an unexpected drop from 2nd place, meaning he is now out of debut rank, it's contestant William. At the MC's announcement, the room fell into an absolute silence, with no signs of movement. Even Jamie's legs stopped bouncing as he gasped in shock. Nobody believed the name that was called, but the MC repeated it a bit louder this time. In 8th place, contestant William, would you please come up? After another minute of silence, William finally stood up, adjusting his well-tailored uniform before stalking toward the stage. As the blonde boy angrily walked up the steps, his gaze scanned the seats, searching for one particular face, and when he met Ari's eyes, he couldn't help but glare angrily, causing some other contestants to flinch back. Ari just gave him a bright smile in return while clapping as hard as he could. He was genuinely happy and hoped that William's rank would continue to drop straight to H*LL until he got eliminated. Contestant William, would you like to say a few words? I will get back to my rightful spot despite the tricks anyone tries to play. Bet on it. The only person playing tricks is you blonde weirdo. Leaving behind those cold words and not waiting for the MC to say anything, William spun around angrily and took his seat with a great huff. Well, I understand that emotions can get riled up when you're disappointed, so let's move on. Coming in 7th place, a rise of 13th places, is the man of few words unless it's to his fans. It's contestant Ariel. Please come up. When his name was called, Ari could only blink. What the heck? While he had obviously been expecting to be called, the fact that he was now ranked 7th was quite insane. Contestant Ariel, please come up. As the MC called his name again, Ari was snapped out of his reverie by the two people who were taking the opportunity to beat him up while pretending to pat his back. I told you. Congratulations. Thank you. I'll pay you back for this. Shooting them a look that promised revenge, Ari slowly walked onto the stage where the MC shook his hand. Contestant Ariel, you've had quite a journey, haven't you? From being ranked near the bottom to entering the debut rank for the very first time. How are you feeling right now? I feel great, Ari told the MC truthfully. Used to the usual short responses when speaking to Ari, Ryan Leary continued the conversation. Oh, what are you happiest about? Do you have anything motivating you to rise this far? I'm happiest about getting to this rank, and I would really like to maintain it. Additionally, I am very excited about the $10,000 tax-free bonus that production will pay promptly if I can maintain this ranking to the end. Unlike the other money that they have dash. Ari's microphone was immediately muted. Catching on to the hint from the production team, the MC immediately changed the subject. Oh dear, it seems that there's something wrong with your microphone. Is there anything else that you would like to say? I distinctly remember you making a promise to the fans that you would be dyeing your hair red. Does that promise still hold true? Can I even say no? Even if I was the devil himself, I would have to do it, after they worked so hard to get me here. Of course, all jokes aside, I'd like to say thank you to all the fans for voting for me. I appreciate you taking the time and effort to not only watch my team's performance, but also go the extra mile and vote. And I guess next time we see each other, my hair will probably be red. I hope you're not disappointed when you see it. Ahaha, that's great. I look forward to seeing the new hairstyle. Please go have a seat. Letting the MC pat him on the back, Ari took his seat, which was thankfully one step higher than where William sat. He's glaring at you. I know, I can feel it. Pretending not to notice, Ari sat down comfortably while waiting for the ceremony to finish. Levi came fifth. Jamie came fourth. Carlos came in third place. And for the final two, that was once again between Daniel Kim and Benjamin. And the person who is now ranked first once again is Mr. Big Ben himself. Benjamin. Daniel came in second place. And Benjamin finally reclaimed his crown as the contestant in first place. As the MC held the microphone up to him, Benjamin had a bright smile on his face as he gave his speech. Wagwan and big ups to all the fans from around the world supporting this South London boy's dream. Big ups to the teammates who worked hard so we could have a great performance, and big ups to me for not giving up. We're back, baby. Seeing the bright smile on Ben's face, Ari clapped as hard as he could, happy to see him happy. It would be nice if things could remain like this. Now that we've said goodbye to the eliminated contestants, let's get started with some important announcements. Firstly, we've had a few personnel changes. More specifically, Judge and trainer Jalissa will no longer be with us and will be getting replaced by a person specially chosen by the director who will be managing the formed group in the future. At the MC's words, Ari's head immediately snapped down to look at William, who had a bright smile on his face. Chapter 238. You want me to be a rapper? Ari immediately raised his hand, and when it seemed that the MC was just going to skip past him, he raised his voice. Excuse me, MC, I have a question. Yes, contestant Ari? Can you share the reason that Jalissa is no longer here? Will we get a chance to say goodbye? I'm sorry, I don't have a lot of details, but I assume that something important came up. Otherwise, she would continue because I know how much she loved being a mentor to you all. As for getting to say goodbye, I'm not too sure about that. You might have to ask the production team. Does that answer your question? Sure. Thank you. I'm sorry for the interruption. Hearing the MC's polite answer and seeing William's smug smile, Ari had a sick feeling in his stomach that Jalissa's leaving was somehow his fault. It was just too abrupt otherwise. Of course. Then, please welcome producer Benny Walker. He's a producer who has produced many songs for some of the greatest artists, like Larry Jackson and many others. He'll be taking over the A and B rank vocal classes that Jalissa was in charge of and helping with the overall music production and direction. As the contestants clapped politely, a man of medium height with long, straggly, dark brown hair sauntered onto the stage. He was dressed in white, sparkly glittery slacks and a matching jacket with no shirt, so his chest hair was exposed. On his feet were white, glittery loafers, and covering his eyes were purple star sunglasses with dark lenses. As the air conditioner blew toward him, Ari could smell a whiff of some strong alcohol, which made him gag. Hello there, I'm Benny the producer, your new trainer and judge. I'll put it out there that I'm not like Jalissa, who has been babying you all and making you feel special. I'm now in charge of whipping you guys into shape, especially those of you who are getting too big for your britches just because you're getting a little bit popular and well-known. Ari swore the man turned to look at him as he was speaking. Anyways, you've all had it pretty easy until now, getting to choose your songs, positions, and arrangement willy-nilly. You all think you're the bosses of your performances. Even when performing someone else's song, you just added different bits and parts as you pleased without any respect to the original song, right? 'Cause you're all so talented and think you know better than the original artist. Once again, Ari swore that the man turned to look at him. Originally, I planned to stomp that out because that's just a delusional dream and not how the music industry works. But then I thought, why not let them experience it for themselves? The hardship of doing everything end to end. I really wanted you guys to feel the pain and suffering that we musicians go through in creating songs that people chop and screw as they please in the name of arrangement. But your production team said no, so we had to meet somewhere in the middle. I got a couple of producer friends to create several songs for you all. We made everything from rap tracks to R&B to ballad-type songs, and of course, the typical pop songs. There's a basic concept, guide vocals, and rudimentary choreography, if applicable, but everything else falls on you guys to complete it thoroughly. And I mean thoroughly. Clean up the choreography. The chorus might be fine, but make the lyrics make sense, and make it a performance worth watching. In just over 10 days, you'll be performing at a guerrilla concert, where you'll be the opening act. There's 40 of you remaining. Producer Benny paused to take a flask out of his pocket and take a large swig of it while everyone stared at him in shock. Mr. Benny, you can't have alcohol while we're recording. There are minors here. The MC tried to step in, but he was quickly waved off. Good stuff. Don't worry. I'm keeping the drinking light, and you guys can just edit it out anyway. Anyway, where was I? Oh, right, 40 people. You've been split into 4 teams of 7 people and 2 teams of 6 people. I'll play the tracks so that you can listen to them, and naturally, I won't tell you who made what. Just know that when it's time for your midterm evaluations, they'll come see if you're butchering their songs or if you're doing it justice. Oi, music crew, get the music started and bring a screen so I can show these damn brats some things, and bring me a chair as well. The area was silent until production members began rushing to comply with the request. A large flat-screen TV was rolled out, and a comfy armchair was brought from somewhere. After making himself comfortable, Benny clicked a remote, and the TV screen began displaying a slideshow. This first song, Burp, is something for the ladies if you know what I mean. It's loosely called WWWL, World Wide Web of Love. Watch and listen carefully since I made this one. The sound of a guitar strumming over a sentimental beat could be heard before a soft voice began singing. I need you. I gotta see you. There are hearts all over the world tonight. Said there's all over the world tonight. As the song played, Ari nodded along with other contestants joining him. It was a good song that wasn't too difficult, wasn't too high, had a lot of emotion to it, which the audience might like, and sounded easy enough to perform live, even when playing another instrument. The choreography also looked pretty simple, which was a huge plus. As Ari looked over to the side, he and Jamie made eye contact with each other before nodding and understanding, hopefully. Ari immediately moved it to the top of his list of songs he wanted to perform. Burp. Next is something for you pop song addicts. No talent needed since the melody will do the work for you. The song is Soda Bubble Pop. With one click of the remote, the next song, which had a bright sound that immediately gave the imagery of summery, sugary fun. You're all I can think of. Every drop I drink up. You're my soda pop. My little soda pop. Energetic dance moves were shown on the screen, and while they looked relatively easy, the song itself wasn't Ari's vibe, so he moved it down his list. Next up, for the rap kids. Here you go. The song is called, well, there's no name, so let's just listen to it. An intense electric guitar-like beat sounded out before being punctuated by drums, electric trumpets, random whistling, and then a low 808 type beat. Ari kept on waiting for the actual song portion to come on, along with any choreography, but it never came by the time the clip ended. I forgot, there are no words to this one, and it's a bit unfinished. Well, rappers should write their own lyrics and finish their own songs anyway, so who cares? Moving on dash. Seeing the lack of care toward that song, Ari immediately moved that song to the bottom of his list. He had no interest in rapping or performing a song that the producer couldn't be bothered to even name. Producer Benny went through 3 other songs, and 2 of them made Ari's list. One of them was in a similar vein as Warrior and had a kind of rock vibe to it, with an equal distribution of singing and rapping. While it wasn't exciting, it was a safe song that Ari knew he could nail and would sound good live. The second song was a slow, vocally heavy ballad with soaring high notes, intricate harmonies, and a heart-wrenching sound that needed someone with a strong voice and good voice control to sing it. He had seen both Carlos and Jamie's eyes light up before burning into the side of his head when they heard it. and that song had immediately moved up to his number one. So what did you think? Like the songs? Burp. Benny took another swig of his flask as the contestants began discussing with each other. Yes. Good. I think I forgot to tell you, but you're not picking your own team or songs. As the expert in the room, I've already made the decision. When I call your name, please come to the front. Burp. Benny began fishing in his jacket pocket until he pulled out. Let's see. Levi, Vishal, Matthew, Minjun, Leo, and Ariel. You six step forward. Ari walked forward and stood in a line with the other 5 boys, silently wondering what criteria had caused them to be grouped together and which song they would get. He was the only vocalist on the team, so honestly, anything was fine as long as it wasn't. You six will be performing the unnamed rap song and rapping. Congratulations. Before his brain could fully process his thoughts, Ari found his mouth speaking. I think you've made a mistake. And what mistake is that? Which one are you again? Producer Benny took another swig from his flask, causing Ari to wrinkle his nose once more at the smell. I'm Ariel. Sir. Pardon. Refer to me as sir when you talk to me. Okay, sir. You assign me to a rap song. I'm a vocalist. Unless you're saying I can add vocals to it. Of course not. It's strictly a rap song. If I wanted vocals on it, I would have selected a different song. Then I think you made a mistake. I've never rapped before and never indicated that I wanted to rap. I'm strictly a vocalist. It's not a mistake. I'm simply expanding your horizons. The producer paused before smiling a creepy wide smile. Everyone is always talking about how smart you are, and didn't you say that you were smart and talented enough to excel at anything you put effort into? Well, put some effort into this, Mr. Rapper. Now go sit down. I have other groups to announce. In a daze, Ari glanced at his team members before walking back to his seat slowly. You want me to be a rapper? Me? What have I ever done to give you the impression that I can even rap? I have no interest in doing such a thing. Aren't you glad you saved that stat point? Now you can put it to good use. Smiley face. Remembering that his rap stat was currently an F, Ari wanted to flip Nova off. What the heck was one stat point going to do for him? With a feeling of frustration, Ari watched the rest of the teams be assigned. Chapter 239, My Passport Guy 1. Once they were released, Ari quickly changed before entering the practice room, finding a spot on the practice room floor, and impatiently staring at the other occupants. Levi was leaning against a wall, his usual frown etched on his face, and headphones over his ears. Leo and Minjun were sitting together on one side of the room, giving Levi a slightly afraid look. And Vishal and Matthew were sitting close to Ari with the cameraman in the corner of the room, recording the dark atmosphere. And it was so quiet that each person's breathing could be heard. Usually, he would be the one to start speaking, so no time was wasted, but Ari just stared ahead blankly. To be honest, he had no interest in being here right now. What he wanted to do was go and ask PD Emily what had happened to Jalissa. Instead, he had to stay here and be productive while smiling for the camera when he would rather go beat William up and demand answers. Vishal looked around calmly, glancing at Ari, who was unusually silent instead of taking the lead, before pushing up his glasses and beginning to speak. Previously, we only heard the snippet of the song, so why don't we listen to the whole thing first and figure out what we're going to do from there? Since nobody disagreed, Vishal grabbed the tablet and began playing the entirety of the song, which was over 5 minutes long. The beginning of the song was manageable, but then it was like 2 beats were fighting each other with random sounds interspersed, and Ari could feel his face darken even more. The others had similar expressions except for Levi, whose face remained the same. Having worked with both Jamie and Jalissa, he knew how much effort it took to create something, but this was a mess. The rhythm was all over the place, the beat was rough, the melody was sometimes there and sometimes not. Ari couldn't even imagine how this was supposed to turn into a song. I'm not an expert rapper, obviously, so I'd like one of you all to take the lead in helping us decide how we turn this unique instrumental into a song. Vishal turned to look at Leo, Minjun, and especially Levi, who was technically the rapper with the highest rank here. Both Leo and Minjun nervously turned to Levi, who sighed in irritation before taking off his headphones and speaking in a clipped tone. Split the song, assign everyone a section, and make them write a verse. Combine it later. Okay. Do you recommend that we choose a common topic to write about or a concept for the verses? Go ask the producer. or decide as a group. Just leave me out of it. Okay. Then, does anyone have any thoughts about a concept from listening to the song? Robots. Kind of like a fight? Or a sports game? That's what the whistle reminds me of. Spaceships? From the laser sounds. At the strange concept ideas, Vishal turned to Ari with hopeful eyes. Ari? Anything to add? No, nothing right now. Okay. Vishal let out a strained smile. Then let's split the song up and each try to write a verse and come up with additional concept ideas. Then tomorrow, we'll try to merge them and speak with the producer. Does that sound good to everyone? There was a general nod of agreement, even though nobody looked hopeful. I'll take section after the third beat change. See you tomorrow. Without waiting for a response to his announcement, Levi put his headphones back on his head and walked out of the room. Vishal took a deep breath before forcing another smile. Phew, all right. Let's split the rest up. Does anyone have a section that they want? I want the beginning verse before the beat switch. I want the one after it. Leo and Minjun quickly listed non-competing parts as they sighed with relief since Levi was gone. Anything is fine with me, Matthew added with a shrug. Ari, what about you? I don't have an opinion right now, sorry. Just give me what nobody wants. Ari replied blankly. Seeing that the energy was really down in the room, Vishal quickly split the remaining parts. I'll take the middle. Matthew can have the one before Levi, and then Ari will take the section after Levi. With that, I guess we're all dismissed. Good luck with your verses. Thanks. Good luck. Bye. Shocked at the ease of things being done, the cameraman looked at the cleared-out room before shrugging and leaving. He wasn't going to complain about getting the easy job today. Ari, want to work on our lyrics together? We can try to make something cohesive. Not right now. I have something to do. Ari shook his head at Matthew before getting up. Ari glanced at him before, shaking his head. I'm not bothered about having to rap. It's not ideal, but I'll figure it out, just like other things. Okay, just know you can talk to me. I consider you a friend, and I know you were close to Jalissa, or even Sir Drinks a lot. Hearing the nickname that several contestants had begun calling producer Benny, Ari smiled at Vishal. Thanks. See you later. The moment Ari left the room, the smile was wiped from his face. He immediately went to the now familiar PD Emily's office and knocked politely on the door. Who is it? Ariel. Sai, come in, and shut the door behind you. The moment he walked in, Ari saw the PD with lots of paperwork on her desk. Her eye bags were worse than usual. Her usually neat hair was in a sloppy ponytail, and there was a pile of cigarettes on her desk. In fact, the whole room reeked of cigarette smoke. What's gotten your panties in a huff? You look pretty angry. Missing your favorite trainer. At the PD's flippant words, Ari snapped at her. What happened to Jalissa? Why is she gone? What happened to getting your passport? At the sharp question, Ari snapped his mouth shut. Sit down. I don't like craning my neck when looking at people. Ari sat. Where's Jalissa? She left. Why? Or should I say she got replaced? Let's just call it politics that a little kid like you doesn't need to know. She touched the wrong person, and that's that. More importantly, where's your passport? I'm working on it. Or at least Nova was. Supposed to be working on it. Working on it by advertising yourself on the news, which you're technically not supposed to be doing. Or working on it by getting dating rumors with a celebrity. Neither? I'm working on the passport. How? I'm waiting for my passport guy to contact me. At the slightly joking response, PD Emily closed her eyes with a deep sigh. Ariel, I'm serious. And I feel like I've been lenient with you, almost excessively so. You're finally doing well, and it would be a shame if you got eliminated because of something as stupid as not having your passport. I'm sorry, but I'm really dash. Knock knock. A sharp knock interrupted Ari's apology. Go away. Knock knock knock. I'm busy, so it better be important. Otherwise, I'm having your salary. There was a pause before the knocking became more urgent. Knock 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 knock. Fine, come in. Remember, your salary is at risk. Kate poked her head through the crack of the door with a slightly scared expression. PD, sorry to interrupt. Please don't cut my salary. There's a man with a very large cat demanding to see contestant Ariel. Send him away. There are kids with allergies. We don't allow random people here, and I'm busy. Kate looked back and forth between Ari and PD Emily before coming over to whisper something in her ear. PD Emily immediately turned to look at Ari, her blonde ponytail whipping around to smack her in the eye. How do you know, Martin? Ari only vaguely. remembered the name being mentioned by Pink Puma. He had no actual idea who the person was, but as someone who was well-versed in stretching the truth, he relaxed into the chair and gave the PD a big smile. Oh, him. He's my passport guy. At least I hope so. Otherwise, this would be so embarrassing. Before PD Emily could say anything else, the door was slammed open and a very large cat jumped onto Ari's head. Number 240. Chapter 240, My Passport Guy Too. Crash. Feeling as if a bowling ball had been thrown at his head, Ari fell off the chair while clutching his head from pain. Mro. Something soft and fluffy kept winding around him while meowing softly, before getting frustrated and beginning to headbutt his hands, covering his face. When his arms finally separated, Ari glared at the cat, blinking innocently at him. It was Fat Boy. Meow. Don't meow me. Why would you jump on my head, you crazy cat? Are you trying to kill me? Meow. Oh, you want me to jump on your head, too? Lie down and I'll show you how much it hurts. After blinking his lime-green eyes slowly, Fat Boy lay down, exposing his fluffy stomach as if daring Ari to jump. Really? Meow. You are something else. With a resigned sigh, Ari scooped up the cat that began purring and glanced over at the person who had entered the door. It was an older man of about 40 years, of medium height, wearing a well-tailored black suit, a simple watch with an intricate design, a thick silver ring on his finger, and thick designer glasses on his handsome face. In other words, he looked like a villain. His perfume was quite strong, a mix of leather, tobacco, and oud, causing Ari to wrinkle his nose slightly as he looked him over and mentally classified him. This was either a wealthy businessman or an executive of an entertainment company. If he took into account PD Emily's reaction, it was most likely the latter. Well, hello there. You look much better in person. A mellow voice that clearly enunciated every word came out of the man's mouth, and Ari struggled to place the accent before giving him a suspicious look that Fat Boy echoed. Hello? Who are you? Meow, meow, meow. I'm Martin. You must be Ariel. Ah, you're the cat owner. Here you go. Ari tried to hand Fat Boy over, but the cat began clinging to Ari with an angry yowl. No, no, keep him. You're quite good at handling cats. Martin gave him a calculating glance. I used to have one when I was younger. Has anyone ever told you that you look like a cat? Quite often. I think it's my eye shape. Did you need something, or? Yes, actually. Rumor has it that you were the one who found this dear child and helped take him to the clinic. Since I'm not one to be in debt to someone, I came to pay it off. You may ask me for anything within reason. Marty Dash. Stay quiet, Emily. I'm not speaking to you right now. Martin held his hand out to PD Emily, all the while still staring at Ari, and surprisingly, the PD didn't say another word. So, Ariel, what do you want as a reward? Ari didn't even have to think about it. I need to get a passport as soon as possible. Can you help me? Legally or illegally? Oh, he's an interesting one. What do you mean by interesting? Weren't you the one who forced me into this surprise mission with this intended result? What if I said illegally? Would I be able to get one? Ari asked curiously. Ariel, please be quiet, Emily. I don't like repeating myself. Ariel, do you think the favor that you did me is worth that? Probably. Otherwise, you wouldn't have given me the option or come to see me in person, right? You love this cat. It means a lot. Martin stared at him silently before laughing lightly. Smart boy. So you want an illegal passport? Of course not. I just need an American passport appointment by tomorrow. I have my paperwork and money ready. Is that all you want? Is there anything left over after the favor of saving your cat? Not even a speck. Then I won't push my luck. You better not scratch me, or I'll put you down. Ari threatened as he grabbed Fat Boy's face and squeezed it in irritation until the cat stopped pawing at him and climbed to lie across his shoulders. Seeing that Martin was still watching him and the cat, Ari arched a brow. Did you need something else? Have you ever considered modeling? Never. My mom used to say that becoming a model is one of the 3 major gateways to excessive drug use and ruining your life. Ari replied honestly. She sounds like a wise woman. What was her name? Ariel. Clearly not very wise or creative when naming her child, but we all have our flaws. Ari briefly considered explaining that his mom hadn't named him, just coincidentally had a similar name, before shrugging. Well, Ariel, son of Ariel, I'll make you a deal. How do you feel about modeling with the cat for some cash and a passport appointment? Say 6 a.m. tomorrow. You sound French, So I'll even throw in a French embassy appointment, a free photo shoot including a passport photo, and you can be styled however you want. Naturally, you can keep the things used in the cat photo shoot as well. Can your stylist dye my hair red? Of course. By tomorrow? For free. Naturally. You mentioned payment? How much are we talking? Martin held up a finger, and Ari's eyes widened as his pupils visibly dilated. $10,000? I see you've been to an auction before. I meant 1,000, but sure, let's go with 10,000. Direct transfer immediately. You know, they say children are meant to rebel against their parents. All of a sudden, I have always wanted to become a model. It's a passion and childhood dream of mine. I've never wanted to do anything more in my life. With no shame, Ari immediately reversed his position while speaking with the most passionate voice he could muster. Ahaha, that's what I thought. Emily, I'll be kidnapping your kid. You don't have any complaints, right? Ari, are you sure you want to go with him? Ari turned to look at the PD, who had a strange look on her face as if trying to figure something out. You told me I need a passport. He's offering me a chance to get a passport and money. Unless he's a liar, kidnapper, or a criminal, and I'm in danger of some sort, I'm going to go. Is he a kidnapper or criminal? Yes. Am I a liar, kidnapper, or criminal, Emily? Martin added. No. Do you think I'm a danger to the young man? No. Then it's fine, right? Martin, as his name was called, he turned to look at Ari with a curious expression, wondering what this blunt boy was going to say. Yes. I know I look young, but I'm legally an adult, I'm straight, and I refuse to take strange photos. Okay. And I'm just covering my bases since people in entertainment are weirdos, and the PD looks worried. Ari, do you know who this is? Please watch your mouth. Martin, I am so sorry. It's fine. He's quite amusing. If the discussion is done, shall we go? I'm a busy man. I'll go get my documents and be right back. You sit down. Don't hiss at me. Ari dumped Fat Boy on the seat despite his protests, and quickly ran to get his things, put on the camouflage healing band-aid that had finally arrived, and verified the bank transfer before following Martin into the back seat of an expensive car that a chauffeur drove. As the cat once again plopped itself on his lap, Ari reclined his chair and prepared to take a nap himself. You're not curious as to who I am, the mellow voice sounded out, and Ari opened his eyes to stare at him. Not really. I'll look it up later. You don't have any stranger danger? I gave each of my friends a DNA sample and told them to call the cops if I'm not back by tomorrow. And you've already paid me, so I need to keep my end of the deal. He also had an AirTag in his shoe, but he wasn't going to say that. A man of his word. Good for you. Champagne. Martin began pouring a gold bottle of champagne into two crystal-like champagne flutes that he took out from a hidden fridge. No, thank you. I dislike alcohol. That's unfortunate. Mind if I have a drink? Go for it. The rest of the ride passed in silence as the driver pulled into the parking garage of a large multi-story building near the downtown area. Looking around the sleek interior, Ari followed Martin through the suspiciously empty hallway while clutching Fat Boy tighter. He planned to throw the cat at Martin and then run away if anything suspicious happened, but a door at the end was open, exposing a wide-open space that had clearly been set up for a photo shoot. Different furniture pieces and cat toys were spread around the room, as well as several large lights and a large white backdrop. There were people moving around, but they froze when Martin stepped into the room, and within seconds, a short woman with a bob and a heavy camera around her neck ran forward to greet him. Hello, sir. Anna, here's the model for the shoot, so feel free to send the rest of them home. Fat Boy listens to him well, so take as many photos as possible and send everything you take to me so I can course correct. Once I have the perfect shots, you can take care of whatever he wants, from hair coloring to makeup and photos, and then call my assistant. I'll take my leave. Have a good day, sir. As Martin left, Ari turned to stare at a couch full of people who looked like different variations of himself. They were all relatively tall and lean, with green cat-shaped eyes and black wavy or curly hair. It was a bit creepy, and as their eyes met, a few of them glared at him as staff members urged them to get up and begin leaving. Anna, the short woman with a bowl-cut bob, approached him but stopped several feet away as they stared at Fat Boy, who was taking a nap in Ari's arms in fear. I'm sorry, what was your name? Ariel. You. Hi. I'm Anna, the main photographer. I'm not sure how much you've been briefed, But Martin is looking for a particular shot with Fat Boy, so we'll be taking quite a few photos of you and the cat. Are you ready? Sure. How bad could it be? At the casual question, the bright smile on Anna's face immediately darkened, and she began muttering to herself, how bad could it be? You don't understand the depth so suffering that Eve been through. Do you know how hard it is to find a green-eyed black-haired model that looks like a cat? Not to mention this is a cat from hell that attacks every person that he sees and is heavy AF. Then the owner himself is a crazy bastard who keeps texting another one. Sigh. Pardon. Ari thought he heard some cursing, but then the bright smile returned. Nothing. Why don't we get you changed first and get started? First, you need to wear a green suit. After changing into a skin-tight green suit and posing while holding Fat Boy in different positions as the camera flashed around him, the muscles in Ari's body quickly let him know that, despite his happiness from receiving money, he was in hell. Back breaking, neck aching, muscle tremors hell. Chapter 241. Since when were we close? The photographer Anna asked as she stared at the slender young man whose entire body was vibrating as he held a large cat above his head. Seeing the green eyes practically begging her to do something, she hid a smile before asking, would you like a break? Please. All right. Let's all take 10 while I send this copy of the photos to the boss. Feel free to let the cat down. With his arms shaking from holding Fat Boy up in various poses, Ari gently put the cat down and solemnly spoke to him. I think I agree with Pink Puma. You need to lose some weight. Even if you're a Maine Coon, you're too heavy. Don't you want to drop the fat from your name? Yeah? It was an unmistakable sound of refusal, and to enunciate the point, Ari got a fluffy tail smacked across his face as Fat Boy stalked away in anger. Laughing to himself, Ari walked over to Anna, and she began showing him some of the shots she had taken over the past couple of hours. Ari had started out in a green screen suit, then pivoted to multiple variations of casual and sports clothing, formal clothing, and was now in a strange leather and fur getup that was causing him to sweat like crazy. And while wearing those clothes, he was forced to carry Fat Boy in different poses while trying to keep the cat cooperative. Needless to say, he was tired, his body hurt, and he was heavily dehydrated and half blind from the bright studio lights. But the photos actually look pretty good. You're actually quite good at posing. Do you have modeling experience? No, but I've seen a photographer shoot a few times. I've heard that if your body is uncomfortable, you're probably posing correctly and you should hold that position as long as possible. Ari replied while stretching his limbs. His entire body ached, and he was coming to the realization that maybe he actually needed to put on some muscle. Constantly carrying a 30-pound animal was harder than he thought, but he couldn't exactly complain after pocketing 10 grand. Making that much money when he was working part-time would take almost a year, yet he had made that in less than a day. Ahaha, that's true. Flattering angles are rarely comfortable for the body, but you have great proportions that fit the high-fashion model standard, not to mention your face, so it came out amazing. Speaking of which, do you mind if I post your photos on my social media account or website? Some of these shots are great if I do say so myself. If it's only a couple, then sure. I'm not someone who wants an excessive amount of pictures of myself on the internet. Aren't you trying to be a model? No, I'm trying to be an idol. Hearing that, Anna immediately gave him a pitying glance. You do realize that you'll have no privacy from paparazzi, especially with a face like that? I'm surprised people don't take photos of you now. Mask, hat, glasses, hair and face, and hoodies. I think it's been working fine. Ari proudly listed his cover items. Anna glanced at him once more, noting the beautifully distinct features that really couldn't be hidden, before shrugging. It was a typical situation she dealt with where beautiful people weren't aware of their beauty because they saw it so much. Well, still look into modeling. You might as well make money from your image if people won't respect your privacy. I'll consider it. If the money is right, anything is possible. Well, if you book gigs like this, I can see it happening. And Martin is a great job to have on your portfolio. Who is he, by the way? Some sort of entertainment manager. The CEO of Pacific Records. At her words, Ari did a double take. I beg your pardon? He's who now? You know Pacific Records? The record label and music distributor? You mentioned wanting to be an idol, and we're talking about his cousin Pink Puma earlier. So I thought you knew. I think one of the labels under him is running a survival idol show along with other labels. You know the boy group BTZ? They're signed to them. I think it's Sunwave, Sandwave. Soundwave Music. Yes, exactly. He's the guy above their CEO. Anna slammed her fist on her palm in excitement. Oh, so he was a big shot. Ari thought over their interaction from asking about illegal passports to upcharging excessively for a photo shoot and basically calling the guy a pervert to his face before shrugging. What was done, and his first impression is what it was. So, why does a big, hotshot executive want so many photos of fat boy and models that look like me? That is above my pay grade and yours too. Head to the makeup artist to get the sweat off your face, and let's get back to the photos. He's sent his revisions, and we should get it done before the sun rises. You really think it will take that long? Anna gave him a pitying look before laughing darkly. It did, in fact, take several hours, and by the time they got approval to stop shooting, packed up the set, and stuffed all the clothing Ari was being gifted into a suitcase, it was close to 3 a.m., and Fat Boy had been carried away on a plush cushion, fast asleep. Anna had also packed her equipment and was on her way out, leaving Ari alone with the hairstylist. Ari, please follow me back on social media. I would absolutely love to work with you again, and I'll make sure to tag you when I post the photos. Okay, thank you again. But, both physically and mentally tired, Ari dragged himself into the hairstylist's chair, adjusted his utterly adorable headband, and just stared at the man for a second. It was a gigantic Samoan man, who said his name was Tusitala. He was wearing a tight black t-shirt that exposed the tattoos covering both of his muscular arms, and long curly hair that fell down his back. His hands were so large that the scissors in his hands looked like a child's toy, and his facial expression was very stern. As their eyes met in the mirror, Ari bowed his head politely. Hello again. Hello? You only wanted to dye your hair red, or did you want a haircut as well? Is the haircut included in the price? Yes. Then a cut as well, please. Tusitala walked over, running his fingers through Ari's hair and stretching out the curls before muttering to himself for several seconds before speaking in a deep, rumbly voice. So what kind of cut do you want? Are you growing it out? And what's your usual routine? I'm not picky, so that you can cut it however you please. I just want something that's low maintenance and looks good. My routine is to shampoo and condition daily, and let it air dry. No mousse? No gel? How do you handle frizz? I don't add anything, and if it frizzes, it frizzes. Since the humidity isn't too bad here, it rarely does that. And the hair color? Any particular shade of red? It's this one, Ari said, bringing out the envelope he had received a while back, which was bright, almost blinding, fire engine red. Tusitala muttered to himself for several more seconds before speaking again. Your hair is very dark, and will take many rounds of bleach to lift before being dyed this color. Since it's curly, I don't want to process it too much at once because it might damage it. I recommend partially doing it today and coming back in a couple of weeks. I don't have time to do it later, so if you could get it all done today, I would be grateful. Even if you have to cut it short, it's fine. But I think my hair is pretty strong. More importantly, Ari believed in the utterly adorable headband that he had been wearing diligently. Okay, I'll do my best to make sure your hair doesn't melt, so get comfortable. We're going to be here a while. Sure, I'm going to sleep, so just wake me up when you need me to move around. Aren't you forgetting something? Go away. Something very important. No, I'm not. My memory is great. Having heard the agreement, he needed and pretended he didn't see Nova's message. Ari immediately dozed off, only waking up when he was prompted to walk to a wash bowl or sit under a dryer. Your loss. By the time he was shaken awake, he had lost all track of time and had a horrible crick in his neck. We're finally done. Take a look. A hand mirror was shoved in his face, and Ari just stared at himself in shock. Fire engine red curls that were looser than usual were cut in a layered style that flowed around his face and barely brushed the back of his neck. Thankfully, your hair is quite strong, and the curls survived the 3 rounds of bleach. I tried giving you a variation of a wolf cut. As it gets longer, it should grow out nicely, and you can tuck it behind your ears or easily put it up. If you add a mousse and scrunch it, it might look better and be less frizzy. What do you think? I look hideous. I can't go out like this. You don't like it? Ari glanced back at the buff stylist, who had a grim expression, before looking at himself again. If he pretended not to see the red color, It's a great haircut and the color matches exactly, so I think you did a great job. Thank you. You don't like it? No, it's my first time dyeing my hair in 18 years. I'm a bit shocked. It doesn't look like me. Ah, I'll give you some time alone. When the hairstylist stepped away, Ari just kept staring at himself. The haircut was fine. It was nice, even. It was just that. Who the heck was this strange red-haired person looking back at him? The hair color was so bright and blinding that Ari really wanted to buzz his hair off immediately. But remembering that this was for a fan request from people who were constantly supporting him when they didn't have to, Ari restrained the urge to request that it be dyed black or cut off. Once he was done with the show, he planned on reverting to his original hair color immediately. But now, digging through the suitcase of clothing that he planned on selling at the first opportunity, he found an oversized fur hat that he liked and plopped it on his head. From now on, he would become one with the hat, so he wouldn't accidentally scare himself by catching sight of the brightly colored hair. As Ari sat there, spinning mindlessly in the hairstylist's chair, while wondering when the hairstylist would come back, he spotted a blond man dressed in a suit just staring at him in the mirror. Just as he began contemplating throwing something at him and running away, a calm voice sounded out. "Mr. Matisse?" "Yes. Who are you?" "I'm Mr. Martin's assistant. I'm here to assist you with your passport appointment. Shall we depart?" "Let's go." Surprisingly, the shortest part of his day was getting his passport. He was in and out of the American passport office within 2 hours with his passport in hand, and would get his French passport hand-delivered the following day. Once again, Ari vowed to amass enough money and resources so that such things would be possible for him in the future. For now, after being dropped off, he planned on handing his passport over to the PD and asking for more information about what had actually happened to Jalissa. As Ari was about to turn the corner and go through the side entrance, he heard a familiar sharp tone talking to a softer, feminine voice. "What exactly do you want?" "I'm busy. Levi, sweetie. When are you planning on leaving this silly show? I allowed you to take a break from college and do this for the semester as a favor to the Forbes boy, and since it will look good on your resume, but now is the time to be serious. You've gone above and beyond, have done well, gotten your name and face out there, but now there's no value in staying since you have no plans to debut anyway." "Oh, I love gossip. Get closer so we can hear more clearly." Ari moved accordingly, tiptoeing closer as he tried to hear the discussion. There was a pause before Levi's sharp voice sounded out. "So, there are 4 months until the fall semester. Why waste time here? You've missed so many auditions, and there was a perfect role that could have launched your Broadway career. I've called in a favor, and there's still time for you to pick up a small role for the summer. You know I'm paying a lot of money for your university, and you're not even taking proper advantage of being in New York to make your own connections. Don't you think it's time to quit? It's not like you're serious about rapping, right?" It's so crude. There was another pause before Levi's voice sounded out again. "Fine. Whatever. I'll quit. There's my sweet boy. Should I speak with the director, or will you do it?" "I can do it. Just go." "Okay. I know you're quite strong-willed, and we'll get it done in no time. Just make sure not to let them convince you of anything, okay? Then I'll contact the musical director and have them give you a private audition. For now, you need to stop cutting your hair so short and let it grow out for the role. I'll tell that silly father of yours to buy supplements. Actually, I'll just send them to his house myself. Make sure you take them, understand?" "Fine. All right, sweetie. I'll see you later." "Mom. Have you gone to see Grandma?" "What?" I said, have you gone to see Grandma or talk to her? Do you even know where she's living now? Why would I do that? That person's not my mother. She's just an egg donor and a stranger. I'll see you later, sweetheart. Moi. The sound of heels clacking on the ground echoed in the outdoor space, and Ari quickly grabbed his suitcase and began walking forward as if he hadn't been eavesdropping. A gorgeous woman with flowing long blonde hair, wearing a leather trench coat and high heels, walked past him without saying anything, and when Ari turned the corner, he just saw Levi standing there, staring blankly into space. Hearing the sound of wheels on the pavement, the blonde boy stared at Ari with his usual sharp look. "Were you eavesdropping?" "Accidentally. Are you really quitting?" "Yes." "Problem?" Ari looked him up and down before shrugging. "Nope. If possible, quit now so we don't have to redo our song parts later." "Levi, underscore, you're not going to try and stop me?" "Ari, underscore, why the hell would I do that? Not one to mince his words, especially with Levi. Ari just said how he felt. No. Why would I do that? You've done it before. 4. The guy who sings well. Who? Carlos. Well, obviously, because he's a friend and we're close. Are you and I supposed to be close or even friends? At the question, Levi just stared at him blankly before turning away and entering the building. Wow, you've become a bully. I think you hurt his feelings and broke his heart. Maybe he thought you guys were close. Since when were we close? Ari could only scoff at Novus' words. When had he and Levi ever been close? Number 242. Chapter 242. You're not real rappers. 1. Immediately throwing the strange interaction to the back of his mind, Ari went to the PD's office to drop off his passport before dumping the suitcase of things in his shared room and heading to the practice room. Everyone, including Levi, wearing his headphones, was in there, but the room was awkwardly quiet with everyone scribbling hard on their papers while the weird instrumental played in the background. When Ari entered, Vishal glanced up with a tired expression. You're late. Production had to tell us that you wouldn't be here. Sorry. Ari immediately apologized since it was his fault. It's fine. Did you at least write your lyrics? Or come up with a concept? We're all struggling a bit and haven't really settled on anything. It's been tense. Concept? His lyrics? Oh snap. He was supposed to write lyrics. He had completely forgotten about that. I told you that you were forgetting something important. But you didn't want to listen and would. Rather take a nap. Now look at you. Tisk, TSK. Reading the answer on Ari's face, Vishal rubbed his head and sighed. Whatever. It's fine. Just come inside. Okay. I'm sorry once again, everyone. I'll make it up to you. It's fine. Whatever. We're cooked regardless with this trash song. The response in the room was quite mixed, and just as Vishal said, the atmosphere was extremely tense and suffocating. It was as if everyone had given up. Since everyone is here, why don't we go around and let everyone rap their verse? If there's a common theme, we can use that as our concept and unify things. Okay. Although Vishal seemed to be speaking to all of them, everyone's eyes were on Levi, waiting to see what he would do. I don't care. Okay. Then let's start with Matthew. Sure. Looking slightly nervous, Matthew stood up and waited until the music got to his part once more before slowly reading the lyrics he had written. To put it gently, it was a unique rap and Matthew spent the time chasing the beat rather than being on top of it. So what do you guys think? I've also started making choreography and can show you that as well. Oh wow. Vishal began stuttering as he tried to figure out how to say what he wanted to politely before a cold voice cut him off. It sounds like trash. At Levi's words, Matthew's face turned red from embarrassment, causing Ari to glare at Levi. Oi, there's no need for being rude when he's trying hard. Pale blue eyes glared back at him as Levi snorted. The person who is late can't talk to me about being rude. That was that, and this is this. He's a teammate. He's trying. Be cordial or get out. Say less. Levi crumpled up the sheet of paper that he had, tossing it in the general direction of the trash can before leaving and slamming the door behind him. Phew. Thank God he's gone. Matthew sighed in relief while patting his chest, and it seemed that the rest of them felt the same way as complaints began flying. I'm always so scared when I look at him. All he does is glare at people and threaten to beat them up. I don't know how he keeps getting a good edit. Ari was completely shocked at the way they were speaking and immediately began calling them out. What the heck? He's our teammate. Don't say that. And if you're going to talk bad about him, do it to his face. Minjun turned and gave Ari a snide look. So he can break my face? He's broken down several doors before. And so have I. Although in Ari's case, it was just the door handle, not the entire door. Well, they call you Captain Crash Out for a reason. Well, if you don't want to see a real crash out, stop bad-mouthing our teammate behind his back when I'm here. Got it. The person who skipped our team practice and didn't even prepare really doesn't have grounds to be scolding me. Putting that special PD privilege to good use, I see. Me being unprepared is one thing. I take the blame for that, but bad-mouthing someone when they're not here is wrong. If you don't agree, feel free to leave, and I'll curse you out in every language I know with everybody here. Then smile in your face when you come back. Let's see how you like it. You dash. Yes, me? What? You don't like that idea? Feels bad. Then don't do it to other people. Ari gave Minjun a sharp smile. Of course, you crash out thugs stick together. Minjun muttered under his breath. I sometimes wonder what you expect me to do when you say things like that, Ari said in a soft voice as he pushed up the fur hat so he could see better, and Minjun flinched for some reason. Okay. Everyone, calm down. Let's stop here before we start saying things we don't mean. Why don't we take a break and reconvene tomorrow? That way, everyone can have time to revise their verses and think of a concept. Okay, fine. Okay, all right. Since they were all in agreement, the room emptied out quickly, and Ari grabbed Levi's crumpled-up paper, went into one of the private practice rooms, locked the door, and made sure there were no cameras before taking a seat. Being nosy, he uncrumpled the paper, realizing that it was clearly lyrics that had been written and erased multiple times, as if the writer had been constantly revising them. And it wasn't just for the Levi's part. There were 6 different verses written in tiny letters, with 5 of them having temporary next to them. And as Ari read the lyrics aloud while playing the music in his head, he realized that for the most part, the written words mostly fit the strange, disjointed song that they had been given. Wow, even as a rough draft, it sounds pretty good even when it's coming from you. Despite his sharp mouth, he's surprisingly diligent, isn't he? Don't you feel even worse now? Ari did. He wanted to go find Levi immediately, but right now he had something more pressing to do. First, let's do some housekeeping. I completed the last mission on the mission board, right? Correct. Hand me my rewards, please. Ding. I see Korea. I see France. I see you getting more passport stamps. Complete. Mission board number 5 complete. Mission board number 5 reward. 1 gotcha gift token received. Ariel Matisse. Age, 18. Vocals, A+. Dance, C. Visual, Rap, F. Charm, A. Skills, Jukebox, A. Picky Listener, B. Pen Pal, C. Current rewards, 2 stat points and 1 gotcha gift tokens. First, let's add these 2 stat points to the rap stat. Rap, Fe-. Ari stared at the pathetically low rap stat before rubbing his eyes in annoyance. For his rapping to be decent, he needed to get it to a C rank, but the issue was that he had no extra stat points, and none of his repeat missions were close to giving him any. Is there some magical item that can come out of the gacha that will allow me to rap better? Anything is possible if you have enough tokens. Will you give me more tokens? That's all on you. Will you complete your mission boards? Faster. Fine. Whatever. I'd like to use the gacha token then. Beginning now. The familiar blue screen transforms into a gumball machine with rainbow-colored balls inside. The little animation of a coin entering the slot played, and the silver turn key cranked 5 times to the right before. Pop. A bright blue ball popped out of the opening, into the air, and fell into his hands. Grabbing the ball with familiarity, Ari split it open, causing 1/2 of the ball to disappear and 2 small bright blue crystalline earring studs to appear in his palm. Bilingual blue diamond earrings. Use. Put them in your ear, tap each earring, and select which language you want for that earring. Performance. Allows you to speak and understand the chosen languages at the level of your native language from a list of 250 languages. Once the language is set in each earring, it cannot be changed. Ari looked at the earrings curiously before tossing them up and down. Blue diamonds, huh? It had a nice, sizable weight that looked to be about 1 carat. While the functionality was useful, the only international trip he had coming up was Korea, so he only needed 1. Maybe he could sell the other one. If you dare to sell it, I'll take it back. Nova quickly interrupted his thoughts. Ari, I didn't say anything. You didn't have to. I can see the thoughts on your face. Save it. You'll definitely need it later. Fine. I can't use it right now because I don't have. My ear's pierced, so it's not really useful for my issue right now. Can I get the new mission board? And please make it missions that will actually help me out. Ding. Number 243. Chapter 243. You're not real rappers, 2. Ding. Mission board number 6. 1. Your physical weakness is unacceptable. We'll make a man out of you or die trying. Permanently gain at least 6 kilograms. Current weight, 57 kilograms. Reward, 1 dance stat point and 1 visual stat point. 2. When I grow up, I want to be famous. I want to be a star. I want to be in movies. Make an at least 30-second cameo in a music video, TV show, or movie. Reward, 1 charm stat point plus unlock acting stat. 3. I'm not bossy. I'm the boss. Successfully become a team leader and lead your team to a first-place victory. Time limit. Until the final Pop Star Academy audience voting performance. Reward. 1 stat point plus unlock leadership stat. Ari quickly read through the new missions before he began asking clarifying questions. How do you know my weight? Magic. Haha, very funny. What if I add the weight and then lose it by accident? I'm in my growth period and I'm exercising a lot, so it fluctuates. That's for you to figure out. You must maintain the weight gain for at least 2 weeks for the task to be done. Although it wasn't the answer he wanted to hear, Ari let it go. He would just have to eat more. Fine. How am I supposed to end up in a TV show or movie? I'm assuming this one doesn't count. For once, your assumption is correct. By doing your best. Good luck. TSK. None of this is immediately helpful in raising my rap stat. Don't you have a surprise mission for me somewhere? No. Do I look like a surprise mission printer? I just gave you one. Rather than begging me for a surprise mission, I recommend using the skills you have and completing your rap repeat missions that you've been pretending don't exist for extra stat points. Fine. With a resigned sigh, Ari first went to ask around if anyone knew where Levi was, since he wanted to talk to him and apologize for being harsh. Unfortunately, nobody, including Benjamin, knew where he was. He wasn't on the roof, wasn't in his room or any of the bathrooms, but since his things were still there and hadn't been packed, Ari decided to find him the next day. Returning to the practice room, Ari began his second day of staying awake all night. He spent half the night trying to write meaningful lyrics to a beat he didn't particularly like or understand, and the other half trying to rap without wasting his jukebox tokens. By the time the sun came up, his throat was a little sore, but he had some rough lyrics written down. After a quick breakfast and a search with Levi still not being found, Ari went to vocal class along with Jamie and Carlos. And unfortunately, instead of seeing Jalissa's bright and friendly face, which he missed so much, it was the red, scruffy face of producer Benny standing at the front of the room wearing a red sparkly suit that exposed even more chest hair than the last one. When Benny spotted Ari, he walked over while taking a sip from the black water bottle that production had made him switch to, so their poor editors weren't overworked with blurring out an alcohol flask. Oh, look who finally decided to join us after skipping all of yesterday. That's a nice hat. Decided to go shopping. Producer Benny looked at the expensive-looking, oversized fur hat with covetous eyes. Wasn't this kid supposed to be poor? If his eyes didn't deceive him, this was from this year's runway spring collection from a luxury French brand that wasn't even available for celebrities to purchase yet, much less the public. It seemed that there might be some merit to Forbes' suspicion that he had a secret sponsor, and a PR firm supporting him might be true. A bit annoyed at the judgmental eyes that looked as if he didn't take him seriously, Benny began prodding him to bait a reaction. I asked you a question. Why weren't you in class yesterday? I had permission to be out. Well, I don't recall giving your permission here. PD Emily gave me permission. You should have cleared it with me. Seeing that the producer just wanted to be unreasonable, it took everything in Ari's power not to roll his eyes and be the bigger person. Okay, didn't I tell you to call me sir? Taking a look at the camera in the back, Ari replied with textbook politeness. Okay, sir. Next time, I'll inform you when I won't be around. Sir. Hoping this was the end of their interaction, Ari tried to step inside the room, but producer Benny blocked the doorway again after allowing Carlos and Jamie to enter. What do you think you're doing, hat boy? Ari. What kind of stupid question was this? Doing his best not to gag at the strong scent of alcohol and slight BO, Ari schooled his face to be neutral, trying to enter the room in time for class. This isn't the class for you. Since when? Since I said so. That's not a good reason for anything. What's the actual reason? Are you talking back to me? No. I'm just asking a clarifying question. Fine. For that alone, I'm dropping you down to B grade rap. What does that even dash? C grade rap. The more you backtalk to me, the more I'll send you to a lower rap class. Want to continue backtalking me? Aren't you performing a rap song? I don't think it's necessary for you to be here, so head to the rap class along with the rest of your team. That doesn't make any sense because I'm signed up as a vocalist, and I've been attending vocal classes long before you got here. D grade rap. Shall we continue? At the producer's smug smile, Ari forced back his frustration and smiled politely before finishing what he had to say. I don't mean to be rude, But just because my team is working on a rap song doesn't mean you can kick me out of the vocalist class. I'll head out for now because I do actually need help figuring out how to rap properly. And a side note, you might not know because you're new, but Exponent, the rap trainer, only teaches one rap class now. So even if you drop me down to Z-grade rap, I'll still be heading to the same training session as all the other rap contestants. It makes no difference at all, sir. You cheeky brat. As the producer began getting in his face, spreading spit and his stinky breath, Ari blinked as his eyes started watering from the toxic fumes, before using the flap of the fur hat to cover his face. I'm going to go now, sir. I'll be back to the vocalist class when this team mission is done, sir. Bold of you to assume you won't be eliminated with that team of yours. I have full confidence in myself and the people that support me that I definitely won't be. Without waiting for producer Benny to say anything else, Ari quickly left the room and walked to the practice room where Exponent was holding class while taking a deep breath of fresh air. He felt like throwing up and also wanted to punch Benny at least once, but restrained the feeling and calmed his breathing instead. When he arrived at the right door, Ari knocked politely until it slid open, with Exponent, the rap instructor, standing in the doorway. The man was wearing an LA baseball hat that coordinated with his simple outfit, and he had always had sparkling jewelry on his neck and wrist. Contest Ariel, right? What's wrong? Aren't you in the wrong class, or are you looking to grab somebody for the PD? No, I was sent here by producer Benny. He said I should be here from now on. Ari replied in a slightly frustrated tone. Ah, got it. Well, grab a seat. Today we're working on freestyling, writing bars, enunciation, and delivery. You might find it helpful since your team is performing a rap song. Okay. With a lazy shrug, Ari entered the practice room, looking at faces that he rarely saw. Benjamin, Leo, Matthew, Daniel, etc. All the people who rapped were there. Except for Levi. Big man Ari with the big hat. Wagwan. Why are you here? Taking a seat next to Benjamin, Ari whispered 2 words. Sparkly suit. Ah, that's rough, mate. Well, welcome to our class. It's fun. All right, that's enough. Let's get to it. Today we're freestyling in a cipher format. No topic, just saying words as they come to your head on the beat. Since we have a new attendee, Ari, why don't you go first? Seeing that he didn't have a choice, Ari withheld a sigh and stood up as a simple beat began playing. My name is Ari. Benjamin immediately began yelling out ad-libs. Yeah, I'm 18. Okay, this is really awkward, if you get what I mean. Don't stop. I don't want to make a scene. But what? I'm pretty nervous, so I'd like to sit down like a queen. There was a moment of silence before everyone in the room, including Exponent, burst into laughter. After wiping his tears, he began speaking. Well, it wasn't bad, but it's pretty surprising to me that you're nervous since you're usually very confident. Would you like to try again, get some coaching, or let someone else go? I'll let someone else go. Ari sat back down, glad that the fur hat was covering his ears, which felt a bit hotter than usual. Well, why don't we let Benjamin go? Your usual partner, Levi, isn't here today, but do you want to spit, or do you want to go against a partner? Apart from him, no one ever wants to go against me, so I guess I'll drop a few bars in it. After Benjamin dropped a few rap bars, the beat switched, and everyone else in the room successfully went with Exponent, giving tips and a mini lecture throughout. Well, I hope that this lesson was useful to all of you. As I always say, rap is 70% attitude and delivery and 30% the content of your actual lyrics. When you're not confident, it shows and makes it hard for those watching to buy what you're selling. You feel me? And for those of you struggling to write lyrics, the closer to heart the issue is, the better your lyrics will be. Don't try rapping about a life of glitz and glam just because it's popular, especially if you can't do it confidently and sell it. Authenticity helps a lot, especially when you're starting out, and real rappers who write their verses use it as a way to tell stories and spark conversation about their lives, about issues, and the various things that affect them. It's kind of like country music, Ari muttered, but it seemed as if Exponent heard him because he smiled widely. It's exactly like country music. What both styles are trying to do is tell a story of life's triumphs, defeats, and everything in between. The mediums are just different. Throughout the entire class, Ari watched and listened attentively to the coaching that Exponent provided and the way Benjamin and others responded. From catching the beat to changing the pronunciations of words to fit a particular rhyme scheme. He got an expert intro to rap class that he had never had before and expanded his musical horizons in a different manner. While Exponent's teaching style was a bit rougher than Jalissa's, Ari genuinely enjoyed it overall, and by the end of the class his rap stat even went up by 1 point. Rap. After the class was over. How'd you like it? Quite fun in it. Benjamin rested his arm on top of the fluffy, oversized hat on Ari's head before beginning to rub his face against it aggressively because of the fluffiness and the perfumed scent. It wasn't bad. And get off of me. You're heavy. Ari tolerated it for 2.5 seconds before he started shoving him away. I can't lie, bruv, I quite like this hat. It's proper soft and smells fancy. An Exponent is a good trainer, yeah? Come over to the rap side of things. There's less competition and it's more fun on this side. We'll see. Ari replied noncommittally. While learning to rap was fun, he wanted to get good at it before showing that skill to people. After a quick lunch where Ari forced himself to eat double his usual portion in an effort to begin bulking up. Once it was finished, taking the lyrics he had worked on, he went to their practice room where everyone was gathering, and once again Levi wasn't there. When Vishal arrived, the Indian boy looked around and not seeing Levi began questioning everyone. Has anyone seen Levi today? No. He wasn't at breakfast. He wasn't in rap class either. Okay, I'll ask the production team about him. For now, let's get started. Firstly, did everyone finish their lyrics? Yes. Yeah. I mean, technically, I guess. Good. Then, starting from the beginning, let's have everyone rap it in turn and begin nailing down the concept that we're going with. Does that sound good? Everyone nodded in agreement. Just as Vishal was about to start the music, the practice room door slid open, and they all turned to look in unison. It was producer Benny, along with a camera crew. He looked over them with his characteristic smirk before trying to speak in a suave voice. Well, if it isn't the rap team. You should be honored. I came to listen to what you've all accomplished so far, and I even brought the person who produced the song. As producer Benny stepped aside, a loud voice could be heard as someone stepped forward. Yo, what's up? Ari stared from producer Benny, who had found time to change to an obnoxiously blinding gold sparkly suit, to the young black man who had crazy dreadlocks and was dressed in baggy jeans with large holes in them, an oversized designer t-shirt with LV printed all over it, numerous oversized silver and diamond chains around his neck, as well as gold grills over all of his teeth, to the shocked camera person behind the two people wondering what the hell was going on. Number 244. Chapter 244. You're not real rappers. 3. Y'all lil don't know how to talk? I said, what's up, my? The rapper who came in behind producer Benny loudly yelled again as he stared at the contestants in the room. The 5 contestants in the room exchanged awkward glances as nobody was quite sure how to respond. Thankfully, Kate, one of the writers, came into the room behind the cameraman and tried to take control of the situation. Lil Pumpy, sir, please don't speak to the contestants like that. All right, be asterisk. Whatever you say. I guess there's no on the team anyway. Just a bunch of suburban white boys and a bunch of Asian kids who think they can rap. At the crazy insults that continued coming out of the rapper's mouth, Ari turned to stare at Kate, who looked as if she were about to cry from stress, the cameraman who seemed confused as to whether he should be recording this, and then at producer Benny, who looked like he didn't plan on doing anything to stop it. As the rest of his teammates just stared in shock, unsure of what to do, Ari stood up and began pushing Kate toward the door. Go get the PD. Are you trying to snitch on me, Lil? Lil Pumpy, the rapper, grabbed Ari's arm but was quickly shrugged off with surprising strength. Yes, because you shouldn't be speaking that way to any of us that way, and especially not to our staff member like that. It's disrespectful. And if I don't stop, then leave. I'll take responsibility and tell the PD what happened myself. Then you can explain why you had to come in here cursing at a bunch of kids and calling our staff names. Seeing that Ari was actually serious and had a crazy look in his eye, Lil Pumpy held his hand up. Fine. Chill out. My bad, damn. Can't take a joke? You two-bit. I mean, woman. Chill out. Kate glanced between the rapper and Ari pointedly glanced at the door and her, mentally urging her to get the PD so they didn't have to deal with this crazy person. I'll be back. As Kate quickly dashed out, producer Benny followed her, and Lil Pumpy rolled his eyes before continuing to speak. Anyway, I'm Lil Pumpy, the coolest and the baddest rapper alive. I'm the one who made the song your team will be performing. I'm sure you've heard of me and are honored to meet me. Don't bother asking for an autograph. I only sign those for people who pay. Ari. Ari was not honored in the slightest and had no plans of ever paying anyone a single cent for an autograph, much less a random rapper that he had never heard of. The rest of his teammates just stared in silence since nobody actually knew who the rapper was and why he had previously acted as if he were crazy and now was acting somewhat normal. Seeing that they were looking at him with an unimpressed stare, Lil Pumpy got a bit upset. He was a one-hit wonder who had failed to have a career despite the numerous songs he had released after his hit song had faded from the charts. While trying his hand at producing, he got this opportunity by being drinking buddies with Benny. After doing some research on the Pop Star Academy show and realizing how big and popular the show and the contestants were becoming, with several of them, including the so-called rappers, having more followers and getting more praise than he ever did, Lil Pumpy's jealousy grew, and he began to plot. These weren't even real rappers who had a grind. They were just snotty idol rapper brats who were pretty and just read what they were given. Annoyed, he presented a decoy song, wanting the contestants to struggle fruitlessly so that he could take on the role of the miraculous rap coach who would teach them how to become real rappers and give them the real song that would wow the audience and catapult the team into an amazing victory. With that success on his resume, he could then transition into getting a permanent trainer role like Exponent, possibly even replacing him, regain his former limelight, and reignite his career with the new eyes that would see his greatness. After all of the judges from Larry Jackson to Selena had experienced a boost in their music streaming and sales just from appearing on the show, so the same could happen to him. Reconfirming the plan in his mind, Lil Pumpy smirked at the contestants, especially the green-eyed one whose face constantly popped up each time he searched for the show. It was time to humble them, so they would come crawling back for his help. Clearing his throat and posing coolly for the camera, Lil Pumpy deepened his voice and began to speak. As producer Benny said, I heard that you all are performing my song, right? I came to do a little review and give some feedback to make sure you don't disgrace me. So let me see what you have. Ari quickly raised his hand to try to stop this impromptu performance since none of them had actually practiced anything. We're actually missing a team member right now, so I don't think we can give you the performance you're looking for. After a quick glance around the room, Lil Pumpy immediately identified who was missing from the report he had been given. It was the boy whose parents were both popular actors, and he was one of the ones who was super popular, even though Lil Pumpy thought his skill wasn't that great. That sharp-looking white boy who thinks he can rap just because he can speak fast, right? Where is he? He skipped dash. He's taking some personal time off. If you want to see a full performance, you should probably come back tomorrow or another day so we can do your song justice. Ari calmly cut Minjun off while sincerely hoping that this rapper would go away. That's fine. Perform anyway. We haven't practiced yet. Just do it. It's my song, and I want to see what you guys have achieved in the past couple of days. Everyone keeps saying that this is the most talented batch of contestants in an idol show ever. Let me see that talent then. Perform. The five of them exchanged glances before Vishal sighed and grabbed the tablet. Everybody grabbed their lyrics and waited for the intro to finish. Once that was done, Minjun stepped forward first, reading from his paper as the music played in the background. With the sound of the bell, I step in the ring like I'm a boxer. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Conviction on my fist. I'm stronger than any other. There's no round twos. I want that knockout. Right hook, left hook. Beat him up, like I'm Pacquiao. Lil Pumpy found himself nodding along, a bit pleased with the lyrics, before straightening his face so that he looked disapproving. It was a short little verse, and Minjun quickly stepped back, letting Leo step forward. Traveling toward my destiny faster than light. The sun and my spaceship are the only things in sight. My enemies appear from wormholes and planets. I draw in everything like I created gravity, and my lasers to implode your reality. At the complete change of topic that broke the flow from the previous verse, the smug expression on Lil Pump's face slowly began morphing into anger, which grew even more when Vishal started his verse on an entirely different topic. By the time Matthew went, the rapper looked upset and was tapping his feet impatiently as he waited for Ari, who had the second worst performance on the team. When the music finally turned off, Lil Pumpy began angrily berating them. I knew it. My song is wasted here. You idle people are used to just regurgitating songs, lyrics, and concepts that are given to you, and can barely create a cohesive song by yourselves. This is shit, man. It's terrible. You're not real rappers. Back in my day, anyone could give me a beat, and I would slide on it. Well, first of all, I'm not a rapper at all. I'm a vocalist. And secondly, we haven't even had a chance to organize everything because of you. Although he wanted to start an argument with the rapper, Ari just decided to zone out. If there were something valuable being said, he would try to remember it, but getting scolded so that someone could hear their own voice and preach their own superiority rather than actually help them was a waste of time. Subtly hiding a yawn, when Ari finally looked forward, the rapper was standing in front of him, blinding Ari with the reflection coming from his necklaces. Oh, so you think this is boring? You had the worst verse here. It's like you've never rapped before. If I had to give you a grade, it would be an F. Hey, I'll have you know that it's at least an E now. Since he couldn't let his true thoughts be known, Ari quickly changed the subject. I'm sorry about that, but I have a question about your song. The beat seems incomplete, as if several different songs have been spliced together. Could you give us tips on how to navigate it and make it a more cohesive song for the performance? Or maybe what you were thinking as you made it? Seeing that Ari had accurately identified the real issue of the song, Lil Pumpy began deflecting. Heh, you don't even know that much? Are you trying to get me to do the work for you? Not at all. It just sounds a bit chaotic and off to my ears. When you were making this song, what was your intention? What were you trying to convey? Was there a particular story? A vibe? What did you envision it sounding like? And what was your mood when you were creating it? Anything at all could be helpful so that we don't embarrass your song. Ari began walking close to the rapper as his mind started spinning faster with ideas. Since the creator was here, he might as well squeeze all the information that he could out of him. I was, thinking about a battle. At the barrage of questions, Lil Pumpy spit out the first thing that came to mind. A battle? A rap battle. Yeah, a rap battle. You fake rappers wouldn't know, but back in my day, real rappers like me participated in rap battles and ciphers where you come up with your own lyrics to any beat that you're given while building off what the person who goes before you says. Anytime you got on the radio or performed, you could be called to battle or freestyle. I thought you guys were talented, but all I heard today was random gibberish being read off a paper. It was complete trash. You guys are not rappers, you're readers. You ruined my song. I'm sorry you feel that way. But to clarify, you gave us a rap battle song? It's not actually meant to flow together. It's actually separate pieces. Ari clarified, trying to dig into the bottom of the issue, as an idea began forming in his head. I didn't say that. Lil Pumpy quickly changed his story. He had honestly just thrown some half-made beats together and tried to make them sound cohesive before giving up. It wasn't like this was the final version of the song. The new beat he planned on presenting to the team once they begged for his help was completely different and very reminiscent of his original song that had blown up years ago. But he needed them to be desperate, which meant he would answer no more questions. Anyways, I'm leaving now. Just know that I hated this performance. Fix everything from the beginning. The lyrics, the order, everything. Lil Pumpy yelled as he began backing away while Ari walked toward him with his eyes flashing with a strange light. Wait, before you go, do you mind if we add some things to your song? Or switch the order of some things around? Producer Benny said we couldn't, but it's your song, right? You're the boss, right? You've already ruined it, so how bad can it be? Change whatever you want. Just know that unless you tell your staff to beg me nicely, I won't give you any help or advice. Thud. Before Ari could say anything else, the rapper quickly left, slamming the door behind him. Ari quickly turned to the cameraman, giving him a cheeky smile. You captured that last bit, right? Yep. Sweet. The room was silent before Matthew sadly plopped to the ground. There's nothing sweet about it. We have to start from the beginning again. It took forever to come up with those lyrics. And we haven't even talked about choreography. Are we even going to have choreography? What can we do? The song owner literally said we should, Minjun grumbled. If he had all these things to say, he should have given us a concept too, Leo added with a sigh. I really think it's sweet. He literally gave us a concept, and I don't think we need to change our verses all that much. Ari told them as he began cracking his neck. His head was working overtime, consolidating and discarding ideas. Huh, what do you mean by that? When did he say that? He said he was thinking of a rap battle or cipher when he made the song. So let's do that. Let's make our performance a 3 versus 3 rap battle. Matthew, remember? Our team had one led by Benjamin when we were in Vegas. Let's do the same thing here, only a bit more polished. A rap battle performance? That doesn't even make sense. He's lost it. He's finally gone crazy. As his teammates stared at him in confusion, Ari gave them a bright smile and brought out the sticky notes and pen that he always carried in his pocket. Listen well, okay? I'll explain it to you from beginning to end. Hijacking the mirror to paste sticky notes on it, Ari began explaining their concept and how they would integrate each person's unique verse along with a custom chorus to imitate a rap battle and have one cohesive performance. Not having a better idea and seeing the full picture slowly fleshed out, everyone slowly agreed to the concept of a 3-on-3 battle. The only issue now was, where is Levi? Chapter 245, Where's Levi? 1. Ari spent the next 3 days looking for Levi. He asked everybody from Levi's roommates, have you seen Levi? Give me back the thing you stole from me, you thieving orphan. Wow, congratulations. Your insults and imagination are getting more creative. Anyway, Ari immediately looked past William's annoying face and asked one of his roommates, a quiet boy named Tony, who constantly seemed to fade into the background. Have you seen Levi? He was here yesterday for like 5 minutes, but he hasn't been in the room since. What time? Around 8? Or 9? I came back early from practice. If he comes back again, tell me immediately, and tell him I'm looking for him. Got it? Tony glanced between Ari and William before avoiding eye contact. Let's try that again, got it? Seeing the number 2 crash out of the program glare at him, Tony found himself standing up straight and saluting. Yes, sir. Giving the saluting Tony a strange look, Ari moved on to his next harassment target. The staff members. Kate, can you give me Levi's cell phone number? Or his home address? Ari, I'm sorry. I wish I could help, but you know I can't do that. It's private. Kate gave him a sympathetic look, but was surprisingly firm. Please? It's important. He's on our team, and we haven't seen or heard from him. I'm worried. Please. Ari rounded his eyes and gave her his best teary-eyed expression, and seeing her waver, grabbed her hand pleadingly. Wow, your acting is getting better and better. You shut up. Pretty please. I'll never forget this. Don't look at me like that. I am sorry, but I can't tiki. With tears in her eyes, Kate ran away to avoid looking at the eyes that were trying to hypnotize her into giving him whatever he wanted. TCH. Ari clicked his tongue in disappointment before moving on to his next target of harassment. PDM dash. No. But I dash. No. Out. Tisk. PDG dash. What did PD Emily say? Dang it. Feeling like a crazy person, Ari spent his time between practice, running around looking for Levi, and had taken to camping in front of the door people used to sneak out. He had even gotten a special capture tool delivered so that Levi couldn't leave once he found him. Meanwhile, the person he was looking for had confidently walked through the front door and was now having a conversation with another blonde. When are you leaving? Your mom said she already spoke to you. Soon. True to his minimal style of speaking, when he didn't want to be bothered, Levi gave a one-word response and continued to grab what he came back for. When exactly is that? Don't tell me you plan on performing this round. Levi glanced at William, seeing the familiar smirk on his face before looking away in irritation. No. Good. That green-eyed weirdo has been ransacking the whole place looking for you, saying he absolutely has to have you on the team for this performance. I guess it will be good for you to leave them hanging, so their performance is even more terrible than it already is. There was only one contestant with green eyes, so it was apparent who William was talking about. Is that right? Unknowingly, Levi let out a tiny smile that quickly disappeared, and seeing it, the smirk on William's face got wiped away. I hope you didn't get attached and decide to stay. Remember that you're only here as a favor to me. And with you blocking me from being within the debut rank, you don't need to be here anymore. It's not like you wanted to do it in the first place, right? I guess. Why does he bother you so much anyway? If he really stole from you, why not get your family to get it back? Levi glanced at William as he put his headphones on. Family friend or not, that's none of your business. Then stop nagging me. I'll leave when I want. On a whim. After leaving the shared room, rather than leaving straight away, Levi took the long way through the halls, automatically disregarding the people who flinched and scrambled out of his way. He didn't know what he was expecting to see, but as he headed out the door, a cold feeling settled into his heart until something smacked against his back. Spinning around and taking off his headphones, Levi saw a damp, angry face with literal steam coming from it, with the owner wearing an oversized fur hat and a brown tracksuit, pointing at him while glaring at him. Huff huff, finally found you, damn deaf Kiwi head. Levi Kiwi head. What kind of insult was that? Ari ignored the question and began asking his own. Where have you been? Out. Doing what? Stuff. Ari. Without telling the team where you were, or if you were coming back. What kind of teammate is that? Didn't you say to leave? And everyone was happy enough once I left. After all I do is threaten to beat people up? If you were eavesdropping, then you should have stayed for the rest of it, you Kiwi head. Why do you keep calling me that? Because it's accurate. Are you quitting? And if I am? Levi asked curiously, wondering what Ari would say. Okay, give me one last high five. For good luck on your next journey. It's what we do in the countryside of France. Ari held up his left hand with his right hand in his pocket. Levi, what kind of good luck ritual was this? Although he gave Ari a strange look, Levi obediently raised his right hand, and the moment he did, click, Ari gave him a bright smile as he cheerfully handcuffed their wrists together. What the hell? Let's become friends and get close so you can tell me from beginning to end why you think it's okay to skip 3 days of practice without telling anyone on the team. Then we'll tackle why you're antisocial and awkward, the lyrics you wrote for our performance, your relationship with William, and more. Take this off. Levi immediately yanked his cuffed hand, causing Ari to slide across the floor and almost slam into him. I lost the key. You know I'm strong enough to snap this, right? Levi twisted the cuff again, his muscles straining, but surprisingly, the chain held firm even though it creaked. You can exert over 1,000 pounds of force from your wrist. When Levi's eyes widened, Ari swung his attached hand playfully. I specifically bought the military grade one after examining the door that you broke. Spent a lot of money on it, too. Ben can vouch for the fact that I flushed the original key down the toilet, and the new key won't arrive until tomorrow, and the chain is intentionally short enough that it can't be sawed off without hurting us both. So, we're stuck together for about 12 hours? Let's make the most of it. Seriously? Yep. Are you crazy? Maybe? Oftentimes, there's a voice in my head that only I can hear. I should probably get that checked out, huh? Letting off a resigned sigh, Levi began grumbling. Why are you doing this? You mentioned Carlos, and I remembered that he and I got close when we snuck out to get tacos and buy dance shoes. So I figured we could do the same. Speaking of which, do you like French food? I don't hate it. Excellent. I just got a fat payday, so it'll be my treat. By the way, do you have a car and a license? Why? To drive us to go eat French food, of course. Also, I need to get my ears pierced. You're planning on using me as a chauffeur? I have gas money, don't worry. I can also tip you. And you want me to drive with one of my hands handcuffed? We can call a taxi instead if you want, although this might be a bit hard to explain. Ari waved their handcuffed hands, and Levi gave them another dirty look. Whose fault is that? Mine, of course. Regardless, let's go. I'm hungry, and I'm trying to bulk up. Alon's what? The walk to the car was silent except for Ari's whistling, and thankfully, Levi had a convertible whose top he lowered with the car remote, so they could both just hop in. And as the address was plugged into the GPS, Levi peeled off, and Ari enjoyed the wind blowing in his face. So let's chat. What's your deal? There's no deal, Levi replied coldly. Sensing a bomb resting in that response, Ari quickly pivoted to something he was curious about. Then what are you studying at university? I remember you talked about an ethics class when we had to record the Signal song with that insane director. Is it a requirement for acting? Is acting even a major? As someone whose college plans were to go to community college and figure it out from there, it was interesting hearing about an actual college student's experience. You're a shameless eavesdropper, you know that. Since we both eavesdropped on each other, I think it cancels out. Anyway, answer me, I'm curious. After several seconds of silence, Levi reluctantly responded. I'm a double major. Film production and acting. Ugh, smarty pants. Levi quickly glanced beside him with an incredulous expression. You're the valedictorian, and you're calling me smarty pants? I don't think it's all that impressive because standardized testing in high school is easy once you know the trick. What do you like about film production? And what's your favorite movie or show? You're really asking that. What? I'm curious. Unless you want to be handcuffed together in silence for the next 12 hours. With another sigh, Levi slowly began answering the questions. Number 246. Chapter 246. Where's Levi 2? Bonsoir. Avez-vous un table pour deux? I'm sorry, I didn't understand you. What was that? At the snobby voice of the blonde host wearing the classic black and white uniform, Ari blinked, before switching to English, thinking that the restaurant policy had changed from all the workers knowing speaking French. Can I get a table for two? Much better. I recommend practicing your French a bit more so your accent sounds more authentic. That way when you speak, people can actually understand you. Quoi? What the hell did he mean by practice more, so his accent sounds authentic? This was an authentic Parisian with a southwestern French accent, developed by only speaking French with his parents and living in France, okay? As Ari was deciding whether to argue or ask him to call the owner, the host continued in a snobby voice. Did you make a reservation? No. Since when was a reservation needed? Although he hadn't been here in a couple of years, this was a restaurant he was quite familiar with. Had things changed so much? Then I'm afraid we can't sit you. It's literally empty? Ari glanced into the quaint interior and cozy ambience, with the majority of the seats empty. Those seats are reserved for guests. No, they're not. Levi held his phone out, scrolling through the available seats on the reservation site. The host's face turned slightly red, and he flinched before quickly regained his composure as he stared at Levi's sharp expression. Well, you have to make a reservation. We can't just sit anyone. Why not? It's basically empty. I made one. Last name Temple. The host began tapping on the keyboard of the computer before him before clearing his throat. Ahem, ahem. Well, Mr. Temple, please come with me. The host, whose name tag said Marcel, led them to a small two-person table, and after trying to figure out how he and Levi would sit with their hands conjoined, Ari gave up. Can we get a booth? Please. Sigh, fine. Although the host grumbled, they were eventually led to a booth where Levi looked at it before turning to Ari with an angry look. You really don't have the key. Flushed it down the toilet. Scout's honor. Besides, you're left-handed. You'll be fine. Levi? Why are you dishonoring the scouts by lying? You be quiet. Once they were in the booth with Ari sitting in the interior, the waiter handed Levi several menus while completely ignoring Ari. Would you like me to read the menu to you, Mr. Temple? It's in French, and the beginner next to you might not understand some of the intricacies. He's a French citizen. He probably knows better than you. Is that right? Restraining his laugh at the host's face as Levi slid the menus over to him, Ari grabbed the menus and quickly glanced through them, making sure the things he wanted were in there before turning to Levi. Allergic to anything? No. Juice, soda, tea? No. Then we'll have the 3-course meal. Fougasse for our bread. Sub wine for still water, and 2 oranginer. Chocolatine and creme brulee for dessert. No coffee. Ari handed the menu back, waiting for the waiter to leave, before he turned to Levi. He recalled the blonde boy's stats and wanted to whistle once more, because it was truly that impressive. Levi Temple. Age, 19. Vocals, B. S. Dance, B. A. Visual, B. S. Rap, B+, S+. Charm, C. S. Acting, B. S. Voice acting, A. S+. Film director, B. S. Script writing, C+, A. Although Levi had fewer A-rank stats than Jamie or Benjamin, it was clear that he was an excessively complete all-arounder with no glaring weak points except for his charm, which would probably be fixed if he fixed the way he spoke to people. Additionally, Levi had 2 different acting stats and 2 for being a film director and scriptwriter, which made it clear that not only was he taking his college major seriously, he was quite talented in them. In other words, Levi was stupidly talented, and it would be a waste for him to leave like this, especially at the behest of William and his associates. The question was how to convince him to stay. Once the bread came, Ari munched on the leaf-shaped, crusty loaf before turning to Levi, who sniffed the bread before tossing it into his mouth. Ari waited until he had downed one before starting his appeal. So, let me start off by saying that I'm sorry that I told you to quit and to leave if you couldn't be nice. That was harsh and uncalled for, especially if we're teammates. You already apologized in the car. Still, now that that's out of the way, let's get to the main topic. I don't think you should quit. Sharp blue eyes stared at him. Why? Because I don't think you actually want to quit, Ari explained seriously. Explain. Ari thought he saw a small smile on Levi's face, but when he looked carefully, it was gone. Shrugging, he began counting off his reasons on his hands. Although you've been verbally disagreeable and have an extra short temper, you've worked pretty hard and never slacked off on any team you've been on. Your performance is always immaculate. You've never actually beaten anybody up despite saying it multiple times. I don't know if you cut a deal with the producer's dash. I don't care enough to do that. Even then, you rarely get a bad edit, and you've successfully gotten to 5th place on your own merit despite being an antisocial, angry-faced contestant. Your fans really love you online and defend you with all they have, and are doing their best to make you debut. Don't you think it's a shame to give up now? I don't know if you're trying to compliment me or insult me, but since you like to eavesdrop so much, you know that I didn't even want to participate in the first place. I got roped into this as a favor, and I'm not here for pure intentions like the rest of the contestants who want to become pop stars because they love it. And there's no point in befriending people when I've wrongfully crushed their dreams, taken their spots, and won't even be here for long. Besides, I have other things going on in my life, and I'm pretty good at them. Well, I don't think I would say wrongfully because nobody is guaranteed anything just cause they want it. I'm not here for some great reason either. I'm mainly here for the prize money and revenge. Everyone has their own reasons for doing something. And just because it's someone's dream doesn't mean that they deserve the spot over someone else who is just trying something out. After all, the level of effort that someone has to put in to be good is the same, and I would think it's harder to work hard about something you're not passionate about. Not that I think you're not passionate about this. Even if you're good at other stuff, you are good at this, too, and I've seen you work hard. So don't quit, especially over a punk like William. No offense to your friendship. We're just family friends, I know. Look, we're not close, and a forced 12-hour hangout is not going to change that. Carlos's situation was easy to handle, but I don't know what answer or words you're looking for, and I don't know how to convince you to stay. I'm not a motivational speaker or anything, but if you're going to quit anyway, please quit after this performance because we need you. Our performance will literally not work without you. Is that so? It is. I know you heard some harsh things from the people on the team. I'll force them to apologize to you, but you also have to apologize for skipping without updating everyone. It's only fair. If it's something I personally did to wrong you, I'll apologize as many times as you need me to. If it's something else, I feel like we can come to an agreement, but you absolutely can't quit yet. Please. At the non-committal response, Ari was about to start nagging, but then a waiter brought the first course. Course 1. Escargots de Bourgogne with baguettes. Enjoy. Temporarily abandoning his campaign to convince Levi, Ari used a fork to spear out a snail and place it on the bread before dipping the whole thing in garlic butter and throwing it in his mouth. A gulp of Oranginer soon followed, and he sighed with happiness at the familiar flavor. Delicious. Just like he remembered. Levi imitated his actions before nodding as he ate the food. Not bad, right? I don't know if the old chef is still around, but his recipes have always been super tasty. Anyways, why do you want to leave so much? There was a pause before Levi replied slowly. I have other projects to work on, not just what you overheard. Managing it all is annoying, so something has to give. Is it 'cause you're a voice actor? Is that why you don't talk a lot? Saving your voice. Levi immediately froze and began glaring. How do you know that? Stalking me? I'm not even using my real name. Nope. The magic voice in my head told me. Stop using me as an excuse. And I am not magic. Ari simply batted the window away. Yes. Okay. That's fair. But can you focus on that after our performance if you're dead set on quitting? I mean, if you took the time to write out lyrics in a day for each of us, doesn't that mean you still care? Kind of. Ari brought out the paper that was previously crumpled up by Levi and placed it on the table. Why do you have my trash? You missed the trash can, so technically it wasn't trash. And if it's not trash, finders keepers is the law. Levi? _ I don't think that's how laws work. Course 2. Filet aux poivres et frites. The waiter brought the large plates of peppercorn-crusted steaks and fries, interrupting the conversation once more. Both he and Levi tried to cut into the steak at the same time, and quickly giving up, Ari just stabbed his entire steak with his fork and began ripping into it like an animal, letting Levi drag his hand around. Anyway, don't give up yet. Don't you want to go out with a bang? Give the performance of your life. With that trash beat? Heh, it is trash, isn't it? But I have a great idea on how to fix it. Aren't you curious? Don't you want to know? You know I'm good at concepts, right? I'm a veritable genius. Go on. Ask me how. Ari began elbowing Levi with a cheeky smile. Course 3. Chocolatine et creme brulee. Enjoy. Thank you. Ari grabbed his chocolate pastry, split it in half, and scooped the creme brulee inside to make a sandwich before holding it out to Levi. Cheers. You fixed the beat? How? No cheers. That's fine. You have to promise not to quit yet. Then I'll tell you. What do you say? In response, Levi just gave him a dirty look and began eating his dessert in silence. Laughing to himself, Ari finished the delicious meal and paid. Unfortunately, when he asked if the chef was around to say hello, he was not. So he and Levi left for their next destination. Number 247. Chapter 247. Where's Levi? 3. Clean it 2 to 3 times a day with saline solution for the next 3 months. If your piercing becomes red or infected, or if you're interested in getting another one, please don't hesitate to contact me. The same goes for your partner. The piercer with bright blue hair gave Ari a bright smile as she admired her handiwork before glancing at the handcuffs that connected his and Levi's hands. Since she had been giving Levi interested looks the whole time they had been here while blushing, Ari explained the situation with a laugh, causing Levi's head to turn so fast his headphones almost flew off. Thank you. He's not my partner. This is from a punishment game, and he's actually single if you want his number. Really? The girl perked up, batting her eyes, as Levi shot a death glare at Ari before explaining with a resigned sigh. I'm not looking to date anyone right now. Oh, that's too bad. Well, if you ever change your mind, please call me. I like the angry, stoic type. The girl handed her business card with her personal number scribbled on the back before blushing and turning away. Laughing once more, Ari glanced at his reflection, specifically at the 2 blue earrings sparkling in his ears, before turning to Levi with a cheeky grin. How does it look, Mr. Angry, Stoic Type? Levi? What the hell is wrong with you? Lots of things. Be more specific. I don't understand why I have to be here for this. We're getting closer. Team bonding blah blah blah. Fill in the blanks yourself. I'm tired of bonding. But I'm not. If I agree to come back, will you release me? I feel like you have the key to these. I just can't prove it. The handcuffed hand was yanked, dragging Ari to his feet. Theoretically, if I did have the key, are you actually going to come back to our team? Or are you just going to pack your stuff up and quit the show immediately because I'm getting on your nerves? Twitch. At Levi's eyes, which conveyed that it was his exact plan, Ari sniggered. That's what I thought. The bonding continues on to the next location. Alonswa. Ignoring the newfound pain in his ears, Ari dragged Levi out of the tattoo parlor, and even though Levi grumbled, he dutifully drove Ari to the international market, where he loaded up on the requested snacks. Let's see, malted biscuits for Benjamin, barbecue pickle chips for Jamie, chickpea snacks for Vishal, crackers for Matthew, and corn chips for Carlos. You want anything? My treat. No. How about some tea? I feel like I've seen you drink some every once in a while. Jalissa recommended this brand for soothing the throat. Oh, when did they start importing this? This brand of biscuits goes great with tea. A bit pricey, but I'll get it for you since I owe you one. Ben said I should also get. Ignoring Levi's resigned expression, Ari continued getting the snacks that other people would like while chattering to himself. Levi glanced at the overly full basket being held by an arm still wrapped in a brace and the other wrist, which had been chaffed red from the handcuffs, before reluctantly holding out his hand. Give it. My wallet? Hell no. Don't be deceived by the money I'm spending right now. I'm actually broke, and I assure you that even though we're handcuffed, I will fight to the death to protect my minuscule funds. Levi? What was wrong with this person's head? The basket. Are you even supposed to be carrying anything on that wrist? Probably not. But my other hand is chained up so. Whose fault is that? Let's not point fingers when it's both our fault we ended up like this. How is it my fault? For not coming back. Anyway, if you're carrying it, let's add a few more things. And true to his word, Ari just kept stacking the items in the basket higher and higher until Levi could no longer see due to the height of things in his basket. Why didn't you just get a cart? I forgot. Should I hold it? I'll consider it if you come back to our team. Enough. After buying snacks, Ari forced Levi to drive to their most important destination. Overnight karaoke. As Levi drove to the slightly shady-looking building in Koreatown that turned into an arcade-style music and lighting when they entered, he turned to Ari in disbelief. What the hell is this? Karaoke. Why? To practice my rapping skills and get help. Help from who? You? Who else is handcuffed to me? Don't tell me you're tired. He was. Levi was completely exhausted. As an only child who liked solitude, not only was his social battery drained, but his mental, physical, and patience meter had now dropped below zero. All he wanted to do was sleep. Instead, he was being dragged around by an Energizer Bunny demon. Wearing a furry hat, who didn't seem to care that people were staring at their handcuffed hands. You don't plan on going back and sleeping? What is sleep? I was serious about the 12 hours of bonding. Let's continue to bond with each other. Unless you're ready to come back to the team for at least one more performance. No. Then we continue until the sun rises. Levi? Ari, smiley face. Seeing the bright smile on Ari's face with the thread of an all-nighter being pulled, the final dregs of Levi's temper snapped. No, let's go back. I'm tired of this. No way. I wasn't asking. Let's go. As Levi began yanking his handcuffed arm and pulling Ari towards the door, Ari immediately began dragging his feet on the floor and throwing his whole body back in the impromptu round of tug-of-war as a shouting match began. I'll saw this damn handcuff off or die trying. Just keep it on. It's not like you're doing anything anyway. I was until you decided to use me like a chauffeur. Hey, it was more like a personal assistant. And that's better? Despite his best efforts, Ari was slowly but surely dragged toward the door while the lone worker watched with wide eyes. Ari latched onto the door with the remnants of his strength and refused to let go. Let go and come peacefully. You think I can't break down this door? Never. You're a law-abiding citizen. All I have to do is pay for it after breaking it. That's still criminal activity. As his fingers began to slip from the bar. On the door, Ari changed tactics and started the tried and true tactic of complaining. My arm, my arm, my arm. Oh, my arm will never recover. The nurse said that my bones are fragile. Oh, my arm, my arm. Oh. He stopped to peek at Levi, seeing the other boy stare at him with complete disbelief before continuing his act. Oh, the pain. The anguish of trying to bond with my teammate, to show him that I care about him, that I want to be friends, and don't want him to quit. Mom. Dad. I tried to be good, but it's time. Your only son is coming to join you in the grave. Seriously? The pain. The pain that my poor orphan soul feels. Is that a light at the end of the tunnel? My poor wounded arm. Man. Papa. I'm coming. All I want is one night of karaoke. Just one night. I've never gone and wanted to bond with a friend. Ari peeked at Levi once more before continuing to wallow in self-pity. Fine. Let's go do your stupid karaoke. And scene. After hearing the response he wanted, Ari happily jumped to his feet and dragged Levi to the front desk. How did I do? Terrible. I think you did great. The person at the desk clapped enthusiastically, and Ari gave a small bow. Can we get a small room for the next 10 hours? Sure. Cash or card? Card. And I'd like several bottles of water as well. After paying, they were led to a decently sized room lined with LED lights, a large screen TV, and several microphones scattered around. Bathroom? No. Wanna rap? No. Wanna listen to me rap? No. Okay. Feel free to put your headphones on. With a shrug, Ari plugged in his personal USB and used the remote to cue up tracks that Levi had rapped to before, and then, doing his best to imitate Levi's sharp style of rapping, which was what he wanted to channel for their performance. Although he stumbled a few times, he was slowly getting the cadence down and made it from end to end, making little comments meant to encourage, harass, Levi to engage with him. It would be so nice if someone good at rapping helped me. I wish someone with voice acting experience could coach me on this part of the performance. Wow, if only a super good buzzcut rapper would give me some one-on-one coaching. I need to get good at rapping to show off to a terrible producer, but I can't. After a good 30 minutes of mostly failures. Slam. Enough. Enough of what? Ari played completely innocently. Sharp blue eyes glared at him as a pair of black headphones slammed against the table. You're imitating me. With my songs. Am I? You are. Don't play dumb. You shouldn't rap like that. When you're spitting out the words, you should dat-da-dat-da-dat. Levi clapped his hand on beat to emphasize his point before continuing. You have to emphasize some words to give it that punch-like effect, especially if your bars are supposed to be aggressive. Like this. Ari repeated a line, but was immediately rejected. No. This. No. You suck at. This. Do you want just to show me? Pretty please. Oh, my poor orphan life. Fine. Just once. I see. So I wrote this. How do you think I should go about it? Could you demonstrate this? If this were a freestyle and you wanted to make sure that it was as sharp and as aggressive as possible to diss a couple of people, how would you go about it? Nice. Additionally, for the performance, we're trying to finalize the intro portion and your part. Since you might not be there, how do you feel about us using the lyrics you wrote? Absolutely not. Why not? Don't worry, we'll properly credit you. And we'll have the best rapper amongst us. Do your part. It won't be as good as if you did it, though. Did I also tell you that the producer called us fake rappers? He said you're ugly too. I don't think he said that last part. You're right. He didn't. Are you coming back for this performance? Well, even if you don't, can you demonstrate your previous performances? I really am trying to get better at rapping and need to practice your style, so I can do your part if needed. Fine. Slowly but surely, by being annoyingly persistent, Ari eventually got Levi to help him and demonstrate several songs. When Levi's voice grew hoarse, and he looked as if he were going to pass out, Ari calmly handed him a glass of water and turned the TV off. All right. Let's take a break for an hour. I'll rewrite my lyrics. Then we'll start again from the top. Is this how you practice? Every single day? More or less. I'm very behind everyone, so I need to catch up. And you're not tired? I took a nap earlier. I think you're crazy, Levi said suddenly. Why? You just have the kind of craziness and energy I thought was reserved for the youngest children. Handcuffing me and forcefully doing activities together is literally insane. I'm exhausted just dealing with you. But you obediently came along, didn't you? So you must have secretly enjoyed it. We literally fought a couple of hours ago. Jamie says that it's a rite of passage between brothers and friends. Do you feel that I've made enough effort to convince you to stay? About the same amount as Carlos. I wonder. Levi then let out a small laugh before leaning his head back on the couch and falling asleep. His forehead was damp with sweat, and he looked completely exhausted, but there was still a small smile on his face. Ari calmly waited 20 minutes until the blonde boy's breathing became deep and heavy before taking a key out of his shoe and carefully releasing the handcuffs. Covering the sleeping Levi with his jacket, Ari pillowed his head so he was more comfortable. You are such a liar. And that was a waste of time. Well, it was worth a try anyway, and at least I had fun. Quietly leaving the room and stretching out his sore arm, Ari went back to the front desk to speak with the person there. Did you need something? Yes, can I get another room? Preferably right next door to my first one. Of course. Same setup. Yes, please. Got it. And I forgot to mention, you look familiar. Have I seen you on TV? I'm on an idol survival show called Pop Star Academy with my friend. Please vote for us if you can. Ari replied with a smile. Okay, here's your key. Thanks. Holding back a yawn, Ari walked to the new room, turned the sound up, and whispered, Pull up my rap repeat missions, please. Don't be quiet. Spit out those words. Rap a song longer than 2 minutes without skipping a word or stuttering 10 times. September 10th. Don't be quiet. Spit out those words. Rap a song longer than 2 minutes without skipping a word or stuttering 100 times. Don't be quiet. Spit out those words. Rap a song longer than 2 minutes without skipping a word or stuttering 1,000 times. With a resigned sigh, Ari prepared himself for a long grind. His goal was to complete rap songs both 10 times and 100 times to gain 2 more stat points before Levi woke up. By the time the sun rose once more, Ari's voice was hoarse and he was quite tired, but his rap stat, ding, rap, ed dash, had risen nicely. By the time Levi came into the room by slamming the door open, Ari was lying on the couch, well on his way to taking a nap. His balled-up jacket was thrown at his face, and as Ari was contemplating suffocating or moving, a sharp voice sounded out as the jacket was removed. You had the key the whole time? Even though Levi was glaring, for some reason, his appearance didn't seem as sharp. Or maybe Ari's eyes were just that blurry. The handcuff fairy was the one who set you free, ahem. Levi just stared at him in silence before snorting. Let's go, too. Weren't you the one begging me to come back? Oh, are you coming to practice? Ari quickly sat up, felt the blood rush to his head, and sat still while things stopped spinning. I'll think about it if you buy me breakfast. Deal. Clearing his suddenly itchy throat, Ari trudged behind Levi into the car. And after sneaking in with snacks and arriving in their practice room, sorry for skipping. A slightly sharp voice filled the air, and the rest of the occupants stared at the owner in shock. When 4 pairs of eyes turned to look at him, Ari held up a peace sign with a tired expression. Number 248. Chapter 248, Midterm Evaluation 1. Levi Temple found himself more irritated than usual. It might be the ache in his neck from sleeping awkwardly and in his wrist from being chained to a crazy person, the leftover tiredness after being dragged around for half a day, irritation from having to suddenly memorize choreography and pretend to get along with a team filled with people he didn't like and who didn't like him, or the fact that William kept nagging him despite several warnings to stop. All he knew was that his short temper felt even shorter today, and he hoped that nobody else would bother him. Hello, contestants. Welcome to our very special performance evaluation. How are you all doing? MC Ryan Leary's voice rang out as he stared at the different groups of contestants taking their seats. Good. Meh. Bruh, I'm tired. I'm sure you've all been hard at work perfecting your custom-made performances, and today, you'll be getting feedback not only from the judges, but from the different producers who made the songs you'll all be performing. Without further ado, please welcome Lil Pumpy, who brought us one of the most popular rap song trends in the past, Amelie, who's written many pop songs that you can't get out of your head, Mzamillion with his soulful ballads, The Aviators, who are masters of mixing rock with various genres, Dijade VK, DJ TV, one of the OG rappers and now a producer who's known for his intense trap rap beats and amazing music videos, and of course producer Benny, who has a variety of credits and is also one of our trainers and judges. Please give them all a round of applause. As the MC called out each name, 5 people with completely different appearances and styles joined the 6 other judges at the long table they sat at, while the contestants gave a polite round of applause. Levi glanced over at each of the new names that were called, vaguely recognizing one of the rappers with flashy jewelry and crazy dreadlocks from a trend he had seen in middle school, and the other rapper, whom he identified as an old head producer and rapper from New York. He then looked over at the yawning person sitting beside him before asking, "Which one is ours?" Dreads. Levi glanced back at the rapper in dreadlocks, meeting his eyes as the MC began talking. Seeing the rapper give him a smug smile, he just snorted and paid attention to the MC. Now, usually we let the contestants volunteer and perform in whatever order they want, but since we have special guests today, and they are the creators of the song, we allowed them to choose the order. So, for the team that is performing the song by DJ TV, Team Rainfall, please come forward. At the MC's words, Benjamin, Daniel, Jerome, Alfonso, Niall, and Tay all stepped forward with Benjamin in the lead. DJ TV, would you like to say anything to the contestants before they perform? The old New York rapper grabbed his microphone and quickly spoke while looking at each of them before focusing on Benjamin. I specifically chose this team because out of everyone else on the show, you're the most talented and versatile rappers on the show, and I felt that you would do my song justice. I hope your performance is up to par with my expectations. At DJ TV's words, Levi's brow twitched for a moment before settling into his usual scowl, while several contestants glanced at him to see his reaction before focusing on what Benjamin would say. Well, me and the Mandam worked quite hard and took your advice, so I hope you're not too disappointed in it. And as always, rap is rap, so I hope no one takes our words personally. It's all love. Yeah. Giving the judges a cheeky wink, Benjamin got in the center as the rest of his team spread out. As the electronic beat sounded out, Benjamin began bouncing up and down in time with the intense bass, and when the beat dropped, he started beatboxing before transitioning into his verse. I said, say my name. Took a first-class flight to LA. As soon as I land, I made it rain. Touch back in my ends. See my fam, don't care about fame. First place boy, when I check that chart, All my foes, they all fell like rain. 'Cause, where I come from, it's rain. Monday to Friday, all day it's rain. You said, Wagwan, what's going on? Why am I wet? Let me tell you, that's rain. My talent and skill, that's rain. I splashed and fought through all the pain. Now I'm at the top, and they've all dropped. Confused? Nah, 'cause baby, that's rain. Making finger guns at the judges with a cocky tilt of his head, Benjamin slid over to the side to let Daniel start his verse. Naturally, the performance with a team composed of good rappers was great, and the other team members aced their parts as well, but throughout the entire performance, Levi's eyes didn't leave Benjamin's smiling face. This was the person he was always compared to, with everything from height to appearance to the position they were both vying for. Usually, he didn't care, but the apparent disregard for him in DJ TV's words, and even the difference in song quality that his team was grating on his nerves. Even the verses that praised their own skill and talent rapped by the other contestants ticked him off. Thank you to Team Rainfall for the amazing performance. Judges, do you have anything to say? DJ TV picked up his microphone while nodding approvingly. It seems that this team really took my words to heart. You all did great, displaying great versatility in your rap styles and fitting the song, rather than just showing the same old aggressive rap style over and over again. I hope you continue with this energy on the day of the performance. At the pointed words that were clearly targeting him, Levi's eyebrow twitched once more as he glared at the old rapper, wondering what the hell this old geezer had against him. Well, thank you, DJ TV. Do the rest of our judges have anything to say? As the rest of the judges mainly gave positive feedback and encouragement, Team Rainfall took their seats, and the MC continued. Very well. Then next up is the team that will be performing the song produced by Lil Pumpy. Please come up. All right, team, let's go do a terrible job ahem. Ari. Vishal quickly elbowed him in the side, causing Ari to double over from the pain. What? It's the truth. With a tired yawn, Ari cleared his throat before getting up to go embarrass himself for the umpteenth time in front of the cameras. As they lined up, the MC glanced at Lil Pumpy and asked the standard question. Lil Pumpy, would you like to say anything to the contestants before they perform? The crazily dressed rapper with flashy jewelry glanced at the group with a serious expression before speaking passionately. While the contestants on this team weren't my first pick of rappers because I don't think any of them are true rappers, I hope that your performance does my song justice, because I put my heart and soul into making the song. At the stray bullet that disregarded their skills, the expression on the faces of everyone on the team immediately hardened. Levi's eyebrow twitched again, while Ari just snorted in disbelief. Firstly, he had looked up who Lil Pumpy was, and no offense to him. Outside of his single hit, he wasn't that relevant as a rapper and a producer. It was no offense to him, but Benjamin rapped better and Jamie produced better songs, and both boys were more than 20 years his junior. And secondly, since when had he put his heart and soul into this song? Even a primary school child could tell that this was a trash song that was scraped together by someone who didn't even try. Knowing that his eyes were probably full of disbelief and anger, Ari just stared at his feet in silence, while hoping that Lil Pumpy would stop talking nonsense so they could get this evaluation out of the way and go back to fixing their performance. Unfortunately, it seemed that the rapper had a lot to say, because he kept rambling for 5 minutes before finally wrapping it up when the MC gave him an obvious sign. I also hope that you all understand the intricacies of what I tried to communicate here and the type of performance that I was imagining. Even if you were supposed to create all the details of the performance on your own, I was expecting that you would reach out to me as the producer of the song to advise you, and you never did. So I hope that this performance will live up to that expectation that I had when writing the song and won't be a disappointment. Vishal, who was taking the position as the unofficial team leader, restrained a sigh before speaking as professionally as he could. While we're still working out the details to create the perfect performance, we will do our best to showcase what we have accomplished so far with the best of our abilities and look forward to any feedback that you have for us. I hope that's not a prepared excuse meant to justify your terrible performance. After all, 2 of your team members are within the top 10, and one of them is a rapper of exceptional skill. Producer Benny asked as he glanced at the dark faces of the team members before staring at Levi, who looked as if he didn't even want to be there. Although producer Benny was surprised to see him still there, It seemed that Levi was going to quit any minute now, which was good. Not that they were much help, they both skipped pract, ow. Before Minjun, who was standing next to Ari, could finish muttering his sentence, Ari kicked his leg to shut him up while giving the judges a tight smile. Our performance is a work in progress, so please evaluate us kindly. We'll see. Get started with the performance. Number 249. Chapter 249, Midterm Evaluation 2. The six of them stood in a loose line and waited for the music to begin. Due to Levi being missing for days, instead of using the version that Ari had spliced and remixed, the team had decided to use the original song that Lil Pumpy had given them for several reasons. One was a lack of practice, not only with Levi, who had the most critical parts, but as a collective team, since they weren't sure he would come back. And secondly, because the rest of his team had some misguided faith that the rest of the judges would somehow find a conscience and make the producer change the song and make it better. As the person who had consistently received the worst of the production team's edits even after rightfully complaining and making the issue known, Ari thought that the rest of the judges were probably aware of their song situation, and even if they had complained, production had the final say in most matters. He thought that his team members' hope was misguided. However, since he was at fault for skipping practice twice, he didn't try to convince anyone and let the group decision stand. Maybe he had become too jaded and was wrong this time. As the beat began playing, a replica of their performance in the practice room was displayed, with the only difference being that Levi was there to do his part and the added simple choreography that Matthew had created. When they were done, there were looks of confusion, surprise, disdain, and laughter. So, where do I begin? Exponent kept looking back and forth between their group and Lil Pumpy, as if trying to figure out where to start untangling this mess. The amateur lyrics that didn't really flow together were one thing. The lackluster performance from the contestants, who were clearly not confident in their abilities, was another. However, the main issue was the actual instrumental. The music itself. Putting it mildly, it was rough, even for an expert rapper to rap on this disjointed beat and make it flow into something that could be called a unified song. It sounded more like a collection of different beats than anything. As a rapper, he didn't know how to approach criticizing the song without being insulting to the person behind it, especially since he was aware of how sensitive other producers and rappers were. Any little thing could be taken as a diss and start a feud, especially with rappers who were no longer as popular as they used to be and were seeking clout to regain their popularity. It was moments like this that he missed Jalissa, who had a soft touch and personality that would have handled these delicate issues as a producer herself. There's no need to mince words, Exponent. This is trash. It's like none of the people on this team can actually rap. Just like I thought, they're not real rappers. Lil Pumpy brashly announced, looking at each of them with an exaggerated look of disappointment evident on his face. Now, I wouldn't go that far. Exponent began, but DJ TV cut in, glad to find an opportunity to use his famous tagline. I would. I think it was a terrible performance, and if it were on TV, I would turn it off immediately. Compared to the quality of the previous rap performance, the difference between the two is more stark than the desert and the ocean. You, the fashionista with the big fur hat, who probably thinks you're so cool. What's your excuse for that terrible performance? You act like you've never rapped before, and your dancing isn't much to look at either. Aware of the cameras, Ari glanced at the old rapper before giving a concise response. I'm a vocalist, not a rapper, so I'm still learning the ropes and doing my best to improve overall. And you think that's an excuse for your poor rap skills? A musician is a musician, and skills should translate across the board. If you can sing, you should be able to rap. From what you've shown here, there's no way you can be a good vocalist when you're this bad a rapper. Please tell that to my stat window because it doesn't make sense to me either. Even though he wanted to grumble, Ari just kept his face peaceful. Now was not the time to fight back, as he had agreed that the performance was truly terrible, especially because he was saving his jukebox tokens. And you, Levi, is it? DJ TV turned to Levi with a disdainful expression. Yes. You must think that you did so well and made no mistakes. Levi's expression made it clear that he thought that was obvious, and that made DJ TV even angrier as the sharp blue eyes seemed to be looking down on him. Heh, you are such a one-dimensional rapper. I can tell that you've modeled your whole style, attitude, and flow after the rapper M&M the best white rapper in history. But you have no creativity in your rap. All your raps sound the same, and you sound like a cheap knockoff of the OG rappers on the block. It's clear that none of you know how to rap, including you, who's supposed to be the best on the team." Despite his anger bubbling at the insult, Levi surprisingly stayed silent, and taking that as an opportunity, Lil Pumpy began criticizing him as well, using the moment to push his own agenda. Honestly, I was a bit excited to share this song, especially with such a high-ranking rapper performing my song. But clearly it was a mistake to do so since none of you are real rappers. You've all ruined my song with this terrible performance. It seems that I have no choice but to change the song and give you a simpler one to fit your limited skill. No, that's fine. Leave the song as is. Producer Benny cut in. What? I said leave it. If their skills are lacking, they should just get better, just like everything else. If not, they should fail because their peers are doing fine with the songs they have. Seeing that things weren't going in the direction that he imagined, Lil Pumpy began to panic. This wasn't a song that he wanted released with his name attached to it. It was meant to be a placeholder. No, it's clear that the contestants aren't skilled enough, so I actually prepared a better song for them that would suit Dash. No, it's fine. We only purchased one song, and if they're not skilled enough to see the brilliance in this song that you said you poured your heart and soul into, then they deserve to have a terrible performance and to be humiliated. It's not a poor reflection on you, but a poor reflection on them. Plus, it's not fair to the other teams who will not be getting a better song. Producer Benny calmly interrupted as he took a sip of his drink. He was aware that this was a terrible song, but he didn't care. He had specifically chosen Lil Pumpy because of how terrible his beats were, and he curated this team because almost none of the members had extensive rap experience, and the one person who did would be leaving soon enough. There was one slight worry, but according to the intel he received from one of the contestant informants, the one kid who was a great vocalist and had done all the excellent arrangements in his past teams was a terrible rapper. He was so terrible that it actually made no sense whatsoever, especially when compared to his singing skill, but the informant had vouched for it. Clearly, that was true, given Ariel's current performance, which was perfect. It meant he wouldn't be pulling some magic trick performance out of his ass and would embarrass himself and his team on stage. The worse this team did, the better it would be for Benny, as his contestant would rise, while others would fall and get eliminated, and his paycheck would increase. But Lil Pumpy tried to protest, but Benny wasn't having it. Leave it. Producer Benny cut Lil Pumpy off, and seeing that his opportunity was fading away, Lil Pumpy went back to criticizing Levi, who was the only one glaring at him. I can't believe that you all planned to show this performance to other people without feeling any shame. I told you that nobody in this group was a real rapper. You're all just readers. Ugh, it's horrible. And you? Lil Pumpy pointed to Levi angrily. I don't know why they keep ranking you among the top 3 rappers in this show when you deserve to be much lower. You're nothing compared to the rappers in the other group. It's clear that you're just here coasting off your family name. Is that what you think? Levi asked in his classic, sharp tone, staring the rapper down with his pale blue eyes. Although Lil Pumpy thought that Levi actually looked a bit scary with an appearance that reminded him of a wild wolf that wanted to rip people apart, seeing that his peers surrounded him and remembering that he was the one with power here, not the contestant, he regained his confidence. Well, yes, you don't deserve to be considered one of the top 3 rappers on the show. Are you deaf? Or is it that you can't understand me? No, I heard. You. Showing off his sharp canines with a rarely seen smile that transformed the usual sharp features into one that was devilishly handsome. Levi cleaned his ears with a finger as the final thread on his short temper snapped, and he dropped a bomb. I just thought that those were funny words coming from an almost irrelevant one-hit wonder rapper who can't even produce a proper song. At Levi's words, everyone simultaneously gasped, while Ari immediately looked down to hide his expression that was wavering between wanting to cheer for Levi for putting Lil Pumpy in his place and wanting to cover his mouth. Thoughts were flying around in his head until his brain finally settled on the fact that the PDs would have a field day clipping this as they pleased. His only hope was that he wouldn't be in the crossfire. Excuse me? What did you say to me? Lil Pumpy asked incredulously, thinking what he heard was a mistake. Wanting to stop things from going too far, Ari immediately kicked Levi's leg, trying to get him to shut up. Unfortunately, It seemed that Levi was hellbent on causing trouble today. Don't worry, you're excused. This is a terrible song. You know it's a terrible song. Anyone with ears can tell it's a terrible song. And yet we're going to pretend it's not and blame our performance? Don't piss me off with your bull dash. Kick. Giving up on subtlety, Ari kicked him even harder this time and quickly interrupted Levi. Ahem. What Levi is trying to say is that we, as a team, are not talented enough to work with the song in its current state and would like to verify that we have permission to change some things to suit our skill level. We have a working prototype. We just want to verify in front of everyone that we have proper permission to edit the song to fit our performance goals without offending the person who created it. Naturally, we'll keep as many pieces of the original song as possible. That's definitely not what dash. Kick. Ari kicked Levi's leg again to shut him up and completely ignored the glare he could feel burning into the side of his head. Lil Pumpy turned his furious eyes from Levi to Ari, feeling even more embarrassed at the seemingly mocking exchange between the two of them. Oh, you're the kid everyone always praises for your arrangements. The one with the girly name who can't rap. You were the one who asked to edit the song last time, right? What? You think you can make a better song than me? Yes, that's me. I'm Ariel, and it's actually a boy's name meaning lion. As of right now, no, I don't think I can make a better song than you from scratch. Ari said, and as Lil Pumpy began smiling before freezing as he processed the words. As of right now? So you think that you can do something like that in the future? Ari stared at the rapper before giving him a cheeky smile. Yes, of course, my skills aren't there yet, but I think I'm good at arranging songs to suit a group, and I've been working hard at it, and will definitely get better in the future. So you're saying I didn't make a good song, that it has to be tweaked by an amateur like you? I never said that, but if that's how you're taking my words, sure. Wow, you've gotten real bold. I don't know if I should be proud or concerned. Lil Pumpy froze for a moment, shocked by the overly confident tone. Isn't this just sophistry? You're embarrassed that you performed badly, and now you're saying a whole bunch of empty words because you guys are not talented enough to work with the song in its pure form. DJ TV cut in, and Ari turned to him with a firm expression. I won't deny we performed badly. And since you're all rap experts here, could you please provide us with actionable items on how we can improve our performance with the song in its current state? Instead of telling us that we did terribly, we can't rap, we're just readers, we ruined the song. Could you offer us some constructive feedback on how to make it better? And just for fun, I'd like to know if you, DJ TV, or Lil Pumpy were making an album or mixtape. Would you even use this beat as is, or would you try to change it? Ari looked at each of their faces, watching as both Lil Pumpy and DJ TV avoided meeting his eyes. Since they remained silent, Ari continued to press his point aggressively. Actually, I would like to hear what the creator Lil Pumpy would do with this beat. I remember that you told us that rappers back in your day could freestyle and slide on any beat, anytime, anywhere. The sound system is active, and we have the beat you created here. Please, give us a master class on sliding on a beat and delivering a great freestyle performance so we can take notes to improve our performance. Well, that is. Lil Pumpy looked around nervously, but Ari wouldn't let him off. Don't be shy. I'm sure everyone wants to hear what an expert like you can do. We want to learn from you. As the rapper began stuttering, Ari turned to the production staff with an expectant look that was urging them to play their song again. Can the sound guy please play the track from the top? Enough. Larry Jackson finally cut in, seeing that Ari was hell-bent on embarrassing Lil Pumpy. Levi, you know you shouldn't be speaking like that. He started it. Levi replied immediately, unfazed by the whole interaction. Seeing that Levi really didn't care, Larry Jackson turned to Ariel. And you, Ariel, always causing trouble. Ari didn't say anything and just stared ahead. Producer Benny, what do you think about the situation? This task is your prerogative, and it's clear they're unhappy with the track. Larry Jackson quickly tossed the issue to someone else since he wanted nothing to do with the horrible song he just heard. Producer Benny thought it over for 2.5 seconds before shrugging drunkenly. Even if things were rearranged, the song itself was terrible, and none of the kids were good rappers. The only good rapper on the team was clearly on his way out, given how he was picking fights with everyone. It might be good to give them enough rope to hang themselves with. That way, he looked generous. Well, the kid has already said he has a working prototype hick, right? Let him have at it. However, every single piece of the original song that Lil Pumpy must be included in your little prototype, and no one is allowed to help him. Nobody from another team, no trainers, nobody but his own teammates. Understood? And as I said, no singing. This is a rap song, you will rap. That's fine, Ari replied boldly. You really think you can do better than me? Lil Pumpy looked completely incredulous at the thought. Yes. One thing Ari had never lacked was confidence, even when bluffing and talking nonsense. Besides, now that Levi was back, his original idea for the performance could be implemented in totality without a single thing being sacrificed. Fine. Whatever. This took long enough. Go sit down, Hick. As his entire team turned away, Ari stopped to say one last thing. And DJ TV, with all due respect, I would like to inform you that, although I appreciate your feedback, I heavily disagree with you. Levi isn't a one-dimensional rapper. He's extremely talented, and that goes for the rest of us. We're still learning, and we're going to continue to improve, so please wait for us. I guarantee that it'll be such a good performance that you'll turn your TV off out of embarrassment because of the words you said. Ari said confidently. Is that right? That's right. The older rapper gave him a pitying look as he shook his head. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. Your head has swollen up because you have a bit of accomplishment, but in the grand scheme of things, it's nothing. I suggest you be careful of your pride and quit bragging before you make a statement you can't uphold. I'm not overly confident. I just think we have a good team that works hard, and I know how much the human body can be squeezed to extract maximum effort and potential, so we won't fail. Ari thought he saw Vishal flinch off to the side, but ignored it to focus on DJ TV. Well, then, I look forward to seeing this supposed good team performance. Sure, look forward to it. Heh. As Ari turned away while laughing to himself, he was quite motivated with more ideas churning in his head, but the more Vishal stared at that striking face, the more goosebumps rose on his skin. He began having horrible flashbacks to not sleeping and being forced to practice 20 out of 24 hours a day as a person with white and black face paint ordered him around. And the moment Ari sat down, ding, surprise mission. I think I'm better than you. It's not bragging, it's not pride, it's confidence. Number 250. Chapter 250, Suffering. Ding, surprise mission. I think I'm better than you. It's not bragging, it's not pride, it's confidence. You have made several statements that some may call braggadocious, but you claim are backed by confidence in yourself and your skill. It's time for you to put your money where your mouth is and prove that you're not just a pretty face who sings well. You're an all-rounder who can back up your bold claims. 1. Successfully create a performance that will make DJ TV admit that his feedback toward your team was wrong. 2. Modify Lil Pumpy's song in such a way that most people will admit that your version is better than the original. Reward: 24-hour time dilation candle, oud scent. Immediately dispensed, and one-time use of skill hype man, C. Immediately dispensed, and 2 charm stat points. Failure: loss of 10 stat points. Will you accept the surprise mission? Ari briefly considered the surprise mission, wondering what the skills and candle did, and as if Nova read his thoughts, 2 windows popped up. 24-hour time dilation candle. Use: inside a closed room. Light the candle and let the scent fill the room. Performance: 1 hour for the rest of the world is equivalent to 3 hours for those in the room where the candle is burning. The candle burns for a total of 24 hours, giving you 72 extra hours of time. Use it wisely. Asterisk: please note that all objects, including people in the room, are affected by the faster passage of time, so all bodily functions such as hunger, thirst, etc., will proceed as usual and be utilized with caution. Once the door or window in the room is opened, the candle flame will die and the effects cease. Oh, wasn't this a good item? He could not only have more time to speed up the completion of some of his repeat missions, but theoretically, he could also secretly triple the practice time for everybody once he cleared up the details with Nova. Good. Great. Amazing. This system was useful for once. Pretending to swat something, Ari batted that screen away and read the other one. Skill: Hype Man C. Effect: when the audience hears the sound of your voice for at least a minute, it raises their level of excitement by a percentage that scales off the average score of your vocal and visual stats. Note: F, 1%, E, 5% D, 10% C, 15% B, 20% A, 25%. Activation. To activate the skill, start by yelling, "Are you ready to see the best performance of your life?" This one, while the skill was decent, it was a bit awkward to use. Well, all the rewards couldn't be good. Either way, his answer was easy. "I accept." Understood. What was that? Vishal gave him a strange look. "Nothing. I'm just excited for the future." Heh. Ari gave him an innocent smile, and the Indian boy flinched, rubbing his arms before looking away. Wondering what was going on with him, but knowing it wasn't the time to talk, Ari took a seat. With a mind that was busy organizing things that he would have to do, Ari paid moderate attention to the rest of the team's performance, noticing that William kept shooting glances at Levi, who was sitting beside him. The rest of the performances went well, with other teams getting light criticism over their lyrics and part distribution, and soon enough, they were released. Carlos and Jamie, who were paired together on the ballad song, actually brought a tear to the producer's eyes, and Ari found himself jealous that he hadn't been on a team with them. As soon as Ari's team got back to their practice room, Minjun began whining toward him. "I can't believe you kicked me in front of everyone." As the Korean boy glared at him, Ari laughed right in his face. "And I'll do it again. Want to point fingers and show the discord on our team in front of the judges? It seems that you haven't been burned enough by spicy editing yet. Or is it because you assume that I'll be the one edited badly, because that's what usually happens?" Even though he agreed that maybe he hadn't thought things through, Minjun didn't answer and changed the subject. "Whatever. I can't believe you said all that to the producer and the other judges. Now they're going to be biased against us. Ever since they gave us that song as is, they were already biased. Unless you want to perform to that unique beat that even the expert rappers didn't want? If so, be my guest." Minjun immediately avoided meeting his eyes and grumbled instead. "Well, you've already promised to make something better, so it's too late anyway." "Exactly. Now that Levi's back, let's go back to the original idea that we agreed on." "Oi, Kiwi head." Gasp. "Levi? Underscore?" The room occupants looked between the two of them, expecting Levi to blow up, but surprisingly, he stayed calm. "I don't know why you keep calling me that. I'll show you why later. It's funny, I promise. Anyway, listen to this." Ari grabbed the tablet and played what he had been working on for Levi to hear and began explaining what he needed Levi to do. The different beats were separated by a repeated hook, which was a brief introductory segment for each person before transitioning into their own verse. Levi nodded along, his eyes closed, as he liked the changes he heard. "We need you to do an announcer-like intro and to rap like an MC throughout, to give it that kind of flair. We all attempted it, but I think you would be best at it given your experience. Is that okay with you?" "Yeah, but there's a bigger issue. You all need to throw your verses away and redo them." Levi replied with a cold expression. Although they were a bit afraid, the people in the room sat up straight and began to protest despite. "No way. I finally finished memorizing my verse. I'm not doing that." "What's the reason?" At the aggressive refusal, Levi looked at them as if they were stupid. "Don't tell me you're all going to sit here and take the insults we just received? Not just from the judges, but from the other team, who are bragging that they're on top and are better than us. That's pathetic." "Well, kind of. So you're fine with getting insulted and untalented?" "'Cause I'm not. Redo your verses and diss them back." "But dash. Won't we get in trouble?" "Who cares if we do?" That's kind of a lot, right?" "I don't want to come off as aggressive." Since he agreed with Levi's words, and this was the next issue on his to-do list, Ari began trying to convince them. "I don't think the verses need to be completely scrapped. They just need a little more oomph. Lil Pumpy mentioned battle rap as inspiration when creating the song, and that's what we're trying to simulate. So let's throw some shots to make it a bit more realistic, especially if we're pretending to go against each other." Exponent says that rap is often used to convey emotions and story, and personally, I feel some type of way after they look down on us like that. Don't you? We don't have to be too harsh, but we can definitely praise ourselves and add a line or two about others. The other team did it too if you listened. I guess. I don't know about that. Seeing that the opinion was mixed, Ari decided not to press the issue. Just consider it, and only do it if you feel comfortable. I know I'll change my verse. I'm assuming Levi will too. Since we're on opposite teams, it might be enough. Speaking of which, Ari stared at Levi's buzz cut before laughing. How do you feel about dyeing your hair blue? No. So what I heard was a yes, which is excellent since you're already blonde. I'll tell production to get temporary hair dye. For now, let's take a 30-minute break and come back and start practicing. Ari completely disregarded Levi's opinion and moved to give everyone a short break as he set the room up before their suffering began. Unfortunately, one of his previous roommates seemed to have sensed his intentions as Vishal stared at him suspiciously. Practicing for how long? Vishal asked a little fearfully. Let's say 1 to 2 hours? No more than 3 hours. Nothing too hard. We'll just mark things out for now and really get into it tomorrow. Ari promised with a smile. Of course, the hours he was listing were before the candle time dilation was factored in. He would grind them for at least 9 hours. Really? Vishal looked completely skeptical. Really? You're not going to keep us here until midnight and wake everybody at 4 a.m.? No. I've changed. Really? Are you planning on taking the clock out of the room so we lose track of time and lock the door while continually lying that practice would end in 30 minutes? He absolutely was, but naturally, Ari had to deny it. Wow, he's caught onto your tactics. Of course not. What do you take me for? We'll start practice at a reasonable time of 5 a.m., and after the 4 to 5 hours of practice today, everyone is free to go. Wait. Why had the practice jumped from 1 to 2 hours to 4 to 5 hours? And why was practice suddenly moved from 8 a.m. to 5 a.m.? No matter how much Vishal wanted to believe the words, the goosebumps on his arms refused to go away. He even felt a cold sweat running down his back as his previous trauma began coming back. Unfortunately for him, it seemed none of the others had experienced this side of Ari, as they thought that he was joking. Let's just go take our break. I'm hungry. We'll be back in 30 minutes. Minjun cut in, already walking out the door. Have fun. Don't make me come find you. Yeah. As they all began to leave, Ari turned to Levi, who he was finding out really aligned with his thoughts and actions. Levi, wait. Give me your verse, and then instead I'll add a beat switch, and then. That way, we can really stick it to DJ TV. What do you think? As Ari whispered his idea, the wolfish smile appeared on Levi's face once more. Let's do it. Sweet. As the room cleared out, Ari went back to his room and pretended to dig in his suitcase and pull out a large candle that had mysteriously appeared. Lugging it back to the practice room, he went back and forth from the cafeteria area, borrowing a lighter, getting bottles of water, extra snacks, and towels to stock the room so nobody would have to leave. And after briefly testing out the candle to see its effect on electronic and analog clocks, he left the clock so his teammates could feel comforted while waiting for everyone to come in after their quick break. As they trudged in, Ari welcomed them with a bright smile, locking the door and lighting the candle which emitted a woodsy, smoky yet slightly sweet scent that smelled expensive and relaxed the body. Welcome to practice. Shall we get started? As the music began playing, Ari smiled brightly at his teammates, who didn't know that their torture was just beginning. A rumor began circulating among the contestants that a certain practice room was cursed. The rumor stated that no matter how much time you spent in that practice room, it was like basically no time had passed outside of the room. The members of the team assigned to that practice room would emerge covered in sweat, complaining of tiredness, hunger, and other ailments, only to realize that they had been at it for only an hour or two. Their sleep schedules became completely messed up, causing them to fall out of sync with contestants who weren't even on their team. All they could do was practice or hang out with each other. And yet, no matter the time they went, one person seemed to always be in the practice room, welcoming them into another round of suffering that he called practice. Ari, or the practice demon, as he was now called, stepped out of the practice room to go find something to eat. His sense of time was completely skewed, and he barely knew what day it was, much less what time it was. The only indication he had that time was passing was when he got hungry. He trudged to the cafeteria and reluctantly brought out his wallet to buy something from the vending machine since it wasn't quite mealtime. You all right, mate? You're eating more than ever, so how are you losing weight? Benjamin asked worriedly as he walked over. He didn't think it was possible, but Ari had gotten even leaner than before. It's because I'm suffering, Ari replied in a scarily hoarse voice. You sound terrible. Thank you. Ahem. Ari's voice had no choice but to be hoarse because he was currently grinding all of his repeat missions to dump the stat points into his rap stat. Rapping, singing, dancing, and occasionally exercising. After suffering through practice with his team, sometimes with the candle and sometimes without, he then spent his own time practicing with the time dilation candle, trying to rack up stat points and boost his rap stat before repeating it again when his teammates came back. The unfortunate side effect of all the practice was that his body couldn't add weight due to his current schedule, but when he looked at the list of repeat missions that were so close to being completed, Ari knew he couldn't stop now. Weight could be added later, but he couldn't afford to lose 10 stat points, so the grind must continue. Well, it's good you came out. I wanted to ask if you wanted to watch this week's episode together with the others, but I'm guessing no? No. Thank you, though. Waving at Benjamin, who had a worried expression on his face, Ari went back to his solo practice while the others went to watch the new episode. Number 251. Chapter 251, Episode 10. Please don't attack me. Please don't attack me. Nice fat boy. Nice fat boy. With a full-body pink protective suit, boots, gloves, and a matching helmet covering every inch of her body, Pink Puma carefully placed the reduced amount of cat food down for Fat Boy before quickly turning and running away to the media room, where she had everything set up to watch the latest episode of Popstar Academy. It was unfortunately her latest addiction. After swallowing her pride and caving to her growing interest in Ari, whom her cousin seemed both impressed and amused by, Pink Puma had repeatedly binged all of the previous episodes, including the paid specialty content, such as the fan showcase BTS and the early Meet the Boys special episodes. She had even bought some goods from the fan showcase from resellers, although she hadn't been able to get any of Ari's official goods and was diligently watching the Pirate King performance that Ari had done, marveling at the vocals, the stage composition, and the song arrangement. In her opinion, that group could be debuted as it was, since the performance was that good. But now she was experiencing a severe content drought as she craved more performances and more drama. Unfortunately, just like everyone else, she had to wait, since even her connections didn't allow her to get an early preview of the episode. But finally, it would be relieved today, with a split display on her tablet, showing both the live chat and the Ari's Angel community board where she had secretly become a member. Pink Puma began watching the episode, hoping to see the person who had quickly become her favorite contestant. But to her disappointment, there weren't too many scenes of Ari anymore. Since his team had performed during the last episode, the focus was now on the other team's performances and preparation periods. While it was interesting to see some contestants she liked kill it on stage, she quickly wished that the camera would at least pan to Ariel, but it never did. Even when his team was told that they were voted as the best performance, he was nowhere to be found, which made some people in the chat start complaining. Thankfully, the scene quickly shifted to the ranking ceremony, which drew everyone's attention as they could finally see where their money and time went. As someone who had spent an unholy amount of time and money voting while roping the people around her to vote, Pink Puma began biting her glove-covered nails in anxiety as the contestants started being called. She needed him not only to be safe but also to move higher in the rankings, and her eyes were laser-focused on the MC as he began his announcement. 39th place, still no Ari. 30th place, still no Ari. 20th place, still no Ari. She didn't think that his rank would have fallen so much, so his name should be called soon. 18th, 17th, 16th, 15th, 14th, 13th, 12th place, and still he wasn't called. It was at this moment that the Ari's Angels community started to get hopeful, and comments began to fly in. Guys, I think we did it. Top 10. Finally. Red hair, here we come. What rank do you think he got? Probably 9th. The contestants in the top 10 are pretty strong, even though we campaigned pretty hard. Unless he dropped down to 40th place. GTFO, you royal family weirdo. Coming in 10th place. Contestant Suzuki Ray, coming in 9th place. Contestant Rex. OMG, poor Rex. I can't believe it. No way. Did Ari drop? Guys, that's impossible. I roped my entire school into voting for him. Let's be hopeful. Maybe he jumped up? Moving up that high is crazy, ICL. As they were panicking, the voice of the MC continued calling out names, and as an unexpected name was called. Coming in 8th place. Contestant William. The live chat blew up. The votes are rigged. Fake news. How did the prince fall? It's a scam. Someone stole his votes. I told you the production team was plotting against him. They hate him for being excellent. He said they were playing tricks against him. Don't worry, my prince, I'll defend you. While William's fans were in an uproar, other fandoms took the opportunity to clown them. Look at Mr. I'm going to be number 1. His rank is dropping lower than my grades. Lul, will someone go check on the royal losers? I'm sure they've all fainted like the silly ladies they are and are expecting a prince on a white horse to come kiss them awake. Be careful. Those princess syndrome weirdos are acting like rabid dogs and attacking other fandoms. No way. Does this mean Ari is ranked higher than William? That's impossible. If William dropped down from 2nd to 8th place, then your uselessly ugly dozen contestant went from the 20s to 40. Or maybe he's even eliminated like he deserves. Why are you yelling at me? I'm a Benjamin fan, and wasn't it your contestant that ruined the performance last time? Your lucky Ben is so talented that he saved the performance. Sibah and send that fake British mixed race mutt back to Africa. Racism? Really? Wow. Typical royal family loser. While the chat was blowing up, the MC continued his announcement. Coming in 7th place, a rise of 13th places, is the man of few words unless it's to his fans. It's contestant Ariel. Please come up. Yes. As Pink Puma screamed, the Ari's Angel community blew up. We've done it. The agenda has been achieved. From being ranked in the 90s to the top 7. Guys, we've come so far. Red hair coming soon. I'm so excited. Good job, everyone. We can rest now. We're in the debut ranks. Thank you, everyone, for working hard. With teary eyes, Pink Puma congratulated the other members of the community while listening to Ari give a choppy speech, thanking those who voted for him. Naturally, the chat was full of comments. This speech is choppy AF. They cut it LOL. LOL, his microphone was definitely cut. I wonder what he was trying to say this time. Either about money or complaining about something he didn't want to do but was forced to do. A bit jealous that some fans were so familiar with Ari's mannerisms that they could identify when his voice was cut and spliced. Pink Puma just stared at his face instead. While it looked slightly swollen, and he was wearing makeup that she wasn't used to seeing, she attributed this to a lack of rest and eating salty food, since some of the other contestants didn't look much better. As the episode ended with a preview of the next episode and a broadcast notice stating that the team had amicably parted ways with Jalissa due to differences in ideology, the notice also advised fans not to harass the musician and that they would be bringing in a bigger and better judge to take her place. Thinking nothing of it since scheduling conflicts happened all the time, and somewhat satisfied with the result of the episode since Ari's rank had risen, Pink Puma went to browse the Ari's Angels community, expecting to see the usual clips and screenshots while everyone celebrated. Instead, what she saw was the Ari's Angel community up in arms and planning a protest. We need to protest against the production staff to protect contestants like Ari and force them to put out a statement that they won't tolerate fans acting up and being violent. Immediately concerned, Pink Puma clicked the post to understand what was going on. Hello, this is Meredith. I was at the fan showcase, proof photo of ticket and signed Ari photo card, and was there when an incident occurred in which a member of the royal family threw a bottle at the stage, injuring contestant Ariel in the eye. Since I won an FAQ ticket, I asked the production staff a question about what they would do to prevent this type of situation from happening again, and rather than giving me an answer, they called contestant Ariel out with an eye patch. I was going to let the incident slide since when Ariel came out, he seemed to be fine and was telling jokes while acting rowdy and excited, but seeing that the production team still didn't put out a statement to address the issue or even caution fans about their behavior makes me feel some type of way. Especially when you can see that Ari's face is swollen from the hit, and he's even wearing makeup, which he usually doesn't wear, to cover it up. Screenshots attached. I think if they can put out a broadcast message to not harass a judge for leaving, they can definitely do the same to warn fans about the behavior, especially since someone was injured, and I would like the community to take some action toward the production team. I agree. I didn't want to share this since I wanted to respect his privacy, but it's clear that he was injured a lot more than we thought. Here's what his eye looked like when he was on the news doing community service a couple of days after the fan showcase. And I went to get my ears pierced yesterday and saw that my piercer posted this photo of Ari on her IG account. Apparently, he recently went to get his ears pierced with a handsome blonde guy, and they were handcuffed together. IMG attached, clip attached. WTF? His eye is still bruised, and it's been Almost 2 weeks since the incident happened. We need to hold the production team and the royal family fans accountable for this. Ah, the earrings are so pretty. They match Jamie's eyes. He probably got it for Ari as a birthday gift. Their friendship is so cute. Friendship. Regret. They were handcuffed and went to get their ears pierced together. They're clearly dating. Don't be weird. They're just friends. How do you know Jamie bought it? Those are clearly diamond earrings. Isn't Ari supposed to be poor? Forget the earrings. Is that a strand of red hair that I see? OMG. It's happening. The hair has been dyed. Does anyone know where I can get that fur hat? It's so fluffy and cute. It makes his face look so small. That's from the spring runway collection of Yvette Saint Laurent. Not available to the public yet. Isn't he supposed to be poor? How is he affording designer? Guys, focus. The injury. Slowly but surely, the post gained momentum as one fandom after another was drawn into the online argument. Wait, there was an incident that happened last time, and the production team is just pretending that nothing happened? Who has the video? Here it is, but please save it. Every time it's posted, it gets reported and taken down. Video attached. OMG, no wonder his eye was bruised. Why would you throw something at someone who can't see? That's crazy. Does anybody know who that fan is? No. Apparently, no charges were pressed, but we need to find her. Internet, do your thing. Screenshot, video. We didn't get a post or a statement from production. WTH? Did the royal family at least denounce the person and post an apology to Ari? Nope. They're out here defending the person who assaulted a contestant because he ranked higher than their fave. Did William at least check his fans and take responsibility? Ari was his teammate. Of course not. He didn't even check on Ari when he came back out. Meanwhile, Ari asked all of the audience members if they were okay and mentioned that it was a scary situation, but he hoped they were fine even though he was the one injured. He also mentioned that this wasn't his first time doing concussion protocol, and at least he didn't have to go to the hospital this time before production muted his microphone. WTH? So you mean something like this has happened to him before, and it wasn't mentioned? He was previously injured enough that he had to go to the hospital? When was this? What is wrong with that production team? Video analysts are saying it was during the Swan performance. We don't know about his face BC of the makeup, but if you notice, he doesn't move around a lot compared to his team and is leaning heavily on one leg. And people were calling him a dozen because of that. My poor baby. I don't go here. Is that why he was always wearing makeup in the beginning? Because the production team kept injuring his face? Oh my gosh, this makes so much sense. No, it doesn't. Stop spreading misinformation. It's cause he got plastic surgery. Sibah. Pop Star Academy production team. You will start coughing in 3 days. From fan theories to conspiracy rumors, the topic eventually devolved into one of toxicity. William and the royal family members, for not taking responsibility for injuring a minor, you will also start coughing in 3 days. He's not a minor anymore. He turned 18. I'm Korean, he's a minor. Why does Prince William have to take responsibility for the actions of others? Is he the president? Is he the pope? You're acting like he ordered the person to do it. Free will is a thing. Don't you guys call him a prince? News flash. Princes are good people, and that's just common sense. Your prince needs to speak with his fandom because you people are toxic. The worst fans ever, which is why nobody, including the locals, likes you. And don't think I didn't see your femcel community posting and laughing that other contestants deserve to have bottles and bricks thrown at them while photoshopping bruises on their faces. All because they threaten your stupid prince's rank. Lies. Your favorite dozen probably set the incident up so he could get the sympathy vote. That's why he rose to the top. And now you're blaming us. Lies. You think my client would intentionally harm his beautiful face for a sympathy vote? Come here, my receipt binder has been waiting for this moment. Screenshot, video, IMG attached. Until finally, Pandora's box was opened, and evidence after evidence of the royal family community disparaging other contestants in the most horrible ways came out. And as fans of other contestants got drawn into the drama, the true fan wars began, with everyone coming together for a brief moment of unity and bashing the royal family fans, who seemed completely unrepentant. And although Ari's Angels had started the fight, The majority of them quickly withdrew due to the iron fist of their community moderator, instead focusing their firepower on getting the production team to state that they would take measures to protect all the contestants in the future, condemn the situation, and carefully take care of the contestants so that injuries could be avoided. As a result, a certain PD's inbox was once again being inundated with messages, causing her a massive headache. And in the royal family community, after being unilaterally bashed, heavy resentment was brewing. I hate those stupid angels. They think their contestant is so good just cause he did a couple of community service PR stunts to improve his image and was flirting with a celebrity, that he's all that. Disgusting bit asterisk 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 asterisk. Every time you talk to them, it's he's valedictorian, he tutors, he volunteers. What does that have to do with being a good singer, dancer, or rapper? This is an idol show, not a community service show. They make me sick. They're acting as if their fave is such a good person who speaks out against everything. Newsflash. He's just a plastic surgery cocky untalented dozen who's always begging for money. Why do they expect William to speak up for an incident that has nothing to do with him? It was obviously a fake fan who did that. Exactly. Why would a contestant scold the fans who are supporting him in his dream? That makes no sense. They just hate him and don't want him to debut. I bet if the same thing happened, their fave wouldn't say anything either. I hate that group so much. Ugh, screw them. I'm going to boo him the next time I see him. With everyone having their own thoughts, time moved forward until it was the day before the performance. All the contestants loaded themselves onto a bus to go prepare for a sound check, with a particular fur hat-wearing contestant glaring at everyone around him in irritation. I can't believe you lost your voice. Again. Ari, I can't believe I lost it either. Number 252. Chapter 252. Sound check 1. Seriously, you lost your voice? Yes. Ari wrote on the little white board he now carried around with an unamused expression. Well, rather than losing his voice, it was currently so hoarse that he sounded like a demon. So he was undergoing the familiar voice recovery treatment, which included lots of honey tea, gargling with salt water every couple of hours, and refraining from speaking at all. Once they were finished with the sound check, he planned on sleeping in a practice room using the time dilation candle until it burned out. By his calculations, since he didn't have to sing, his voice would have recovered enough to rap, even if it was a bit husky. And despite the inconvenience of not having his voice, he was quite satisfied with the current state of his stat points, which he had truly suffered for the past couple of days to bring up to par. Ariel Matisse. Age, 18. Vocals, A+. Dance, C with utterly adorable tracksuit. Visual, Rap, C-. Charm, A. Skills, Jukebox, A. Picky listener, B. Pen pal, C. Surprise missions. I think I'm better than you. It's not bragging, it's not pride, it's confidence. Current rewards, 2 stat points. Items, bilingual blue diamond earrings, left earring, Korean. Utterly adorable tracksuit. Through a brutal practice schedule and forcefully harassing Levi for rap tutoring, his rap stat had naturally increased to a C on its own, and he had completed the repeat missions of singing a song over 10,000 times and rapping a song over 1,000 times. If he had at least another week and a bit more time dilation candle, he could have gained more stat points, but as it stood, he was satisfied that his rap stat would be a solid C for performance day. It certainly wasn't the best, especially compared to his vocal stat, but he wouldn't be the worst person on the team either, which was what mattered, especially since, for some reason, he couldn't use the jukebox tokens on his own rap portion of the song. To be honest, Ari was quite anxious, and he just hoped that his rank wouldn't drop too much, as his performance might disappoint people. As he was thinking about how to squeeze out at least one more stat point, an annoying voice broke him out of his reverie. I can't believe you lost your voice right as we're about to perform. You're really trying to screw my brother over, aren't you? Ari looked up to see Minjun cozied up with his twin brother, Miho, as they followed the staff to the stage located on Malibu Beach, where they would be performing. That's so irresponsible of you, you know. Don't bring my bro down. He's been working hard, and I haven't. Since he couldn't say anything to Miho, who wasn't on his team, the punishment had to go to the one who was. Ari stared at Minjun before scribbling on the whiteboard and giving him a bright smile. Wow. Energy. Practice tonight. Min 3 hours. After quickly reading the supposedly innocent words, Minjun's face became even paler as a look of fear came over his face. No, I swear, practice with you is cursed. We run the song over hundreds of times, but each time I stare at the clock, only 30 minutes have passed. It's like I'm in a cursed time loop. I'm sick of it. I need to go to a priest and get cleansed. You sure? It'll be fun, smiley face. Practice makes perfect. Let's practice since you have so much energy. I'm sure. Miho, shut up. Let's just go, he's crazy. As the Korean boy grabbed his twin and ran away, Ari laughed in amusement. What kind of torture did you put them through? He seems so scared. Jamie asked curiously. NT. Practice. Stop before mid-plus naps. Then why are they complaining? That's so early. Most days, you went to bed at like 4 a.m., right? Ben and I always saw you on the way to the gym. At Jamie's thoroughly confused expression, Vishal wanted to speak up and explain that although Ari said they were released before midnight, for some reason the 3 to 4 hour practice felt like it dragged on for much longer than that. But then, remembering that Jamie would also practice for hours on end, either singing, composing, or playing his guitar past midnight, and would still wake up to go to the gym at 4 a.m., he snapped his mouth shut and saved his energy before he got roped into another practice session. Maybe he was getting old. Only Carlos understood his pain. Ari thoroughly enjoyed the walk in the beachy area as he smelt the salty air and felt the slightly cold breeze on his face. As always, the ocean was the best. After walking for about 20 minutes, they finally arrived in the area behind the large stage, which was hugely different than the one they had performed on at the cultural festival. It actually looked like something real musicians would perform, rather than contestants like themselves. In fact, it was on an entirely different level than anything shown before, and he briefly wondered how the show could afford it. Before shrugging, it was none of his business what they spent their money on, as long as they paid him what they owed him, which meant he needed to be more proactive in requesting payment from the production team. Putting that to the back of his mind, Ari glanced at the numerous trailers set up in the back, as well as the large number of people running around. Some of them were clearly staff members, while others seemed like up-and-coming musical artists around his age who would be performing and even had camera crews following them, just like the Pop Star Academy crew did. Ari glanced around them curiously, wishing for a second that he was alone so he could take a look at their stats. Oh wow, that's Vinyl and Nebu 1A. I didn't know they would be here, Jamie said as he excitedly pointed to two separate groups of boys with very different vibes. One group consisted of 5 boys dressed in black 3-piece suits, despite being in a beach area. In contrast, the other group consisted of 7 boys dressed in monochromatic casual clothing, which created a rainbow effect. Who? You're not really keeping up with music groups, are you? TSK. Jamie gave him a judgmental look, and Ari slammed his elbow into his side. Obviously not. He literally started this music thing a couple of months ago, having been a casual listener and participant beforehand. And you really need to start looking into these things and keeping track of them, especially if you debut and become the group leader or a music producer. You have to know the trends and keep up with them. Absolutely not. He planned to coast along as a member and occasionally assist with song production while leaving the bulk of the work to Jamie. LDR. Assistant Prod 2U, W. They're Korean boy groups that debuted last year. They self-produce, so I was interested. MG. It's not bad. They have a few decent songs. I'll recommend you some later since the composition is interesting. Jamie replied casually. K. As he and Jamie walked past the two groups, Jamie happily waved and said hello, and Ari nodded before looking away. How arrogant. A low voice muttered in Korean as he walked by, and Ari simply laughed before shaking his head. The reason he had assigned a language to one of the earrings was firstly, because he would be going to Korea, and secondly, because some of the Korean contestants always switched from English to Korean whenever he walked by. As someone who frequently cursed at people in French when he was upset and didn't want someone to understand his complaints, he understood the sentiment. He didn't like it happening to him, and the results were actually quite funny. They had been very, very funny, and it only cemented his thoughts that there were only a few contestants he actually liked in this entire program, and that the production team could go to hell for constantly pitting people against each other. What's funny? Jamie glanced back at the two groups, who had left before shrugging. They quickly walked to the gathering area, which was under a tent, and found not only the Pop Star Academy contestants, but also several other groups standing around and chatting. Since he couldn't exactly participate in any conversations, Ari grabbed his own things from Jamie, found an empty section of seats and sofas that weren't being used, and made himself comfortable with the tablet. Currently, in his very limited free time, he was trying to learn how to read Korean, as he felt uncomfortable understanding it without a proper grasp of what was actually being said. He had several moments of peace, and was even completing a worksheet before a vaguely familiar voice interrupted him. "You're in our seats." Feeling as if this was a familiar situation, Ari first glanced around the sofa to make sure there wasn't a name tag he had missed before glancing at the other empty seats, and then at the group that Jamie had called Nebu 1A before pointing to the side. In other words, he was telling them to find another chair, as this one was already taken. He met the eyes of the man in the center, whom he assumed was the leader, and raised his brow. "We were going to sit there. So, what does that have to do with me? Go sit somewhere else." "Problem." Levi's sharp voice broke the one-sided tension as he slid onto the sofa beside Ari and arrogantly spread his legs and arms, taking up the entire empty space and looking as if he dared them to say something about it. The Nebu 1A group took one look at Levi's unsmiling face, which looked even sharper than usual due to the dark blue hair and eyebrows that made his icy blue eyes look even paler, and turned away. They're really cocky for contestants who don't even know if they'll debut yet. Where's the respect for their seniors? Shoo, this isn't Korea. The culture is different. It's fine. They're Westerners who don't understand. The hat-wearing one is even doing homework that daycare kids do, and got it wrong. Isn't that pathetic? As the one with a blue outfit who was talking nonsense turned to look back at him, Ari wrote the only curse word he knew in Korean and flipped him off to emphasize the point in case he drew the Hangul wrong. As the boy's eyes widened in surprise before turning red from anger, Ari quickly erased the whiteboard and pretended that he hadn't done anything, while Levi laughed silently off to the side. "Throwing rocks and hiding your hand. He called me pathetic first. You started understanding Korean when? With magic. All right, gather up, gather up." Before Levi could say anything else, a loud voice interrupted them. Ari looked up to see a fat man wearing a headset and a staff shirt with a clipboard in his hand. "We have a lot to get through today, so no time to waste. Here's the order for the sound check. Team Nebu 1A, you're up first. Then the first batch of Pop Star Academy kids will go. You have 15 minutes for sound check and stage adjustments, after which you will leave immediately for the next team. Team TV off, Team Rainfall, Team Daisies, you three are up first. Let's get moving. Chop chop." At the brisk order, Ari gathered up with the rest of his team and followed the staff members to the back of the stage. Climbing on top of the stage and looking out at the empty area, which would theoretically be filled with people tomorrow, Ari enjoyed the momentary peace that was here while the people around him chattered. How many people did they say were coming? About 3,000 to 4,000, but it will get more crowded later in the day, so we're lucky. I'm going to throw up. Don't. Ari quickly moved away from Jamie, whose eyes were basically spinning from nerves, while staring curiously at what the stage staff were doing and measuring the size of the stage with his eyes. By the looks of things, they would be getting hand mics, which weren't his favorite, and they would have to work on spacing, but at this point, beggars can't be choosers, and Matthew had prepared choreography modifications just in case. They had to work with what they had. Team Nebu 1A was quickly kicked up, and the rest of the contestants either moved off to the side or stepped down. Ari chose to step down so he could see the performance from the audience's point of view, and as he moved, the passing member of Team Nebu 1A, whom he had flipped off earlier, smirked at him before whispering, "Watch how a real musician performs our own song that we poured our heart and soul into, not just covers." Blinking at the boys back, Ari shrugged before preparing to watch their performance. Number 253. Chapter 253. Sound Check 2. Ari watched the performance with critical eyes, and his only thought was that it was unimpressive. He didn't mean to be rude, but compared to what he was used to seeing from the Pop Star Academy contestants, even when it was just practice, he felt that it was sloppy and lackluster. For some reason, he expected more from a team that had debuted, but it was clear that his expectations had been skewed too much by the sense of desperation a lot of the Pop Star Academy participants had when they performed. For a brief moment, He was curious to see what their stats were, but he would hold off until the next day when his throat was more recovered. For now, since he didn't think he could learn anything from them, midway through the Nebu 1A team's sound check, he went to a staff member to get a spare chair and stood beside Jamie as he waited for his team to be called. When Nebu 1A finally finished their sound check, they slowly came off the stage, smiling and waving at the camera held by their team and assistants. While Ari was mentally urging them to hurry up and leave, the boy with the blue outfit who had rapped during their performance came to stand in front of Ari and smirked. "What do you think? You're impressed by my performance, right?" Ari considered being honest before deciding to be generous for once. It wouldn't be good to make more enemies. Moyen. The boy's face wrinkled as he stared at the written words in confusion. Moyen? What does that mean? And why aren't you talking? Oh, I know that one. He's been teaching me French for when we go to France together. It means so/so, or not bad, right? Jamie proudly translated, and Ari gave him a thumbs up, thinking it would end there, but Jamie was apparently excited to talk to them and kept on going. The single that was released last year was much better than this one, and you're not as good a rapper as the guy in purple, even though he's a better singer than you. His melodies were really good this time. SOSO? You think our performance was SOSO? The boy focused on Ari's words instead of Jamie, who was pouring oil on the fire, and Ari couldn't help but restrain a sigh. My opinion. Heh, I'd like to see you do better. You haven't even debuted yet, and you think you're so great, don't you? Ari tapped what he wrote to emphasize it. My opinion. I'll be watching to see you perform. I hope it's amazing. Just my opinion. Ari underlined what he had written earlier, but the boy was quite offended. Thankfully, it was finally time for their team to perform, so he didn't have to deal with nonsense anymore. Team TV off. It's your turn. Everyone grab your microphones and in-ears. Let's get this done quickly. Just as they had previously discussed, Ari got his microphone and stood on a chair, facing the stage, with his tablet, as everyone took their position on the stage. As they planned, their first practice round would simply involve everyone marking their spots and ensuring there was enough space to move around while Ari recorded it for later review. Their second round was when they would go all out. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. As the intro sounded out, Levi sat off to the side and began counting off the beat as everyone strode onto the stage before separating into two groups. Red versus blue. From Minjun to Matthew, Leo to Vishal, they each marked their positions and roughly rehearsed the choreography, while Levi counted off everything and calmly narrated in a formal voice that was very opposite of his usual rap style. After the first round of practice, Ari went to join them on stage, quickly scribbling the requested changes and getting Vishal to pass them on to the staff before handing his tablet over to Jamie so he could record their second round of practice, which went fine. Naturally, he didn't speak, but moved around as he would if he were actually performing to make sure he didn't miss anything. Thank you, Team TV off. Team Rainfall, you're up. Once they were done, he saw that Team Nebu 1A was still waiting off to the side instead of leaving, with the blue member smirking as he caught Ari's eyes. And you think that's better than what we did? What were you there for? Just being the visual? You didn't even rap. My opinion. Focus on yourself. Ari flashed his whiteboard at them, before taking the tablet from Jamie and recording the other teams, who suddenly decided to imitate their sound check method. Time passed, and they finally boarded the bus to take them back to the dorms, and once again Ari marveled at how much the numbers had reduced. From needing 2 buses that were filled to the brim to only taking 1, and even having extra seats. Lots of things had changed. Once they returned to their practice room, after a light review session of 3 hours, everyone was released to get an early night's rest for tomorrow. And just like he planned, Ari moved his pillow and blanket to an empty practice room, locked the door, and began burning the candle so that he could get some expedited rest. Right now, it was a race against the clock to recover his voice. How's your voice? I heard you lost it. Better. Ari replied in a husky tone that was much deeper than his usual voice. At the twinge in his throat, he immediately popped a cough drop and snapped his mouth shut. Is it weird to say that I like your voice sounding like that? It gives the French accent a certain je ne sais quoi. Did I say that right? Ari gave the blushing stylist a strange look before nodding. The accent was terrible, but understandable. She ran her fingers through his hair, spraying all sorts of concoctions before applying makeup to his face. The person who dyed your hair has magic hands. Even with this bright color, your curls are still intact. And your stylist? Chef's kiss. You look good in everything, but they need to dress you more often. I did it. Really? You did great. It looks very chic. He wore slightly baggy jeans with red highlights, black boots, a black tank top, and an oversized red and black jacket with silver chains. After covering up his still-healing black eye with makeup, he had glued red sunglasses to his nose to tie the whole look together. Naturally, it wasn't his own clothes. He had just assembled clothes that fit the color scheme of his team from the suitcase of clothing he had taken from the photo shoot with Fat Boy. He still planned on selling them later. The rest of his team was dressed in a similar manner that was a cross between streetwear and a hip-hop style, with the only difference being whether they wore red or blue. Your whole team looks good, actually. Especially Levi. He looks so professional. The stylist whispered as she stared at Levi, who was dressed in a navy suit and tie, with matching glasses that softened his sharp expression into that of a working professional, even with his blue hair. Even the atmosphere around him seemed less harsh than usual. That's the goal. Ari thanked the stylist before getting up. It was time to go. Before they loaded up on the bus, Ari handed each person on his team a flash drive. What's this? Just in case they load up the wrong song. One of you, preferably Levi, since everyone is scared of him, go to the sound system and get them to use this version. Levi, _R. They that unprofessional? I would think they would have the right music down. That's the bare minimum. It's not like production is trying to sabotage us. Minjun asked skeptically, and Ari snorted. It was nice that he lived in an innocent world where such things never happened. Is the sky blue? Hopefully, we don't need it, but just in case. Got it, I guess. Reluctant agreement was still agreement, and once everyone nodded, Ari let them go as he got onto the bus and took another nap. His hope was that today would run as smoothly as possible. But of course, it seemed his wishes would never come to pass because somehow, Ari found himself on stage with his teammates in front of a booing crowd. The MC for the event had a light fall on top of them, then fell off the stage and had to be rushed to the hospital. The backup MC was over 2 hours away. The sound system was down for some reason, with only the microphones and speakers functioning. No music was available. And since they were the first people to perform, his teammates had been thrown on stage and told to entertain the crowd, which had just found out that several acts they expected to see later in the day were not going to appear at all. Ari glanced back at the staff members who were running around the back like headless chickens before sighing and forcing a smile on his face. Guess that skill has to be used, huh? What? Nothing. Team TV off. Huddle up. Let's entertain the crowd. Number 254. Chapter 254, Social. Anxiety is afraid of you. What the heck is going on? UGH, the organizers are so irresponsible. What kind of cheap set is this? Is the MC okay? I can't believe the lights fell on him. Ugh, I can't believe I paid money for this, and the rejects aren't even performing. I rushed to the front for nothing. Should I just leave? Following the disappointing back-to-back incidents and announcements, the crowd, which had gathered to watch not only the Pop Star Academy contestants' performances, but also those of new up-and-coming artists and a locally popular headliner, was quite agitated and upset. A few people left to get a refund, but others who were there stayed where they were to make the most of it, while letting their frustration and anger be known. Among the audience were Pop Star Academy fans standing under different banners and posters, and hidden within the groups were some actual celebrities. Thinking that she was well hidden despite her all-pink outfit, Pink Puma carefully pushed her way toward the front of the audience, grateful once more that she wasn't that tall. She was angling to stand near some girls who had a banner that had Ari's name and face on it, and awkwardly stood by them while pulling her pink hat low over her face. Is that? SHHHHH. I thought it was our friend, but it's not. Let's not stare at strangers. An Asian girl seemed to recognize her before looking confused and turning her friends away, and Pink Puma let out a sigh of relief, thankful that her cover wasn't blown. She would proudly tell her manager that she could, in fact, blend in without drawing attention. With her confidence in her hiding skills renewed, her eyes focused back on the stage and then on the large screen, where she could see the back of a person's head with curly red hair in a team huddle. Immediately recognizing the curl pattern that was distinctly different from some of the other contestants who had perms or occasionally got their hair curled, and realizing that that shade of red didn't belong to Suzuki Ray, who was slightly tanner than the pale arm she was seeing, Pink Puma gasped before covering her mouth with her hand. Is that him? Did he dye it? I think so. The brace on the hand is familiar. Turn around, turn around, turn around. Who the heck are you guys whispering about? Aren't these just fillers before they fix the sound issue and the main event starts? A blonde girl who didn't understand what the fuss was about complained as the group beside her began getting rowdy. Don't you ever say they boys are fillers again. Ariel is beyond filler. His beauty transcends everything. A girl with brown hair whirled around to glare, and Pink Puma nodded in agreement. What's the big deal? I bet they're not even as good as Nebu 1A. These are just random trainees at some random survival show, right? They're a dime a dozen. These random trainees have more talent in their pinky than Nebula or Black Hole or whatever. The other girl beside. The Asian girl who first turned around shot back. We'll see about that. Yes, we'll see. So make sure you look carefully. Boom. There seemed to be an agreement reached because the huddle on stage broke up, and the tall boy in a blue suit and an Indian boy quickly ran off backstage, and the other four turned around. While the other three boys were handsome in their own right, the majority of the girls immediately focused on the person dressed in black and red, who was walking in the center. It seemed that even the cameraman agreed, as he zoomed in and only showed Ari for several seconds, causing the audience to gasp. Oh my gosh, his hair is red. Wow. Hairstylist Nim, clothing stylist Nim, thank you. Parents Nim, thank you for giving birth to him. Oh wow, he's hot. Hearing the girl beside her gasp, Pink Puma nodded as if she were the one being complimented before staring at Ari. A strikingly handsome boy with bright red hair that seemed to glow in the sunlight and illuminating the surroundings with a fiery heat. The hair fell in curls that perfectly framed his face, exposing slightly pointed ears. As the owner stepped out from the team huddle, sea green eyes, barely covered by red sunglasses perched on his nose, looked around as if memorizing everything. Then he brought the microphone to his mouth in a lazy movement while waving. Hello, Salat, Hola, Konnichiwa, Annyeonghaseyo, and I how, and everything in between. How is everyone doing today? Boo. Terrible. Go home. That voice. Phew. I'm screaming without the S. When she heard a deeper, huskier voice than she expected, Pink Puma literally felt chills run down her body. When had his voice gotten so deep? And why was it kind of sexy? Despite the crowd booing, Pink Puma found herself straining to hear Ari even better, hoping that what she had heard was true. Whoa, tough crowd. My feelings are hurt. Despite claiming to be hurt, the handsome boy on stage began laughing as if he found their answers cute. He even found time to pat the back of his tall teammate, who flinched from the negativity as he stepped forward. Obviously, you don't know us, and we don't know you. So let's get acquainted. On my left is Matthew. On my right are Leo and Minjun. Give the crowd a wave. Boys, they don't bite. Crowd, please be nice, they're a bit shy. Matthew, Leo, and Minjun waved, and a few shouts sounded out as their supporters cheered when their name was called. The two who went to talk to the staff are Levi in the suit, and Vishal with the red bandana. I'm Ariel, but you can call me Ari for short. Yes, like the fish princess, and no, it's not a girl's name. It means lion. Before we get into it, let's take a moment of silence for the MC who was injured. It could have been me or anyone else on the stage who was taken out. All jokes aside, he is having a rough day and clearly needs the good wishes for health and healing. On 3, let's send him positive vibes and say get well soon, Ryan. 1, 2, 3 inch. Get well soon, Ryan. Although a few people were initially reluctant, everyone had seen the MC being taken away by an ambulance, so they cooperated. Clap, clap, clap. Say bon. That's very good. I'm impressed. Ari continued to talk, and many of the female audience members found themselves entranced not only by his appearance, but also by the deep accented voice that made them feel like they were the main character in a Parisian romantic film. They needed to know who this was. And with his usual casual demeanor, Ari walked over to one of the large speakers, shifting it slightly over before taking a seat with one leg up. Now, I know you all came to see some performances, but alas, there's an issue with the sound system, and though you can't hear it, I'm currently being yelled at in these to keep you entertained, and Ari pointed to the silver in-ears that sparkled before ripping one of them out. to not sit on the speakers, so I decided to stand so I can see your lovely faces, because everyone looks quite beautiful. You look even more beautiful. Holding his fingers to his lips while laughing mischievously, Pink Puma watched as Ari immediately stood on the tall speaker, causing some of the audience to begin laughing. They're going to turn his microphone off. OMG, what is his problem? It's a secret, so don't tell the staff, and if you see anything about to fall on top of me, you have to warn me. Got it. I don't want to visit the hospital today. Yeah, hi. Bro? How is this a secret? They're recording you. SHHHH, he's delusional. To whoever said I was delusional, you are correct. Now, I've got a couple of questions to ask. Firstly, are you ready to see the best performance of your life? Ari held the microphone out to the crowd, but they began booing and heckling him again. Boo-boo. No. Get out of here. Beautiful people of America, you paid money and took the time to be here, and that's your response? Go back to you. Even if you're not here to see us perform, you should be excited to see someone perform today, so let's try that again. Are you ready to see the best performance of your life? In a much louder voice, Ari yelled into the microphone before holding it out for the crowd's response. His green eyes burned fiercely as he stared at the crowd, making it clear that the only response he would accept was a positive one. Hearing his voice, it felt like a wave of positive energy swept through the crowd as people suddenly became more excited. Yeah, hi. Hello, yeah, hi. Good. I have to ask, how many of you here are familiar with Popstar Academy? I see a few banners here and there. Hello. Whoa. A good amount. For those who don't know the premise, 6 of the